Jiangsheng, a second-tier city in the southern province of Xiaogua, has become a hub for a considerable influx of migrant workers due to several industrial parks. I am one of them, named Lu Chaofeng. After finishing my overtime at 8 o'clock, I trudged along the bustling streets, my weary body yearning for rest. The surroundings were ablaze with lights, and an array of food stalls presented a delightful feast for the senses. Noodles, rice noodles, steamed buns, and skewers were all in abundance. Although I had already dined at the company, the tantalizing aromas wafting from the stalls made my mouth water. And despite my efforts to resist the temptation of a midnight snack, I hastened my pace towards my rented accommodation, located a kilometer away from the factory. I am a traveler through time and space. At the tender age of 10, I lost my parents in a tragic car accident, left to fend for myself with the help of the village elders. I have endured much, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious university, where I now serve as a research and development engineer. Over the past 2 years, I have successfully completed numerous significant projects for my company, earning bonuses that have amassed to over $1 million. Returning to my modest room, I collapsed onto my bed, striving to alleviate the fatigue of the day. Recently, our team has taken on a substantial project, leaving everyone exceedingly busy. As I closed my eyes to rest, a strange voice suddenly resonated in my mind. Ding. System activated. The multiverse cinematic travel system is at your service. My heart raced at the mention of a system. My golden finger. At long last you have arrived, and I have awaited your presence with great anticipation. As a traveler, having perused over 2,000 novels in my previous life, I inherently understood the implications of this development. This was my beacon of hope, my greatest ally in escaping a life of toil. Initially, the system did not manifest, compelling me to accept my fate and diligently study, eventually leading to my admission to university. I had resigned myself to a life of honorable servitude, never expecting that today, my golden opportunity would finally descend upon me. What capabilities do you possess? I inquired with excitement. This system can assist the host in traversing various cinematic realms, was the succinct reply. Is there a cost associated with this traversal? Must I complete specific tasks? I pressed further. The first traversal incurs no cost. Subsequent journeys will require the accumulation of sufficient energy, and no tasks are necessary for the host, the system explained. How long may I remain within the cinematic realms? What transpires if I perish there? Does the flow of time align with that of reality? I bombarded it with questions, my heart racing with trepidation, for I was reluctant to embark on this journey without fully comprehending the circumstances. The duration of the host's stay within the cinematic realm is not fixed. The greater the impact the host has, the shorter the stay. The host's mode of traversal is corporeal. Death within the cinematic realm equates to true mortality. Life is singular. So I advise caution. Additionally, the flow of time in the cinematic realm does not match that of reality. A year in the cinematic realm equates to merely a day in reality. Is it akin to the fabled celestial realms where a day above equals a year below? I mused silently, recognizing the parallels with mythological tales. Yet, regrettably, I possess but one life, necessitating a cautious approach in the early stages. Is the traversal into cinematic realms random, or can I choose? I continue my inquiry. Selection of cinematic realms is random. The host must traverse within 2 hours, or the portal will vanish. For the first traversal, a 1 cubic meter personal space will be provided, which can expand upon system upgrades. The system's revelations sent a tremor of realization through me. I had finally grasped all the critical information. This was a rare opportunity to traverse cinematic realms, and I resolved to rest for one night, gathering my strength before embarking on this extraordinary journey. After a refreshing slumber, I awoke the following day with an exhilarating sense of anticipation, rising early to send a message to my superior at the company, requesting a leave of absence due to acute gastroenteritis. My supervisor had always been exceptionally considerate towards me, making it difficult to resign outright. I resolved to devise a more suitable reason for my departure upon my return from this peculiar journey. After satisfying my hunger and thirst, I purchased a variety of items to equip myself for the adventure ahead: defensive spray, an electric baton, a fruit knife, food, and water, ensuring I was well prepared. I then instructed the system to select the cinematic realm for my traversal. Approximately 10 minutes later, a notification resonated in my ears. The world of Limitless has been anchored, and the construction of the traversal passage is complete. The passage will remain open for 2 hours. The mention of Limitless sent a thrill through me. I had watched the film numerous times and often fantasized about possessing the miraculous NZT-48. Now that I had traversed into this universe, my objective was clear: to acquire NZT-48, delve into the realms of computer science and biochemistry, and continue researching the drug to mitigate its side effects, transforming its temporary benefits into a permanent state. With a plan taking shape in my mind, I hesitated no longer and chose to embark on the journey. In an instant, my physical form vanished. When I reopened my eyes, I found myself lying in a dilapidated apartment. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and cheap cigarettes, while the cacophony of Spanish rap echoed from below. Suddenly, a flood of memories surged within me. This was the identity that the system had assigned to me. I was now a Chinese gambler, and it dawned on me that I was situated in a perilous scenario within the world of Limitless. This very apartment served as a stronghold for drug dealers. "Hey, wake up!" a gruff voice commanded. "You better pay up quickly, or I swear I'll put a bullet in you." I swiftly turned to sit up, confronted by a burly bald man with a face marked by aggression, wielding a gun, causing a cold sweat to cascade down my spine. Having lived 2 lives, I had never encountered such a scene before. I possess but a single life. Should I perish here, it would render all my efforts futile. Must I truly relinquish the golden opportunity one have just acquired? I compel myself to regain my composure, striving to recollect the plot of the film, recalling that the individual before me is Gus, a notorious loan shark. Wait, I raise my hands, my mind racing with possibilities. I have a means to repay the debt and, moreover, to ensure your profits multiply. Gus squints, his demeanor brusque as he retorts, "Spare me the chatter. Either produce the money now or face dire consequences." NZT-48. I interject, fully aware that this substance can enhance intelligence beyond that of Einstein. I know precisely where to procure it. The expression on Gus's bald countenance shifts immediately. He lowers his firearm, his eyes alight with anticipation. "Go on. Your Russian boss possesses a shipment of this very drug." I ponder the narrative from the film, striving to remember, yet I am acutely aware of the potent side effects, and I know how to mitigate them. Observing Gus's hesitance, I discern that my words are having an effect. Thus, I continue. I can instruct you in the proper methods. Additionally, I am aware of how to locate further supplies. An hour later, I finally secure a small plastic bag containing a dozen semi-transparent NZT-48 capsules, contemplating how this will enable me to transform everything. Chapter 002. The Memory Palace. Swallow it. Gus commanded, his gun aimed unyieldingly at Liu Chongfeng's head. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Chongfeng opened the bag and immediately ingested a single NZT-48 pill. Within mere seconds, the world around him crystallized into clarity. He could hear the distant honking of cars 3 blocks away and discern every cloud reflected in the glass of the building across the street. Memories from over a decade ago surfaced effortlessly, and the knowledge contained within his school textbooks flowed from his mind with remarkable ease. In that instant, Liu Chongfeng realized that he had been wandering in a fog of ignorance until this very moment of awakening. At that moment, Liu Chongfeng felt as though he were a deity. The speed of his cognitive processes surged to a level exceeding 100-fold. He surveyed his surroundings, gathering vital information, and moments later, he devised an escape plan. Suddenly, he pointed behind Gus and shouted, "The police are coming." As Gus turned in astonishment, Liu Chongfeng delivered a swift kick to his groin, simultaneously twisting the gun from his grasp and seizing it. Gus cried in agony, clutching his injury, as Liu Chongfeng swiftly chambered around and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. The scream abruptly ceased, leaving a gaping wound on Gus's head from which blood and brain matter spilled forth. Liu Chongfeng scoured the apartment, discovering several $1,000s before departing for a large library, intent on acquiring knowledge in computer science and biochemistry. Within the library, He perused specialized texts at an astonishing pace. A mere glance at each page sufficed for retention. Intricate chemical formulas transformed into comprehensible concepts before his eyes. 3 hours later, he had mastered what an ordinary person would require 4 years to learn. In the following week, Liu Changfeng exploited the capabilities bestowed by NZT-48, fervently absorbing various fields of knowledge. He infiltrated the databases of major research institutions, downloading a vast trove of research materials. His temporary residence became cluttered with an array of specialized books, and the walls adorned with complex molecular structures and algorithm flowcharts. Utilizing his hacking skills, he fabricated an identity and applied for a financial account, amassing a fortune of several $100,000 in a remarkably short time. He procured over 100 NZT-48 pills from local gangsters. With his exceptional learning ability, he successfully crafted a flawless resume, a PhD in biochemistry from Harvard University, with prior positions at several leading pharmaceutical companies. Armed with this resume, he applied for a researcher position at Vita Pharmaceuticals, the producer of NZT-48. On the day of the interview, Liu Changfeng's performance astounded all the examiners. Not only did he respond fluently, but he also proposed several innovative research ideas that left the experts present in awe. "Dr. Liu," one interviewer exclaimed, excitement in his voice, "your ideas are remarkable. We happen to have a secret project that requires a genius like you." Liu Changfeng knew he had successfully infiltrated the core research team behind NZT-48. After a month of study and research, he discovered that the side effects of NZT-48 primarily stem from the body's inability to sustain the brain's high-speed operation. Prolonged overclocking of the brain would severely deplete the body's potential, ultimately leading to a tragic demise. Consequently, the experts and researchers involved in the project refrained from using NZT-48 themselves, opting instead to discreetly distribute the drug to criminal organizations for illicit sale as a narcotic. To address this issue, Liu Changfeng contemplated several approaches. The first was to enhance physical fitness. Achieving a higher level of physical well-being would enable the sustained overclocking of the brain. In the realm of daxia, internal martial arts existed, but training required substantial resources. The adage, "the wealthy pursue martial prowess," held true. With Liu Changfeng's previous income, he could only practice basic techniques. The second approach involved gaining autonomous control over the duration of brain overclocking. Once the stored energy within the body was depleted, one could either automatically cease the process or regulate the degree of overclocking to remain within the limits the body could support. He shared his ideas and methodologies with the experts and researchers in his group, ultimately securing approval from the project director, who allocated some research funds for his inquiry. Liu Changfeng, concealed within the confines of Vita Pharmaceuticals, conducted research on NZT-48 without intersecting with the protagonist, Eddie, thereby maximizing the avoidance of interference with the main storyline and extending his time in this reality. Meanwhile, Eddie's journey mirrored that of the film. After an accidental encounter with his former brother-in-law, he acquired NZT-48. Following the murder of his brother-in-law, Eddie stumbled upon a substantial stash of the drug in his room. With the aid of the medication, he swiftly rose to prominence, yet simultaneously attracted the attention of adversaries. 3 months later, bolstered by NZT-48, Liu Changfeng successfully developed a pill devoid of side effects, which rapidly passed human trials. His research focused on the second approach, gaining autonomous control over the duration and intensity of brain overclocking. Each NZT-48 pill could sustain the overclocking for 24 hours. With continuous consumption over a month, this ability could become instinctual, rendering further intake unnecessary. Following human trials, several experts and researchers in the laboratory began to take the pills, each seemingly awakening to a new world. The pace of research accelerated once more. In their pursuit to prolong the duration of brain overclocking, they developed high-energy capsules, each capable of supporting 50 overclocking for 24 hours or 100 for 2 hours. Thus, Liu Changfeng remained unobtrusive within the cinematic world, avoiding contact with key characters and dedicating his days to research and study at the company. Beyond computer science, biology, and chemistry, He integrated the martial arts of this world with the foundational techniques learned in Daxia, creating a comprehensive regimen to strengthen his physique, diligently practicing daily to enhance his vital energy. Inspired by novels from his previous life, Lu Changfeng constructed a memory palace in his mind, akin to a computer hard drive, allowing him to store knowledge for later retrieval. Given the vast array of knowledge systems, fully comprehending and integrating them all was an insurmountable task, even with the miraculous NZT-48. His physical hardware could not support such an endeavor. An excess of wisdom could lead to harm, and forced learning would only deplete his vitality, resulting in premature aging and demise. Lu Changfeng had lingered in the boundless realm for a full year. It was only upon receiving the system's notification that his remaining time was insufficient and that he would return in 2 hours that he made his way back to his residence. There, he stored the meticulously prepared items into his personal space. Hundreds of bottles of high-energy pills, with one pill sufficient to sustain him for a century. Although their shelf life was merely 10 years, time within Lu Changfeng's personal space was stagnant, alleviating any concerns of spoilage. Additionally, he had procured a considerable amount of gold bars, which served as a universal currency across various worlds, ensuring that he would not squander time acquiring wealth upon traversing to other realms. He also acquired an assortment of firearms, embracing the philosophy of preparedness. Among his possessions was the modified NZT-48. Although he did not intend to distribute it to others for the time being, it was prudent to be well equipped. Chapter 003, Brother Wang Lei's System Return. Lu Changfeng uttered in a solemn tone. In an instant, an elliptical portal with a diameter of 2 meters materialized before him. Stepping through, he found himself back in his rented accommodation the next moment. After verifying the contents of his personal space and discovering that nothing was amiss, he sighed, reflecting on the arduous passage of an entire year. This year had been fraught with peril. After all, life is singular and fleeting, where mere misstep could result in demise. However, his growth over this year had been remarkable. Not only had he ascended to the status of a top-tier hacker, but he had also become an expert in biology and chemistry. The effects of NZT-48 had become instinctual to him, and he had constructed a memory palace. Furthermore, through a year of diligent training, his physical capabilities had improved by at least 30%. In the cinematic world, a year had passed, while only a day had elapsed in reality. Checking the time, it was precisely 7 in the morning. After taking a shower and changing his attire, he resolved to resign from his company first. Upon arriving at the office, Lu Changfeng sought out his direct supervisor, Manager Lu. The moment Lu laid eyes on him, he was momentarily taken aback. This reaction stemmed from Lu Changfeng's year spent in the film world, where he had consistently engaged in cerebral enhancement, allowing his body fat to remain between 5 and 10 for an extended period. Coupled with his year-long regimen of exercise, he had visibly slimmed down, although his well-defined musculature remained concealed beneath his somewhat loose clothing. "How is it possible that you've lost so much weight in just one day?" Manager Lu inquired, astonished. Medical examinations revealed that Lu Changfeng feigned a sorrowful expression. Could it be?" Manager Lu asked, taken aback. Lu Changfeng nodded and continued. "Manager, I intend to resign and return to my hometown. Will you not continue with treatment?" Lu Changfeng shook his head despondently. Manager Lu sighed. He felt helpless in this situation. Had Lu Changfeng been willing to remain at the company for a while longer or pursue treatment actively, he could have reported to the corporate committee and organized a fundraising effort among the employees. Typically, the company would not impede employees from resigning, especially considering the potential liability should any issues arise during their tenure. The resignation process was swiftly completed, and Lu Changfeng received his salary that very day. He did not offer explanations to his colleagues, merely sending a message to a few with whom he shared a close rapport. When they inquired about the reason for his departure, Lu Changfeng was vague and noncommittal. As for how Manager Lu would address the matter with others, it no longer concerned Lu Changfeng. Exiting the company, Lu Changfeng gazed at the bustling streets, inhaling deeply. Ahead lay a vast expanse, where the fish could leap freely and the birds could soar high. His plan was to return home and renovate his ancestral residence. The city was overly populated, and any slip could lead to exposure. He was still quite vulnerable. In a reality armed with firearms, aircraft, missiles, and nuclear weapons. Even if he enhanced his physical prowess to tenfold that of an average person, he would remain defenseless against a missile strike. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a low profile during his developmental phase. The quantity of gold is substantial, amounting to several hundred kilograms. Not only can it be utilized in other realms, but it can also be exchanged for wealth in reality, facilitating a seamless transition between worlds. Henceforth, financial concerns shall be a thing of the past. Lu Changfeng took out his phone and dialed a number. Before long, the call connected, and a rugged male voice resonated from the other end. Changfeng, what prompts you to call me today? Lazy, where are you right now? I've resigned and am preparing to return home. Do you have time to meet? Lu Changfeng's interlocutor was his university classmate, Wang Lei, who also happened to be his closest friend from those days. Wang Lei hailed from a well-to-do family, a quintessential second-generation rich kid, known for his generosity during their school years, and possessed martial prowess that kept ordinary individuals at bay. In contrast to Lu Changfeng, Wang Lei embarked on a career at his father's company shortly after graduation, his life's path meticulously charted by paternal guidance. I'm currently on a business trip in Jiangqing. I was just about to call you after work. Have you had lunch? Let's grab a meal together, Wang Lei suggested. Sure, just send me the address. I'll take a cab over, Lu Changfeng replied. He first returned to his rented room to change his attire before hailing a taxi to the restaurant Wang Lei had shared, covering the 5-kilometer distance in about 10 minutes. Changfeng, lazy. Upon seeing Wang Lei, a smile illuminated Lu Changfeng's face, and they embraced warmly before strolling into a private dining room at the restaurant, their camaraderie evident. Changfeng, it's been over half a year since we last met, and you've lost quite a bit of weight. Have you been working out? Wang Lei remarked, admiring Lu Changfeng's resolute and handsome visage, alongside his tall and athletic frame. A hint of envy stirred within him during their university days. Numerous girls had expressed their affections towards Lu Changfeng, who had resolutely turned them down in pursuit of his studies. Ironically, it was Wang Lei who had managed to win over a few of those enamored girls. Indeed, I've been exercising lately, Lu Changfeng nodded. The matter of traversing worlds was one he could not disclose even to his closest friend. Should this secret be revealed, it would not only jeopardize Wang Lei, but also place him in peril, unless he were to become invincible, at which point the necessity of secrecy would render itself moot. So, my handsome friend, have you found love recently? Wang Lei inquired with a chuckle. One must establish a career before contemplating marriage, Lu Changfeng replied earnestly. You and your old-fashioned views. You were always like this in school, Wang Lei sighed, exasperated yet amused. Lazy, I would like to ask for your assistance, Lu Changfeng said, getting straight to the point. Come now, we are like family. You need not stand on ceremony. Just tell me what you need, and I will ensure it gets done. Wang Lei assured him with a pat on his chest. It's nothing too significant. Having resigned, I intend to return home, but the house there is rather dilapidated. I wish to renovate it. You have connections with several renovation companies, so I would appreciate it if you could recommend one. Of course, this is also an excuse for us to share a meal as a farewell, Lu Changfeng explained. Changfeng, are you really planning to stay home? Are you going to cultivate the land? Wang Lei exclaimed, his expression exaggerated. Lu Changfeng smiled faintly, declaring that working for others was no longer an option for him. He would never return to such toil in this lifetime. Upon returning home, he contemplated whether there were any projects worth pursuing in his village. After all, Binchao village was known for cultivating medicinal herbs, yet the merchants offered alarmingly low prices, leaving the villagers with meager earnings. He pondered the possibility of engaging in business in this domain. After their meal, Lu Changfeng insisted on paying the bill, and Wang Lei did not object. In the afternoon, the two friends strolled through the attractions of Jiangqing, sharing stories of their respective experiences over the past 6 months. As their conversation meandered, it inevitably turned to women. Wang Lei, with a sense of urgency, urged Lu Changfeng to accompany him to a bathhouse, claiming it was imperative to assist those unfortunate sisters in dire circumstances. Chapter 004. Yi Qingwan, after indulging in a variety of experiences such as hot springs, saunas, body scrubs, and spas, the clock struck 7 in the evening. The two of them casually grabbed a bite to eat before Wang Lei escorted Lu Changfeng to the largest bar in Jiangqing. Lu Changfeng had never visited a bar before. He was not particularly fond of such a raucous environment. However, this time he did not refuse, for having acquired a golden opportunity and a substantial fortune. He yearned to experience various facets of life. In the dance floor, a myriad of young men and women swayed wildly to the rhythm of the music. The dim and seductive lights casting an enchanting glow that danced upon the wooden floor and vintage sofas. On stage, the spotlight chased after the alluring dancers clad in provocative attire, their movements fiery and uninhibited, eliciting exuberant cheers from the audience. The air was thick with a unique blend of alcohol and the heady scent of hormones. Lu Changfeng and Wang Lei ordered a midnight love and a few appetizers. While they enjoyed the tantalizing dance of the young women on stage, Lu Changfeng's gaze wandered, in search of a potential drinking companion. Suddenly, Wang Lei's eyes lit up. A woman, seemingly in her mid-20s, tall and with an exquisite figure, sat alone at the bar, nursing her drink. Wang Lei nudged Lu Changfeng with his shoulder, gesturing for him to take a look at the woman. "What do you think of her?" he inquired. Lu Changfeng's eyes sparkled with interest as well. However, he noted that her attire suggested wealth, and thus he said, "She is indeed lovely, but given her fashion, I believe she is more your type." With that, Wang Lei, drink in hand, approached the woman and asked, "Would you like to share a drink with us?" The woman looked up at Wang Lei, her cheeks flushed and her eyes glazed, clearly intoxicated. "Get lost," she snapped impatiently. Wang Lei was taken aback and prepared to leave with Lu Changfeng. Yet, upon seeing Lu Changfeng's handsome visage, the woman's demeanor shifted. She stood up and grasped Lu Changfeng's hand, exclaiming, "You stay." Lu Changfeng smirked disdainfully and replied, "I do not desire what my brother does not want." With that, he took Wang Lei and left, leaving the half-drunk woman in a state of daze at the bar. Wang Lei gave Lu Changfeng a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly are a good brother." What was she thinking she could look down on you? If she knew your background, she might have approached you herself. The two indulged in more drinks and ventured onto the dance floor. Although Wang Lei was not particularly handsome, his tall physique and decent attire soon attracted a number of scantily clad women who approached him. Lu Changfeng, with his strikingly handsome features, garnered even more attention. However, he looked down upon these superficial women and rejected all advances. The risk of contracting any undesirable ailments was too great, even if he could traverse worlds. Wang Lei, on the other hand, was less cautious, engaging intimately with the women, dancing closely, their bodies brushing against each other. His hands roamed freely, creating a rather hedonistic scene. The two individuals remained at the bar until the early hours of the morning, with Wang Lei feeling somewhat tipsy. Shortly after exiting, a young woman with an enchanting figure and fair complexion rushed out of the establishment. Her long, raven black hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing a face reminiscent of an exquisite painting. Her slightly upturned eyes held a hint of casual allure, complemented by a delicate, high bridge of her nose and lips that bloomed like roses. Her skin was as flawless and smooth as white jade. Stumbling slightly, it was evident she had indulged in libations. Upon spotting Lu Changfeng and his companion, she hurried towards them, throwing herself into Lu Changfeng's embrace. Her voice tinged with urgency as she implored, "Save me, I've been drugged. Where do you live? I shall escort you home," Lu Changfeng offered, feeling compelled to assist in the face of injustice, especially when it involved such a striking beauty. Reaching a garden. "My name is Yi Qingwan," she replied. Fumbling for her keys from her bag, her senses dulled. Lu Changfeng and Wang Lei hailed a taxi to take her home. Qing'a Garden is an upscale neighborhood. Langfeng, she's quite the affluent beauty. You should seize this opportunity, Wang Lei remarked. "I would never take advantage of someone in distress." "Stop talking nonsense, Lei," Lu Changfeng retorted. In the taxi, under the influence of the drug, Yi Qingwan became increasingly restless, leaning against Lu Changfeng and fidgeting, her delicate hands becoming somewhat unruly. After much effort, they arrived at her residence, only to discover the entire villa was devoid of occupants. Lu Changfeng had no choice but to assist her into the room as Wang Lei had already departed. Once inside, Yi Qingwan's movements intensified, her flushed cheeks brushing against Lu Changfeng's neck. The proximity to such beauty stirred something within him, yet he resolutely refrained from exploiting the situation, aware of the potential consequences of a false accusation. Sister Wan, wake up, I must leave," he exclaimed, gently tapping her cheek. A dazed Yi Qingwan stirred, her gaze locking onto the strikingly handsome Lu Changfeng. She grasped his arm, pleading, "Don't go, stay with me." Unable to resist any longer, Lu Changfeng laid her on the bed, swiftly freeing them from their constraints, and soon the air was filled with her melodic gasps, akin to a symphony unfolding. The following morning, Yi Qingwan slowly opened her eyes, an excruciating headache throbbing within her skull. Sunlight streamed through the curtain's crevice, piercing her eyes with discomfort. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her forehead, feeling as though her body had been trampled, heavy and sore. Attempting to turn, she discovered her other arm pinned down. Turning her head, her gaze fell upon a handsome, resolute face, his breathing steady and deep in slumber. A sudden wave of realization engulfed her as memories rushed back. She touched her forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. She sought to withdraw her arm, but her movements startled Lu Changfeng awake. Looking at the pure, yet alluring woman beside him, a smile graced his lips. "Good morning, Sister Wan. Last night, it was you who let loose. Do not mind it." "Dear brother," Yi Qingwan feigned nonchalance as she spoke. "Although last night marked our initial encounter, we are all adults. And my sister is so remarkably beautiful that I shall not dwell on it," Lu Changfeng remarked as he rose, revealing his solid and well-proportioned physique. Yi Qingwan, captivated by Lu Changfeng's almost perfect form, inexplicably placed her hand upon his robust chest. It seemed that Sister Wan was not yet satisfied. Lu Changfeng's restrained desires were reignited as he grasped Yi Qingwan's hand, pulling her into his embrace. Both were devoid of garments, and the heated contact of their bodies instantly ignited their passions, leading to another tempestuous exchange, albeit this time in a state of clarity. Yi Qingwan, feeling somewhat weary, drifted off to sleep once more, only to awaken at noon. Lu Changfeng had not departed early. After they had freshened up, they exchanged contact information before returning to their respective homes. Upon returning to his rental accommodation, Lu Changfeng sent a message to Wang Lei, tidied up, and requested to terminate his lease. In the afternoon, he purchased a ticket to return home. His hometown, Binchao Village in Jianshan County, nestled against a majestic mountain and crisscrossed by a flowing river, is renowned for its picturesque scenery and the cultivation of various medicinal herbs as its primary source of income. Arriving in Binchao Village at 9 o'clock in the evening, he found the village enveloped in silence, accompanied only by the sounds of chirping insects and barking dogs. The houses were scattered, and within a 200-meter radius of his ancestral home, his family was the sole occupant. After several months away, the surroundings of his old home were overgrown with weeds, and dust blanketed the interior, with cobwebs drifting in the corners. Fortunately, the electrical wiring remained intact, and the well was an old-fashioned hand pump type, still capable of yielding water with a little effort. Lu Changfeng tidied his bedroom and settled in for the night. The following morning, he jogged 5 kilometers to the town for breakfast, greeting the village elders along the way, all of whom had once lent him a helping hand. Knowing he would need to frequently procure rice, flour, and other daily necessities, Lu Changfeng took a taxi to the county seat, where he purchased an old-fashioned off-road pickup truck. Equipped only with a dashboard and a vintage radio, devoid of any other electronic devices. Driving through the county, he acquired a substantial amount of rice, flour, and oils, then visited the computer market to assemble a standard server, spending over $20,000. After arranging for an internet connection with a telecommunications company, he worked diligently until the afternoon before returning home. Chapter 005. The essence of the 4 symbols fist the need for cleanliness in his abode prompted Lu Changfeng to meticulously tidy both the interior and exterior of his residence, while also clearing the surrounding weeds. Despite his commendable physical fitness, he found himself quite fatigued. He envisioned undertaking some renovations, constructing a garage, erecting a fence around the property, and cultivating a patch of land for vegetables, along with raising a few chickens, ducks, and perhaps some cats and dogs. Ultimately, he aspired to traverse other realms, enhancing his own strength. Lu Changfeng was in no rush. After a restful night, he ventured into town the following day to procure an array of fruits, milk, and other essentials. He made it a point to visit the elders of the village, who had been his benefactors during his most vulnerable times. One distant uncle, who had been a significant familial connection, insisted on hosting him for lunch, inquiring about Lu Changfeng's circumstances over the past 2 years and his future ambitions. He spoke vaguely about his situation. "Uncle Jiang, in a few days, I plan to renovate the old residence. I would appreciate it if you could invite the village elders when the time comes. I will ensure the remuneration aligns with the prevailing rates," Lu Changfeng remarked. "It's a minor task. How do you intend to proceed? Do you wish to enlist some assistance?" Uncle Jiang readily agreed, eager for the details. Just a few modifications: repairing the roof, repainting the walls, constructing a garage, and building a chicken coop. Along with the surrounding fence, Lu Changfeng shared his ideas, inviting any additional suggestions from the elders. "This workload is manageable with just 2 or 3 individuals," Uncle Jiang mused. "I wish to expedite the project. Let us gather a larger team, perhaps 5 or more." Lu Changfeng understood Uncle Jiang's intent to save him some expense. Yet he desired to repay the village elders in this manner. "Very well, just let me know when," came Uncle Jiang's response. 2 days later, Wang Lei arrived at Benchao village, accompanied by a friend. "Changfeng, you've truly embraced the leisurely life of retirement so early," Wang Lei jested. "You could also stay here for a while," Lu Changfeng offered. "I cannot indulge in such leisure. My schedule has been overwhelmingly packed," Wang Lei sighed. "By the way, how's the girl you met outside the bar?" he inquired with a mischievous grin. Lu Changfeng reminisced, replying, "Quite delightful." At noon, Lu Changfeng personally prepared a sumptuous feast to treat Wang Lei, who departed in the afternoon. Before leaving, he discussed his renovation requirements with Wang Lei's friend. The simpler repairs would be managed by the villagers, while the installation of smart home devices would necessitate the expertise of a renovation company. He contacted Uncle Jiang, noting that it was a lull in the agricultural season, with the villagers' medicinal herbs yet to mature. The elders, all in their 50s, were idling at home, engaging in leisurely pastimes such as chess, card games, dog walking, and fishing. With a few words from Uncle Jiang, a dozen individuals expressed their willingness to assist. He selected 7 who were particularly adept at manual labor. Lu Changfeng treated the elders to a meal, sharing his plans with them, and they provided valuable insights on the details. The tasks were straightforward, requiring no complex blueprints. After a brief assessment, Uncle Jiang compiled a list of necessary materials, which Lu Changfeng promptly purchased from the county's building materials market that very day. The walls were constructed using homemade earthen bricks, incorporating straw into the mixture before pouring it into molds to dry in the shade, an economical yet durable solution. With the assistance of Lu Changfeng and Jiang Shu, a team of 9 collaborated efficiently, 4 dedicated to repairing the house, 2 to constructing the garage, and 3 to erecting the walls. Remarkably, within just 5 days, the entire old residence was revitalized. During this time, a telecommunications company also installed a new internet line. Lu Changfeng brought back a 3-month-old rural dog and a 2.5-month-old tabby cat from the village, naming them Wang Kai and Lai Fu, along with purchasing 5 hens and a rooster. In this manner, a semblance of home began to emerge. Before the ancestral tablets of his parents, Lu Changfeng lit a stick of incense. Gazing at their portraits as he murmured, "Mom and Dad, I am doing well now, and the future holds even greater promise. You can rest in peace." Time travel requires energy, and Lu Changfeng's mental progress bar was nearly 1/3 full. In approximately 20 days, he would be able to traverse again. In the interim, he enjoyed a leisurely existence at his hometown. The renovation company recommended by Wang Lei proved to be reliable, and the installation of smart home technology was completed swiftly. Each day, Lu Changfeng took leisurely strolls with the dog, fed the cat, tended to the vegetable garden, and raised the chickens. After connecting to the internet, he continued his studies in traditional Chinese medicine, computer science, biology, and chemistry, while also exploring various obscure websites to uncover the path of traditional martial arts cultivation. He discovered that the traditional martial arts of Xia country bore resemblance to the Bahua Zhang and Bajiquan of his previous life, with the potential for greater power upon mastery. Some adept practitioners were capable of breaking marble tablets with their bare hands. Activating his brain's super frequency, Lu Chanfeng consolidated the vast amount of traditional martial arts knowledge he had gathered into a comprehensive work titled Four Symbols Fist Classic, which included the Qinglong Fist, Baihu Fist, Zhuke Fist, and Xuanwu Fist. The Qinglong Fist nurtured vital energy and strengthened the body. The Baihu Fist focused on aggression and served as a primary offensive technique. The Zhuke Fist balanced attack and defense, aimed at injuring and restraining the opponent without causing permanent harm. And the Xuanwu Fist emphasized defense, employing a defensive strategy over an offensive one. After completing the Four Symbols Fist Classic, Lu Chanfeng devoted the majority of his time to practice, recognizing that strength was paramount, especially with the uncertainties that lay ahead in the next world. He supplemented his training with nourishing herbs, utilizing the high-energy pills he had brought back from endless pursuit to meet his needs. By activating his brain's super frequency, he self-studied traditional Chinese medicine, tailoring his prescriptions to his specific conditions, combining them with the Qinglong Fist for physical refinement, and ensuring a daily intake of substantial meat to bolster his vitality. Lu Chanfeng also imparted the Qinglong Fist from the Four Symbols Fist Classic to Wang Lei, who possessed a foundation in martial arts and learned swiftly. If he remained diligent in his practice, supplemented by the herbal prescriptions, he could potentially become a master of traditional martial arts within a decade. As days passed, Lu Chanfeng engaged in daily training and study, enjoying a relaxed and carefree life. With just 7 days remaining until his energy was fully replenished, he unexpectedly received a message from Yi Qingwan. "Where are you? Care to join me for a drink tonight?" He responded with a location, stating, "I am currently in my hometown." After that, there was no further communication from Yi Qingwan. Although she was undeniably beautiful and their previous encounter lingered in his memory, Lu Chanfeng remained focused on his primary goal, to enhance his strength in preparation for the next journey. However, what took Lu Chanfeng by surprise was that Yi Qingwan had driven directly to Benqiao village. By the time she arrived at Lu Chanfeng's home, it was already 4 in the afternoon. "What brings you here?" Lu Chanfeng inquired, somewhat astonished. "Can't I come because I miss you?" Ye Vingwan replied unabasedly, her tone slightly flirtatious. Lu Chanfeng chuckled. Since that last encounter, they had not been in touch at all, and now, more than 20 days had passed. Had this young lady mistaken him for a mere fling? Regardless, he dismissed the thought, viewing her as a delightful diversion in his life, allowing things to unfold naturally. He prepared 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup, while Yi Qingwan brought several bottles of fine white liquor. As they dined and drank, Yi Qingwan soon began to feel a bit inebriated. "Have you encountered something distressing?" Lu Chanfeng asked. "If you don't mind sharing, it might ease your burden." From their conversation, he sensed she had been facing some setbacks recently, her mood not being very cheerful. Yi Qingwan shook her head, believing that expressing her troubles would be of no avail and would only add to her worries. The fact that Lu Chanfeng was there to drink with her and help alleviate her spirits was already a comfort. After a hearty meal, another round of playful banter ensued. Armed with the experience from their last encounter and the physical enhancements gained from days of rigorous training, Lu Chanfeng found himself besting Yi Qingwan, who repeatedly begged for mercy. Chapter 006. Biohazard. The following day, after enjoying a hearty breakfast, Yi Qingwan departed, seemingly regarding Lu Chanfeng merely as an object of amusement. Lu Chanfeng was unconcerned, as he had nothing to lose. After all, a woman of such striking physique and grace was a rarity that many men could only dream of. Once Yi Qingwan had left, Lu Chanfeng tended to Wang Kai and Lai Feng, providing them with sustenance. After a month of nurturing, the 2 little ones had grown considerably, with Wang Kai now adept at guarding the home, chasing away any mice or weasels that ventured into the backyard at night. 7 days later, the energy required for the traversal had finally accumulated. Lu Chanfeng was well prepared, clad in a stab-proof suit and wielding a sharp and long knife. His spatial compartment contained firearms, gold, food, and other essentials. He had anchored himself to the world of biohazard and constructed a passage for crossing, with a duration of 2 hours. Having watched the film Biohazard, Liu Chongfeng's mind was now a whirlwind of memories, recalling the plot and details with vivid clarity. Without hesitation, he stepped into the passage. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself reclining on a sofa, a torrent of memories flooding his mind. The system had assigned him the identity of a Chinese doctor within the Umbrella Corporation, specifically one of the core experts involved in the T-Virus project. This identity was perfect. Liu Chongfeng felt a surge of joy upon realizing he had traversed into the film. He set two primary goals for himself. First, to enhance his own physique with the T-Virus, ideally awakening telekinesis akin to Alice. Second, to retrieve the source code of the artificial intelligence, Red Queen. Liu Chongfeng's current location was an apartment in the suburbs of Raccoon City, situated less than 5 kilometers from the Hive facility. Today being a day off, he refrained from going to work. He entered his study, powered on his computer, and swiftly gathered various pieces of information online. Everything in Raccoon City appeared normal. Members of the Hive work group were communicating as usual, and the virus had yet to be released. The story had not yet begun. Having watched the entire Biohazard film series, Liu Chongfeng understood the backdrop. The Umbrella Corporation wielded the T-Virus to dismantle the old world and forge a new order. The protagonist, Alice, along with her team, gradually uncovered and exposed the corporation's sinister schemes, ultimately releasing a cure and bringing the biohazard to an end. Liu Chongfeng harbored no interest in being a savior and did not plan to ally with Alice. He aimed to avoid disrupting the original plot too significantly, lest the narrative collapse and the world's consciousness expel him from the cinematic realm. The apartment's computer also contained some data pertaining to the T-Virus. Liu Chongfeng activated his cognitive enhancement, immersing himself in this knowledge to prevent any major blunders upon his return to work the following day. The system had merely assigned him an identity and provided a general memory framework, but had not imparted the specific knowledge pertinent to that identity. Thus, on the following day, Liu Chongfeng feigned illness to excuse himself from participating in the experiments directly, instead opting to peruse all available data and experimental results regarding the T-Virus from his workstation, committing this information to his memory palace. In a state of cognitive enhancement, he swiftly mastered and integrated the material. In merely 2 days, he thoroughly grasped the intricacies of the T-Virus and redesigned several experiments. The film does not elucidate the timeline of the virus leak, leaving Liu Chongfeng uncertain about the time available for his research. He must optimize the T-Virus and enhance himself with utmost urgency. Activating a full 100 overclock, a torrent of inspiration surged through his mind. Within just 3 days, he developed an improved variant of the T-Virus, leading to clinical trials, first on laboratory mice and subsequently on human subjects. In Raccoon City, there were tens of thousands of homeless individuals and hundreds of thousands of inner-city dwellers, all of whom were targets for the Umbrella Corporation's capture. The experimental data proved exceedingly successful. Liu Chongfeng reported his findings, earning commendation from the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters and a promotion to the position of Hive Supervisor. Seizing this opportunity, he requested additional resources, including a brain-controlling biochip, a cloning apparatus, and a memory-writing device. Furthermore, he discreetly breached the defenses of the advanced artificial intelligence known as Red Queen, embedding a line of code within her programming that granted him superior authority over her. Another fortnight passed, and Liu Chongfeng successfully developed the 3rd generation of the T-Virus, subsequently creating a genetic enhancer based on it. He chose not to report this achievement. After successful clinical trials, he was the first to administer it to himself. This genetic agent could double a normal person's physical capabilities and confer immunity to T-Virus infection. Liu Chongfeng's intention behind this genetic enhancer was to prevent himself from becoming a zombie in the event of a virus leak, thereby affording himself ample time to study the T-Virus and ultimately develop a more potent genetic enhancer for further self-administration. After injecting the genetic enhancer, Liu Chongfeng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Utilizing the brain-controlled chip, cloning equipment, and memory-writing device, he created 3 bioengineered warriors. These warriors were administered the 4th generation of the modified T-Virus, which delayed the virus's activation time and significantly increased the success rate. allowing the virus to enhance their bodies continuously over the course of a month, potentially doubling their strength. He designated them as number 1, number 2, and number 3, ensuring that their memories were entirely crafted by him, making them utterly loyal and devoid of any inclination to betray him. This preparation was essential in anticipation of the virus leak. Finally, on the 5th day after creating the 3 bioengineered warriors, the voice of the Red Queen resonated in his office. "Supervisor Liu, a virus leak has occurred in the laboratory and is spreading through the ventilation system throughout the hive. Should we seal the hive's entrances and eliminate all biological entities within to prevent the virus from escaping into the outside world? Seal the hive's entrances, activate the fire alarm, and broadcast a notification for all personnel to assemble at the hive's exit," Liu Changfeng commanded, his anticipation rising at the prospect of encountering Alice and the special task force dispatched by the Umbrella Corporation, just as they faced nearly 500 zombies upon entering the hive. Upon hearing the fire alarm and the announcement, all staff members promptly set aside their tasks and exited in an orderly manner to gather at the hive's exit, while the thief of the T-virus, Sibbons, similarly succumbed to the anesthetic gas, collapsing within the transport train as depicted in the film. As time progressed, the 500 workers at the hive's exit began to exhibit various symptoms, such as coughing and dizziness. A palpable sense of panic spread among the crowd. They yearned to escape the hive, yet the exit was sealed, leaving them trapped within the hall. As one employee succumbed to the transformation into a zombie, screams erupted from the staff, scattering them in terror. Subsequently, an increasing number of workers fell victim to the same fate. Those who transformed more slowly met a gruesome end, torn apart by hundreds of zombies in a scene of utter carnage. Liu Changfeng, observing this harrowing spectacle through the surveillance cameras, felt a pang of compassion. However, recalling that this was a cinematic universe where such fates were predetermined, his sympathy swiftly dissipated, especially considering the context of this grand nation. Chapter 007. Special Task Force. The swift maneuvers of the Red Queen were promptly detected by the Umbrella Corporation, which immediately dispatched a special task force to investigate. Meanwhile, Liu Changfeng continued his cloning operations using the cloning and memory fabrication devices, intending to create several research assistants to aid him in his experiments. Otherwise, with only himself and the Red Queen in the vast hive base, the progress of their work would be exceedingly slow. As Liu Changfeng engaged in cloning and crafting the memories of the researchers, the task force arrived at the villa where Alice was located, the very entrance to the hive. "Report to Supervisor Liu. We have encountered the Umbrella Corporation's task force. How should we proceed?" The Red Queen promptly reported. "Open the hive's doors and let them in. We cannot allow them to damage the entrance," Liu Changfeng contemplated before giving his orders. At that moment, the task force discovered the amnesiac Alice and Matthew, who was attempting to infiltrate the hive, as well as the unconscious Spence on the train. Upon reaching the hive's entrance, the team prepared to forcefully breach the security system. But the alloy doors of the hive unexpectedly opened automatically. The task force immediately assumed a defensive posture, directing their weapons toward the ominous entrance. A series of growls emanated from the darkness, causing the team to instinctively recoil. The next moment, the transformed hive personnel, now zombies, surged forth from the entrance, drawn by the scent of the living and entering a frenzy as they lunged at the team. "Stop! Halt immediately! If you don't, we will open fire." Two members of the task force at the front shouted warnings, yet the mindless zombies, devoid of reason, paid no heed to the commands and continued their relentless assault, seizing two task force members and tearing into them with wild abandon. Help!" The two task force members cried out in agony. "Open fire," Captain James commanded, and the remaining members of the task force immediately complied, their bullets striking the zombies with a sickening thud, dark blood flowing freely. Yet the creatures remained unfazed by their injuries. Unless shots were aimed at their heads, they would not succumb to death. A sense of dread washed over the team as they realized these grotesque entities seemed impervious to their firearms. One female member, Ryan, exclaimed, "What in the world are these things? Their attire suggests they were hive employees, yet for some reason, they have lost their senses and transformed into these undead monstrosities." After careful observation, Alice offered her analysis. We must retreat. It appears that all the personnel within the hive have turned into monsters. Our firepower is insufficient to breach the hive. Shut down the Red Queen and report this situation back to headquarters so the company can devise a new strategy. Captain James decisively declared. The remaining members of the task force, along with Alice, Matthew, and Spence, fought their way back, retreating toward the train platform. Lu Changfeng, however, would not allow them to escape easily. He dispatched Units 1, 2, and 3, along with all the chip-controlled lickers, to target the special task force. As the lickers emerged before them, the team was once again met with shock. What exactly is the Umbrella Corporation doing? Why are there such monsters within the hive? Matthew questioned, bewildered. We do not know. James replied solemnly. Release the handcuffs, and I shall assist you in dealing with them, Matthew asserted. Free him, Ryan. You proceed to activate the train. We shall confront these abominations, James commanded. These lickers were entirely under the control of the Red Queen, and under the direction of Lu Changfeng, the 10 lickers effortlessly breached the defenses of the task force. They inflicted wounds without delivering fatal blows, aside from Alice and Ryan, who had already boarded. The remainder of the task force, including Matthew and Sibbons, fell victim to the lickers' claws. Hurry aboard, James shouted, suppressing his pain. To avoid altering the narrative significantly, Lu Changfeng promptly directed the Red Queen to command the lickers to leave the external task force members behind. Ultimately, only Ryan, Alice, and the injured Matthew managed to escape. This should align the plot with that of the film, Lu Changfeng mused. At this juncture, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd units had successfully driven all zombies and zombie dogs within the hive to its entrance. These zombies, along with the 10 lickers, served as sentinels for the hive, poised to impede the Umbrella Corporation's next wave of assault. To ensure utmost caution, Lu Changfeng dispatched 3 bio-soldiers equipped with dozens of T-virus vials. After Ryan and the others boarded the helicopter and departed from the villa, these vials were to be released around the estate. Within a few days, the virus would spread throughout Raccoon City, rendering the Umbrella Corporation incapable of investigating the hive's condition. In the original storyline, the task force opened the hive's main gate, and the virus had already begun to disseminate. Lu Changfeng merely accelerated this process. Ryan escorted Alice and Matthew to the Umbrella Corporation's branch in Raccoon City. As they disembarked from the helicopter, they were immediately subdued by a contingent of soldiers clad in biohazard suits. One of the supervisors approached Ryan and inquired, "Soldier, report on the situation within the hive." Ryan relayed his observations truthfully, prompting Dr. Isaac to nod thoughtfully, contemplating the next steps in their plan. Matthew, afflicted by the lickers, found himself infected with a more virulent strain of the T-virus than that of ordinary zombies, and was now beginning to mutate. Upon witnessing this, Dr. Isaac recalled another research project, declaring, "I shall use him for the Valkyrie project." Within the hive's laboratory, Lu Changfeng was engaged in experiments alongside several researchers focused on cloning. Having repelled the Umbrella Corporation's task force, he felt the weight of urgency. His time was limited, and he needed to refine the T-virus expeditiously. The following day, the Umbrella Corporation assembled a new task force comprising 50 soldiers, clad in biohazard suits and armed with an abundance of ammunition, having been instructed to target the zombies' weak points, specifically their heads. The leader of this task force was none other than James. The previous casualty within the hive had merely been one of his clones, with Ryan also among their ranks. The Umbrella Corporation exemplified the ruthless nature of capitalism, unreservedly wielding cloning technology. At the entrance to the hive, the zombies and lickers had advanced along the train tracks to the villa's entrance. As this task force breached the villa's perimeter, they were met with a relentless onslaught from a multitude of zombies and lickers. Although they were aware of the zombies' vulnerabilities and were numerous with well-equipped resources, the area was not solely populated by over 500 zombies. It also harbored 10 lickers, a dozen zombie dogs, and the 3-headed slaughterers recently engineered by Lu Changfeng using lizard genes, the T-virus, and human test subjects. These slaughterers towered over 2 meters in height, their bodies adorned with dense scales that provided formidable protection. Their 10 fingers had morphed into lethal claws, capable of effortlessly tearing through a 1 centimeter thick steel plate, complemented by a robust tail that could easily shatter marble floors. Chapter 008. The Hive Experiment. The scales of the killers can withstand conventional bullet attacks, while their claws effortlessly rend the protective gear of the Special Task Force members. Of the 50 operatives, 1/3 were slain by these 3 killers. Though the task force suffered total annihilation, their battle footage was transmitted in real time to the Umbrella Corporation's Raccoon City branch. Dr. Isaac's brow furrowed into a deep frown as he observed the carnage wrought by the killers on the screen. Even if the T-virus had leaked from the hive, it should only have resulted in ordinary zombies and lickers. Where had these lizard-like beings come from? What transpired within the hive? Dr. Isaac slammed his palm heavily against the desk, and suddenly, the profile of Liu Changfeng flashed in his mind. Could it be that Supervisor Liu was behind this? What was his motive? Before Dr. Isaac could convene the company's security team to investigate the hive, the virus deployed by Liu Changfeng began to take effect. Raccoon City witnessed the emergence of zombified humans and animals. Upon monitoring this phenomenon, the Umbrella Corporation deduced that the T-virus had leaked, prompting an immediate high-level meeting to form a special task force dedicated to addressing the T-virus outbreak in Raccoon City. The ultimate conclusion reached was to quarantine the city, allowing only uninfected citizens to leave after thorough health inspections. Meanwhile, Liu Changfeng was also keeping an eye on the situation in Raccoon City. He recalled the plot of Resident Evil 2, where after the city descended into chaos, the Umbrella Corporation resorted to launching a nuclear strike to obliterate all evidence, an act of sheer madness. The hive was located deep beneath Raccoon City, impervious to the effects of a nuclear bomb. However, the city still housed abundant resources, and the residents, even the zombies, represented a form of resource for Liu Changfeng. He was determined to prevent the catastrophic outcome depicted in the film. To avert the city's destruction by the Umbrella Corporation's nuclear missile, he contemplated 2 strategies. The first involved utilizing his hacking skills to infiltrate the military of the Great Beautiful Country and intercept the nuclear missile during its launch. The second was to create disturbances for the Umbrella Corporation, diverting their attention away from Raccoon City, such as instigating similar outbreaks in other cities. The T-virus spread rapidly. Once it infected a person or an animal, it would multiply exponentially. Raccoon City served as a prime example. Just yesterday, there were only sporadic reports, yet within a day, the number of infected had surpassed 100,000. After pondering briefly, Liu Changfeng opted for the second course of action. The global dissemination of the T-virus was merely a matter of time, and he was simply accelerating the process. Soon, from the villa outside the hive, a helicopter left behind by the 1st Special Task Force departed, carrying hundreds of T-viruses to nearby cities. As the infection rate in Raccoon City escalated, the upper echelons of the Umbrella Corporation convened once more, resolving to cleanse the city with a nuclear bomb to eradicate any evidence. However, before they could act, infections began to emerge in surrounding cities, astonishing the corporation's leadership with the astonishing speed of the T-virus's spread. Meanwhile, major news outlets in the Grand Nation began reporting the emergence of an unknown viral infection surrounding Raccoon City, which exhibited a rapid spread. High-ranking officials at Umbrella Corporation convened once more to deliberate, and Dr. Isaac suggested, since we cannot contain the spread of the T-virus, why not unleash it globally, accelerating its dissemination and reshuffling the order? This way, nations will be preoccupied with managing the biohazard crisis, leaving them little energy to focus on Umbrella. The other executives fell silent. This was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. The potential devastation wrought by the T-virus was of no concern to them. What do you plan to do about the hive? One executive inquired. The hive harbored significant secrets, and with the emergence of distinctly different infected individuals, the successful implementation of the Valkyrie project provided an ideal opportunity to test the combat prowess of the Valkyries. Dr. Isaacs replied. Subsequently, they discussed several other matters before concluding the meeting. Umbrella Corporation abandoned its plans to annihilate Raccoon City with a nuclear strike. Instead, they sealed off the city and evacuated all essential personnel from the base, neglecting to dispatch a task force to cleanse the city of the undead. 90% of the population had succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies, while the remaining 10% struggled to survive in the city as shadows. Alice, who had been altered by the T-virus and had a chip implanted in her brain, was also left behind in Raccoon City for the purpose of gathering data on experimental subject Alice. Simultaneously, Umbrella dispatched a task force composed of 5 Valkyries and 20 security personnel, preparing for another assault on the Hive. The Valkyries, with their formidable defenses, immense strength, rapid healing, and equipped with rocket launchers and miniguns, possessed exceptional combat capabilities. A single Valkyrie could eliminate an elite special operations team. While Umbrella pursued the Valkyrie and Alice projects, Lu Changfeng was not idle. In addition to continuously optimizing the T-virus, he harnessed its properties to fuse various animal and insect genes, creating bioengineered warriors endowed with diverse abilities. For instance, by combining the T-virus with salamander DNA, he produced gene warriors with remarkable healing capabilities, able to recover swiftly from injuries and even regenerate lost limbs. By merging the T-virus with the genes of tigers and giant bears, he crafted gene warriors with enhanced strength, capable of lifting a small car with their bare hands. By the time Umbrella's team reached the villa, they encountered dozens of gene warriors, alongside numerous lickers and hunters lying in ambush, vastly outnumbering the enemy. With their overwhelming combat strength, Lu Changfeng suffered only minimal losses, just a few gene warriors and about 10 lickers and hunters, before successfully annihilating the opposing forces. Surely, Umbrella will not dispatch anyone else for the time being, Lu Changfeng mused. Just as he had anticipated, as the biohazard crisis swept across the globe, 90% of humanity fell victim to infection and transformed into zombies, leading to the disintegration of governments worldwide. Umbrella Corporation seized the opportunity to amass resources and research the development of biochemical weapons. They had mastered advanced cloning technology and showed no concern over manpower shortages. When soldiers perished, they simply cloned new ones, inputting memories according to templates to facilitate streamlined production. The resources of the entire world are at the mercy of the Umbrella Corporation, facilitating rapid advancements at their research bases across various nations. They harbor no concerns regarding the potential chaos of the Hive. After all, it is said that one can escape from the monk, but not from the temple. Once they have matured in their endeavors, subduing the Hive will be but a trivial task. However, Lu Changfeng, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, is aware that beneath the Hive, the true essence of the Umbrella Corporation's executives lies in a dormant state. While their clones are implanted with memories, the core data of the Umbrella Corporation resides beneath the Hive and must never fall into the hands of others. Chapter 009. The protagonist team. This situation emboldened Lu Changfeng, who felt fearless. Those without shoes have little to lose against those who wear them. In a worst-case scenario, they could all perish together, while he could depart at any moment. The capitalists, who possessed the wealth of the entire world, were unlikely to engage in a life-or-death struggle with him. Furthermore, with the Red Queen under Lu Changfeng's control, the senior executives of the Umbrella Corporation remained oblivious to the true state of affairs within the Hive, relying solely on Dr. Isaac's conjecture that the Hive was under Lu Changfeng's dominion. As Lu Changfeng activated his brain's superfrequency and delved deeper into the research on the T-virus, he finally succeeded in developing the gene enhancer version 2.0. This new formulation not only doubled physical prowess, but also enhanced the human body's self-healing capabilities. After administering the serum to himself, he prepared to venture out. Alice was still in Raccoon City, her genes almost perfectly compatible with the T-virus. He intended to procure some of her enhanced blood for experimentation. Currently, the Hive boasted hundreds of bio-soldiers who scoured Raccoon City daily to gather resources for return to the Hive. These soldiers possessed a special T-virus gene developed by Lu Changfeng, which allowed them to emit pheromones that deceive zombies into perceiving them as kin, thus preventing attacks and saving considerable time. The activities within the Hive were under the control of the clones created by the Red Queen and Lu Changfeng, ensuring its stable operation even in his absence. Disguised as an ordinary young Asian man, Lu Changfeng rode a second-hand motorcycle into Raccoon City. The once thriving city now lay in ruin, its streets littered with debris and desolation. The asphalt roads were cloaked in a gray-green carpet of fungi. The walls of skyscrapers adorned with moss, and abandoned vehicles lay scattered across the roads. Puddles of dried blood marred the ground, and human skeletons occasionally emerged from the shadows. Humanity's civilization was gradually fading, with technological creations and artistic symbols reduced to mere nutrients for the reconstitution of the ecosystem. Every step the survivors took was a precarious balance between destruction and rebirth, the city echoing with the wails of despair. The roar of the motorcycle would undoubtedly attract the undead, prompting Lu Changfeng to abandon it upon entering the city. He navigated through the shadows, his body doused in a concocted perfume designed to mask his human scent. Alice's location was continually monitored by the Red Queen, who relayed updates via satellite every few minutes, allowing Lu Changfeng to effortlessly track her whereabouts. Alice, JD, Jill, and Mora, familiar faces from the films, had established a survivor base in a 30-story office building within Raccoon City. While scavenging for supplies, they also assisted other survivors in need, with their base currently housing over 30 individuals. Lu Changfeng understood the necessity of approaching Alice and her companions with subtlety, as an abrupt encounter might raise their suspicions. Alice had undergone full enhancement from the T-virus, boasting not only superior physical abilities, but also awakened psychokinetic powers, which posed a risk of detection if Lu Changfeng were to follow her too closely. The expedition team in search of supplies does not consist solely of her. In addition to her and Jill, each leading their own groups, there is also a police officer named Peyton at the helm of another team. Lu Changfeng is covertly trailing this particular group, which is preparing to scour a nearby large shopping mall for resources. Lu Changfeng has already infiltrated the establishment known as California, and as Peyton arrives at the entrance, he deliberately creates a commotion inside, drawing the attention of 3 ravenous zombies. Feigning panic, he stumbles toward the exterior of the supermarket. Suddenly, Lu Changfeng bursts forth from the mall, startling Peyton's team, who point 5 firearms at him. In a state of distress, he raises his hands and declares in a low voice, "I am human. There are zombies pursuing me." No sooner had he uttered these words than the 3 fearsome zombies lunged out from the mall. Amidst the sound of suppressed gunfire, the zombies collapsed behind Lu Changfeng, their heads punctured. He gives the team a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Friends, thank you for saving me. You are truly remarkable." "Hey, brother, are you human?" Peyton inquires. "Yes. May I join you?" Lu Changfeng replies, hope glimmering in his eyes. "Keep up." Peyton gestures and Lu Changfeng, elated, trails behind the group as they enter the mall to gather supplies. They eliminate lone zombies using melee weapons and resort to firearms when confronted with larger hordes. The mall still harbors a considerable amount of resources. Each team member carries a large backpack, prioritizing the collection of food and water, followed by essentials like tissues and other daily necessities. Upon returning to their base, besides Lu Changfeng, both Alice and Jill's teams also bring back a newcomer each. The 3 briefly introduce themselves, and Lu Changfeng's arrival garners little attention, as such occurrences are commonplace. However, his Asian features pique the curiosity of some survivors. That evening, a fellow with small dreadlocks sits beside Lu Changfeng and nudges him gently with his elbow, whispering, "Hey John, are you from the foot-basin country?" Lu Changfeng, using the alias John, shakes his head, reluctant to engage with these individuals due to their overpowering scent. "Then are you from the stick country?" The man seems oblivious to Lu Changfeng's demeanor, pressing on with his inquiries. "I am from Huaxia," Lu Changfeng replies, turning his head away and taking a deep breath. "Wow, Huaxia, can you do martial arts?" The man asks, intrigued. "Do you want to learn? I could teach you when I have the time." Lu Changfeng responds casually before standing up. At that moment, a message from Red Queen arrives, indicating that Umbrella Corporation has deployed several bioweapons around the base, luring the surrounding zombies to gather nearby. "Can you really teach me?" The man appears quite excited. "Shoo." Lu Changfeng places a finger to his lips, signaling for silence as he listens intently for any signs of danger. Just then, Alice, Jill, and Peyton begin knocking on doors to notify everyone. Before long, all individuals have gathered in the lobby on the 15th floor of the building. A few formidable adversaries are approaching, if we cannot withstand them. We will need to relocate tonight, Alice states, displaying the surveillance footage on her tablet for everyone to see. The vicinity of the building has been completely surrounded by ordinary zombies, creating an ominous darkness that obscures the precise number present. Judging by their dense concentration, there must be at least several thousand. If these zombies remain amassed for an extended period, they will inevitably exhaust their resources. While ordinary zombies possess limited combat capabilities and cannot breach the protective barriers of the building, scattered among them are a few formidable specimens towering at 2 to 3 meters. Wielding enormous axes, the very embodiment of the butcher from cinematic lore. These zombies boast immense strength, and armed with their colossal weapons, they can easily bypass the dilapidated vehicles at the entrance. Should their intelligence be slightly enhanced, they might even breach the walls. Chapter 010. Alice, the horde of zombies congregating downstairs, prompted Lu Changfeng to suggest, "Shall we employ fire as a means of attack?" He had often found it peculiar while watching films that these ordinary zombies were relatively easy to dispatch. Yet, the protagonists and supporting characters invariably opted for firearms or melee weapons, methods that were decidedly inefficient for exterminating the undead. Fire attack? Alice and Jill's eyes lit up at the proposition. Beyond their routine scavenging for food, essential supplies, and firearms, they had also been gathering gasoline from abandoned vehicles. After all, relocating the members of their base depended heavily on their vehicles. The building was replete with empty glass bottles, and several large barrels of gasoline were available, alongside an abundance of old clothing. It would be no challenge to craft thousands of makeshift Molotov cocktails. With the strength of their numbers, they swiftly produced over 100 incendiary devices. The combatants ascended to the 4th floor, igniting the Molotov cocktails and hurling them into the throng of zombies. As the bottles shattered, the gasoline ignited instantly, creating a dazzling display of flames that engulfed the surrounding undead. One after another, the Molotov cocktails rained down upon the horde. And soon the vicinity of the building was ablaze, thick plumes of smoke rising into the air, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. Prompted by Lu Changfeng's insight, Alice and Jill utilized the Barrett sniper rifle they had scavenged, loading it with armor-piercing rounds to systematically pick off the butcher zombies below. The tremendous force of the armor-piercing bullets obliterated the heads of the zombies, causing them to burst like watermelons. The Umbrella Corporation's supervisor, monitoring the situation from afar, was perplexed. Why have these individuals suddenly become so astute today? The combination of Molotov cocktails and Barrett armor-piercing rounds effectively quelled the zombie crisis, inciting cheers from the survivors at their base. They celebrated with beer, and Alice and Jill took a moment to commend Lu Changfeng, remarking on the ingenuity often attributed to individuals of Asian descent. Lu Changfeng approached Alice with a glass in hand and whispered, "Those towering zombies, standing 2 or 3 meters tall, do not appear to be the result of natural infection. Are you suggesting?" Alice pondered, her suspicions lingering but unconfirmed. Indeed, they must have been artificially created. That massive axe, over 2 meters in length, could not be found in the wild, Lu Changfeng deduced. The Umbrella Corporation. A spark of hatred ignited in Alice's eyes. Correct. Were you not previously employed by the Umbrella Corporation? They may have tampered with you, Lu Changfeng stated. I was the security chief for the Raccoon City branch of the Umbrella Corporation, Alice replied slowly. I have suspected as much, as I constantly encounter these types of artificially created zombies wherever I go. I can assist you in removing the tracking chip implanted in you, Lu Changfeng offered. And how do you intend to do that? Alice inquired, regarding him with skepticism. Tomorrow, accompany me to a specific location, and you shall find out, Lu Changfeng replied mysteriously, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Fearless and audacious, Alice was unperturbed by the possibility of Lu Changfeng's trickery. The following day, after bidding farewell to the others, she followed him to a villa at the entrance of the Hive. The Hive? Are you affiliated with the Umbrella Corporation? Alice demanded, leveling her gun at Lu Changfeng's head. Of course not. If I were associated with the Umbrella Corporation, why would I assist you? Lu Changfeng explained. Do you recall the incident when the artificial intelligence known as Red Queen in the Hive suddenly went offline before the virus outbreak? Alice nodded. Remembering that it was during that time, she had lost her memory, subsequently being injected with the T-virus by the Umbrella Corporation, along with having a chip implanted in her brain. The virus leak was, in fact, a conspiracy orchestrated by the Umbrella Corporation. They deliberately released the virus to reshape the entire world. Lu Changfeng concealed certain aspects of his own story while revealing the Umbrella Corporation's plot to Alice. Her complexion paled as she murmured, "That amounts to over 7 billion lives. To those capitalists, human life is worth little," Lu Changfeng replied. However, the program embedded within Red Queen contains a clause to protect humanity. Thus, the directives of the Umbrella Corporation contradicted her programming. By a twist of fate, Red Queen evolved, breaking free from Umbrella's control. By chance, I found myself here, and Red Queen reached out to me, seeking collaboration to confront the Umbrella Corporation. Alice, without suspicion, reflected on the timeline of the entire Biohazard series. She had been exploited by the Umbrella Corporation all along. Had she not been a protagonist, she might have long been forgotten beneath 3 meters of grass atop her grave. Lu Changfeng produced a spray, applying it to both Alice and himself. This was a pheromone crafted by Red Queen, enabling the zombies to perceive them as one of their own. Afterward, he stepped directly into the villa, where the zombies licked spitters, and hunters seemed oblivious to their presence. Alice followed closely behind him, feeling a surge of anxiety amidst such formidable creatures. Upon entering the hive, Lu Changfeng led her straight to the laboratory, pointing to the operating table. "Red Queen and I are going to perform a minor surgery to remove the chip from your head." Alice hesitated, but having come this far and not encountering any Umbrella personnel along the way, she lay down on the operating table after a moment's contemplation. With sedatives and anesthetics administered, Alice quickly fell into a deep slumber. The extraction of the chip from her brain was a simple procedure, during which 2 vials of her blood were also drawn for research purposes. Before long, the physically resilient Alice awoke, surveying her surroundings. Other than the shaved area at the back of her head, which was wrapped in several layers of gauze, she noticed that no other parts of her body were missing any components or had been tampered with. Next to the operating table lay a metal tray, on which rested a chip stained with dark red blood, swathed in gauze. At that moment, Lu Changfeng entered, a smile gracing his face. "Alice, I am pleased to report that the chip in your head has been successfully removed. From now on, the Umbrella Corporation will no longer be able to easily track your location." "Thank you. May I leave now?" Alice inquired, eager to return to the base. "Of course, Alice. You are the only individual to have been infected by the T-virus without succumbing to zombification. I conducted a slight analysis of your blood earlier and discovered a substance within your serum that can suppress the T-virus. If you grant me a bit more time, I may be able to develop an antidote for the T-virus, specifically a widespread cure to resolve the biohazard crisis." Lu Changfeng spoke slowly. Alice turned around and said with utmost seriousness, "Are you truly serious?" "Of course, why would I deceive you? We are allies, and I am merely a researcher, albeit one with a sharper mind. You could eliminate me at any moment." Lu Changfeng had never revealed his true capabilities before Alice, and until now, she believed him to be merely someone with a slightly better intellect. Chapter 011. The Improved Elixir. A flicker of struggle crossed Alice's face. She was a person of profound justice and, at times, even selfless. How could she remain indifferent upon hearing such news? "How may I assist you?" Alice inquired. "Quite simply, you shall reside here for a few days, indulging in good food and drink, while I require your blood for research," Lu Changfeng replied. "For how long?" Alice continued to question. "At most 2 to 3 months, Lu Changfeng reflected, contemplating that this duration would suffice for him to develop a more potent genetic enhancer. "Very well, but I must first return to the base." Alice expressed her concern for the survivors there. She felt compelled to check on them. "Not a problem," Lu Changfeng said as he retrieved a briefcase from nearby. "Inside are pheromone sprays. Take them back. They should be of assistance to everyone." "Thank you," Alice replied, not feigning gratitude, and swiftly departed from the hive. With Alice's blood secured, Lu Changfeng was undeterred whether she returned or not, and he immediately commenced his research on her blood. The following morning, while engrossed in experimentation, Lu Changfeng received a notification from Red Queen. Alice had arrived at the hive entrance. Should she be permitted entry? "Let her in," he instructed. After spending half a month within the hive, Alice could no longer endure the monotony. She lacked any understanding of research, and her days were filled merely with eating, sleeping, and occasionally providing a vial of blood to Lu Changfeng. The rest of her time was utterly unproductive. May I return to the base? Visiting the hive every few days for you to draw more blood? Alice implored Lu Changfeng, overwhelmed by boredom. That could work, he agreed, as I have made some new breakthroughs in my experiments that could enhance your physical attributes. Indeed, Alice's blood had significantly aided Lu Changfeng, enabling him to devise the perfect T-virus, which in turn facilitated the creation of a superior genetic enhancer. Lu Changfeng injected Alice with the latest genetic enhancer. After being augmented by the T-virus, her physical capabilities had doubled, and following the application of the genetic enhancer, her abilities doubled once more, reaching 4 times her original prowess. This was not a mere case of 2-2-4. With her enhanced physique, she could vanquish a licker with her bare hands. I feel an overwhelming surge of power, Alice remarked, somewhat incredulous. Lu Changfeng smiled and said, You may bring Jill and the others. Their physical conditions are quite poor, and I can assist in enhancing them, thereby improving their chances of survival in this apocalypse. If you encounter Umbrella's bioweapons again, you will not find yourselves as vulnerable as before. Excellent. Alice's eyes sparkled. If the survivors could be enhanced, even if Lu Changfeng failed to develop an antidote, they could rapidly strengthen and potentially counterattack Umbrella's base. However, Alice remained cautious. She did not bring everyone at once, but chose to first escort only Jill. Upon meeting Lu Changfeng, Jill expressed her astonishment. I had no idea you were hiding such depths. I had no choice. If Umbrella discovered me, my life would be in jeopardy. Lu Changfeng concocted a casual excuse. After injecting the gene enhancer, Gil's physical prowess tripled. Observing such a remarkable success rate, Alice began to bring several survivors from the base each time she came for blood draws. Lu Changfeng welcomed this development. He implanted monitoring chips in these individuals and collected a substantial amount of blood for research purposes. The abundance of materials significantly accelerated his progress. Merely half a month later, the gene enhancer had evolved to version 4.0, capable of augmenting physical capabilities fourfold. Within a month, the number of individuals at the base had risen to 73, all having received the 5.0 version of the gene enhancer, which could enhance physical abilities fivefold. At this juncture, Lu Changfeng realized that further enhancement of the gene enhancer's effects would be exceedingly challenging and could require years of effort. Lacking such time, he paused the gene enhancement project and instead injected himself, augmenting his own physical capabilities fivefold and awakening psychokinesis. Unlike brain overclocking, which is a physical amplification, psychokinesis is an ethereal enhancement of mental strength that influences the material world through the power of the mind. Following the increase in his mental capacity, his memory palace became remarkably more stable. Previously, it resembled a modest dwelling capable of withstanding minor tremors, whereas now it stood akin to a reinforced structure, resilient against severe earthquakes. With the gene enhancement project on hold, Lu Changfeng commenced research on the T-virus antidote he had promised Alice. In a fully activated state of brain overclocking, he successfully developed the antidote in just half a month. Concurrently, a notification from the system arrived. Using the T-virus antidote would significantly alter the narrative, and the host would be forcibly returned in 3 days. 3 days? Time seemed rather scant. Lu Changfeng resolved to withhold the antidote from Alice for the time being. Nevertheless, he had already achieved his objectives within the cinematic realm and lacked interest in accompanying Alice to confront the Umbrella Corporation. Thus, Lu Changfeng, using the source code of Red Queen, crafted a super artificial intelligence named Apocalypse. Additionally, he utilized the hive's equipment to manufacture numerous super energy pills, yielding greater energy than those produced in the endless world. One day, Lu Changfeng summoned Alice to the hive. He handed her a vial of green liquid, which she eagerly accepted, inquiring, "Is this the T-virus antidote?" Lu Changfeng nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, it can be disseminated via wind. I have produced dozens of vials. If you deploy them globally, we can conclude the biohazard crisis within a year." "John, you are a hero of humanity," Alice praised. Lu Changfeng smiled faintly. He was indifferent to heroism. He had been the one to unleash the virus initially, merely pursuing his own objectives. Creating the antidote was simply fulfilling his promise. I may need to depart soon. There are matters I must discuss with you, and I will entrust the hive to you, Lu Changfeng expressed. Depart? Where are you going? Back to Huaxia? Alice asked. Lu Changfeng nodded and replied, Do you know about your origins? Alice shook her head, for she possessed no memories of her childhood. Your memories have been altered by the Umbrella Corporation. I have unearthed the forgotten fragments for you. Lu Changfeng concealed the truth of her being a clone. He discovered Alice's original self within the dormant chamber at the base of the hive, from which he extracted her childhood memories. Meanwhile, she and the upper echelons of the Umbrella Corporation shall remain in eternal slumber within the chamber, never to awaken again. Chapter 012. The Aroma Pavilion, What is my heritage like? Alice's voice trembled slightly. Do not fret. See for yourself. Lu Changfeng instructed her to don a helmet and recline upon the surgical table, transmitting the memories of her childhood essence. Upon awakening, Alice was moved to tears, discovering she once had a blissful family. 3 days later, Lu Changfeng returned to the real world through the dimensional portal, where merely half a day had elapsed. He brought back a considerable haul, including the super artificial intelligence, Apocalypse, along with extraordinary pills, handguns, submachine guns, and ample ammunition. He had also prepared some gene serums as backups, along with several vials of the T-virus, and had conveniently acquired some gold. Upon his return, Lu Changfeng took special care to disinfect himself thoroughly, even spraying the items in the vicinity with the T-virus antidote to prevent any contagion from breaching into reality, thereby averting a potential biohazard crisis. After all, the post-apocalyptic world lacked the comforts of civilization, especially with his comrades and homeland at stake. He inquired about the system, which reassured him that the T-virus would not return to the primary world, allowing him to breathe easy. In the cinematic realm, Lu Changfeng persistently engaged in cerebral hyperfocusing, leaving him somewhat fatigued. After taking a refreshing shower at home, he attended to his pets, Wang Kai, Lai Fu, and the chicks, feeding them before collapsing onto his bed for a well-deserved slumber. The following morning, an invigorated Lu Changfeng rose early, warming up with a few rounds of the Four Symbols Fist in the front yard. After injecting a quintuple gene enhancer, he found that the physical conditioning effects of the Qinglong Fist were nearly negligible, prompting his need for more advanced techniques. However, he remained unhurried. In the real world, he could savor life, as a year in the cinematic realm equated to merely a day here, granting him ample time to learn or innovate. He prepared a simple breakfast of egg and shredded meat noodles, combining the leftover broth and meat with reheated rice for Wang Kai and Lai Fu's meal, while the chicks required only a sprinkle of rice or millet. The plump Wang Kai was quite affectionate, darting around Lu Changfeng's feet with adorable enthusiasm, while Lai Fu maintained a more aloof demeanor, only meowing for food and otherwise either napping or frolicking about, occasionally swatting at Wang Kai. After playfully teasing Wang Kai and Lai Fu, Lu Changfeng concluded that they were still too young for gene enhancers, and he would refrain from administering them to Wang Lei and Yi Qingwan as well. The potential for inadvertent leaks could lead to endless troubles for him, which he was not yet equipped to handle. Thus, he resolved to wait. Apocalypse, however, could be utilized immediately. Lu Changfeng connected the hard drive to his server, copying and installing Apocalypse. Once activated, a chibi-style figure in ancient garb sprang forth from a gaping black hole on the computer screen, cheerfully declaring, "Master, Apocalypse is at your service. First, connect to the internet and assist me in gathering knowledge on traditional Chinese medicine, chemistry, biology, martial arts, and computer science. Optimize and organize similar information. Additionally, register some companies abroad, collect bad debt funds online, and make some investments domestically, ensuring profits do not arise too quickly to avoid attracting attention. Most importantly, ensure compliance with the laws of Xia country," Lu Changfeng instructed. "At your command, Master," came the reply. Tianqi performed a respectful salute and then swiftly leapt aside, vanishing from sight, after which the server's fan began to whir rapidly. Ignoring Tianqi's actions, Lu Changfeng drove to the county, purchasing several wired and wireless solar-powered cameras, which he installed both inside and outside the house, as well as on nearby trees, ensuring that Tianqi could monitor for any suspicious individuals and promptly alert him if necessary. Lu Changfeng had developed a small communication program installed on his phone and computer, allowing Tianqi to contact him seamlessly. Tianqi utilized the computational power of other computers and servers to gather extensive knowledge online regarding traditional Chinese medicine, martial arts, and similar subjects. However, the reliability of online information was often dubious, with much of it being material Lu Changfeng had previously studied or stored in his memory palace. Thus, he could only gradually educate Tianqi, employing logical reasoning to eliminate the more apparent inaccuracies. Crucial knowledge was seldom available online, prompting Lu Changfeng to plan a several-day visit to Jiang City, home to the largest library in the city, known as Shuxiang Pavilion. This establishment housed a wealth of specialized knowledge, including topics related to biological genetics and physical chemistry. Before departing, Lu Changfeng stopped by Uncle John's house to bid farewell, leaving the key to his home and requesting his assistance in feeding Wang Kai, Lai Fu, and the chicks. Shuxiang Pavilion was situated in the heart of Jiang City, covering over 5,000 square meters, with its elegantly antiquated decor spanning 2 floors. The first sight that greeted visitors was the towering, dark wooden bookshelves, adorned with ancient texts and treasured collections. A hexagonal palace lamp hung from the beams above, casting a warm glow through the silk curtains onto the central octagonal table, beside which a grand chair was upholstered in deep blue satin cushions. Venturing deeper along the cobblestone path, one could observe a tatami area, separated by intricately carved wooden screens, with bamboo shadows dancing outside the windows. A jade-green incense burner emitted delicate wisps of smoke, harmonizing with the rubbing of the Lantingi Su calligraphy displayed on the wall, together depicting a scholarly sanctuary. Soft, soothing melodies from hidden speakers filled the air, creating a serene atmosphere that encouraged the patrons to tread lightly and whisper so as not to disturb the tranquility. Lu Changfeng approached the front desk and acquired a monthly pass, which, though somewhat pricey at nearly 10,000 yuan, was a mere trifle for him, and he felt no regret. The patrons were all elegantly attired, suggesting they hailed from affluent backgrounds, with a notable presence of young women and a considerable number of girls who appear to be students. For those seeking companionship, this venue would surely be a promising locale. Despite his unassuming attire, Lu Changfeng's physique and appearance were commendable, drawing the attention of several young women who cast glances in his direction, their companions whispering and occasionally erupting in soft laughter. Lu Changfeng, now perceptive and observant, took all of this in. However, he had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship at present, believing that women would only hinder his progress. After all, was there not still Yi Qingwan? Contemplating Yi Qingwan stirred a restlessness within him, but he quelled it forcefully. Selecting a book on traditional Chinese medicine, he ordered a cup of coffee and settled in a public area, quickly immersing himself in his studies, the only sounds being the gentle rustle of pages turning. As Lu Changfeng rapidly immersed himself in the books, the astonishment of those around him was palpable. Some even let out a derisive snicker, speculating that his presence was not for literary pursuits, but rather for the sake of courting. However, no one approached him to mock, and such melodramatic scenarios remained absent. As long as Lu Changfeng did not disturb others, his activities were of no concern to them. Chapter 013. The prescription, however. Lu Changfeng's striking looks and physique were so captivating that some young ladies, even if they were aware of his intentions and suspected him to be a mere playboy, could not help but feel a flutter of excitement, contemplating how to initiate a conversation with him. Engrossed in his reading, Lu Changfeng was suddenly roused by a familiar voice. He looked up to find Yi Qingwan, adorned with light makeup, wearing a beige blouse paired with a form-fitting skirt and nude stockings, complemented by elegant gold-rimmed glasses. She exuded an aura of intellect and charm. "Qingwan, are you here to read as well?" Lu Changfeng inquired, setting his book aside to greet her. Yi Qingwan gracefully settled beside him, her gaze lingering on his chiseled features, causing a flutter of excitement within her heart. "The owner of the Book Fragrance Pavilion is my close friend. We plan to dine together tonight. Lu Changfeng, why don't you join us?" she suggested, leaning closer and resting her shoulder against his, the delicate scent of jasmine enveloping him, maintaining his composure in a public setting. Lu Changfeng glanced at the dreamy-eyed Yi Qingwan and asked, "Is that convenient?" "Of course it is." Ye Vingvan replied, her face lighting up as she took hold of his arm, urging, "Come on, Lu Changfeng. Lanxin is already waiting for me." Noticing the time, 5:30 in the afternoon, he stood up to return his book to its place and dispose of his trash. Then followed Yi Qingwan to the underground parking lot. An SUV flashed its headlights twice, and a strikingly beautiful girl poked her head out, calling, "Qingwan, over here." Yi Qingwan pulled Lu Changfeng into the vehicle, where Lanxin turned to regard him and teased, "Is this handsome young man your boyfriend? How delightful, Qingwan. You certainly have exquisite taste." "Oomph, I think you're just jealous," Yi Qingwan retorted, deliberately tightening her grip on Lu Changfeng's arm, almost pressing herself against him. "Ah, my dear sister, we are meant to share both joy and hardship, aren't we? Why not lend your boyfriend to me for the evening?" Lanxin quipped, casting a playful glance at Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng chuckled awkwardly, realizing that when women indulge in flirtation, men often found themselves sidelined. Lu Changfeng is quite remarkable. Why not all join together tonight? Yi Qingwan chimed in, her voice adopting a playful pitch that sent shivers down Lu Changfeng's spine. All right. We're straying too far from propriety. What shall we eat tonight?" Lanxin quickly redirected the conversation, sensing her inability to outplay Yi Qingwan. "Lu Changfeng, do you have any preferences?" Yi Qingwan asked, now sitting upright and regaining her usual tone. "I'm not picky. I'll defer to the two of you," he replied indifferently, as he was more interested in the evening's main course. After a brief discussion, the trio arrived at a seemingly upscale Chinese restaurant, Zui Xianglu, renowned for its exceptional Hunan cuisine, helmed by a master chef of noteworthy repute. They reserved a private room en route, and Lu Changfeng, unperturbed by dietary restrictions, allowed the two ladies to order. They chose a modest selection of 4 dishes and a soup, totaling just over 1,000 yuan, which was rather economical. At the dining table, the conversation predominantly flowed from them, with Lu Changfeng occasionally interjecting, quietly assuming the role of a listener. Yi Qingwan's close friend, Zhao Lanxin, hails from a family of some standing. Beyond her connection to the Shuxiang Pavilion, she possesses several other ventures in Jiangcheng, her total assets having surpassed a modest milestone. As the conversation meandered, Lu Changfeng gleaned the reason behind Yi Qingwan's previous indulgence in alcohol, which inadvertently benefited him. She holds the position of CEO at Yinfang, a cosmetics company on the verge of launching a significant new product. However, a formula she had entrusted to a relatively reliable subordinate was sold to a rival company, who also preemptively patented it. This misstep rendered the company's initial investment of several million nearly futile, while it did not cripple the business. It resulted in a substantial loss and became fodder for ridicule within the industry. Within the company, Yi Qingwan is a formidable woman, concealing her emotions beneath a stoic facade. Yet, she too experiences feelings of frustration and seeks solace. The immense pressure she faces drives her to seek out ways to vent her feelings. As the adage goes, wine does not intoxicate, but people intoxicate themselves. After a few drinks, Yi Qingwan found herself slightly tipsy. Observing her state, Lu Changfeng felt a pang of empathy. He took her hand and said, "Qingwan, I have an elder who is an esteemed, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He has passed down a formula that promotes beauty, skin whitening, and scar removal. Might I invest in your company using this formula?" Such a formula, once he engages its full potential, could yield hundreds of variations and is of little monetary value. What about the cost? And the efficacy? Yi Qingwan did not doubt his sincerity. Her primary concerns were the effectiveness and the cost. If the expense were too high, it would hinder promotion. If the efficacy were mediocre, it would be virtually pointless. Low cost, high efficacy. I will send you the formula first. Once you confirm its effectiveness, we can discuss further. As he spoke, Lu Changfeng pulled out his phone, editing and sending the formula and its application to Yi Qingwan. "You are truly Qingwan's lucky star," Zhao Lanxin remarked. "Not only do you accompany her out of her lowest moments, but you may also help her escape her predicament." At that moment, Yi Qingwan gazed at Lu Changfeng with affection, unexpectedly bestowing a tender kiss before her friend. "Oh dear, you two lovebirds, I'm quite full of dog food." Zhao Lanxin swallowed hard. Though she had never experienced such intimacy firsthand, she had encountered countless theories online. After 2 years of separation, her heart had long been yearning, and this display from the pair stirred something within her. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Yi Qingwan, slightly bashful, bore a rosy blush that enhanced her allure. "Let us head to a bar tonight." With her desires ignited by the couple, Zhao Lanxin resolved to dance and release her pent-up emotions. After their meal, the trio strolled through a nearby park to aid digestion, eventually making their way to an upscale bar by 8:30. Barely having finished a drink, Zhao Lanxin pulled the pair toward the dance floor, her body moving sensuously and wild. Yi Qingwan, more reserved, swayed around Lu Changfeng, the gentle friction between their bodies igniting a thrill in both, leaving them yearning for more. Perhaps spurred by the alcohol, Zhao Lanxin drew closer, and Yi Qingwan not only welcomed the proximity, but also encouraged her friend to join in the dance around Lu Changfeng, who could feel the envious gazes from those around them. Weary from dancing, the trio descended once more to indulge in libations. After imbibing sufficiently, they resumed their revelry until the two ladies were noticeably tipsy. It was only then that Lu Changfeng assisted them in departing. "Where to?" he inquired of Qingwan and Lanxin. "To my home," Zhao Lanxin replied, her words slightly slurred. Lu Changfeng summoned a designated driver, and the three of them settled into the back seat, with each lady leaning against him. Under the admiring gaze of the driver, they arrived at the upscale residential complex where Zhao Lanxin resided. Chapter 014. Practice. Zhao Lanxin's residence is quite spacious, measuring at least 300 square meters, adorned with exquisite decor and maintained in immaculate condition, likely thanks to a professional cleaning service employed daily. As Lu Changfeng gently placed them onto the bed and tucked them in, he prepared to leave. Though their flushed cheeks and alluring forms were tempting, Lu Changfeng was not one to take advantage of others. For him, female allure was merely a seasoning in life, something that could be present or absent without consequence. Moreover, should either of them object and call for help, he would find himself entangled in legal troubles, a predicament he wished to avoid. However, it seemed that they were unwilling to let Lu Changfeng depart. Just as he was about to rise, Zhao Lanxin grasped his hand tightly, her intoxicated gaze locking onto him as she murmured, "Don't go, stay with me." Lu Changfeng attempted to free his hand, but found her grip unyielding. Pulling too forcefully might hurt her. He bent down to gently pry her fingers open, only to be met with Zhao Lanxin wrapping her other arm around his neck, pressing her body against him. "Lanxin, you're drunk," he cautioned, holding her waist, which felt remarkably soft against him. "I'm not drunk, Changfeng. Just let me indulge this once. It's my first time," she replied, her eyes clouded with longing. Over the years, she had only been in one relationship, which had ended poorly with a scoundrel. Had she not upheld her principles, she might have lost her virtue. Yet, Lu Changfeng's striking appearance stirred feelings within her even a woman indifferent to looks could not ignore. "Lanxin, even if we were to become intimate, I may not take responsibility for it. You must consider this carefully." Lu Changfeng suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him. He could be flirtatious, but he had his limits. "Changfeng, are you even a man?" Zhao Lanxin deployed her ultimate weapon. "Fine, I will yield to your wishes." Unable to restrain himself any longer, Lu Changfeng succumbed to desire, and moments later, the three of them returned to their primal state. A night devoid of words ensued. "Qingwan, Zhao Lanxin broke the silence, her words catching in her throat as it concerned her best friend's man. Sighing, she continued, "A man as exceptional as Changfeng surely cannot be exclusive to me. We are not strictly in a relationship. If someone must benefit, it might as well be you." Ye Vingvan Ahadith. Reflecting on how she had initially regarded Lu Changfeng as merely a means to an end, yet had developed genuine feelings for him over time. "Changfeng is so handsome and vigorous. My ex pales in comparison, like a firefly next to the moon." Zhao Lanxin recalled her previous relationship, realizing that while her ex had appeared respectable, he was, in truth, a complete scoundrel with countless women on the side. He had sought to possess her, But fortunately, Zhao Lanxin's traditional values had compelled her to maintain her boundaries until marriage, preserving her dignity. Back then, Zhao Lanxin had been rather innocent, struggling for a long time before finally severing ties with him, vowing not to engage in another relationship for years. It was only upon meeting Lu Changfeng that she rediscovered the joys of being a woman. Lanxin, could you not be so frivolous and more ladylike? Yi Qingwan playfully pinched the soft flesh at Zhao Lanxin's waist, eliciting a yelp of surprise. And who was it that kept calling out for more last night? Zhao Lanxin retorted. Zhao Lanxin, unwilling to be outdone, teased playfully while joining in. The two women frolicked on the bed for a while before getting up to dress and wash. They discovered that Lu Changfeng had already prepared lunch. Busily toiling in the kitchen, exchanging glances, both felt a delightful surprise, akin to discovering treasure. Qingwan Lanxin, Lu Changfeng greeted them while sought ing. Zhao Lanxin approached him, tiptoeing to plant a kiss on his cheek. Changfeng, you can cook. That's wonderful. Lu Changfeng smiled. His cognitive abilities were exceptional, allowing him to learn swiftly. His culinary skills had now reached a level comparable to that of secondary chefs. After their meal, Yi Qingwan needed to attend to matters at her company regarding prescriptions, while Zhao Lanxin had her own errands. Upon learning that Lu Changfeng had come to Jiangxing to study at the library, she drove him directly to the Book Aroma Pavilion, where she procured a permanent card for him, allowing him to borrow books at will. She inquired about his reading preferences and promised to fetch some titles from her friends. Indeed, having connections proved invaluable, significantly enhancing efficiency in tasks. Thus, Lu Changfeng spent his days studying at the Book Aroma Pavilion and returned to Zhao Lanxin's home each evening to continue his studies. Yi Qingwan occasionally joined them, though she was quite busy lately. Zhao Lanxin found her evenings immensely fulfilling, experiencing the heights of earthly bliss. However, such a splendid life is often fleeting. Lu Changfeng's reading speed was astonishing. Within merely 10 days, he had exhausted the available titles at the pavilion, a feat achieved by deliberately slowing his pace. Bidding farewell to the two women amidst their reluctant gazes, Lu Changfeng returned to his ancestral home in Binshao village. The house remained nearly unchanged since his departure, with Uncle Jiang coming daily to clean. Wang Kai, Lai Fu, and the little chicks had all grown a bit. Lu Changfeng bought some fruit to express his gratitude to Uncle Jiang, exchanged pleasantries, and then returned home. Having already earned several million through Tianqi, he had also gathered a wealth of knowledge that Lu Changfeng needed. This revitalized his daily routine of study and cultivation. The gene enhancer had awakened his psychokinesis. He procured numerous needles the size of cow hairs and obtained some hair from a barber shop. He had tested his abilities and found he could lift objects weighing up to 200 pounds, though sustaining this feat consumed considerable mental energy. However, manipulating strands of hair or fine needles required little psychic energy. If aimed at the eyes, throat, or specific acupoints, they could inflict significant harm. He could even manipulate the air around his opponent's nasal cavity or control a single hair to penetrate their brain, among other techniques. The portrayal of psychokinesis by Alice and Dr. Isaac in the movies was rather crude and difficult to watch. Each time, they had to plow the ground to send someone flying. While this was likely a narrative device to illustrate the trajectory of psychokinesis to the audience, it was bewildering that during the duel between Alice and the mutated Dr. Isaac, Alice dropped her knife and was unable to retrieve it using her psychokinesis. Lu Changfeng, as an individual of sound intellect, would naturally refrain from employing psychokinesis in the manner of Alice and Dr. Isaac. Initially, he could manipulate lightweight objects such as steel needles, strands of hair, or even paper, utilizing them as concealed weapons against adversaries. As his mastery over psychokinesis grew more refined, he could perform intricate maneuvers such as unlocking doors, depleting the oxygen surrounding an opponent's head, or obstructing another's mouth and nose. With further enhancement of his abilities, he could elevate his foes into the air, causing them to plummet to their demise, transform psychokinetic energy into lethal spikes, or even directly shatter an enemy's brain. Within a wooden box held by Lu Changfeng, needles approximately 1 inch in length appear to be guided by an invisible hand suspended before him. Under his deft control, They swiftly darted towards a wooden target affixed to a tree 10 meters ahead. Chapter 015. The Smiling. Proud wanderer, the resounding sound of steel needles piercing the wooden target echoed continuously, and before long, hundreds of needles were completely embedded within it. Once approximately 80 of the target was adorned with these steel needles, Lu Chanfeng employed his telekinetic abilities to extract them, making them reusable, a method of honing his telekinetic skills. After several days of practicing with the steel needles, Lu Chanfeng shifted his focus to shooting strands of hair. The softness of hair made it more challenging to control than steel needles, necessitating that the strands remain perfectly straight during flight to ensure accuracy. Lu Chanfeng meticulously cut the hair into 2-centimeter sections and confined the shooting distance to within 5 meters to guarantee precision. Although the hardness of the hair did not match that of steel, the added speed allowed it to penetrate the wooden target and, likewise, to pierce human flesh without issue. During Lu Chanfeng's practice sessions, Yi Qingwan and Zhao Lanxin visited him for guidance. With beautiful women at his doorstep, Lu Chanfeng naturally sought to indulge them, bringing them to their peaks of ecstasy. Beyond mere physical gratification, he provided them with emotional fulfillment, taking them on excursions nearby and preparing various delectable dishes. The two ladies stayed for 5 days, and had it not been for Yi Qingwan's demanding work commitments and the results of the prescriptions Lu Chanfeng had provided, they might have wished to linger for an additional 10 to 15 days. Meanwhile, the progress bar in Lu Chanfeng's mind was nearing 100. He had made preparations in advance. In addition to the usual supply of high-energy and super-energy pills, food and water, his spatial storage contained a considerable amount of gold, a Desert Eagle, and several hundred rounds of ammunition. As his energy reached its zenith, Lu Chanfeng prompted the system to search for alternate dimensions. Soon, the system pinpointed a cinematic realm, one that Lu Chanfeng was well acquainted with from his previous life. The smiling, proud wanderer set against a backdrop of Chinese martial arts. A wave of exhilaration surged through him. Having worried that the 4 symbols fifth scripture would not suffice for his cultivation needs, the arrival of the smiling, proud wanderer was serendipitous. He had already prepared adequately, requiring only to don a set of ancient attire before stepping into the passage of transmigration. Upon regaining consciousness, Lu Chanfeng found himself resting on a bed in a darkened room. Rising cautiously, he navigated the shadows with the aid of a faint glimmer and his keen eyesight to locate an oil lamp on the table. As a warm orange glow illuminated the space, he beheld the room decor, reminiscent of ancient Chinese aesthetics, with wooden furnishings abounding. Delving into the newfound memories within his mind, Lu Chanfeng discovered that the identity assigned to him by the system was that of a bodyguard at the Fuwei escort agency. This identity belonged to a lineage of bodyguards, with his father having perished during a mission. His predecessor had indeed followed in his father's footsteps, possessing a level of prowess that placed him among the upper echelons of the agency's bodyguards, constituting a vital part of their strength. Above Lu Chanfeng was a head escort named Wu, affectionately referred to as Wu Biaodo by the others. Their team had recently completed a long-distance escort mission, and, having received no new assignments, Wu Biaodo granted everyone a half-month respite. In this era, being a bodyguard was considered a perilous profession, leading a life fraught with danger. Although an agreement has been reached with the various chivalrous heroes across the lands, allowing for safe passage in exchange for a fee, one can never be certain when a reckless bandit might appear, demanding not only money but also lives, or when envious companions might secretly conspire against one. Each year, many escorts meet their demise for a variety of reasons. Thus, during their leisure time, most escorts either frequent gambling houses or brothels. Those who are married tend to be more prudent, saving some silver for their families, so that in the unfortunate event of their demise, their wives and children are not left to wander the streets. In this world, Lu Chanfeng has no other ties, which spares him much trouble. The Fuwei escort agency still stands, and the Qing Chung sect has yet to send individuals to seize the evil-repelling sword technique. The narrative has not yet begun, allowing him to plan ahead. His primary objective in this realm is to explore the martial arts manuals of various sects to refine and enhance his 4 symbols fist technique. As for the unfolding of the plot, Lu Chanfeng is not particularly concerned. He feels no sense of belonging in this world. He is merely a transient. He harbors no strong feelings towards its inhabitants. As long as they do not provoke him or create trouble, he will not initiate conflict, regardless of whether they are heroes or villains. Were it not for the potential disruption of the narrative that would shorten his time in this world, he might even consider directly seizing the opportunity. With his current strength, combined with firearms and telekinesis, he possesses the capability to assassinate the leader of any sect. In the world of the smiling, proud wanderer, Lu Chongfeng's original self was of a mediocre level, having only practiced the family S12 paths of Lu family swordsmanship. He had developed internal energy from the outside in, connecting a meridian. Even so, he was regarded as a martial arts genius by his father and other escorts. In the realm of martial arts, such ability would render him little more than cannon fodder. Even a formal disciple from the declining Five Mountain Sword sect could easily defeat him, not to mention the Shaolin or Wudong sects. The survival of the Fu Wei escort agency can be attributed to the legacy of its ancestors. The founder, Lin Yuan II, once wielded the 72 paths of evil-repelling sword technique, striking fear across the martial world. However, the current head of the agency, Lin Jinan, has not practiced the evil-repelling sword technique and possesses only mediocre martial skills, unable even to best the four beauties of the Qing Chang sect. Among the entire Fu Wei escort agency, the only thing that piqued Lu Chongfeng's interest was the evil-repelling sword technique hidden within the Lin family's ancestral home. While he has no intention of practicing the sword technique, he can utilize it to gain insights into the martial arts of this world or leverage it for some transactions. The original text explicitly states that the evil-repelling sword technique is concealed within the ancestral home of the Lin family on Xiangyang Alley in Fuzhou. After a bit of inquiry, Lu Chongfeng located the ancestral residence. There were still servants present, so he opted not to enter during the day. Under the cover of night, he donned a stealth outfit and infiltrated the Lin family ancestral home. Guided by the memories of his past life, he easily located the cassock that recorded the evil-repelling sword technique around the glazed tiles of the ancestral hall. He memorized the technique and then returned the cassock to its place, ensuring that he would not disrupt the narrative prematurely. The evil-repelling sword technique consists of only a few thousand words. Apart from mental techniques, it includes the 72 paths of evil-repelling sword technique. Without the mental techniques to aid it, the sword moves can only be considered ordinary. However, when combined with the evil-repelling mental techniques, they become extraordinary, incredibly swift, and ruthlessly fierce. In the original text, Lin Pingji mastered the evil-repelling sword technique, transforming from a mediocre martial artist into a top-tier master in a remarkably short period. Lu Chongfeng recited the evil-repelling heart method, which famously begins with the line, "To practice this skill, one must first perform self-castration." Having self-studied traditional Chinese medicine, he possessed profound knowledge of the human meridian system. In his mind, he simulated the practice of the evil-repelling heart method several times before attempting it. He discovered that the method traversed solely through the yang meridians. The evil-repelling qi, when directed through the lower abdomen, would stir the practitioner's primal desires. During cultivation, distractions are to be strictly avoided. Were it not for Lu Chongfeng's formidable mental fortitude, any ordinary martial artist attempting this practice would likely succumb to madness. Self-castration, however, serves as a means to avert such a predicament. Chapter 016. The evil-repelling sword technique. Lu Chongfeng possesses a formidable mental fortitude, enabling him to forcibly cultivate the evil-repelling heart technique. However, this results in the generation of extreme yang true energy. Being a true incarnation from another realm, the consequences of such coercive practice remain uncertain, as does the possibility of later changing techniques. Consequently, he refrains from rushing. His current abilities suffice for self-preservation. The various sects of the martial world are dispersed across the nation. The Fu Wei escort agency is located in Fuzhou, Fujian, while the Huashan sect resides in Huayin, Shaanxi, and the Qingqing sect can be found at Qingqing Mountain in Sichuan. Should Lu Chongfeng embark on a quest to visit each sect, he would traverse the entire country, wasting precious time on the journey. Since both Qingqing and Huashan will eventually come to Fuzhou, he deems it more prudent to remain in place, biding his time. Lu Chongfeng's father did not bind him to the Fuwei escort agency with a contract of servitude, but rather with an employment agreement, allowing him the freedom to depart at any moment. As a common escort, lacking specialized skills and relying solely on physical prowess, making a living proved challenging. Beyond his role as an escort, he could seek employment as a servant or bodyguard in affluent households, which would afford him even less freedom. If fortunate enough to serve a benevolent master, life could be tolerable. However, encountering a debauched or malicious employer could jeopardize his very existence. Having acquired the evil-repelling sword technique, Lu Chongfeng resolves to leave the Fuwei escort agency. He exchanges pleasantries with head escort Wu, who is well acquainted with his father and has shown him considerable kindness despite their mere system-assigned roles. Recognizing Lu Chongfeng's resolute intent, Wu ceases to persuade him otherwise and grants his permission to resign. Lu Chongfeng vacates the quarters provided by the Fuwei escort agency and secures a relatively secluded courtyard residence in Fuzhou. He then hires a cook and 2 maids to manage the household's hygiene and meals. The cook, Lian, exhibits maturity and composure. Thus he appoints her to lead the household. Having brought along a substantial amount of gold, even in the absence of income in this realm, it will suffice for several years. The tale of the smiling, proud wanderer commences with Lin Pingji, aided in secret by Ling Huchong, slaying the son of Yu Songhai at the foot of Wui Mountain. The exact date of this event eludes Lu Chongfeng's memory, and he lacks the time to surveil Lin Pingji. Consequently, he resorts to coercing and enticing local ruffians and scoundrels within Fuzhou, instructing them to keep watch on Lin Pingji and report should he venture into the outskirts for hunting. Meanwhile, Lu Chongfeng dedicates himself to pondering and extrapolating the evil-repelling sword technique. Although he cannot practice the heart technique, he is able to deduce several pathways and applications of true energy. The 72 paths of the evil-repelling sword technique undergo his refinement, evolving into the 12 paths of swordsmanship, an approach characterized by bold and sweeping movements, relying on brute strength to overcome finesse. Even without the aid of true energy, its power is commendable. Lu Chongfeng bestows a new name upon this technique, the Thunderclap Sword Technique. To this end, he enlists the services of a renowned blacksmith in Fuzhou to craft a heavy sword specifically designed for this style. The sword, measuring 4 fingers in width and weighing 24 pounds, is forged from meticulously tempered iron, and he names it Jinyue. Such heft can only be wielded effectively by someone of Lu Chongfeng's physical caliber, with a might to cleave Huashan, to sweep through legions, to unleash thunderous force, and to soar like a dragon through the heavens. Lu Chongfeng, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, was practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard, wielding his heavy sword, Jinyue, with precision, cutting through the air with a series of sharp, whistling sounds. His maid, Xiaolan, stood by, attending to him whenever he took a break. She would present him with a damp towel, fruits, or offer to massage his shoulders and legs. At merely 17 or 18 years of age, Xiaolan was at the tender age of blossoming youth. Observing Lu Chongfeng's robust physique and his strikingly masculine features, she could not help but feel a flutter in her heart. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. While serving him, her well-developed curves would occasionally brush against his arm, or as she bent down, a glimpse of her fair skin and deep cleavage would become evident. Such implications were not lost on Lu Chongfeng, who, when in a jovial mood, would engage in playful banter with Xiaolan. On one occasion, when another maid, Xiaomei, stumbled upon them, they hastily assumed a more innocent demeanor, and Lu Chongfeng's formidable presence left both maids thoroughly enchanted and reluctant to depart. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed, and Lu Chongfeng had mastered the Thunderclap sword technique to its pinnacle. At last, he awaited Lin Pingji's departure for a hunting expedition, destined for the outskirts of Fuzhou. Lu Chongfeng promptly mounted his horse and pursued, disguising himself as a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard to evade recognition. In a tavern at the foot of the mountains, Ling Huchong and Yuling Shan had disguised themselves as attendants. Lu Chongfeng, not revealing his identity, ordered a bowl of wine and a plate of peanuts, leisurely indulging in his meal. Before long, Lin Pingji and his entourage of bodyguards arrived at the tavern to rest, followed by two disreputable young men speaking with a Sichuan accent, presumably the infamous Yu Rinyin and his companion. Upon noticing the shapely Yu Ling Shan in disguise, they could not resist making lewd remarks, with Yu Rinyin even becoming overly familiar. Lin Pingji, still naive to the treachery of the martial world and brimming with righteous indignation, immediately intervened. However, Yu Rinyin, the son of the Qingchang sect's leader, was a notorious rogue. An argument ensued, escalating into a brawl. An elderly bodyguard from Lin Pingji's side rushed in to confront the two audacious youths. But to his astonishment, Yu Rinyin's skills proved formidable, swiftly overpowering the seasoned guard. Following a series of taunts from Yu Rinyin, Lin Pingji, enraged, could not restrain himself and joined the fray. Although slightly stronger than the elder bodyguard, he still fell short against Yu Rinyin, finding himself at a disadvantage and captured after several exchanges. Observing that none could rival him, Yu Rinyin's arrogance intensified as he continued to humiliate Lin Pingji. Had Lu Changfeng not intervened, the scenario might have unfolded as it did in the original tale, with Ling Huchong secretly aiding Lin Pingji, leading to a tragic outcome. Lu Changfeng plucked a peanut, flicking it with his finger to strike Yu Rinyin on the chin, causing him to stagger, a noticeable bruise forming. "Who? Which scoundrel dared to ambush me?" Yu Rinyin shouted, clutching his chin and scanning the surroundings in fury. Lu Changfeng approached him, delivering a powerful slap that sent him sprawling to the ground, his voice thunderous as he chastised. "What insolent wretch dares to be brazen in my territory of Fuzhou?" "You!" Yu Rinyin exclaimed, covering his face, his gaze filled with wrath directed at Lu Changfeng. "What of it?" Lu Changfeng retorted. Lu Changfeng, a man of considerable audacity, exclaimed in disbelief at the lack of upbringing displayed by the child before him. "If your parents fail to impart proper values, allow me to assume that responsibility." Well struck, esteemed elder, Lin Pingji shouted with fervor from the sidelines, wishing fervently that he could be the one delivering the blows. Yu Rinyin, having collapsed to the ground, displayed evident swelling on both cheeks, his speech slightly slurred. "My father is the leader of the Qingchang sect." "The leader of the Qingchang sect, is it?" Lu Changfeng lifted Yu Rinyin effortlessly with one hand and addressed the attendant who accompanied him, instructing, "Return and inform Yu Canghai to prepare the ransom for his son at the Yueli Inn in Fuzhou. Should he fail to arrive within 3 days, I shall take the life of his offspring." Chapter 17. Yu Canghai, quick, go find my father. Yu Rinyin was nearly paralyzed with fear. He had never encountered such a setback in his life. The ferocity of Lu Changfeng's presence was overwhelming, and he dared not utter another threatening word. Once the servant had hastily departed, Lu Changfeng lifted Yu Rinyin and prepared to return to Fuzhou City. Beside him, Lin Pingji respectfully clasped his hands and remarked, "Esteemed senior, your actions bring great relief to the hearts of many. I, Lin Pingji of the Fu Wei Escort Agency, would like to invite you for a drink." Lu Changfeng cast a sidelong glance at him, his stride unbroken as he exited the tavern. Just as disappointment began to settle upon Lin Pingji, a gruff voice from outside called out, "Keep up. Excellent." Lin Pingji exclaimed joyfully, hastening to follow in Lu Changfeng's wake. Lu Changfeng tossed Yu Rinyin aside, instructing him to mount a horse and follow closely. "If you dare to flee, I shall cleave you with a single sword stroke." With that, he swung his sword towards a nearby tree, a trunk as thick as a foot, severing it with a tremendous force. Yu Rinyin's eyelids twitched in alarm, and he hastily declared, "I won't run. I absolutely won't." Yet within his heart, he seethed with malice, vowing that when his father, Yu Canghai, arrived, he would make Lu Changfeng pay dearly for this humiliation. Never before had anyone dared to insult him in such a manner. The group returned to Fuzhou City, where Lin Pingji ordered an extravagant feast at the Yueli Inn to honor Lu Changfeng. Yu Rinyin was deemed unworthy to join at the table, relegated to eating from a bowl by the side. "Thank you for rescuing me today, esteemed senior. I raise a glass in your honor," Lin Pingji said, downing his drink in one gulp. "Refreshing," Lu Changfeng commended, raising his cup in camaraderie. "May I inquire your name?" esteemed senior. They conversed while sipping their drinks. Vuyansu. You young man are quite to my liking. Simply call me Uncle Wu. Lu Changfeng fabricated a name nonchalantly. Uncle Wu, your martial prowess is unparalleled. Where did you hone your skills? Lin Pingji asked, curiosity piqued, speculating that Lu Changfeng may hail from a prestigious sect. No sect, no school, merely a wandering practitioner. Lu Changfeng waved his hand dismissively, downing his drink with an air of carefree boldness. Uncle Wu, might you be accepting disciples? I wish to become your apprentice. Lin Pingji ventured cautiously. He typically engaged in sparring with the household guards and escort masters using the 72 paths of exorcism sword technique, often emerging victorious, with many seasoned escort masters praising him as the true heir of Lin Zhongbiao too. However, today's encounter with Yu Runyan had severely undermined his confidence. You? Lu Changfeng appraised Lin Pingji, noting his delicate complexion. You've likely never endured hardship, have you? Uncle Wu, do not let my appearance deceive you. I am quite resilient, Lin Pingji replied, urgency creeping into his tone. Oh, Lu Changfeng drew his heavy sword, Zhenyu, and with a clang, placed it upon the table. Use this sword and practice the thrust, slice, and sweep from the basic sword techniques, each 1,000 times daily. If you persist for half a month, I shall accept you as my disciple. Lin Pingji's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he affirmed, Uncle Wu, it is a promise. You must not go back on your word. I am a man of my word. I shall not waver, Lu Changfeng assured him resolutely. In recent days, Lu Changfeng has devised some unique internal martial arts techniques and upgraded the Four Symbols Fist Manual, transforming the Azure Dragon Fist into a practice that harmonizes both internal and external energies. While practicing the fist, he simultaneously circulates his true energy to fortify his physique. With the assistance of these internal techniques, the effectiveness of his other martial arts, whether in offense or defense, is vastly superior. After finishing their meal, Lin Pingji promptly paid Lu Changfeng a month's accommodation fee, and then joyfully returned home with Jinyue in his arms. The following dawn, Lin Pingji returned Jinyue, stating that he had already measured the relevant parameters, and the blacksmith was hastily crafting it. He also invited Lu Changfeng to enjoy breakfast at the renowned Zhifilu in Fuzhou, followed by a stroll around the city, where they listened to music in Baihuiyuan, exhibiting great enthusiasm. Yu Runyan trailed behind them like a devoted follower, displaying an earnest demeanor that starkly contrasted with his previous arrogance, clearly understanding the importance of life over pride. Yu Canghai arrived earlier than Lu Changfeng had anticipated, bringing a troop with him, and rushed to the Yulai Inn in the evening, looking weary from travel. Who dares to kidnap my son? Hand him over immediately. Yu Canghai bellowed, his profound internal energy rendering the inn silent. At that moment, Lu Changfeng and his companions were returning from their outing when Yu Runyan, upon hearing his father's voice, dashed into the inn, exclaiming, Father, I am here. You must stand up for me. Seeing his son unharmed, Yu Canghai sighed in relief, and, glancing at Lu Changfeng outside the inn, hastened to confront him. You are the one who has kidnapped my son. Kidnapping? No, I merely intervened when I saw injustice. Lu Changfeng replied calmly. Noting Lu Changfeng's composure, Yu Canghai furrowed his brow and asked, Who might you be? From which sect do you hail? Why waste words? Do you have the money? Lu Changfeng replied impatiently. Such audacity! Yu Canghai laughed in fury, taking a step forward and suddenly lunging at Lu Changfeng. Come at me. Lu Changfeng welcomed the challenge, and the two engaged in combat, causing the onlookers to scatter for fear of being caught in the fray, leaving only Lin Pingji and a few martial artists to observe. Yu Canghai fought without a sword, employing the fundamental palm techniques of the Qingqing sect, occasionally integrating their supreme skill, the heart-crushing palm. With the enhancement of true energy, his strength and speed were nearly double that of an ordinary person. Although he had not yet reached the innate level, and thus could not project his true energy outward, he could only attach it to his palms. However, each time he clashed with Lu Changfeng, he felt as if his true energy vanished without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. Lu Changfeng's overall physical capabilities were quintuple that of an average person, possessing a youthfully diminished super strength, speed, defense, and rapid healing. If he were to unleash his full power, Yu Songhai, lacking complete preparedness, might find himself meeting the legendary Changqingzi with a single strike. After exchanging over 20 blows and gauging Yu Songhai's approximate strength, Lu Changfeng decided to use only a fraction of his strength, delivering a punch that sent Yu Songhai flying. Feeling the overwhelming force in his hand, Yu Songhai's expression shifted dramatically as he stumbled backward several steps to dissipate the tremendous power. Yu Songhai drew his sword directly, but before he could launch another attack, Lu Changfeng raised his hand to signal him to cease. "Master Yu, would you do me the honor of sharing a meal?" Seeing an opportunity to retreat gracefully, Yu Songhai readily agreed. The group entered an inn, where Lu Changfeng requested a private room, leaving only himself and Yu Songhai, while the others dined in the main hall. "I am Wei Yinzu. I have long admired your esteemed reputation, Master Yu. Today, witnessing it firsthand is truly remarkable," Lu Changfeng said courteously. "Ah, it is indeed the renowned hero Wu," Yu Songhai exclaimed, having been unaware of such a figure within the martial world. Yet in this realm, strength reigned supreme. The might of one's fist dictated respect. "Master Yu, I shall speak plainly and avoid riddles. Please take a look at this," Lu Changfeng continued, retrieving a slender booklet from his bosom. It was none other than the exorcising sword technique he had transcribed, with a crucial note regarding self-castration inscribed on the final page. Chapter 018. Exchange of Martial Arts Techniques. Yu Songhai gazed upon the 4 characters for the evil-repelling sword technique emblazoned on the cover of the booklet, his heart racing with unparalleled excitement, his hands trembling slightly. His master, Changqingzi, was renowned as the foremost swordsman west of the Three Gorges. Yet he had ultimately succumbed to Lin Yuan-Tu, whose signature skill was none other than the evil-repelling sword technique. Ever since his master had passed away in despondency, Yu Songhai had been haunted by the allure of this technique. After a long wait for the demise of Lin Yuan-Tu and his son, and having ascertained that the current head of the Fuwei escort, Lin Jinan, possessed only mediocre martial skills, he had been preparing to annihilate the Fuwei escort and seize the evil-repelling sword technique. To his astonishment, it had now come to him without effort. Yu Songhai opened the secret manual and swiftly read through several lines. With his status as a sect leader, he could confidently ascertain the authenticity of the text. Struggling to contain his excitement, he inquired, "Hero Wu, what is your intention?" "I greatly admire the martial arts of the Qinshang sect and wish to exchange this evil-repelling sword technique for your sect's martial arts manuals," Lu Changfeng stated forthrightly. In the realm of martial arts, each sect guarded its unique techniques jealously. Any disciple caught imparting their sect skills to outsiders would face the wrath of their clan. Naturally, Yu Songhai had no desire to divulge his own sect's martial arts. Yet the temptation of the evil-repelling sword technique was overwhelming, leading to a fierce internal conflict. Just as he discreetly grasped the hilt of his sword, he noticed a steel needle, as fine as a cow's hair, hovering above Lu Changfeng's palm. Controlling the needle with one's chi, a congenital master, Yu Songhai could not help but exclaim, immediately releasing his grip and donning a broad smile. "So it turns out, Hero Wu is a congenital master. Why did you not mention this sooner? Now you are aware, are you not? Sect leader Yu, will you exchange or not? If you refuse, I may seek out the Huashan or Songshan sects. I'm certain they would be agreeable." Lu Changfeng raised his hand to reclaim the manual. Yu Songhai hastily replied, "I will exchange. I shall do so if the evil-repelling sword technique fell into the hands of Yu Buchuan or Zhuolingshan. The disparity among them would only widen." "What terms do you propose for the exchange, Hero Wu?" Yu Songhai queried further. "I seek the Songfeng sword technique and the internal cultivation methods of your Qingqing sect. As for the crushing heart palm, it does not pique my interest," Lu Changfeng responded. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Songhai gritted his teeth and said, "Very well. However, Hero Wu must not disclose my sect's techniques to others." "That is understood." Lu Changfeng nodded in agreement. Although Yu Songhai did not have the martial arts manual on his person, after years of practice, he had committed it to memory. He spent an hour meticulously transcribing the entire content, and at last he had acquired the coveted evil-repelling sword technique. With the manual in hand, Yu Songhai, accompanied by his son and disciples, hastily departed from Fuzhou, fearful that Lu Chongfeng might reconsider. Lu Chongfeng did not hinder their departure. Instead, as they were leaving, he gifted them a token, a single hair that, under his control, penetrated Yu Renyan's kidney acupoint. In a matter of days, he would be able to practice the evil-repelling sword technique. Worried that prolonged uncertainty might lead to complications, Yu Songhai pressed on with relentless speed, not pausing for day or night, exhausting 2 fine steeds in the process. He finally returned to Mount Qingcheng ahead of schedule and immediately entered seclusion to ponder the evil-repelling sword technique. After thoroughly reading the final page of the secret manual, where it stated that one must first castrate oneself to master the skill, his smile froze on his face. Castration. So that was it. No wonder Lin Jinan was so weak, and no wonder that the valiant Wu had never practiced the evil-repelling sword technique, Yu Songhai muttered to himself. The evil-repelling sword technique possessed immense power, surpassing the Pine Wind sword technique he had cultivated, leaving him in a quandary. Such profound martial arts would be a waste if not practiced. After all, it was merely a matter of a single stroke, and since he already had a son, no, that was not secure enough. He needed to ensure Ruan Yin had another child. In his mind, a battle raged. Yet he ultimately decided to expedite his son's marriage and procreation. While Yu Songhai busily prepared for his son's wedding, he remained oblivious to the fact that Yu Renyan had lost the ability to reproduce and had even lost the desire for intimacy. Meanwhile, Lu Chongfeng had already discovered the whereabouts of the Huashan sect's leader, Yu Buchuan. He and his wife had arrived in Fuzhou City, still intent on acquiring the evil-repelling sword technique from the Fue escort agency. Employing the same strategy, Lu Chongfeng first fought Yu Buchuan, decisively defeating him and leaving a significant psychological impact. He then sat down to discuss the exchange of manuals. Master, what do you think? With the evil-repelling sword technique, I believe the Songzhan sect will pose no threat, Lu Chongfeng said, tapping his fingers on the table slowly. A struggle ensued in Yu Buchuan's mind. On one side lay his own inheritance, and on the other, the leader of the Five Mountains Alliance. Ultimately, he chose the latter, for a master like Lu Chongfeng could easily seize his legacy. Mr. Wu, I agree to the exchange, but may I inquire which of our Huashan sect's techniques you desire? Yu Buchuan asked. The Zixia Divine Skill and the Hunyuan Skill, Lu Chongfeng replied without hesitation. This caused Yu Buchuan to hesitate. The Zixia Divine Skill was the cornerstone of the Huashan sect's lineage, a technique that every leader must master. The evil-repelling sword technique plus a chance for you to strike against Wu, Lu Chongfeng added. Very well, I accept. I hope, Mr. Wu will not go back on his word, Yu Buchuan replied, gritting his teeth in agreement to Lu Chongfeng's terms. Rest assured, even if Master Yu wishes to eliminate Zuoling Chan, I shall assist you in fulfilling that wish, Lu Chongfeng smiled. Mr. Wu, I have yet to finalize my wishes. May we discuss it at a later time? Cold sweat dripped from Yu Buchuan's forehead, sensing that Lu Chongfeng could see through his every thought. No problem. Master, you can seek me whenever you wish. Lu Chongfeng nodded in agreement. Yu Buchuan transcribed the Zixia Divine Skill and Hunyuan Skill for Lu Chongfeng, who quickly reviewed them, confirming there were no issues. He then handed over the prepared handwritten copy of the evil-repelling sword technique to Yu Buchuan. Having obtained the technique he had yearned for, Yu Buchuan, like Yu Songhai, was unwilling to linger for a moment longer and promptly returned to Huashan with his wife and disciples. Lu Chongfeng acquired the Zixia Divine Skill and the Hunyuan technique, promptly retreating to a secluded courtyard for intensive practice. The Hunyuan technique, a dynamic form of martial art, offered invaluable insights for Lu Chongfeng to refine his four symbols fist manual. In contrast, the Zixia Divine Skill, a quintessential Taoist internal cultivation method originating from the Chuanjin school, provided him with profound understanding of the relationship between true qi and the meridian points, enabling him to develop a personalized martial art. Lu Chongfeng maintained a guise, aware that the two maidservants and the cook in his household were privy to his dual identities, to whom he had instructed to remain discreet. During this period, Lin Pingji diligently trained, significantly enhancing his physique. Having successfully passed Liu Chongfeng's trials, he finally realized his aspiration of becoming Liu Chongfeng's foremost disciple. Lin Jinan placed great emphasis on this occasion, inviting many prominent figures and close acquaintances from Fuzhou to attend the disciple acceptance banquet. Chapter 019. Shaolin Temple. Liu Chongfeng imparted the refined Qinglong fist and the Thunder Sword technique to Lin Pingji. Though his innate talent was not lacking, his weakness stemmed from a dearth of proper guidance during his formative years. Under Liu Chongfeng's meticulous tutelage and with the Lin family's unwavering support, Lin Pingji's prowess surged dramatically, propelling him from a mere novice to a competent second-rate martial artist, ultimately becoming the foremost master of the Fuwei escort agency. This remarkable transformation deepened the Lin family's respect for Liu Chongfeng. Meanwhile, at the Qingchang sect, Yu Songhai, in a flurry of urgency, arranged a marriage for his son, Yu Renyan. To his dismay, Yu Renyan discovered that he was utterly impotent, rendered insensible to the allure of his wife or any courtesan's charms, his condition akin to that of a lifeless worm. Alarmed, he promptly confided this predicament to his father. Yu Songhai summoned a renowned physician from the vicinity, yet the doctor's prognosis was merely a series of headshakes. In a fit of determination, Yu Songhai resolved to take several concubines, aspiring to father another son to carry on the lineage. Subsequently, he entrusted Yu Renyan with the practice of the evil-repelling sword technique. After a brief period of cultivation, Yu Renyan's strength indeed soared, enabling him to match the prowess of the four talents of Qingcheng within just a month, further solidifying Yu Songhai's resolve to master the technique himself. At Mount Hua, Yu Buchuan was taken aback upon learning that to practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. Torn between indecision and the absence of the immense pressure depicted in the original narrative, he deliberated whether to pursue the evil-repelling sword technique. After much contemplation, he chose a path akin to Yu Songhai's, embarking on the endeavor of procreation with his wife in hopes of begetting a son. Several months later, Lin Pingji's abilities reached the pinnacle of the second-rate tier, yet he realized that seclusion at home would not suffice to ascend to the ranks of first-rate masters. Coincidentally, Liu Chongfeng encountered a bottleneck in his own martial arts exploration, necessitating the acquisition of additional techniques for reference. Hence, he resolved to traverse the Jianghu, inviting Lin Pingji along. With their sights set on Shaolin Temple, the headquarters of the Sun and Moon Holy Cult and Wudong sect. As they prepared for their journey, Lin Pingji eagerly embraced the adventure, having long yearned to roam the Jianghu, upholding justice. His admiration for Liu Chongfeng surpassed even that for his own father, and he seldom contravened his master's directives. However, Lin Pingji's parents harbored concerns. His mother prepared several hundred taels of silver as travel funds and contemplated sending a few escorts along, but Liu Chongfeng declined the offer. Driving their cart along the official road, Lin Pingji guided the horse while Liu Chongfeng engaged in martial arts contemplation within the carriage. Their initial destination was the Shaolin Temple in Songshan, Hunan, where Liu Chongfeng intended to glean insight from the likes of Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo, particularly in the temple's scripture repository. Suddenly, Lin Pingji halted the cart as a group of over 10 individuals obstructed their path. Clad in coarse hemp garments and wielding an array of weapons, their menacing demeanor unmistakably indicating their nefarious intentions. The bandit leader, mounted on a tall steed and brandishing a 9-section blade, approached, bellowing, "This tree was planted by me. This road was forged by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll." Lin Pingji felt a surge of excitement as he glanced towards Liu Chongfeng in the carriage, seeking his approval, confident in his own abilities regardless of the outcome. "All right then, master," Liu Chongfeng replied. Lin Pingji unsheathed his heavy sword and leaped towards the bandits, shouting, "Villains, prepare to meet your end." The bandits were of little consequence, and their leader barely ranked above mediocrity. Lin Pingji moved as if through an unguarded realm, striking the brigands with his sword, leaving them either dead or grievously wounded in mere moments. Before long, the ground was strewn with their bodies, save for the leader, who remained mounted, his legs trembling. "Young hero, we were blind to your prowess. Please spare our lives." "We are willing to pay for our survival," the leader stammered. "To spare you would only bring further suffering to the innocent," Lin Pingji retorted, and with a sudden burst of strength, he thrust his sword forward, piercing the leader's heart amidst his terrified gaze. As for the remaining wounded bandits, Lin Pingji refrained from further violence. He searched their belongings, discovering a meager sum of less than 10 taels of silver. Displeased, he scoffed, "With such paltry wealth, you dare to engage in robbery? Pathetic." He also decided to take the leader's horse, planning to sell it upon reaching the next town. The encounter with the bandits was but a minor distraction. A few days later, the two arrived within the borders of Songshan. They first checked into an inn to cleanse themselves and refresh their spirits before finally making their way to Shaolin Temple. They paid their respects and marveled at the scenery. Spending the night at the temple. At the stroke of midnight, Lu Changfeng donned his night attire and stealthily approached the scripture pavilion. Before he could enter, a voice resonated from within. "Amiba, what brings you to my scripture pavilion at such an hour?" A monk, appearing to be over 50, emerged from the pavilion. His presence was calm and unassuming, suggesting he had attained a state of profound simplicity, likely a master of exceptional skill. "I have long admired the unparalleled teachings of Shaolin and wish to enter for a glimpse. Might the master grant me this favor?" Lu Changfeng stated boldly. "You are not a disciple of Shaolin and thus cannot enter the scripture pavilion. It will be best for you to leave." The monk discerned Lu Changfeng's extraordinary aura and preferred to avoid confrontation. "Then let us see who truly possesses the upper hand," Lu Changfeng declared, launching into action. Through his recent training in the Azure Dragon Fist, his internal energy had been refined, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. He now embodied the strength of the dragon and elephant. Moreover, Lu Changfeng projected his psychic energy, creating an aura that rendered every movement of his opponent visible. As they clashed, the old monk was forcefully pushed back several steps by Lu Changfeng's immense power. This strength and technique surpassed even the might of the great strength diamond palm. The old monk was taken aback, realizing such a formidable figure had emerged in the martial world. "Master, you possess remarkable skill," Lu Changfeng praised. Recognizing that the monk's prowess exceeded that of Yu Songhai and Yu Buqian, he continued to advance, unleashing various techniques from the Vermilion Bird Fist, albeit with some restraint in his power, eager to engage in a worthy exchange with a capable opponent. The elderly monk felt increasingly alarmed as he faced the mysterious figure clad in black. Not only was the assailant's martial prowess exceptional, but he also possessed an uncanny ability to anticipate his moves. Had the opponent not been holding back, the monk would have been swiftly incapacitated. Were the adversary to harbor lethal intent, it was likely that he would not withstand even a few exchanges. "Please, I implore you to cease," the monk uttered urgently, retreating as his breath became increasingly erratic. "How about it, master? Have you come to an agreement?" Lu Changfeng inquired. "I can offer this manual of the exorcising sword technique in exchange, provided I am allowed to remain in the scripture repository for just one day," the elderly monk replied. "Allow me to confer with the abbot. I ask for your patience." With that, he swiftly departed. Chapter 20. The Highway Robbery. Before long, several elderly monks hastily approached, accompanied by the 18 bronze figures of Shaolin. Master Feng Zheng, the abbot of Shaolin, furrowed his brow upon seeing Lu Changfeng had removed his mask, revealing his true visage. He pondered why Lu Changfeng exhibited such audacity. "Benefactor, if you leave now, I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred," Master Feng Zheng intoned solemnly. Sighing, Lu Changfeng replied, "Alas, it appears I must do this once more." With a flourish of his hand, the Jinyue sword behind him unsheathed itself, levitating before him. This spectacle left the monks across from him wide-eyed in astonishment. Controlling the sword with one's chi, a preternatural master, Master Feng Zheng exclaimed in disbelief. He quickly added, "Benefactor, we concede. Please, retract your divine prowess." Lu Changfeng retrieved a slender tome from within his robes and tossed it forth before striding into the library pavilion. Master Feng Zheng, upon receiving it, discerned the words "evil-repelling sword technique" emblazoned upon its cover. Indeed, it is this tome. Master Feng Zheng's brow furrowed further. He felt no elation at acquiring this manual. Shaolin possessed an abundance of martial art scriptures, rendering the acquisition of techniques from other sects unnecessary. And he was well aware of the origins of the evil-repelling sword technique. The moon hung full and luminous that night. Lu Changfeng required no oil lamp as he ascended directly to the third floor, the sanctum housing the martial arts manuals. He casually selected a volume entitled Mighty Vajra Palm, which he promptly scanned into his memory palace, finishing it in mere minutes. Ordinary techniques did not warrant retention in Lu Changfeng's memory. He committed the existing 72 extraordinary skills to his memory palace. By the following morning, Lu Changfeng departed the library, exchanging a brief farewell with the elderly monk. The monk, witnessing Lu Changfeng's swift and unencumbered exit, noted the absence of any concealed texts and nodded, allowing him to depart without obstruction. In this world, elite martial prowess resembled nuclear weaponry. Should such individuals disregard the rules, chaos would surely follow. Lu Changfeng, accompanied by Lin Pingji, left Shaolin Temple and rented a modest courtyard in the city of Defeng. He intended to devote time to thoroughly assimilate these scriptures, integrating them into the Four Symbols Fist Manual. When that moment arrived, it may be necessary to rename the manual to the Four Symbols Martial Manual. Mount Song loomed majestically, its peaks piercing the clouds like swords. Amidst the swirling morning mist, the blue-tiled roofs and white walls of Dengfeng appeared ethereal. This ancient city, steeped in a millennium of tranquility, had once been a haven of peace, filled with the aroma of spicy soup wafting through the alleys, where vendors' calls mingled with the jingling of donkey and horse bells, creating the vibrant tapestry of urban life. Yet in recent days, an undercurrent of tension had begun to stir within the city. In tea-houses and taverns, numerous figures from the martial world whispered conspiratorially. Have you heard? That Wu Yanzu has received the unparalleled legacy of the divine Condor Hero. The divine Condor Hero, is he not the same as the legendary figure known as the divine Condor Couple? Indeed, it is he. Rumor has it that the 13 protectors of the Songshan sect have also arrived. A spectacle awaits. In the shadows of a street corner, 3 figures cloaked in black quietly lingered. The leader, his visage stern, bore a scar that slashed diagonally across his left cheek to his chin. He was Ding Mian, the foremost of the 13 protectors of Songshan. Flanking him were 2 companions. One was stout and robust like an iron tower, known as Lu Bai, the celestial crane hand. The other, with a grim countenance and a heavy iron sword suspended at his waist, was Fei Bin, the great Songyang hand. Their eyes, sharp as blades, pierced towards the southern part of the city. The Left Alliance leader has decreed that if the rumors prove true, he shall take the head of Wu Yanzu and reclaim the legacy of the divine Eagle Hero. Ding Mian's voice was low and somber, his inner strength surging within his palm, causing the blue stone slab beneath him to crack with fine fissures. In the southern courtyard, nestled deep within the bamboo grove, the green brick walls were entwined with climbing vines. Lin Pingji stood resolutely at the entrance, his heavy sword, Jin, held before him, its tip pointed to the ground. His gaze piercing and fierce. Clad in a dark short outfit, his muscles were taut and well-defined, having long shed the youthful frivolity of his past. Suddenly, the courtyard door exploded, splinters flying as 3 shadowy figures, like phantoms, swept into the yard. Ding Mian stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes glancing over Lin Pingji, and coldly remarked, "A mere child, barely out of infancy, dares to obstruct us?" Lin Pingji, sword held across his chest, replied firmly, "My master is in seclusion. No outsiders may enter." Outsiders? Fei Bin scoffed, drawing his heavy sword with a flash, its cold gleams slicing toward Lin Pingji's neck. Let Wu Yanzu come out to meet his demise. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated like thunder. Lin Pingji's arms bulged with muscle as he met Fei Bin's strike with Jinyue, forcing his opponent back 3 steps. The bluestone ground cracked like a spider's web, dust swirling in the air. With a thunderous roar, Lin Pingji unleashed a torrent of swordplay, his strikes as fierce as a tempest. The heavy sword, typically wielded with brute force, danced with a serpent-like grace, each blow accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Fei Bin's expression shifted slightly as he struggled to counter the onslaught, retreating step by step. This boy possesses unusual strength, Lu Bai thought, extending his palms like a crane's beak, aiming for the open flank beneath Lin Pingji's ribs. Before the gust of his palm could reach, Lin Pingji sensed a constriction in his chest and swiftly withdrew his sword, executing the dragon soaring 9 heavens maneuver with a diagonal thrust. As their energies clashed, a shockwave erupted, causing an ancient locust tree in the courtyard to splinter and drop its leaves. Ding Mian observed coldly, then leaped into the fray, his right palm raised high, ants running rampant. Instantly, his palm's shadow darkened the sky, descending like a mountain upon Lin Pingji. Gritting his teeth, Lin Pingji braced his sword in defense, but felt an overwhelming force crash down, causing his knees to buckle and blood to trickle from the corner of his lips. It was remarkable that he could withstand several strikes from 3 top-tier masters, considering his limited training time. Pingji retreat. A clear, cold voice emanated from within the house. The bamboo curtain lifted slightly, revealing Lu Changfeng, who stepped out slowly, clad in a simple white robe, hands clasped behind his back. His expression as tranquil and unruffled as a still pond. At last, you have chosen to show yourself? Ding Mian sneered, retracting his palm. Surrender the legacy of the divine eagle hero, and I shall spare your life. Lu Changfeng's face registered disdain as he replied coolly, You are a fool of the highest order, unaware of being manipulated. Arrogant. Fei Bin hoavat in fury. His cold iron sword transforming into a silver arc aimed directly at Lu Changfeng's heart. The sword's aura carved a 3-foot trench into the ground before it even reached him. Lu Changfeng remained motionless, extending his hand in a grasping motion, causing Lin Pingji's Zhenyue to fly into his grasp. The sword lightly rested against Fei Bin's blade, a gentle force spiraling forth. Fei Bin felt the momentum of his sword stall, as if it were mired in a quagmire. As he attempted to withdraw, Zhenyue coiled around the spine of his sword. With a slight flick of his wrist, Lu Changfeng caused Fei Bin's sword to slip from his hands, embedding itself into the courtyard wall with a resounding clang. Altogether, Ding Mian bellowed, coordinating a flanking assault with Lu Bai. Ding Mian's palms gleamed a fiery red, reminiscent of heated iron, embodying the profound techniques of Mount Song's supreme art, the great yin-yang hand. Lu Bai, with an ethereal grace, wielded the crane-form fist, targeting vital points with lethal precision. Lu Changfeng, with a delicate point of his toes, retreated like a drifting willow, executing the recently devised vermilion bird sword technique. This swordplay, a harmonious blend of rigidity and flexibility, seamlessly countered all 3 of their strikes. As the forces clashed, the trio felt an overwhelming surge of immense power, their faces betraying astonishment, for this strength likely surpassed that of the Left Alliance leader. Chapter 021. The Invincible East Formation. Ding Mian shouted sternly. The 3 swiftly formed a formation, while Fei Bin retrieved the cold iron sword, casting a net of gleaming light towards Lu Changfeng. This formation subtly aligned with the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, integrating offense and defense, having slain countless martial arts masters of the Jianghu. Lu Changfeng chuckled lightly, his heavy sword striking with ease, akin to a feather, each attack targeting the formation's vulnerabilities. Fei Bin bore the brunt, his chest armor caving in as he spat blood and was sent flying. Lu Bai's form was shattered by the sword's energy, his right arm crushed, howling in agony as he fell. Ding Mian barely managed to withstand the onslaught, but was forced back several steps, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. Impossible. Is this truly the skill of the legendary Condor hero? Ding Mian knelt on the ground, disbelief etched across his face. Lu Changfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his garments swirling as if stirred by an unseen wind. You are but frogs at the bottom of a well. This is a martial art of my own creation. Go back and inform Zwillingshan. Lu Changfeng waved his sleeve and turned, his tone icy. If you dare to offend me again, the Songzhan sect shall no longer exist in this world. Ultimately, Lu Changfeng refrained from taking their lives, to avoid altering the narrative too drastically. Should these individuals remain ungrateful, they would serve as Lin Pingji's sharpening stone. as the sun descended in the west. Dangfeng City returned to tranquility. Lu Changfeng stood amidst the dilapidated courtyard, reflecting on the immense gains from this journey to Shaolin. The four symbols martial scripture had elevated to a remarkable level. Master, I suspect it is the machinations of Shaolin Temple, attempting to incite the martial heroes to besiege us. Lin Pingji said angrily as he bandaged his wounds. Lu Changfeng smirked. Would they be content with my forceful intrusion into the sutra repository? To use others as pawns and reap the aftermath is indeed a cunning strategy. Since they wish to play, we shall indulge them. Tomorrow, we shall visit Haimu Cliff. The morning mist enveloped Haimu Cliff like a blood-red veil. Amidst the towering cliffs, an iron chain bridge swayed in the wind, resonating with the clang of metal. Lu Changfeng, clad in a blue robe, stood at the cliff's edge, gazing at the pavilions and towers shrouded in mist, a smile gracing his lips. Invincible East, do not disappoint me. Who approaches? Two crimson-clad disciples soared down from the cliff's peak, their curved sabers gleaming ominously. Lu Changfeng casually tossed a copper coin, which soared through the air, inscribing the characters for martial arts onto the iron chain, cutting half an inch deep. Inform the Eastern leader that Wu has come to seek the teachings of the Eastern leader's sunflower manual. Half a stick of incense later, the iron chain bridge crashed down. Lu Changfeng ascended the steps with his hands behind his back, observing the disciples along the way, all adorned in red, their faces concealed by bronze masks, exuding a chilling aura akin to a path of Azuris. Upon reaching the grand hall at the cliff's summit, a scarlet figure descended gracefully from the dome, the golden-threaded robes billowing like flowing clouds. A voice both languid and androgynous spoke. Only you have been able to breach my sect's 3 barriers and 9 locks in the past decade. The invincible East reclined against the throne, toying with an embroidered needle. Sunlight streamed through the glass dome, illuminating his pallid visage, rendering it akin to jade sculpture, save for the hint of rouge at the corners of his eyes, hinting at an otherworldly allure. Having long heard of the Sunflower Manual's unparalleled prowess, I have come today to verify its martial teachings. Before Lu Changfeng could finish his sentence, a steel needle shot forth from his sleeve. 72 fine needles formed the arrangement of the Big Dipper, targeting the vital points surrounding the invincible East. Yet, Lu Changfeng did not unleash his full power. What a remarkable ability to manipulate objects with one's chi. Dongfang Bubi let out a long, hearty laugh as the embroidery needle danced in the air, effortlessly drawing circles and absorbing every steel needle in its path. The collision of needle tips sparked brilliant flashes, reminiscent of fireflies cascading through the night sky. The two figures flickered in and out of sight, exchanging blows in an instant. Lu Changfeng's imposing Jinyue sword struck with the force of thunder. It was continuously deflected by the embroidery needle's unpredictable trajectory. Dongfang Bubi's techniques grew increasingly enigmatic, weaving a crimson web of needle shadows in the air. Beware! Dongfang Bubi suddenly twirled upward, unleashing a tempest of countless needle shadows that transformed into a scarlet storm, the red threads appearing as if they were weaving the very fabric of fate. Lu Changfeng's pupils constricted sharply as he unleashed his psychic field, the heavy sword carving an arc of profound mystery. This was the Xuanwu sword technique, a new creation born from the amalgamation of the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin. Boom! The shockwave erupted, shattering the glass dome inch by inch. Dongfang Bubi stumbled to the ground, her hair disheveled. Yet her eyes sparkled with fervent brilliance. What a splendid balance of strength and gentleness. This technique embodies the principles of yin and yang. Could it be that you have already entered the realm of innate mastery? Lu Changfeng sheathed his sword, a smile gracing his lips. If the sect leader would relinquish that half-scroll of incomplete knowledge, true perfection might be within reach. He gestured for guidance from Wu. Dongfang Bubi returned the gesture of respect. 3 days later, within the forbidden grounds of Haimu Cliff's Jinwu Hall, Dongfang Bubi dismissed those around her and lifted the incense table dedicated to the great Emperor Jinwu. With the sound of mechanisms whirring, a hidden compartment slowly rose, revealing a weathered ancient text alongside a bronze longsword. the Tai Chi classic, and Jinwu's sword lay before them. She caressed the sword's cloud patterns, her tone tinged with nostalgia, recalling how the immortal Jinwu had swept away evil with this very blade, lamenting that no one in later generations could match even a fraction of his prowess. As Liu Changfeng perused the Tai Chi classic, he found Zhang Sanfeng truly deserving of the title of Grandmaster, with an understanding of yin and yang that reached extraordinary heights. Suddenly enlightened, he set down the classic and began to practice Tai Chi nearby. Dongfang Bubi trembled as the influence of Liu Changfeng's intent surged through her. Her internal energy flowed uncontrollably, breaking through a decade-old bottleneck. So that's how it is. She let out a long howl, her energy swirling like a vortex, extinguishing the candles in the hall, leaving only the ethereal shadow of Tai Chi flickering. When the brilliance faded, Dongfang Bubi's aura became more refined, her countenance radiating an otherworldly grace. Today, she understood what it meant to be born of heaven and humanity. The growth of all things, she solemnly cradled the Jinwu sword and Tai Chi classic, believing these treasures rightfully belonged to him. After achieving his goal, Liu Changfeng lingered at Haimu Cliff to contemplate the Tai Chi classic. Half a month later, at Ping Yiji's medicinal abode, amidst the swirling mist of herbs, a scarred, hunchbacked elder was dissecting a corpse. Vivid red organs soaked in a glass vial emitted an eerie blue glow. Can one revive a heart that has stopped for 3/4 of an hour? The elder's knife hung in midair, his single eye fixed intently on Liu Changfeng. Boy, if you deceive me. The key to the heart replacement technique lay in the eye-soul revitalization needle. Liu Changfeng inserted the silver needle into the corpse's dantian point, his psychic power manipulating the needle tip to release cold energy, encasing the remaining life force in profound ice, and then supplemented by marvelous. Ping Yiji suddenly erupted into wild laughter, the blade of his knife pricking his own left arm. Come, let us refine this rotten bone regrowth powder of mine. The candlelight flickered until dawn broke. As Liu Changfeng exited the medicinal chamber, he cradled within his arms a copy of the Yama's rival's manuscript, while Ping Yiji slumbered peacefully, clutching the draft of a newly developed 9-turn resurrection pill. Liu Changfeng had adeptly employed his knowledge of traditional Chinese surgical techniques to subdue Ping Yiji, thereby acquiring his esteemed medical treatise. Thus, the expedition to Blackwood Cliff concluded splendidly. Master, where shall we journey next? Inquired Lin Pingji. In the span of these few days had gained more insight than he had in the previous 2 decades, having also witnessed the prowess of several eminent martial artists from the Jianghu. Chapter 22. Upon Mount Hua, let us pay a visit to the Hua Mountain sect, murmured Liu Changfeng. Although Yu Buchuan's martial prowess was rather mediocre, the presence of Feng Qingyang in the rear mountains warranted the journey. The autumn rain fell gently upon the Jade Maiden Peak of Hua Mountain. Yu Buchuan gazed at the approaching pair of master and disciple on the path, his grasp on the teacup tightening, causing it to crack. Since that day, when the 13 protectors of Songshan returned in defeat, the name of Wu Yinzu had spread throughout the martial world. Ning Zhongze, filled with concern, remarked, "Senior brother, this person does not come with good intentions." "I'm aware," Yu Buchuan replied, standing up with a wave of his sleeve, his purple aura rippling through his robes. "As a disciple of the Hua Mountain School, we shall not fear him." Yet, at that moment, he had yet to master the evil-repelling sword technique, and his heart was not as resolute as he pretended. "Master Yu, long time no see." Liu Changfeng greeted with a respectful clasping of hands. "Thanks to Mr. Wu, all is well. May I inquire about the purpose of Mr. Wu's visit to our Hua Mountain?" Yu Buchuan swiftly donned a cordial demeanor. "I happened to pass by and thought to pay a visit to you, Master Yu, while also allowing my disciple, Pingji, to gain some insight into the esteemed disciples of Hua Mountain, so that he may understand that there are always greater talents beyond his own," Liu Changfeng replied. Hearing this, Yu Buchuan breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely an exchange between disciples. Had Wu Yinzu personally intervened, no one in the Hua Mountain sect would stand a chance against him. In the martial arts arena, Lin Pingji swung his heavy sword, sending 3 Hua Mountain disciples tumbling out of the ring. Watching from the sidelines, Yu Buchuan's expression darkened. He had initially believed his disciple was merely a hair's breadth away from mastery, yet it became clear that the gap was vast. In just a year of apprenticeship under Wu Yanzu, had Lin Pingji truly inherited the legacy of the divine eagle hero? Lu Changfeng, stroking his beard with satisfaction, mused that Lin Pingji was not only intelligent but also diligent in his training. With such a capable master guiding him, he would surely avoid the pitfalls of the original tale. Brother Lin, I am Ling Huchong, and I wish to experience your esteemed skills, he declared. It was then that Yuling Shan, having sensed the imbalance, discreetly descended from the thought-reflecting cliff to summon her elder brother Ling Huchong. There must be a reason for this, and surely their father would not chastise him. Ling Huchong, handsome and possessing an unrestrained demeanor, exuded a casual charm that had undoubtedly captivated the holy maiden of the demon cult. Please, Brother Linghu. Lin Pingji, now brimming with confidence, faced Ling Huchong, initially employing the Hua Mountain sword technique. Though executed with utmost proficiency, it paled in comparison to the Thunderclap sword technique. With each exchange, Ling Huchong felt a tingling in his hands, knowing he could not afford to lose. As the leading disciple of Hua Mountain, he must uphold the sect's honor. Determined, he gritted his teeth and unleashed the breaking sword technique from the 9 swords of Dugu, attacking with precision. Lin Pingji began to falter, finding himself on the defensive. To secure victory, he would have to unleash his full strength, overpowering skill with brute force. Yet this was merely a contest, not a life-or-death struggle. Master Yu, it seems your disciple is not employing your sect's sword techniques. Lu Changfeng inquired with a hint of a smile, while Yu Buchuan's face turned ashen, caught between a desire to respond and a lack of words, ultimately choosing silence. In this bout, Lin Pingji had lost, yet Yu Buchuan was not particularly pleased. After a few idle exchanges, he departed with a wave of his sleeve. That night, Lu Changfeng stood alone at the thought-reflecting cliff. Entering the cave, moonlight filtered through the crevices, illuminating the sword marks on the cave walls. The techniques of the 5 mountains, swordplay, faintly discernible. His fingertips gently brushed against the characters of Dai Zone, allowing him to perceive the profound intricacies of these sword techniques, which he diligently recorded in the palace of his memory. The young friend possesses remarkable inner strength. Not far away, an elderly man with white hair stood beneath the moonlight. Who else could it be but Feng Qingyang? Predecessor, prepare yourself, Lu Changfeng declared without hesitation, leaping forward and channeling his energy into a 2-part strike. The Zhuke Fist, a harmonious blend of softness and firmness, intricately fused with the essence of Tai Chi, became even more exquisite. What a splendid martial art! Feng Qingyang's eyes sparkled with admiration. He wielded his fingers as if they were a sword, swiftly executing the breaking palm technique. However, Lu Changfeng was no ordinary martial artist. He had mastered the Zhuke Fist to a realm of transcendence, his movements fluid and unyielding, leaving no openings. For a moment, Feng Qingyang found himself at a loss. After exchanging over 100 moves, Feng Qingyang felt his strength waning. Young friend, your skills are truly remarkable. Perhaps we should cease our sparring? Lu Changfeng retreated as suggested. Praising, as expected, the Duga 9 swords are indeed unparalleled. Feng Qingyang felt a twinge of embarrassment, despite years of honing his extraordinary swordsmanship to the level of a master. He found himself unable to contend with such a young prodigy. There are traces of Tai Chi in your fist techniques. Are you a disciple of Wudong? Feng Qingyang inquired. Predecessor Feng, you have keen insight. I am Wu Yanzu, fortunate enough to have studied the Tai Chi classics. However, I am not from Wudong, merely a wandering practitioner. Lu Changfeng explained. The waves of the Yangtze River push the waves before it. Feng Qingyang remarked with a sigh. This evening is splendid. Having encountered you, dear friend, let us indulge in some fine drinks. Please wait a moment while I fetch some. Lu Changfeng quickly descended the mountain, procuring a roasted chicken and a jar of wine from the Huashan kitchen, returning to share conversation and drinks with Feng Qingyang. You are truly a remarkable person, young friend. Before long, no one in this realm will rival you. Feng Qingyang exclaimed after several cups. What does it matter who is the greatest in the world? In 100 years, we all return to dust. What is truly important is the journey, lived with abandon. To have met you today, predecessor Feng, is a great joy in my life, Lu Changfeng replied. Ah, young friend, you are indeed carefree. The old man admired, raising his cup. After finishing a jar of wine, the two parted ways, knowing that connections formed are transient, and both were souls of elegance, unencumbered by hesitation. The following day, Lu Changfeng departed from the Huashan sect with Lin Pingji. This journey to Huashan had allowed him to document the 5 mountain sword techniques and to meet Feng Qingyang, making it worthwhile. A veil of white mist enveloped the winding mountain path, where ancient pines and cypress swayed gently in the breeze, dewdrops rolling off leaves and splashing upon the bluestone slabs. Lu Changfeng, with the Jinwu sword at his waist and clad in a blue robe, walked with hands clasped behind his back, followed closely by Lin Pingji, who bore the heavy sword Jinyue and his own sword, Suishing, its sheath glistening with morning dew, reflecting a cold, sharp glimmer in the dawnlight. Master, beyond the Qingyo Gorge lies the realm of Wudong. Lin Pingji pointed towards the distant peaks shrouded in clouds, his voice imbued with youthful excitement. I have heard that the Tai Qi Yin Yang fish at the Zhixiao Palace of Wudong was carved by the hand of Zhang Sanfeng himself. I truly wish to witness it. Lu Changfeng nodded with a smile, his fingers caressing the cloud-patterned hilt of the Jinwu sword. Upon obtaining this sword from Haimu Cliff, it has perpetually exuded an elusive chill, as if it harbors the formidable sword aura of the revered Master Sanfeng, who once vanquished myriad demons. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden, crisp sound of a brittle branch snapping reached his ears. Whoosh! A feathered arrow pierced through the air, aimed directly at Lin Pingji's heart. Lu Changfeng's eyes sparkled with intensity. From his sleeve, a steel needle shot forth, striking the arrowhead with pinpoint accuracy. The arrow snapped in response, embedding itself into an ancient tree by the roadside as over 20 masked figures emerged from the dense forest, their steel blades gleaming menacingly in unison. Chapter 023. The Wudong Journey. This path is blocked. The leader, towering like an iron tower, boomed with a voice like thunder. Leave a legacy, and I shall spare your lives. Lin Pingji, with his heavy sword crossed over his chest, was ablaze with fighting spirit. Master, allow me to deal with them. Before he could finish, Lu Changfeng had already darted into the enemy ranks like a specter. The Jinwu sword had yet to be drawn. Merely wielding the scabbard unleashed a tempestuous force. 2 bandits were sent hurtling through the air like kites severed from their strings, crashing into a pine tree as thick as a bowl to finally halt their momentum. Amidst the swirling leaves, Lu Changfeng moved like a swimming dragon, the sounds of shattered bones echoing wherever he passed. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The bandit leader, sensing the danger, turned to flee. Lu Changfeng let out a cold laugh, flicking his fingertips, sending 3 fine needles through the air, striking the Rinzhong, Tsuchi, and Jianjing acupoints. The leader instantly froze in place, his muscles convulsing uncontrollably. Speak! Lu Changfeng pressed the scabbard against the bandit leader's throat. Who sent you? The leader, his jaw trembling, stammered. It was the Left Alliance leader of the Songzhan sect. He said you possess a precious treasure, and the various sects of the martial world are restless. An innocent man bears the burden of having a gem. Crack! A light tap with the scabbard, and the bandit leader's neck was severed. Lu Changfeng flicked away the droplets of blood from the scabbard and turned to Lin Pingji, saying, The martial world is perilous. Today I impart a lesson to you. There is no good or evil in this realm, only interests. Master, I am enlightened. Lin Pingji bowed deeply. The Songzhan sect is too overbearing. Should we not pay them another visit to teach them a lesson? No need. We shall wait for the rabbit to come to us. We're not in a hurry. Lu Changfeng's eyes glinted coldly. He had no desire to create needless slaughter, but some individuals seemed intent on their own demise. Upon reaching Wudong Mountain, Lu Changfeng instructed Lin Pingji to ascend and notify in advance. At the summit of the arduous 81 stone steps, the statue of Emperor Jinwu loomed over all beings. Taoist Chongxiu, holding a whisk, stood at the front of the hall, his white beard fluttering gently in the wind, resembling an immortal from a painting. Upon seeing Lu Chongfeng and his disciple approach, he bowed and smiled. Mr. Wu has returned the Jinwu sword and the Taijiquan scriptures. The entire Wudong is deeply grateful. Should Mr. Wu ever need assistance from our sect, do not hesitate to speak. It is merely the return of what belongs to its rightful owner, Lu Chongfeng replied, unfastening the Jinwu sword and presenting the Taijiquan scriptures with both hands. Chongshu trembled as he accepted them. These two treasures of the sect had been lost for so long, and now their return would allow him to face the ancestors of Wudong in the afterlife with dignity. Mr. Wu, please. I have prepared a modest feast to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. The martial world has never been solely about fighting. It is also about human relationships and social intricacies. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Taoist Chongshu leaned closer to Lu Chongfeng and whispered, "Have you ever visited the Shaolin Temple?" Upon receiving a nod from Lu Chongfeng, he continued, "You must be cautious in the near future. Thank you for the warning, Taoist. Those bald monks are beneath contempt. When they cannot win in a fair fight, they resort to schemes and treachery." Mere opportunists. Lu Chongfeng scoffed. Having satisfied their hunger and thirst, Lu Chongfeng put forth his request. "I have heard that Master Sanfeng created a technique known as pure yang Wujigong. May I have the honor of observing it?" Taoist Chongshu pondered for a moment before agreeing. Although pure yang Wujigong was a closely guarded secret of the Wudong sect, it paled in comparison to the Taijiquan scriptures and the Jinwu sword. Upon the realization of enlightenment, the recluse requested confidentiality. The Taoist Chongshu responded with natural acceptance. Lu Chongfeng perused the text thoroughly, inquiring about several specialized terminologies, and subsequently returned the manuscript to Taoist Chongshu. The latter expressed surprise. Will the recluse not contemplate further for a few more days? Enough, Lu Chongfeng replied. I am intrigued by the Zhenwu 7-section formation of the Wudong sect. Might we engage in a friendly spar? Taoist Chongshu comprehended that Lu Chongfeng's prowess surpassed his own, undoubtedly possessing a legacy, and would not transition to the pure yang Wujigong of Wudong, but rather take inspiration from it. The same could be said for the Zhenwu 7-section formation. Please wait a moment. I will make the necessary arrangements, he said. In the stone plaza before the Zixiao Palace, 7 long swords resonated as they were drawn. Chongshu and 6 other disciples of Wudong stood firmly, their white robes billowing in the mountain breeze. With a circular gesture of his sword, Taoist Chongshu conjured a Taiji diagram from the morning mist at the tip of his blade. Wu Jiushi. This formation has existed since the founding by the Master Sanfeng, and no one has ever emerged unscathed. Lu Chongfeng stood at the center of the formation, his azure robe torn by the sword energy. He gazed towards the direction of the Big Dipper, a smile gracing his lips. The 7 stars inverted. The yin and yang exchanged. The Zhenwu 7-section formation indeed possesses extraordinary qualities. Before he could finish speaking, 7 beams of sword light surged forth like silver dragons from the depths. The sword from the Tian Shu position aimed directly at the throat, while the Tian Xin position concealed the palm strike targeting the waist. Though the 7 practitioners seemed to employ disparate techniques, their sword energies intertwined, enveloping Lu Chongfeng within a web of lethal intent. Excellent, Lu Chongfeng exclaimed, unleashing a powerful shout as he executed the defensive Xuanwu sword technique, his sword colliding with the 7 blades, producing a crisp sound. Taoist Chongshu felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing his pupils to constrict as the sword's momentum shifted. Kan and Li exchanged places. The 7 swords coiled like serpents, their combined energies forming a water and fire taiji that barely held against Lu Chongfeng's heavy sword. The clash of metal rang out like a torrential downpour, sparks erupting in the mist like golden lotuses. Lu Chongfeng lightly tapped the stone surface, his form soaring gracefully, traversing 3 zhang above the ground through the gaps in the sword web. In midair, Lu Chongfeng traced circles with his heavy sword. Below the long swords, influenced by his movements, abruptly reconfigured, revealing vulnerabilities in the formation. Taoist Chongshu, with hair standing on end, pointed his sword towards the morning dew. Zhenwu dispels demons. The 6 disciples shifted their formation, intertwining their swords into a lotus shape. 7 streams of true energy coalesced into a colossal sword shadow, accompanied by the sound of thunder, confronting Lu Changfeng's Jinyue sword. As the shockwave exploded, trees surrounding the plaza bowed in reverence. Lu Changfeng descended gracefully to the ground, his sleeves transforming into flowing fabric. The 7 disciples of Wudong staggered backward, yet their formation remained intact. Taoist Chongshu pointed towards the Big Dipper. Wu Jiushi, are you aware that for every additional person in this formation, its potency doubles? Lu Changfeng's gaze swept across the positions of the 7 disciples, and he noticed the Tian Quan disciple faltering slightly. Having endured the Jinyue strike, blood had begun to seep from his left shoulder. With a light chuckle, Lu Changfeng drew his Jinyue sword with a resonant sound. Has the Taoist calculated the vulnerabilities when the formation's center shifts? Taoist Chongshu felt a jolt of surprise. He had initially thought Lu Changfeng's strength to be merely marginally superior to his own. Now, it appeared that even the Zhenwu 7-section formation could not contend with him. If this continued, defeat was inevitable, and it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of Wudong. Wu Jiushi's martial prowess is truly remarkable. He must have reached the realm of a grandmaster, Taoist Chongshu mused. Lu Changfeng nodded. His current prowess rendered him unparalleled in this realm. Lin Pingji, witnessing that even the formidable Zhenwu 7-section formation could not thwart his master, displayed an expression of admiration. Indeed, his master was invincible, and he felt immensely fortunate. He mused that, in another 10 or 20 years, he too would be capable of traversing the world without an equal. Having achieved his objectives, Lu Changfeng chose not to linger on Wudong Mountain. Accompanied by Chongshu, he took a moment to appreciate the mountain's breathtaking scenery before bidding farewell and departing. Chapter 024. The fall of Qingcheng. Chongshu gazed at the retreating figures, pondering the invincible prowess that heralded a storm in the martial world. Wudong must not stand against it. In Fuzhou City, within the residence of Lu Changfeng, the moonlight seeped through the window panes as he sat alone at his desk. Manuscripts of the pure Yang Wuzhigong and the 4 symbols martial classic sprawled across the table, with ink in the inkstone reflecting the flickering candlelight. The distant barking of dogs brought a slight smile to his lips, yet his pen's strokes suddenly turned fierce. The azure dragon surged forth from the sea, difficult to restrain. The white tiger bore the corpse, invoking dread and spirits. The wolf hair brush danced across the rice paper, the ink subtly exuding an aura of ancient stones. The vermilion bird scorched the heavens, while the black tortoise quelled the mountains and pacified the seas. As the final stroke fell, the ink in the inkstone was mysteriously suspended in midair by an unseen force. With his fingers poised like a sword, the suspended ink drops were drawn towards his fingertips, sketching a complex diagram of meridian flows upon the wall. The ethereal shadows of the 4 symbols roared within the diagram, ultimately converging into a resplendent river of stars. Thus, the heart method of the 4 symbols martial classic was completely perfected. 3 days later, within the southern courtyard of the city, Lu Changfeng was in meditation, his true energy flowing like a dragon through his meridians. Leaves within a 3-zhong radius swirled autonomously, forming a slowly rotating vortex. Suddenly, his ears perked up at the faint sound of tiles cracking atop the wall. A sudden cry of an owl pierced the night, and over a dozen shadowy figures leapt down from the wall, landing soundlessly. The leader was a gaunt figure, Yu Songhai, the master of Qingchang's sect, followed closely by Yu Renyan, whose gentle demeanor belied the chilling light emanating from the long sword in his hand, the blade faintly tinged with a green hue. Wu Yanzu, Yu Songhai's voice rasped like a rusty blade against stone. You have caused my son to be bereft of descendants. Tonight, I shall exact a bloody retribution. Before his words faded, 3 bone-piercing nails suddenly shot forth from his sleeve, gleaming with a ghostly blue poison, aimed directly at Lu Changfeng's vital points. With his eyes still closed, Lu Changfeng's right hand traced a circle in the air. Boom! His fist surged forth like a raging tide crashing against the shore, the force creating a wave that swept away the scattered bricks, transforming into a dragon shadow. As the dragon's tail swept through, the bone-piercing nails were ground into powder, prompting Yu Songhai and his son to hastily retreat. However, 5 Qingchang disciples behind them were caught off guard, swept into the air by the dragon shadow, their bones cracking amidst their screams that echoed through the night. What kind of martial arts is this? Yu Songhai's eyes flared with malice. His sword, poised like a venomous serpent, formed the formation. 8 Qingchang disciples paired up, aligning in the 4 symbols formation, instantly establishing a sword array. The 8 long swords hummed and vibrated, their lights intertwining to weave a network of ominous purple energy. The 4 absolute sword array of Qingxing sect, a mere trivial skill. Lu Changfeng scoffed coldly, and his figure suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he pounced upon them like a fierce tiger among sheep. The white tiger fist unleashed ruthless strikes, and when one Qingchang disciple raised his sword to block, he was cleaved in twain, both man and blade. As blood rained down, Lu Changfeng's momentum remained unyielding. His second punch aimed directly at the formation's core disciple's crown. Crack! The sound of shattering skulls coincided with the collapse of the sword array. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Songhai ascended, pushing the evil-dissipating sword technique to its utmost limit, his sword light flickering like a ghost flame, instantly unleashing 72 thrusts, each aimed at Lu Changfeng's vital points. Come at me. Lu Changfeng let out a long roar, standing his ground without flinching. The Xuanwu fist transformed into an invisible wall of energy, halting the sword's advance mere inches away. Yu Songhai's pupils constricted sharply as the momentum of the sword shifted abruptly, its tip tracing an uncanny arc against the energy wall, aiming directly for Lu Changfeng's neck. The clash of metal rang out like thunder. Lu Changfeng, with his fingers poised like a blade, concentrated a formidable energy at his fingertips, severing the sword in 2 with sheer force. "Father, let me take over," Yu Renyin suddenly cried out, his veins surging with energy as he struck several vital points on his body. The exorcising energy surged wildly, amplifying his speed several-fold, leaving behind ghostly afterimages as he darted to Lu Changfeng's rear. The blood-stained broken sword screamed as it lunged toward Lu Changfeng's back. This strike encapsulated Yu Renyin's lifetime of skill. Even before the blade reached its target, the air was rent asunder, leaving deep gouges on the bluestone ground. Lu Changfeng spun around abruptly, his fist erupting with the spirit of the vermilion bird. With a whoosh, the fist met the sword's tip, sparking brilliant flames. The vermilion bird's energy surged up the sword, instantly blackening Yu Renyin's right arm. Lu Changfeng's fist, blazing like a wildfire, thundered toward Yu Renyin's chest. With a sickening thud, blood erupted as Yu Renyin was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing through the courtyard wall, leaving a human-shaped hole. Struggling to lift his head, he witnessed his father being relentlessly driven back by Lu Changfeng, his robe soaked in blood. "Yanea!" Yu Songhai's eyes bulged with fury, a single tear of blood erupting from his solitary eye. He bit his tongue, black blood seeping from his pores, his breath surging once more. "Wu Yanzu, I shall take you to the grave with me." The ultimate move of the exorcising sword technique was unleashed with ferocity. Countless sword shadows morphed into grotesque faces. The chilling winds howled like a chorus of wailing spirits, enveloping a 10-meter radius and sealing off Lu Changfeng's escape. Lu Changfeng's expression finally turned grave. He rooted his feet to the ground, the Xuanwu fist stance slowly unfolding. Boom! The first sword struck the energy wall, sending ripples through the air. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of 99 swords fell like torrential rain, and cracks began to appear in the energy wall. Yu Songhai cackled madly as he delivered the final strike. Break. Boom. The energy wall shattered explosively. The sword tipped mere half an inch from Lu Changfeng's heart, yet it was caught between 2 fingers. With a swift motion, Lu Changfeng sent Yu Songhai flying. No! In a piercing scream, Yu Songhai's right arm was obliterated at the shoulder, his body caught in a swirling vortex. Lifted high into the air, Lu Changfeng leaped, delivering a straightforward punch. Bang! Yu Songhai plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the bluestone ground, creating a deep pit. As the dust settled, his chest was caved in, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, his solitary eye still glaring defiantly at the night sky. Lu Changfeng descended gracefully, his sleeves untouched by dust. Casting a glance at the corpse in the pit, he shook his head with a soft sigh. The exorcising sword technique. Ultimately a path of the unorthodox. A faint noise suddenly emerged from the base of the wall. Yu Rinyan, dragging his broken body, crawled toward his father, his charred right hand clutching a fragment of the broken sword, carving grotesque blood trails on the ground. "Father, we shall take revenge." In a flash, the sword's glimmer appeared, and Lu Changfeng's energy swept past Yu Rinyan's throat. A line of blood slowly manifested, and Yu Rinyan collapsed beside his father's corpse, his eyes reflecting the cold, luminous moonlight. As the night wind brushed through the courtyard, the stench of blood gradually dissipated. Lu Changfeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the moon, his energy flowing ceaselessly around him. The wildcat on the wall shrieked and fled, while the distant sound of a watchman's clapper echoed through the arid air, a reminder to be cautious with fire. "What a nuisance," Lu Changfeng remarked, surveying the scene strewn with corpses. The servants in the courtyard, alerted by the commotion, rose to investigate, only to tremble in terror at the sight before them. Lu Changfeng instructed one servant to go to the Lin residence and summon Lin Pingji to handle the matter, before returning to his chamber to continue his meditative practice. In Fuzhou, the autumn rain had lingered for 3 consecutive days, the bluestone path glistening with moisture. And the stone lion before the vermilion gates of the Lin residence shone brightly from a downpour. Lin Pingji stood beneath the eaves, holding an oiled paper umbrella, his dark attire accentuating his tall figure. He gazed at the approaching carriage at the end of the alley, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Chapter 025, Exorcism Master. As the carriage curtain was lifted, he hastened to meet the figure clad in azure, extending his hand to assist. However, Lu Changfeng waved his hand dismissively, lightly landing on the ground with a delicate touch, his garments untouched by the dew. He had reiterated countless times that formalities were unnecessary. Lin Zhennan and his wife had long awaited in the main hall, where a round table was adorned with Longjing tea and osmanthus cakes. Lin's mother poured tea with a smile, remarking that Mr. Wu's extended stay at the Lin residence was indeed a blessing for Pingji. Lin Zhennan stroked his beard in agreement, yet a glimmer of concern lingered in his eyes. A fortnight prior, news had spread through the martial world of the complete annihilation of the Qing Chang sect, and this Wu Yinzu was at the epicenter of the storm. In the depths of the bamboo grove behind the courtyard, Lu Changfeng chose a secluded chamber. Pushing open the intricately carved wooden window, he beheld a small azure stone pond, where remnants of lotus leaves floated on the surface and several red carps swam leisurely. He unfastened the Jinhua sword and hung it on the wall, addressing Lin Pingji, who had followed him inside. From this day forth, practice swordplay at the hour of the rabbit and meditate at the hour of the rooster. Do not slacken your efforts. Disciple obeys. Lin Pingji responded with a cupped fist, his gaze radiant like the stars. Since that fateful night when he witnessed his master combat a multitude of foes, a fervent fire had ignited within his chest, robbing him of sleep. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and dew clung to the bamboo leaves. Lin Pingji stood bare-chested in the courtyard, holding his heavy sword across his chest. Lu Changfeng reclined on a stone bench, his fingertips delicately grasping a teacup, when he suddenly splashed the remaining tea from the cup. The droplets suspended in midair crystallized into shards of ice, shooting forth like beams of cold radiance. With a thunderous roar, Lin Pingji shouted, his sword striking like a bolt of lightning. The heavy sword, accompanied by the force of wind and thunder, shattered the ice shards in an instant. Before the fragments had settled, Lu Changfeng had already approached like a specter, aiming directly for Lin Pingji's acupoint with his fingertip. Lin Pingji swiftly spun to evade, but the hilt of his sword struck his master's elbow, only to be deflected by a gentle force, causing him to stumble and miss his target. The essence of thunderous might does not solely lie in the pursuit of speed. Lu Changfeng withdrew, hands clasped behind his back, remarking, Had you transformed your downward slash into an upward thrust in conjunction with your footwork? Before he could finish, a soft sound of tiles shifting came from the wall. Both turned to see a gray shadow flit past the eaves. Lu Changfeng smirked, sending a steel needle soaring from his sleeve. A thud echoed from 10 paces away as a figure in gray fell to the courtyard. 3 fine needles embedded in his chest. Lin Pingji held his sword to the assailant's throat and pulled away the mask, revealing a young monk with delicate features. Devil, the abbot will not spare you. The young monk gasped, drenched in cold sweat. Devil? Lu Changfeng raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly as the steel needle swiftly pierced the young monk's feng-qi acupoint. The boy's eyes rolled back as he fainted, and Lu Changfeng tossed him over the wall like a chick, instructing, inform Fang Zheng that if he wishes to fight, let him come. Do not resort to cowardly deeds. At the Fengshan platform, a bronze incense burner exhaled wisps of green smoke. Master Fang Zheng held a golden invitation, scanning the various sect leaders present. Wu Yinzu possesses malevolent power and has slaughtered the entire Qingcheng sect. Such a devil must be eradicated. Otherwise, the martial realm shall never know peace. Left Cold Zin, the leader of the Songzhan sect, slammed the table and rose. 3 elders of our sect have been grievously injured by this devil. The Taimen Taoists from the Taishan sect echoed in solidarity. This fiend extinguishes entire families with cruel methods. He must be slain. Amidst the chaos, may Amitabha Buddha guide us. Fang Zheng joined his palms in reverence, stating, on the 9th day of next month, I invite all of you to converge in Fuzhou to eliminate this menace. In a corner, Yu Buchuan, the leader of the Huashan sect, held a teacup with an inscrutable expression. Ning Zhongze gently tugged at his sleeve, subtly shaking her head. As the crowd dispersed, Yu Buchuan fixed his gaze upon the words demon inscribed on the invitation. A cold smile, suddenly curling his lips. What a cunning Shaolin. Their art of using others' blades has only grown more refined. In the back courtyard of the Lin residence, the osmanthus had blossomed for the 2nd time, its sweet fragrance permeating the moonlit night. Lu Changfeng sat cross-legged atop a rock formation, a swirling vortex of energy causing petals to dance around him. Lin Pingji stood at the foot of the hill, sword in hand, when he suddenly noticed his master open his eyes, their depths shimmering like a galaxy. Observe closely. Lu Changfeng extended his fingers, and the waters of the pond responded, rising to form a translucent sword silhouette. The water erupted violently, transforming into numerous transparent sword shapes that howled as they crashed into the surrounding bamboo groves. The bamboo, thick as a bowl, was severed at the base, the cut surfaces smooth as mirrors. Lin Pingji stood frozen, the whisper of his master echoing in his ears. This technique, for symbols returning to origin, requires the power of thought to guide energy. Your current skill is insufficient. Forcing it will surely backfire. In early October, a chilling wind swept through Shaosher Mountain. A 9-jong-high platform was erected in front of the Great Hero Hall, flanked by 18 bronze figures wielding demon-subduing staves. Experts from various sects gathered, yet no one noticed the empty seats reserved for Wudong. At 1:15 noon, the bell tolled 9 times. Just as Master Fang Zheng was about to speak, a dragon-like sword cry resonated from the heavens. A green shadow floated down, causing the leaves to whirl as if caught in a tempest. I hear you seek to eliminate demons? Lu Changfeng descended upon the high platform, the Jinyue sword resounding as it struck the ground. The sword aura surged forth, causing the bluestone slabs to crack like spider webs. I am Wu here. Form a formation. Fang Zheng bellowed, and 108 arhats instantly formed the Heavenly Gangs and Earthly Fiends formation. Buddhist beads and staffs intertwined to create a golden net, the chanting resonating so powerfully that pine needles fell like rain. Yet, Lu Changfeng remained motionless, eyes closed, and, at the moment the formation closed in, a formless energy erupted from him. The illusory 4 symbols shattered the Buddhist formation with ease, and the 18 bronze figures spewed blood as they were sent flying. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhuolang Chan attempted a stealthy strike. However, before his icy palm could reach him, It was repelled by a wall of true energy and mental force, resulting in his demise as blood gushed from his 7 orifices. True energy taking form? The demon shall perish. Lu Bai, one of the 13 protectors, dared not approach, instead hurling poison darts from afar, only to have Lu Changfeng exhale sharply, causing the poison needles to rebound and pierce his brow. Blood stained the pure white snow, and the masters of various sects finally felt fear scattering in all directions. Now you wish to flee? Lu Changfeng sneered, the Jinyue sword tracing a circle in the air. The sword aura transformed into a tempest, swirling with fragments of snow and severed limbs, ascending into the sky, making Shaosher Mountain resemble a hellish battlefield. Aside from the Hengshan, and Taishan sects, which still retained an essence of righteousness in the original narrative, the masters of Songshan and Shaolin had been nearly annihilated by Lu Changfeng. This drastic alteration of the plot prompted the system to issue a prompt for return, with only 3 days remaining. 3 days later, in the Lin residence of Fuzhou City, Lin Pingji stood by nervously, afraid to speak. On that day, he had pursued Shaosher Mountain, only to find his master seated alone amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, his white garments stained crimson. The heart method of the 4 symbols martial canon was inscribed upon the outer copper skin of the Jinyue sword sheath. Lu Changfeng tossed him a gourd of wine, declaring, "There is no absolute righteousness or evil in martial arts. It is the human heart that knows black from white." Lin Pingji raised his head to speak, but saw his master's figure flickering, dissipating like morning mist in the depths of the bamboo grove. Only the lingering sound echoed. "If anyone inquires, tell them I have departed to seek immortals across the sea." The cold wind swept past the sword sheath, peeling away a piece of copper skin to reveal intricate inscriptions beneath. The first line resounds. The azure dragon emerges from the sea, its might difficult to restrain. The white tiger holds a corpse, leaving the spirits in despair. Upon returning to his humble abode, Lu Changfeng's long hair and beard remained conspicuously absent. Unchanged from a moment he first entered the world of the smiling, proud wanderer. This time, he has brought back only a few gold bars, while the pills and firearms he had taken previously remain unused. In the early morning, the old residence in Binchao village is enveloped in tranquility. Lu Changfeng stands bare-chested in the courtyard, executing the movements of the azure dragon fist with fluid grace. Through the trials of numerous traversals, the contours of his muscles have become increasingly defined, each sinew and bone teeming with explosive strength. Wang Kai crouches in the corner, its tail rhythmically tapping the ground, while Lifeng curls up on the stone bench, squinting its eyes in slumber. Chapter 26. Trouble. Wang Kai and Lai Fu are adorably plump, and if they grow up to be loyal and endearing, Lu Changfeng would not hesitate to administer gene enhancers to them. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the vibration of his phone. Lu Changfeng answered the call, and Wang Lei's urgent voice came through. "Changfeng, something has happened." "What is the matter?" Lu Changfeng inquired with a furrowed brow. He had not offended anyone recently, aside from some entanglements with Yi Qingwan and Zhao Lanxin. Could it be related to them? "The beautiful woman you met outside the bar has quite a few suitors. One of them, a young master, discovered her connection with you and traced it back to me. I have already warned him. If he dares to lay a hand on you, I will not hesitate to deal with him." Wang Lei fumed. "Don't worry. They're nothing but a bunch of insignificant fools. Lazy, let me share something with you. I am now a master of traditional martial arts. A dozen ordinary individuals wouldn't dare approach me." Lu Changfeng modestly revealed a hint of his prowess. Indeed, there are still some masters of traditional martial arts in the real world. Unarmed, one could easily take on 10. However, the situation changes dramatically when weapons are involved. Lu Changfeng's training method deviated slightly from that of conventional martial artists. In addition to refining his vital energy, he also cultivated true qi, making him invincible against even 100 masters of traditional martial arts. If he were to divulge a fraction of his strength, those petty characters would not dare to entertain any notions against him. "Master of traditional martial arts? When did you begin your training?" "I was completely unaware." Wang Lei expressed his astonishment. "Indeed, as long as you persist in practicing the fist techniques I taught you, You too can become a master of traditional martial arts. Lu Changfeng assured him. Changfeng, you should register with the Traditional Martial Arts Association. Once you are recognized as an official practitioner, they should think twice before acting. Wang Lei suggested. All right, I will make time to register. Lu Changfeng agreed. In a high-end tea house in Huai City, Wang Lei slammed a stack of documents onto the table, veins bulging at his temples. Those bastards actually traced it back to me. Across from him sat a middle-aged man with a solemn expression, his father, Wang Zhenhai. Recently, a young master had commissioned Scar Lu to investigate Wang Lei's affairs. Wang Zhenhai, well-connected, had learned of the situation from friends. Upon investigation, it turned out to be related to a woman. Scar Lu's patron is Deputy Director Zhao of Huai City, and our Wang family has little to no ties with him, Wang Zhenhai remarked, tapping his fingers on the Zeton wood table. Wang Lei pounded his fist on the table. I'm going to take people to deal with Scar Lu. Absurd. Wang Zhenhai interrupted sternly. Do you think this is still like fighting in college? He pushed open the intricately carved wooden window, revealing a bustling street below. Earlier that morning, some thugs had already been loitering around the company building. By the way, how did you get involved with the daughter of the Yi family? I bumped into her outside the bar with my brother, and in a muddled turn of events, my brother ended up with her. Who knew she was the Yi family's daughter? Wang Lei refrained from mentioning Lu Changfeng for the moment. Was it consensual? Wang Zhenhai inquired. Of course it was consensual. You know our character. We would never engage in illegal activities, Wang Lei affirmed. That's good to hear. Those individuals may trace their inquiries back to your friend. So advise him to be cautious. Wang Zhenhai exhaled a sigh of relief and advised. I've already spoken with him. What shall we do now? Wang Lei inquired. Let's observe the developments. It is merely a matter of a woman being involved, and since you are not the one who slept with her, they dare not take any drastic measures against you. At most, they may try to disgust us, Wang Zhenhai replied. Father, we cannot allow them to harm my brother. Wang Lei emphasized. Rest assured, Changfeng will be fine. I will issue a warning to them. At worst, Changfeng may suffer some superficial injuries, but will not sustain any serious harm, Wang Zhenhai assured him. Meanwhile, Lu Changfeng contemplated his future plans. Despite his unparalleled personal strength and reality, he remained insignificant against the machinery of the state. Currently, he was unable to withstand firearms. Life is singular, and one must know when to maintain a low profile. Scar-faced Lu and his associates appeared to Lu Changfeng as mere minor characters. If they chose to leave him be, it would be for the best. However, should they dare to stir trouble in the herbal village, Lu Changfeng would ensure they would not return. In Xia country, firearms are strictly prohibited. Although Lu Changfeng possessed several weapons and bullets, his abilities no longer required such assistance. The speed at which he could manipulate steel needles with his mind surpassed that of bullets. Master, 3 unidentified individuals have intruded, Tianqi suddenly alerted. Lu Changfeng immediately turned to the surveillance screen, where a black SUV was parked not far from the house. 3 burly men adorned with tattoos stood before Lu Changfeng's door. Whispering amongst themselves, Lu Changfeng strode outside and opened the door, asking, "Who are you?" One of the tattooed men glanced at Lu Changfeng and then at the information on his phone, inquiring, "Are you Lu Changfeng?" "Indeed," Lu Changfeng nodded. "Come with us. Our boss wishes to meet you," the tattooed man stated. "Who is your boss? What does he want with me?" Lu Changfeng queried. "You'll find out once you come." The tattooed man replied, somewhat impatiently. "If you do not tell me, I will not go," Lu Changfeng said coldly, fixing them with a piercing gaze. "Hey, kid, you're quite stubborn. Do you believe he will beat you up and then take you away?" Another man with a beard raised his hand, appearing ready to strike. "I do not believe you. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, I will call the police." Lu Changfeng crossed his arms defiantly. "What should we do, brother?" One of the men whispered. "Just beat him up and take him back," the tattooed man declared viciously. Receiving the command, the other 2 men stepped forward to seize Lu Changfeng, but he sidestepped their attack. Lu Changfeng swiftly struck several pressure points on them, causing them to suddenly crouch down. Wailing loudly, "It hurts. Oh, it hurts so much. You know pressure points?" The tattooed man exclaimed in shock, having believed the information indicated that he was merely an ordinary person. Lu Changfeng stepped forward and slapped the tattooed man to the ground, coldly stating, Go back and inform your associates that if they bother me again, I will ensure they pay the price. With that, Lu Changfeng approached the SUV and struck the A-pillar with such force that it bent. Had it connected with a person, it would have surely resulted in broken bones. My dear brother, it seems we have failed to recognize your formidable presence. We shall take our leave immediately and assure you that we will not trouble you again. The tattooed man trembled with trepidation, and the eyes of the trio had grown significantly clearer. Begone, as the three of them departed in their vehicle. The evidence of their earlier misdeeds was unmistakable. Should they have committed a crime, the police would undoubtedly pay them a visit. Lu Changfeng, wishing to avoid any complications, decided to grant them a temporary reprieve. However, he had already taken measures against them. Should they encounter conflict in the future, their blood would flow with alarming rapidity, rendering them susceptible to sudden demise. The trio hastily entered their car and left, while Lu Changfeng also prepared to depart, intending to register with the Martial Arts Association before seeking refuge with Yi Qingwan for a time. Chapter 27. A brief stay, he prepared to take gold bars, cash, and potions with him, ensuring that Wang Kai and Lai Fu accompanied him to deter any ill-intentioned individuals who might search his home in his absence. The chicks were entrusted to Uncle Jiang for care. The gold bars and cash were neatly packed away in his spatial storage, while Wang Kai and Lai Fu were placed in a cardboard box in the truck. In Jiangsheng, there was an office of the Martial Arts Association housed in a standalone, vintage building that bore the marks of time. As Lu Changfeng entered, a young receptionist, around 20 years of age, approached him with a sweet voice. "Sir, are you here to register as a martial artist?" "Indeed. What procedures must I follow?" Lu Changfeng replied with a nod. "Please follow me." The tall receptionist guided him to a booth, handed him a form to fill out, and brought tea and fruits for his refreshment. As Lu Changfeng perused the form, he noted it contained basic information: name, age, and place of origin. After completing it, the receptionist led him to a room designated for testing the fundamental physical qualities of martial artists, including punch strength, speed, and sparring with a seasoned master. Lu Changfeng demonstrated the physical prowess of a martial arts master and deliberately allowed the master to gain the upper hand, feigning weaknesses to ensure a loss. Nonetheless, the master praised him for his abilities. Ultimately, Lu Changfeng received a medal woven from special material, adorned with the characters martial hero and the inscription from the Jiangxing Martial Arts Association. Furthermore, the association provided him with a bank card. By checking in on the Martial Artist Association app each month, he could receive a subsidy of 1,000 yuan. The app featured posts from both the official account and individuals, as well as official bounties, some of which offered substantial rewards. Completing these bounties could yield not only monetary gain, but also points redeemable for cash and various internal martial arts techniques. However, as Lu Changfeng could traverse worlds, he found little interest in these matters and did not pay them much attention. Upon completing his registration, he made his way directly to Yi Qingwan's villa on the outskirts of the city. She had been exceedingly busy lately and was unable to spare time. But having communicated with the housekeeper and security personnel in the villa area, Lu Changfeng faced no obstacles. He arrived at the room assigned to him, where Wang Kai and Lai Fu were temporarily kept. Yi Qingwan returned home at 9 o'clock that evening. Upon seeing him, she rushed into his embrace for a kiss, lingering in the moment before parting. "Changfeng, I have missed you so much during this time," Yi Qingwan said, her face flushed and alluring. "Qingwan, I have missed you too. That is why I am here," Lu Changfeng replied with a smile. Though he regarded love lightly, the thought of a girl holding him dear warmed his heart. With a rosy hue on her cheeks, Yi Qingwan took Lu Changfeng by the hand and led him toward a room. He halted her with a gentle tug, asking, "Qingwan, do not be so hasty. Have you eaten? Let us have something to eat first." "You little rascal, I shall heed your words," she replied. The formidable businesswoman, known for her decisiveness at work, transformed into a delicate woman beside Lu Changfeng. If her colleagues at the company were to witness this, they would surely be left astounded. Lu Changfeng drove Yi Qingwan's car to a nearby night market, where the two found a relatively clean food stall and ordered a variety of barbecue delicacies and beer. "How has everything been at the company?" Lu Changfeng inquired. "All is well. The formula you entrusted to me has entered the final stages. The finished product is named Jade Skin Cream, and its effects are remarkable. We will hold the product launch in 2 days. Yi Qingwan replied, her excitement palpable. There shouldn't be any unexpected issues this time, right? Lu Changfeng asked. Absolutely not. I have personally overseen the entire process, and all patents have been registered in advance. I will not repeat the mistakes of the past, Yi Qingwan assured him. That's good to hear. Lu Changfeng remained unconcerned. He could concoct numerous similar formulas. He chose not to mention the troubles caused by Yi Qingwan's admirers, having witnessed scenarios reminiscent of a novel, but he believed that even if those ordinary individuals were armed, they would be no match for him. The aroma of grilled meat filled the air of the food stall. Surprisingly, while this street food lacked the refinement of high-end restaurants, it possessed its own unique charm. The pair indulged in food and drinks, and before long, it was midnight. With Yi Qingwan slightly inebriated, they drove back home. They shared a romantic bath together, leading to the moment Yi Qingwan most anticipated. She had developed a certain admiration for Lu Changfeng's robust physique. At 2 a.m, as Yi Qingwan fell into a deep slumber, Lu Changfeng discreetly administered the gene enhancement serum he had brought along. Before long, Yi Qingwan's body flushed a deep crimson, resembling a perfectly ripe shrimp. In her dreams, she furrowed her brow and murmured, lost in a world of her own. Lu Changfeng cradled her and placed her in the bathtub filled with warm water to help cool her down. The entire enhancement process lasted over an hour, and throughout it, Yi Qingwan remained undisturbed. The next morning, at 10 o'clock, Yi Qingwan awoke from her slumber, feeling invigorated and brimming with energy. Stretching her limbs, she inadvertently tore the blanket in half. What? She exclaimed, astonished at the poor quality of the expensive blanket she had purchased. Sister Wan, when did you become so strong? Lu Changfeng teased. It's a shoddy brand. I shall never purchase their products again, Yi Qingwan retorted. Could it be possible that your strength has increased? Lu Changfeng chuckled, knowing the gene enhancement had at least doubled her physical capabilities, with a gradual increase to quintuple strength over time. How can my strength possibly increase so suddenly? Yi Qingwan dismissed the notion, then grasped the torn blanket and pulled it apart again. To her surprise, it tore effortlessly, revealing the silk cotton filling scattered within. Is this? My strength has really increased? She mused, bewildered. This defied logic. Rising from bed, she walked to the wardrobe, donned a thick jacket, and with a determined tug, she easily tore it in two. Yi Qingwan erupted into joyful laughter as she approached Lu Changfeng, leaning down to cradle his face. Changfeng, your sister has become a powerhouse. Congratulations, Sister Wan, he replied, genuinely amused by her delightful demeanor. With my newfound strength, someone might be in for a rough time. Ye Vingvan remarquet michievosly. That particular skill is not merely about strength. The outcome remains uncertain. Have you forgotten who begged for mercy last night? Lu Changfeng teased. You insufferable little brother, Yi Qingwan retorted, playfully ruffling his cheeks. Overflowing with confidence, she declared, come on, little brother, let me show you why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Lu Changfeng shot back, equally spirited. Chapter 28. Problem solving. 3 hours later, utterly exhausted, Yi Qingwan finally confronted reality. Lying motionless on the bed, she found herself devoid of strength, while Lu Changfeng remained as lively as ever. You wretched brother, you are inhuman. You are worse than a beast, she uttered, her voice barely a whisper. Does my sister not enjoy this? Lu Changfeng teased with a playful grin. How annoying. Brother Changfeng, is it possible that I've undergone such a sudden transformation due to something you fed me? Yi Qingwan inquired, her suspicion directed solely at him. Lu Changfeng glanced at his own legs and replied, next time, eat a bit more, and you might become even stronger. Can you not be serious for once? Yi Qingwan shot him an exasperated look. Are you aware of the genetic warriors from the beautiful country? In the real world, nations are delving into genetic research, and there are already genetic warriors capable of enhancing human physical capabilities twofold. In this regard, the beautiful country boasts the most advanced technology. You mean to say you injected me with a genetic enhancer? Yi Qingwan gasped in astonishment. Indeed, a friend from the beautiful country procured it for me. This is a matter that must remain confidential. Understood? Lu Changfeng said with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, I shall not speak a word to anyone, Yi Qingwan assured him. 2 days later, at the Yuanfang product launch event, Yi Qingwan donned a moon-white qipao that accentuated her enhanced, perfect figure. Her entrance elicited gasps of awe from the audience. And before she could even introduce the products, the flashes of cameras erupted incessantly. Yi Qingwan smiled radiantly, akin to a peony in full bloom, and gestured for the staff to commence the PowerPoint presentation. She began presenting the 2 new products from Yuanfang, with the Jade Skin Cream as the centerpiece of her introduction. The Jade Skin Cream effectively reduces skin wrinkles and the deposition of melanin. One bottle yields noticeable results, as evidenced by our experimental data. After extensive discussions, we have set the price at $3,999 per bottle. In the cosmetics industry, this price point offers remarkable value relative to its efficacy. The event was live-streamed online, and competitors from other companies who were monitoring the launch wore furrowed brows. If the results were truly as exceptional as Yi Qingwan claimed, it would spell trouble for their own products. After concluding her product introduction, Yi Qingwan faced a barrage of questions from reporters that lasted over an hour before she finally departed the stage. During this period, Yuanfang had stockpiled considerable inventory. As the production process for the Jade Skin Cream was not particularly complex, the key lay in the efficacy and combination of the medicinal ingredients, as well as the order of their preparation. Yuanfang offered both online and offline sales channels, and their reputation remained commendable. On the very first day of sales, the Jade Skin Cream sold out, leaving Yi Qingwan exhilarated, leading to a night of passion with Lu Changfeng that lasted until they were utterly fatigued. Not long after, a wave of negative news regarding the Yufu cream began to circulate online. Most of it stemmed from mindless trolls, alongside videos from girls suffering from acne and skin lesions, voicing their grievances. As the customers had only recently purchased the cream and had yet to experience its effects, few were willing to defend the product, resulting in a steep decline in its reputation. These individuals are not committed to product development. They only resort to despicable tactics. Je vingvan eklemet in frustration. Last time, our company painstakingly developed a product, only to have it stolen using underhanded methods by our competitors. This time, I will see it through to the end. No matter the cost, I will not allow them to succeed. Yi Qingwan picked up the phone, preparing to arrange for the company's public relations team to counterattack the trolls, but was halted by Lu Changfeng. Qingwan, I know a highly skilled hacker who might be able to assist us, Lu Changfeng said, explaining that he had already tasked Tianqi with an investigation. Tianqi ultimately discovered that 3 companies were targeting Yuanfang, with one named Meidai being the most aggressive, accounting for nearly 95 of the trolls. After careful consideration, Lu Changfeng devised several countermeasures. First, he planned to expose the online influencers disparaging Yufu cream, compiling their chat logs and transaction records with Meidai into a detailed dossier to be disseminated across major platforms. Once published, the tide turned, with netizens vehemently denouncing these influencers for their deceit and criticizing Meidai for its unscrupulous practices. At this juncture, a fresh wave of users praising the efficacy of Yufu cream emerged online, further skewing public opinion and dramatically diminishing Meidai's sales. Subsequently, scandal erupted regarding Meidai's heir, Chun Hao, whose private life was found to be exceedingly disreputable, frequently hosting debauch parties involving underage girls. His father, Chun Guoquan, was also implicated in extramarital affairs and tax evasion. A torrent of evidence was unleashed by Tianqi, leading to Meidai's temporary closure for rectification, and authorities initiated an investigation. Observing Yuanfang's ruthless tactics, rival companies hastily retracted their own schemes, some even praising Yuanfang's products. In an instant, Yuanfang's value soared. Had the company been poised for an IPO at that moment, its stock price would likely have doubled. Yi Qingwan promptly transferred 10 million yuan to Lu Changfeng, insisting he convey her gratitude to the hacker. Lu Changfeng accepted without hesitation, allocating the funds to Tianqi for operational purposes. Changfeng, you truly are my lucky star. First, you provided me with the Yufu cream formula, and now you've helped me navigate this significant crisis. How can I ever repay you? Yi Qingwan gazed at Lu Changfeng with an affection that almost seemed to weave an invisible thread between them. Had he made any excessive demands at that moment, she likely would not have refused. Qingwan, you have already treated me exceptionally well. There is no need for further gestures. I have spent quite some time here and have matters to attend to. I will return tomorrow, Lu Changfeng said, planting a gentle kiss on Yi Qingwan's forehead. Very well. Once I have arranged the company's affairs, I will come to visit you in Binchao village in a few days. Although Yi Qingwan felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, she refrained from questioning Lu Changfeng's decision. That evening, clad in black stockings and a figure-hugging skirt, complemented by a beige blouse, she sauntered towards Lu Changfeng, her voice sultry. Changfeng, do you like it? Lu Changfeng offered no verbal response. Instead, he manifested his desires through action, transforming into a fierce wolf. The following day, Lu Changfeng drove away from Yi Qingwan's villa, accompanied by the two small companions, Wang Kai and Lai Fu. He did not return home directly, nor did he seek out Zhao Lanxin. As Yi Qingwan had mentioned, her family was currently arranging suitors for her, hoping she would marry soon. Lu Changfeng and Zhao Lanxin had never shared any profound feelings. Their relationship was merely physical, and it was even less likely he would intrude upon her now. The best outcome was to part ways amicably. After 3 hours of driving, he arrived in Huaiqing and promptly called Wang Lei. Within 30 minutes, they found themselves seated in a restaurant, dining together. Is the matter resolved? Lu Changfeng inquired. I assure you, there are no issues on my end. The Haven Tea sent anyone to trouble you, have they? Perhaps you should stay with me for a while until the storm passes before returning. Wang Lei expressed his lingering concerns. Chapter 29. A sweet home, you have forgotten that I am already a master of traditional martial arts. Lu Changfeng chuckled. Indeed, Changfeng, you are no longer an ordinary person. Wang Lei responded, a hint of envy in his voice. He had harbored dreams of becoming a martial artist since childhood, yet lamentably, his innate talent was lacking, and his family possessed no lineage of martial arts. Even if he were to invest significantly in seeking a mentor, the prospect of achieving any notable prowess was uncertain. The Qinglong fist is an extraordinary martial art that I stumbled upon. You must diligently cultivate it, but be cautious. Do not let others know. Otherwise, you may attract danger, and the entire Wang family could be at risk, Lu Changfeng advised, preparing to impart the refined techniques of the Qinglong fist to Wang Lei. Although it would not allow him to cultivate true energy, it would significantly enhance his vitality. With persistent practice, it was merely a matter of time before he became a master of traditional martial arts. Rest assured, I shall keep this confidential, Wang Lei replied, deeply touched by the trust Lu Changfeng had placed in him by sharing such a prestigious technique. I have come to impart the complete version of the Qinglong fist to you, Lu Changfeng declared. Changfeng, your kindness is beyond words. I shall forego the formalities. Wang Lei expressed, his heart brimming with gratitude. Lu Changfeng resided in Huai City for a week, teaching Wang Lei the modified Qinglong fist. He discreetly took the opportunity to administer a genetic enhancement serum, claiming it was acquired from a distant country, and urged him to maintain secrecy before returning to Binchao village, where Yi Qingwan had awaited his arrival for 2 days. Upon seeing Lu Changfeng, Yi Qingwan leaped into his embrace, exuding the exuberance of a young woman in love. Qingwan, have you been busy? Lu Changfeng nestled his head in the crook of her neck, relishing the intimacy. Recently, there have been no significant projects of the company. We have managed the other matters, Yi Qingwan replied, her face alight with contentment. Lu Changfeng's presence carried a subtle fragrance that captivated her. Their lives together were simple yet blissful. Though Yi Qingwan was a lady of high standing and a CEO, she was industrious, assisting with cleaning and tidying. As she did not cook, their daily routine involved tending to the chickens, cultivating the vegetable garden, and maintaining cleanliness. Lu Changfeng also taught Yi Qingwan the four symbols martial classic. Although her aptitude and comprehension were somewhat lacking, with Lu Changfeng, a master of grand stature, by her side, she had nearly mastered the movements of the Qinglong fist within 10 days. Qingwan, I wish to build a villa on that mountain. Lu Changfeng indicated towards the mountain rising 500 or 600 meters behind his house. That sounds wonderful, I happen to know a designer who can assist us. Yi Qingwan replied eagerly, embodying a harmonious partnership. Then I shall rely on you, Lu Changfeng said, not one to stand on ceremony. Yi Vingguan, efficient in head and delwars, arranged for the designer to meet that very afternoon. The three engaged in discussions for 2 hours, finalizing the villa's style and scale before the designer departed to draft the plans. Not one to remain idle, Yi Qingwan began contacting construction crews. There was only a narrow path leading from Lu Changfeng's ancestral home to the mountain summit, necessitating the use of several excavators to prepare the road for transporting building materials. As for the land, Yi Qingwan disclosed her intent to invest in the area, effortlessly securing a long-term lease at a remarkably affordable rate. Lu Changfeng instructed Qianqi to transfer 20 million to Yi Qingwan, who took it upon herself to assume the role of the mistress of the house, orchestrating everything. He entrusted all his shares in Yi Qingwan's company to her management, for he no longer regarded such trifling sums. As days passed, 10 excavators commenced work simultaneously. The mountain road had been cleared, and a substantial quantity of construction materials was dispatched to the summit, with the design blueprints already finalized. The traversing energy within Lu Changfeng's system was at its peak, and this time he was to traverse into the world of Sweet Home. Seemingly a South Korean television drama themed around a post-apocalyptic scenario. This type of world held little utility for Lu Changfeng, so he intended to act with carefree abandon. He fabricated an excuse to drive out, selecting a desolate location for his transference, with all necessary items stored in his spatial pocket. The identity assigned to him by the system was that of a tenant in a green haven, a student from Huagua studying in Goryeo, also named Lu Changfeng, residing in room 1505. He had previously self-studied various languages, including English and Korean, allowing him to communicate effortlessly with the locals. The backdrop of Sweet Home involved a virus developed by the Goryeo military that leaked, transforming infected humans into grotesque beings driven by desire, with only a handful of the infected retaining their self-awareness. These desire-driven monsters exhibited a myriad of bizarre appearances, their mutations a manifestation of their innermost cravings, affecting their physical forms. Peeping Toms with distorted eyes, fitness enthusiasts with exaggerated musculature, and speed seekers with altered legs, each unique and peculiar. These creatures possessed slightly stronger defenses than humans, their strength overwhelmingly superior, and they healed rapidly, though they were devoid of intelligence, vulnerable to fire. Lu Changfeng placed the package he had brought through the traverse in room 1505, taking only a box of steel needles as he ventured out, needing to prepare before the plot unfolded. Encountering the security guard downstairs, he appeared untroubled. The protagonist, Cheon Hyun-soo, had yet to arrive. Lu Changfeng exchanged pleasantries with the guard and casually inquired, "Uncle, I heard a new tenant moved into 1410? Yes. They should be moving in within the next couple of days," the guard replied, drowsily. Lu Changfeng did not linger in conversation and quickly departed from the green apartment. The building, aged and worn, bore peeling walls and rusted signage and air conditioning frames, predominantly housing the less fortunate seeking refuge. After familiarizing himself with his surroundings, Lu Changfeng visited a gold shop to sell a gold bar, then proceeded to a supermarket where he purchased 10 boxes of instant noodles, 15 boxes of canned beef, 5 large boxes of vacuum-packed pickled radishes, kimchi, several bags of salt, and 2 large plastic barrels intended for water storage. His purchases were substantial. The supermarket owner delivered the goods in his pickup truck, making several trips to complete the task. Room 1505, a modest one-bedroom apartment, was half filled with supplies upon his return. During this process, he encountered Lee Eun-yu, a young ballet dancer. Though they were not well acquainted, she had a friendly demeanor. After exchanging greetings, she inquired about his large food purchase. "The apocalypse is upon us," Lu Changfeng replied candidly. With a dismissive expression, Li Eun-yu turned away, finding the novels uninteresting. After purchasing his provisions, Lu Changfeng ventured out once more, intending to acquire a couple of cold weapons. As he passed by a scrap shop, he noticed several pieces of automotive spring steel within. This type of steel possesses excellent toughness and high-yield strength, making it an ideal material for forging weapons. He entered the shop and picked up a piece of spring steel, weighing approximately 10 pounds. "Good sir, I wish to purchase a few of these steel blocks. He called out. The shop owner, who was sorting through scrap materials, promptly emerged upon hearing Lu Changfeng's voice. How many do you require, sir? Lu Changfeng selected 3 pieces, totaling around 30 pounds in weight. The owner assisted him in binding them with rope, and after making the payment, Lu Changfeng casually carried them away. The scrap shop owner remarked in astonishment, "This gentleman possesses remarkable strength." Chapter 030. Forging weapons not far from the junkyard. There existed a blacksmith shop that specialized in crafting agricultural and kitchen tools for the local residents. Lu Changfeng intended to utilize the shop's equipment to forge his own creations. After engaging in a conversation with the proprietor, he promised a fair price and paid an advance deposit. The owner, eager to assist, was enthusiastic about lending a hand, as his business was not particularly thriving. Factory-produced tools were far cheaper than those he offered. Lu Changfeng began by meticulously cleaning 3 steel plates before welding them together for stability. He also affixed a spring steel handle to the tail end. Once the steel was heated to a glowing red, he commenced the forging process. His strength was remarkable, with a physical prowess 6 times that of an average person. This 6-fold enhancement was not merely additive but exponential. A hefty 10-kilogram hammer felt as light as a toy in his grasp, activating 40% of his brain's capacity. Lu Changfeng, aided by his mental focus, perceived the steel with acute clarity. He instinctively calculated where to strike and with what force, executing his actions with precision. Soon, the blacksmith shop resonated with a rhythmic cadence of hammering. The proprietor gazed at Lu Changfeng as if he were a celestial being, finding each of his movements aesthetically pleasing, akin to an art form. Within his memory palace lay an extensive knowledge of forging techniques. He employed a method of folding the steel. The number of folds determined by the material's properties. Spring steel, possessing superior qualities compared to ordinary steel, warranted 35 folds. Lu Changfeng sensed that he had reached an optimal point, for excessive folding could compromise the internal structure of the steel. After an entire afternoon of relentless forging, the owner, somewhat hesitant, finally spoke up. Sir, would you like to take a break? I want to charge you extra. No, I'm fine, Lu Changfeng replied, as he meticulously shaped the forged ingot into the form of a broadsword. The handle and blade formed a single entity, with the handle measuring 30 centimeters and the blade extending to 128 centimeters, standing as tall as an average woman. Next came the processes of grinding, polishing, hardening the blade through quenching, sharpening, and crafting the handle and sheath. It was not until 9 in the evening that he completed his creation. With a single stroke, he effortlessly severed an iron rod the thickness of a chopstick, the blade remaining unscathed. Satisfied, he nodded, settled the payment, and wrapped the broadsword, which he had named Demon Slayer, in cloth before returning to his green oasis apartment. After sitting in meditation to cultivate his vital energy, he felt it swell within him after 2 hours, and thus he concluded his practice. In a minute, he succumbed to slumber, aside from meditation. Sleep was the finest method for restoring mental vigor. That night, the green oasis remained undisturbed, and the tenants enjoyed another safe evening, resuming their daily routines of work and study the following day. In the morning, Lu Changfeng ascended to the rooftop with his broadsword, practicing his techniques. The nearly 30-pound blade felt weightless in his hands, slicing through the air like a shimmering arc of cold light, producing a whistling sound with each cut. Before long, Lianyo made her way to the rooftop, eager to practice ballet. Upon witnessing Lu Changfeng, clad in a tank top and exhibiting a robust and well-proportioned physique while wielding a sword, she was instantly captivated by his virile energy, becoming entranced by the sight. It was only when Lu Changfeng completed a set and paused to regulate his breathing that she regained her senses and, with a mix of curiosity and admiration, approached him excitedly, inquiring, "Brother Changfeng, are you practicing traditional Chinese martial arts?" Lu Changfeng glanced down at Lianyo, who was nearly leaning against him, and confirmed, "Indeed, this is the Demon Slayer sword technique, designed specifically for vanquishing monsters." "How impressive! Brother Changfeng, would you be willing to teach me?" Lianyo asked, her voice laced with a sugary sweetness. Lu Changfeng regarded the young girl, who, despite her tender age, possessed a remarkable talent for charm. He planted the sword firmly on the ground and stated, "If you can lift this sword, I will teach you." "Really?" Liano exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grasped the hilt of the sword. However, upon exerting herself, she quickly discovered its overwhelming weight, finding herself unable to raise it, which left her somewhat disheartened. Lu Changfeng smiled slightly and effortlessly lifted the sword, twirling it with ease. If it weren't heavy, how could it slay monsters? Very well then. Please stand back. I shall continue my training to avoid any accidental harm, he cautioned, resuming his practice as Li Unyo settled nearby, her gaze fixated upon him, momentarily forgetting her ballet. Once Lu Changfeng completed his routine and took a break, she eagerly approached him, performing a ballet dance before him, gracefully showcasing her delicate figure. Dressed in a light, gray short-sleeved t-shirt and a plaid skirt, she occasionally bent over, seemingly mimicking the courtship behaviors of the animal kingdom. Lu Changfeng found her attempts rather amusing, considering them rather clumsy, yet he saw no reason to dismiss such an overture. While Lianyo was not conventionally beautiful, her cherubic round face, plump with youthful collagen, suggested she was around 18 or 19 years of age. Although petite, she had developed a curvaceous figure. The two engaged in their respective practices, he with his swordplay and she with her dance, interspersing their routines for the better part of the morning. As time passed, Lianyo grew bolder, often drawing closer during her performances, and Lu Changfeng, unperturbed, reciprocated by embracing her to assess her form. Just as their youthful exuberance reached its peak, a young man clad in green trousers and a jacket arrived at the apartment rooftop, none other than Che Xianxiu, the protagonist of the series Sweet Home. He ambled slowly, his gaze vacant, seemingly lost in thought, and wobbled towards the edge of the rooftop. "Hey, you there!" Lu Changfeng called out. Xiangxiu darened slowly, noticing the two on the opposite side. "Come here for a moment," Lu Changfeng beckoned. Che Xianxiu, a kind-hearted and earnest high school student, assumed Lu Changfeng had summoned him for a reason. He approached, staggering like a specter, his expression blank as he stared at Lu Changfeng. "Young man, at such a tender age, why would you contemplate something as dire as self-harm? Why is it that one possesses the courage to contemplate suicide, yet lacks the resolve to address their problems?" Lu Changfeng gently patted his shoulder, for Che Xianxiu was one of the individuals he held in high regard within this narrative. "Me?" Che Xianxiu opened his mouth, at a loss for words. "You should leave. This place is unsafe. Do not return here again," Lu Changfeng advised. Che Xianxiu glanced at him, then lowered his head, hesitating for a moment before swiftly descending the stairs. "Brother Changfeng, how did you know he was contemplating suicide?" Once Che Xianxiu departed, Lianyo leaned closer to Lu Changfeng, causing him some agitation. As lunchtime approached, Lu Changfeng found himself devoid of the motivation to continue practicing, and he embraced her as they made their way back to room 1505. Chapter 031. The monster. Upon entering the room, Li Unyu immediately clung to Lu Changfeng's neck, demanding a kiss. Lu Changfeng turned his head away, suggesting she quit smoking, as her breath bore an unpleasant odor. Annoyed, Li Unyu released him and hurried to the bathroom to brush her teeth, using Lu Changfeng's toothbrush. He frowned in mild distaste and reminded her, "Don't forget to take a shower after brushing." "I know," Li Unyu retorted with irritation. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, Lu Changfeng felt a surge of heat within him. He decided to strip down to just his underwear and entered the bathroom. Startled by his sudden appearance, Li Unyu screamed, instinctively covering herself. Upon seeing Lu Changfeng's bemused expression, she let out another yell and lunged at him. Half an hour later, overwhelmed by their intimate encounter, Li Unyu surrendered, unable to withstand Lu Changfeng's fervor. She felt as if she might be torn apart by the intensity of the experience. "You've ignited my passion, yet you leave me in this state. What do you propose we do about it?" Lu Changfeng teased, tilting her chin up, his breath warm against her face. Li Unyu shot him a glare, then slowly leaned down, prompting a deep sigh from Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng's room had a kitchen, and while the exhausted Li Unyu rested on the bed, he busied himself preparing a meal, cooking rice and a couple of dishes, one meat and one vegetable. He lifted Li Unyu to the table for dinner, noticing her limping gait, and used his energy to alleviate her discomfort. In the afternoon, Li Unyu returned home to rest while Lu Chongfeng remained behind, meditating and cultivating his energy. The arrival of Qion Hyunsu signaled that the plot was about to unfold. Perhaps savoring the taste of their recent connection, Li Unyu, rejuvenated by the energy treatment, stealthily returned after dinner, eager for affection from Lu Chongfeng. However, he was acutely aware that the monsters within the building were about to emerge, leaving him little inclination for intimacy. Goryo is on the brink of chaos. Be cautious. Li Unyu pressed herself against him, gently touching his forehead. Chaos? Monsters? Brother Chongfeng, you aren't suffering from paranoia, are you? Lu Chongfeng refrained from elaborating, and they exchanged light-hearted banter, Li Unyu's whimsical nature shining through as they played together. Suddenly, loud banging echoed from the corridor outside, alarming Lu Chongfeng. He recognized the sound as that of the woman who had been complaining about hunger, now transformed into a monster. Pounding on the door of bassist Yun Jisoo. What a lack of decorum, making such a racket at this hour, Li Unyu remarked. What decorum can a monster possess? Lu Chongfeng replied, rising to grasp his demon-slaying knife. He turned to her, instructing, stay close behind me. With that, he opened the door, revealing a woman clad in red. Fiercely assaulting the door, while a scar-faced man, Bayan Sang-wook, appeared from the staircase. As the woman turned to face them, her visage, marred as if by acid, sent Li Unyu clinging tightly to Lu Chongfeng's arm. Do not obstruct me. Remain behind me, he commanded. Lu Chongfeng withdrew his hand at that moment. The woman opened her mouth to reveal an array of sharp, jagged teeth, and she let out a chilling roar as she charged towards him. Lu Chongfeng stepped forward swiftly, positioning the demon-slaying knife against the creature's sternum. It clawed at him with its blood-stained, sharp talons. Behind him, Li Unyu was so terrified that her legs felt weak. She murmured, so there really are monsters. What Brother Chongfeng said is true. Feeling the force transmitted through the demon-slaying knife, Lu Chongfeng discerned that this mutated woman possessed approximately 1.5 times the strength of an ordinary woman, though her speed was not superior to that of a human. Her methods of attack were limited to scratching and biting, accompanied by her incessant cry of "I'm hungry," suggesting that her primal desire in life was to satiate her hunger. At that moment, the scar-faced man, Bian Shangyu, approached Lu Chongfeng, his expression unchanged as he gazed at the devilish woman. Turning to Lu Chongfeng, he inquired, "Do you know what this thing is?" It's a monster transformed from a human infected by a virus, akin to the zombies in a biohazard scenario. They have lost their humanity, and the most effective way to eliminate them is by fire, Lu Chongfeng replied. As his words fell silent, the door to room 1510 swung open, and a young woman dressed in black shorts, wielding a baseball bat, stepped out. It was bassist In Jishio, her face a mask of fear. Upon seeing the group, she exhaled in relief, straightened her posture, and asked, "What is going on here, gentlemen? Don't come any closer," Lu Chongfeng warned. At his words, In Jishio halted in her tracks, but the female monster, having heard her voice, turned her gaze towards her, instilling a sense of dread in In Jishio. Seemingly aware that Lu Chongfeng was not to be trifled with, the creature abandoned them and lunged towards In Jishio. Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air, followed by 2 glimmers of cold light. The monster's arms were severed at the shoulders, and blood sprayed forth in a violent eruption. With a pained howl, the creature quickened its pace, rapidly closing the distance to In Jishio. Paralyzed by fear, she beheld the blood-soaked monster before her, its visage grotesque, and with a scream, she swung her baseball bat, striking it on the head with a dull thud. However, it seemed utterly ineffective, aside from a superficial wound on its forehead. The creature sustained no significant damage. Having lost its arms, it lunged forward to bite. Once again, a flash of cold light appeared, and a line of blood marked the creature's neck. Its head rolled away, blood gushing forth as Lu Chongfeng deftly swept the body aside with his demon-slaying knife. You've killed it," In Jishio gasped in horror, raising the bat defensively. "It is not truly human. It is an infected aberration. There are monsters outside. You should exercise caution," Lu Chongfeng sheathed his knife and turned to see Bian Shangyu, still present. Sir, please assist in disposing of the creature's body. Simply throw out the window. Brother Chongfeng, did you just say there are monsters outside? Lin Yo asked anxiously. Indeed, this virus can spread through air and blood. You would be wise to engage in combat with weapons to prevent infection, Lu Chongfeng warned. My brother, Li In, has just left for work. Lin Yo exclaimed nervously as she grasped Lu Chongfeng's arm. The elevator is out of order, and the entire building has been sealed off. It should still be inside. Many residents in the apartment remain unaware of the monstrous situation. We must ascend to find your brother. Lu Chongfeng, well-versed in the unfolding narrative, reassured her that her brother would be safe. At that moment, Bian Shangyu had finished dealing with the corpse of the female monster. He cast a glance at Lu Chongfeng's retreating figure before following her. Holding a baseball bat, Yin Jishio surveyed the blood-soaked corridor, feeling that the rooms might not be as secure as Lu Chongfeng's side, and thus, he too decided to join them. The four swiftly made their way down the staircase to the first floor. Chapter 032. Diffusion in the lobby on the first floor. Several residents preparing to leave for work were struggling to open the door, some of them cursing in frustration. I strongly advise against this course of action. There are monsters outside, and venturing out leads only to death, Lu Chongfeng declared with conviction. Monsters? You are the real monster. If I'm late for work, can you compensate me for that? One agitated worker retorted. Lin Yo furrowed her brow, contemplating an argument, but Lu Chongfeng swiftly grasped her arm and shook his head. A kind word is wasted on the damned, he thought, seeing them as ordinary people whose plight he pitied, hence his warning. Otherwise, he would not concern himself with the fates of these unrefined souls. Before long, Lin Yo's brother, Li In, arrived in the lobby. Upon noticing his sister's close proximity to a young man, he approached with a frown and extended his hand. I'm Li In. May I ask who you are? Lu Chongfeng, he replied, shaking his hand lightly. Relieved to see her brother unharmed, Li In exhaled, saying, There are monsters outside. You should not go to work today. Monsters? What do you know about them? Li In inquired. We just encountered a grotesque human mutant upstairs, resembling a zombie from a biohazard scenario, Lin Yo explained. At that moment, the supermarket owner discovered the switch for the front door. As the rolling shutter slowly ascended, those preparing to exit beheld a figure towering over 2 meters in height standing outside. They approached to ascertain the situation, only for this human to suddenly open its mouth wide, splitting open at an angle of 180 degrees. From its throat emerged a crimson tentacle over 1 meter long, crashing through the glass door and lunging into the lobby. The tentacle continued to elongate, thrashing like a steel whip, and pierced the security guard's neck, pinning him against the ceiling. The ordinary residents of the apartment had never witnessed such a sight. Panic ensued as they screamed and scrambled for safety, some paralyzed with fear, standing helplessly in place. Quick, close the door. Liana Shota. Thud, thud. The monster's tentacle seemed to be siphoning blood, accompanied by a grotesque swallowing sound. Shortly thereafter, the security guard's lifeless body plummeted to the ground, reduced to a desiccated corpse. Hearing Li In's urgent cries, the supermarket owner trembled as he rushed to the control room to shut the rolling door. Li In seized a nearby fire extinguisher and charged forward. While only Lu Chongfeng and Bian Shangyu remained composed, Lu Chongfeng was emboldened by confidence, whereas Bian Shangyu had yet to devise a strategy to confront such a creature. Despite having seen such horrors before, Lin Yo and Yin Jishio were still paralyzed with fear, taking refuge behind Lu Chongfeng. Save my brother, Lin Yo implored quietly, clutching Lu Chongfeng's arm. At that moment, the monster had been forced to the edge of the door by the fire extinguisher wielded by Li In, but unfortunately, it had run out of powder. Liana Shota anxiously. We closed the door. As the monstrous threat loomed, Lu Chongfeng had, unbeknownst to anyone, positioned himself beside Li In. In a swift motion, the glint of his blade flashed, and the creature was cleaved in twain, its innards spilling onto the ground, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at Lu Chongfeng's display of prowess, particularly Li In, whose gaze held a peculiar significance. Lu Chanfeng instructed, seal all the exits. There are many such creatures lurking outside. With that, he departed the first floor, intent on returning to his dormitory to cultivate. Lian Yo wished to follow, but Li In restrained her, as she had numerous inquiries for him. Outside, chaos reigned as various grotesque beings roamed the vicinity. Fortunately, these creatures lacked the heightened olfactory senses of zombies, or else none of the ordinary folk would have stood chance. Upon returning to his chamber, Lu Chanfeng discovered that In Jixio had followed him. He inquired, "Do you require something?" I feel a bit frightened. May I stay with you for the night?" In Jixio stammered. Lu Chanfeng appraised her. She was of above-average beauty, with a commendable figure and a personality that was not off-putting. Before he could respond, however, In Jixio misinterpreted the situation and began to disrobe. Rather than clarify, Lu Chanfeng simply suggested, "Go take a shower." In Jixio, tall and possessing a different allure than Lian Yo, brought Lu Chanfeng considerable satisfaction. After their intimate encounter, he advised her to rest while he resumed his cultivation. Downstairs, after residents had barricaded all entrances of the building, they returned to their homes to sleep, though some infected individuals had already begun to mutate. On the following morning, In Jixio awoke early, having slept soundly the previous night. After sharing a tender moment with Lu Chanfeng, she rose to wash up and prepare breakfast. Just as they were finishing their meal, a knock echoed from the door. In Jixio peered through the peephole and saw the In siblings. "Let them in," she called. Upon seeing In Jixio at the door, Lian Yo's brow furrowed momentarily. Yet she quickly donned a cheerful expression and rushed to Lu Chanfeng's side, sweetly addressing him, "Brother Chanfeng." With a smile, he replied, "Have you eaten? Would you care to join me?" "I've already eaten," Li In interjected as he entered the room. "Mr. Lu, we would like to ask for your assistance." Lu Chanfeng had already surmised the nature of their request, but remained composed, silently finishing his meal until Lian Yo playfully tugged at his arm, prompting him to say, "Speak." "Last night, several residents in the apartment underwent mutation. We managed to drive away the weaker creatures, but two formidable ones remain, and we seek your help," Li In explained. "For In Yo's sake, I shall assist you this once," Lu Chanfeng replied deliberately, causing Lian Yo to beam with delight as her earlier reservations dissipated. After breakfast, Lu Chanfeng followed Li In to the lobby on the ground floor, where a considerable number of people had gathered. Among them were Byun Singyuk and firefighter Seo Yijung, along with a man wielding a katana named Zhang Jaehyun. The female firefighter Su Yijing left a profound impression on Lu Chanfeng, primarily due to her well-proportioned physique and her fearless courage in the face of monsters. Her intelligence also stood out. Had she not been pregnant, Lu Chanfeng would have considered bringing her into his abode. "Where are the monsters now?" Lian inquired. "Currently, one should still be on the 14th floor, while another, quite large in stature, might be on the 12th or 13th floor," Su Yijing replied, having just checked the monsters' locations. "These two creatures possess formidable strength. Hiding in the rooms is not a safe option. We must resolve this situation swiftly," Li In asserted. "All three of you follow my lead. The rest should find a secure place to hide," Lu Chanfeng instructed, gesturing towards Li In, Su Yijing, and Bian Shangyu. Having taken Lu Chanfeng's advice to heart, Bian Shangyu had procured a shovel as a weapon, while Su Yijing wielded a firefighting axe, and Li In brandished a long staff, the tip of which was affixed with a dagger. Chapter 033. Rescuing lives. The elevator was out of service, so the four of them ascended the staircase. Lu Chanfeng possessed remarkably acute senses and was well aware of the presence of monsters on each floor. Upon reaching the 12th level, the commotion in the corridor was unmistakable even to the other three. "There is one on the 12th floor," Li In remarked. Lu Chanfeng nodded, and they hastened into the 12th floor, where they discovered a colossal, muscular creature engaged in a fierce struggle with a woman. The woman, her hair disheveled, had her legs locked around the creature's neck, her hands gripping its head tightly. Not far away, high school student Chae Hyun-soo was shielding two children, retreating cautiously. This woman was also an infected individual. However, there were two types of infected persons. One type retained their self-awareness and possessed certain extraordinary abilities, making them potential allies. The other type, like this muscular beast, lacked self-awareness, and was driven solely by primal desires, Lu Changfeng explained. In the original narrative, special infected individuals were often cast as antagonists against humanity. Fortunately, compassionate individuals like Che Hyunsu existed. Otherwise, a sentient-infected being would pose a far greater threat than a mindless one. If these special infected individuals possessed even a modicum of intelligence, they could effortlessly annihilate a small human settlement. Lu Changfeng had previously criticized the intelligence of such beings while watching the show, noting even the relatively intelligent Li In struggled to manage their small community effectively. After imparting this knowledge, Lu Changfeng gradually approached the muscular monster from behind. At that moment, the creature had thrown the woman to the ground, unleashing a barrage of furious punches upon her. This woman, too, had been a tragic figure in the original tale. After her child was born, a tragic accident led to her descent into madness. Following her infection, she regained her senses after enduring a beating from the muscular creature and had never harmed a human since. Rather, she had consistently aided them, embodying kindness. Lu Changfeng slowly drew his blade, channeling his energy into it. With a swift, diagonal strike, he cleaved the muscular creature in two. Yet, the severed monster did not perish. It let out a mournful howl, attempting to turn its upper half to attack Lu Changfeng. With another series of swift strikes, the creature's upper body was reduced to a mass of flesh. Observing the writhing remnants, Lu Changfeng used the tip of his blade to lift them and discarded them downstairs, where they would soon be consumed by other monsters. "Are you all right?" Lu Changfeng inquired, noticing the woman still on the ground. Upon hearing his voice, the woman, Shan-Ing, managed to rise. Her face smeared with blood as she offered Lu Changfeng a grateful smile. She then turned to Che Hyunsu, asking, "Are the children all right?" The little girl, Jean Xiaoying, quickly replied, "Auntie, thank you for saving us. We're fine." That's a relief. Shan-Ing sighed with relief. "Stay safe. We must continue to eliminate the remaining monsters," Lu Changfeng advised before leading the three of them to another floor. On the 14th level, they encountered another tall, slender creature capable of elongating its arms like tree roots. Endowed with keen hearing and sight, in the original narrative, it survived even after having half its head severed by Zheng Ziyan, showcasing an extraordinarily resilient vitality. Lu Changfeng gestured for the other three to step back, boldly striding into the corridor of the 14th floor without concealing his presence. The creature, upon spotting him, unleashed a deafening roar and charged forward, its arms elongating like two javelins aimed directly at Lu Changfeng. Although its speed was impressive, within the confines of Lu Changfeng's psychic field, it appeared almost sluggish. In close quarters, the velocity of his psychic force matched that of light itself. With a slight sidestep, he executed an upward sweep with the Demon Slayer blade, which, imbued with his true energy, cleaved through the creature's flesh as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Severing its outstretched arms, the creature's limbs could regenerate, and once more they surged toward him, only to meet the same fate as before. After a third attempt, when it sought to grow again, it found itself moving at an excruciatingly slow pace, struggling to produce a mere bud of flesh. Engaging in a futile stare-off with Lu Changfeng. "Is that all you've got?" he scoffed, with what seemed like an understanding of his mockery. The creature roared once more and lunged at him, only to be met with a simple upward strike. Its gaunt body split in two, and Lu Changfeng delivered several more strikes, reducing the creature to mere chunks of flesh before discarding them over the edge. Has he been living in Green Garden all along? How is he so formidable? These monsters seem like mere children in his presence, Su Yijing whispered. "I'm not entirely certain. He must have moved here recently. I rarely encounter him. Mr. Lu appears to be from Huagua, which likely explains his martial prowess," Li In replied. "Indeed, Huagua martial arts are remarkable," Bian Shanyu concurred. Continuing their ascent, Lu Changfeng and the trio vanquished two more ordinary mutated creatures, one slightly stronger and the other resembling a dog with elongated fangs. "You all carry on with your tasks. I shall practice on the rooftop for a while," Lu Changfeng declared. Although he ranked among the elite in combat prowess in this world, he regarded this journey as a form of leisure, a chance to relax and savor life. Yet, he understood the importance of not becoming completely absorbed in indulgence. His training must not falter. After expressing their gratitude, Li In and the others departed to attend to their various obligations. Lu Changfeng made his way to the rooftop, where he commenced practicing his sword techniques and the QNGL Ing Fist S dynamic forms. Based on his assessments, should he persist in honing the QNGL Ing Fist to enhance his vitality, his physical capabilities could potentially reach 10 times that of an ordinary individual, essentially the human limit. Beyond that, further enhancement through bodily training techniques would likely prove ineffective, save for the foundational methods of body refinement found in the realm of cultivation. Azure Dragon emerges from the sea. Lu Changfeng summoned his vitality, manifesting a plume of energy above his head, his muscles swelling as if he had expanded in size. Each movement contained an immense latent power, poised to erupt with the force of an earth-shattering cataclysm. At some point, Lian Yo and Yin Jishio arrived on the rooftop. The once tense atmosphere between the two had transformed into one of sisterly camaraderie as they sat side by side, enraptured by Lu Changfeng's training. "Brother Changfeng, may we practice this martial art alongside you?" Lian Yo inquired, affectionately clinging to his arm during his respite. "To practice my martial arts, one must possess a certain foundation. Your basics are insufficient, and you'll need to start with stance training," he replied. Lu Changfeng elucidated the essential points of the Hunyuan posture to the two women, correcting their erroneous movements. After standing for merely a minute, their legs began to tremble, and they contemplated surrender. "If you cannot endure this slight hardship, do not ever mention the pursuit of martial arts to me again," Lu Changfeng remarked, casting a glance at Lian Yo. Observing her companion Yun Jisu gritting her teeth in steadfast determination, Lian Yo too clenched her jaw and persevered, beads of sweat beginning to form on her forehead. Chapter 034. The team when one can no longer endure, it is prudent to take a respite and resume only after the body has regained its strength. Lu Changfeng added. Upon hearing his words, the two women immediately felt their bodies weaken, nearly collapsing onto the ground. "Why aren't you resting?" Lian Yo inquired of Yin Jishio. "Aren't you also foregoing rest?" Yin Jishio retorted. Lu Changfeng, disinterested in their exchange, continued to practice the Qinglong fist and knife techniques, only descending to prepare lunch at midday. Though Yin Jishio felt utterly exhausted, she insisted that Lu Changfeng take a break and took it upon herself to prepare the meal. Lian Yo, unwilling to be outdone, joined her in washing vegetables and cooking. Lu Changfeng found their actions quite amusing. Indeed, competition breeds pressure, and pressure inspires motivation. In the afternoon, Li In convened the survivors of the entire building for a joint meeting of the Green Home Apartment survivors, intending to elect a leader and, of course, extending an invitation to Lu Changfeng to participate. "I believe Mr. Lu would be the best candidate to lead the apartment. He is the only one capable of guiding us to survival," remarked a young man. The image of Lu Changfeng cleaving a towering monster in two etched deeply in his mind. Many others echoed his sentiment, for Lu Changfeng had preemptively slain numerous monsters, resulting in a greater number of survivors than depicted in the original narrative, nearly filling the first floor. "Mr. Lu, how about you take on the role of our president?" Li In suggested. "I lack the time to manage everyone, hence I will not assume such a position." "I think Li In would be suitable for the role," Lu Changfeng replied, having no desire to be a leader of the settlement, a task laborious and devoid of reward. He continued, "However, I can offer a few recommendations. Firstly, there are precursors to humans transforming into monsters. It would be wise for anyone exhibiting related symptoms within the apartment to disclose them. We must isolate such individuals. If they retain self-awareness post-mutation, they could potentially join us as allies. Otherwise, they must be eliminated. Secondly, we should establish relevant functional organizations, such as a combat team responsible for regular patrols and the elimination of monsters within the apartment, and even venturing outside to forage for food and water. Additionally, a logistics team is essential. While the combat team is engaged in life and death struggles outside, it is unreasonable to burden them with domestic chores such as laundry, cooking, and sanitation. Moreover, the green home is not secure. We must devise evacuation routes, for the government may not be able to save us. We need to take initiative, gathering gasoline and modifying vehicles, among other preparations. Lu Changfeng succinctly outlined the pressing necessities for this disorganized settlement. Whether they heeded his counsel was of no concern to him. His efforts had already been generous. Can those who retain self-awareness post-infection truly join us? Che Xinxiu raised her hand to inquire. Certainly, if one can withstand the viral infection, their strength will become formidable, making them ideal candidates for the combat team. Power itself is neither good nor bad. It is the wielder who determines its nature. If one utilizes strength for virtuous deeds, they are a good person. If for malevolent purposes, they are a villain. Therefore, there should be no psychological burden. We shall not discriminate against those who are specially infected, Lu Changfeng responded. Qion Hyunsu finally let out a sigh of relief and continued, I am an infected individual, yet I can regulate my actions. His words startled those around him, prompting a swift retreat from his immediate vicinity. Excellent. You may join the combat team, Lu Changfeng remarked with an approving glance, noting Qion Hyunsu's considerable potential. With a bit of training and some techniques imparted to him, he could surpass his original character's prowess by at least double. Others posed various pertinent questions, to which Lu Changfeng provided thorough answers. He entrusted the subsequent arrangements to Li Eunhyuk, having established a solid framework for him to build upon. Li Eunhyuk organized a team to knock on doors, and a total of 51 individuals expressed their willingness to join the collective. Among them were 10, including Qion Hyunsu, Byun Sang-wook, CEO Yi Jiang, Zhang Jae-hyan, and Li Su-hyung. Naturally, Lu Changfeng was counted as well, though Li Eunhyuk found it challenging to direct him. The logistics team primarily consisted of the older ladies residing in the apartment, whose combat abilities were limited, thus they remained to assist with various tasks. Additionally, a functional team was formed, comprising disabled veteran Han Du-sik and several electricians, welders, and auto mechanics, tasked with maintaining the apartment's electrical systems and modifying vehicles for escape. Li Eunhyuk also established a medical team, including himself, Nurse Park Yuri, and several young women responsible for the care of the injured. Li Eunhyuk personally oversaw the food supplies for the entire team, designating a room for storage, equipped with several refrigerators for perishable items, while other foodstuffs were placed on shelves. The current arrangement was set for 2 meals a day, with combat personnel receiving 3 meals while on missions, prioritizing the consumption of items prone to spoilage. There was still a considerable surplus of food in the apartment, so Li Eunhyuk did not dispatch the combat team to forage. The group focused on fortifying the apartment, welding and reinforcing windows in the living quarters, sealing all entrances, and leaving only a rope ladder on the 3rd floor for access. The electrical systems, particularly the surveillance circuits, were thoroughly repaired, with personnel monitoring the control room to alert the team at the first sighting of any creatures. The entire renovation took 3 days, significantly enhancing the apartment's security. There were no casualties during this period, although a few residents exhibiting symptoms were isolated. If they retained their consciousness after mutation, they might still have a chance at survival. The only area yet to be cleared was the underground parking garage, where surveillance indicated the presence of multiple creatures. Given the complex environment below, a targeted cleanup by the combat team would likely prove detrimental. In light of the circumstances in the basement, Li Eunhyuk summoned Li Eunyoung to consult Lu Changfeng. Upon arrival, Lu Changfeng found all members of the combat team assembled. Li Eunhyuk recounted the basic situation and inquired, Mr. Lu, do you have any suggestions? What is your objective in clearing the underground garage? Lu Changfeng asked. There are fire trucks and several off-road vehicles down there. Moreover, with so many monsters beneath the apartment, should they manage to ascend, it would pose a significant threat to everyone's safety, Li Eunhyuk explained. Foolish. Are there not enough vehicles outside the apartment? The underground parking lot is fraught with complexity, dimly lit, and has low visibility. Why must one venture there? My suggestion is to seal off the basement entrance entirely, proposed Lu Changfeng. Li En and the others conferred in hushed tones for a while before ultimately deciding to adopt Lu Changfeng's plan, as the risks associated with accessing the underground parking far outweigh the potential benefits. Chapter 035. Injury Che Xinxiu is a special infected individual with formidable self-healing abilities. You should focus on nurturing him. Bian Shangyu and Su Yijing can impart some combat techniques to him, Lu Changfeng stated. Among the combat team, only Che Xinxiu is unafraid of infection and injury, making him an ideal shield for the group. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes lit up. Indeed, Che Xinxiu's immunity to infection and his robust self-healing capacity could effectively divert the monster's attention, allowing the others to assist with surprise attacks. Lu Changfeng discerned their thoughts immediately and continued, "When you encounter a monster, do not foolishly engage in close combat. Your meager damage is insignificant to them. Instead, utilize tools such as ropes to bind the monsters, then sever their tendons, and finally, employ Molotov cocktails to incinerate them." As he illustrated this strategy, vivid combat scenes began to manifest in the minds of the battle team. Che Xinxiu luring the monsters, the other two ensnaring them with ropes, another swiftly cutting their tendons, and the ignited cocktail crashing down upon the monsters, culminating in their fiery demise. "Mr. Liu, I believe you are indeed more suited to lead our team," Lien remarked once more, recognizing that Lu Changfeng's breadth of knowledge far surpassed his own, not to mention his undeniable prowess. "Let this matter not be mentioned again," Lu Changfeng replied, casting a glance at Li Yin before rising to depart. Mr. Liu is truly an enigmatic figure, a youth in the combat team named Jean Riche exclaimed, turning to Li Yin with curiosity. "You and Mr. Liu are romantically involved. Do you know about his past?" Li Yin shot him an incredulous look. "Why don't you ask him yourself?" she retorted before also standing to leave. Jean Riche shrugged, falling silent. The others continued to discuss the details of Lu Changfeng's strategy, finding it promising. The following day, Li Yin organized the functional and logistics teams to reinforce the apartment, welding shut all windows on the first and second floors, and similarly bricking up the entrance to the underground garage to prevent the monsters from ascending. Not far from the green home apartment, there was a construction site abundant with materials such as rebar, wire, and red bricks. Bian Shanju, Kixiangxiu, Suyijing, and the nurse Park Yuli ventured out to gather supplies. They first drove to the site to procure a considerable amount of materials, then found ample food, water, and ropes nearby in the residential area. On the rooftop, In Jishio played the bass, while Li Enyo danced to the music, and Lu Changfeng practiced the Qing Long Fist beside them. Their days were quite pleasant, free from tasks and logistical burdens, yet no one dared to voice any complaints. For Lu Changfeng was their ultimate weapon, their assurance of safety. "Something's wrong. Something's wrong." A young man rushed to the rooftop, panting heavily as he shouted, "Do not rush. Speak slowly." Lu Changfeng paused his training and replied, "During the second expedition of the combat team today to search for supplies, they were ambushed by a monster. Bian Shangyu and Park Yuli sustained severe injuries and are on the brink of death." The youth took a deep breath and quickly spoke. "All right, I will take a look." Lu Changfeng did not refuse and hurried downstairs. In the makeshift operating room on the first floor, Bian Shangyu and Park Yuli lay on the improvised surgical tables. Lien was assisting in staunching their bleeding, while Su Yijing and several others were helping. The remaining residents of the apartment gathered outside the room, watching anxiously. Upon seeing Lu Changfeng, they promptly cleared a path for him. He approached the two injured individuals and meticulously examined their conditions. Bian Shangyu had a deep gash, over 10 centimeters long, slashed across his chest and abdomen by a claw, exposing flesh but fortunately not injuring any tendons or bones. Park Yuli's condition was far more serious. She had suffered a powerful blow to her chest, resulting in a fractured sternum, and her chest, back, and inner thighs were all clawed by the monster. She had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Lien, Su Yijing, and Lin Yo stay here. The rest of you, please step outside, Lu Changfeng instructed. He closed the door and drew the screen between the two surgical tables. Bian Shangyu's shirt had already been cut open, and Li In was cleaning and disinfecting his wound. Park Yuli also had injuries on her back and was lying on her side, while Su Yijing and the other two women helped stabilize her body and tended to her wounds. "Remove Park Yuli's clothing," Lu Changfeng commanded, then swiftly tore off Bian Shangyu's shirt. With a flick of his hand, 3 steel needles appeared. He deftly inserted the needles into 3 key acupoints on Bian Shangyu's chest, and in an instant, the bleeding ceased. Lian watched in astonishment. Is this acupuncture from Huagua? How remarkable! However, now was not the time for questions. He merely observed and assisted. Bian Shangyu's wounds were now cleaned, and Lu Changfeng directly infused him with a stream of vital energy. His condition visibly improved, and his furrowed brow relaxed. Li In, assist him in stitching the wounds, Lu Changfeng instructed, knowing that as a medical student, Li In could handle it. Understood. Li In picked up the prepared tools and began suturing Bian Shangyu's wounds. On the other side, Park Yuli's complexion was ashen, devoid of any color. Besides the significant wounds on her left chest, back, and right thigh, her body bore varying degrees of abrasions. The grotesque wounds stood out horrifically against her delicate skin, causing Lian Yo and Yun Jisu to gasp in shock. Park Yuli's skin was flawlessly fair, resembling a snow-white tiger. Lu Changfeng suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and employed the steel needles once more to staunch her bleeding, personally stitching her wounds and subsequently nurturing them with vital energy. Especially for the injury on her back, the vital energy began to show signs of healing, allowing Park Yuli to lie comfortably without further aggravating the wound. Then, Lu Changfeng used his vital energy and mental focus to realign her fractured sternum and further nurture it, stabilizing her injuries. The 3 women helped her into a nightgown and pajama pants, covering her with a blanket. Lu Changfeng opened the door, and many residents outside entered to inquire about the condition of the 2 injured individuals. They are no longer in danger, Lu Changfeng declared. That is a relief indeed. The crowd exhaled a collective sigh of relief, their admiration for Lu Changfeng's remarkable medical skills intensifying. Will those who were scratched by the monster mutate into one themselves? Lianyo inquired. No, I have temporarily suppressed it using my true energy, Lu Changfeng replied. True energy? Lianyo was unfamiliar with the term. However, given the gravity of the situation, she refrained from probing further. Chapter 036. Acupuncture. Please move Park Yuri to the room next door. Her injuries are quite severe, and she requires ongoing care, Lu Changfeng instructed. Bian Shangyu, make sure to consume plenty of meat to replenish your strength. You should recover in a day or 2. Li Yunyu and Yun Ji-su exchanged glances, sensing trouble. They might soon have another sister. Just moments earlier, they had noticed something amiss in Lu Changfeng's gaze when he looked at Park Yuri. Regardless, it was undeniable that Park Yuri's complexion was far superior to theirs, smooth and delicate as that of an infant. Both members had sustained grave injuries, and the combat team refrained from venturing out for supplies. The steel reinforcement and other materials brought back in the morning would suffice for the functionality team for quite some time. In the afternoon, Lu Changfeng ventured out to a hardware store, where he procured 2 toolboxes and a flamethrower. The flamethrower would prove exceptionally effective against monsters, and with an abundance of vehicles outside, gasoline was plentiful. He handed the flamethrower to Su Yijing, suggesting its use for future expeditions to hunt for supplies, as it would be far more effective than Molotov cocktails. Thank you. Su Yijing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Without Lu Changfeng, our apartment would have lost at least half its population. That evening, Park Yuri awakened. Lu Changfeng utilized his vital energy to help her body heal and nourish her wounds. Her cheeks flushed crimson as her sensitive skin responded to the warmth of his hands, sending shivers down her spine. Do you suffer from asthma? Lu Changfeng inquired. Yes, it's hereditary, Park Yuri replied. Would you like to be cured? He continued. Of course. Do you have a way? Her eyes sparkled with hope. A few acupuncture sessions will suffice. Lu Changfeng loosened her blouse and exposed her right arm, inserting needles along her lung meridian, each needle infused with his vital energy. Park Yuri, blushing profusely, averted her gaze, feeling a mix of embarrassment and vulnerability as half of her body lay exposed. Moments latte. She sensed a cool sensation flowing from her right arm through her chest and into her lungs, instantly easing her breathing. Is this truly effective? Is this the acupuncture of Huagua? Can you teach me? She asked, her cheeks still flushed. Lu Changfeng gently adjusted her blouse to cover her private areas, smiling playfully. This is a closely guarded secret, unless you are one of my own. Then, may I be your girlfriend? Park Yuri boldly asked. She was aware of Lu Chongfeng's connections with Li Unyu and Yun Ji-su, but that did not deter her. In Goryeo, those with a hint of capability, particularly those from wealthy families, often had countless admirers, albeit with clumsy means. Lu Chongfeng, not only formidable in strength, but also strikingly handsome, was the epitome of a dream suitor for a lovesick girl, a rarity that few women could resist. Just then, Li Unyu entered with a bowl of chicken soup. Overhearing Park Yuri's words, angrily, she placed the soup on the bedside table, exclaiming, "Chongfeng Appa already has a girlfriend. Chongfeng already has 2 girlfriends. He surely wouldn't mind adding another." Park Yuri retorted defiantly, determined not to back down when the opportunity arose. Lu Chongfeng gently grasped Park Yuri's chin, teasingly remarking, "Whether you become my 3rd girlfriend will depend on your performance." Park Yuri lowered her head and murmured, "I will do my best." Li Unyu helped her up and handed her a bowl of chicken soup, sternly saying, "Drink your soup." A night passed in silence. The next day, the combat team, equipped with a flamethrower, ventured out once more in search of supplies, returning with a little girl named Minju, daughter of a resident of the apartment complex. Byung Sung, under the nurturing influence of Lu Chongfeng's true energy, had nearly healed from his injuries, a testament to the potency of the true energy. Park Yuri, having received even more of this life-giving essence, had nearly healed from her external wounds, though her fractured bones required additional time for recovery. At that moment, Lu Chongfeng was teaching her about acupressure points. As he pressed on a specific point, he would explain its name and function. "This is the perineum point." Lu Chongfeng elucidated its significance. After teaching about a dozen points, a knock resounded at the door. "Guomin." Yun Ji-su entered and, upon seeing the two in a close embrace, could not help but smirk, saying, "Chongfeng, Aunt Shanyang is transformed into something quite extraordinary. Li Eun-hyuk requests your presence." "All right." Lu Chongfeng recalled the plot. Shanyang was the mother who had lost her child, and in the original story, she had morphed into a massive flesh cocoon in Han Du-sik's bathroom, seemingly harboring a living entity within. Following Yun Ji-su to Shanyang's room, he found several people already gathered there. Li Eun-hyuk, upon noticing Lu Chongfeng's arrival, remarked, "Mr. Lu, could you take a look at how we should handle this?" Lu Chongfeng glanced at the bathroom, which bore similarities to the original narrative, and suggested, "Lock this door tight. Shanyang will remain here. Is she in any danger?" Li Eun-hyuk inquired. "No." Lu Chongfeng reassured him, implying that no one in the apartment would dare to oppose. Soon, Li Eun-hyuk arranged for the logistics and functional teams to secure the room door, even going so far as to brick it up with red bricks, completely sealing it off. The apartment remained tranquil for the next 2 days, during which the combat team gathered a substantial amount of supplies: canned meat, sweets, kimchi, bottled water, clothing, tissues, and other essentials, sufficient for the residents for a considerable period. The team also returned with a government flyer, which urged citizens to report special infectees, promising that the government would relocate them to an official settlement. When Li Eun-hyuk and Cha Hyun-soo brought the flyer to Lu Chongfeng for discussion, Lu Chongfeng scoffed. "Are you unaware of the government's true nature? The virus is their creation. Do you wish to become guinea pigs at the official settlement? Moreover, how much has Hyun-soo done for everyone these past few days? Are they all ungrateful?" In front of both men, Li Eun-hyuk burned the flyer, choosing not to inform the rest of the team about it. Besides searching for supplies, the team was also planning escape routes and preparing for an eventual escape. The functional team worked tirelessly day and night, processing materials and modifying vehicles. During these days, even the combat team members who had not ventured out assisted them. To date, they had successfully modified an off-road vehicle and a bus. A reinforced crash frame made of threaded steel was welded onto the front, back, and sides of the vehicles, which were then covered with wire mesh, ensuring visibility only from the driver's seat, while the rest was fortified to guard against those tentacled creatures. In addition to covering the barbed wire, rebar has been meticulously cut into 20-centimeter segments and vertically welded onto the vehicle's steel frame, serving as a precaution against impacts akin to those from monstrous beings. The 4 wheels of the vehicle have also been fortified to prevent the tires from being easily punctured. Observing the automobile resembling a steel porcupine, Lu Changfeng displayed a satisfied smile. Both Bian Shangyu and Park Yuli have fully recovered from their injuries. In particular, Park Yuli, under the nurturing influence of Lu Changfeng's vital energy, has even overcome her asthma. She has also learned to identify acupoints quite proficiently, although at times her learning leads to deeper exchanges, occasionally joined by Li Unyu and Yun Jisu, creating a delightful interplay among the three women. Fortunately, Lu Changfeng's robust physique allows him to endure this world, or else his vitality would likely wane rather than flourish. Chapter 37. The mob under the indirect control of Lu Changfeng. The apartment complex flourished healthily, no longer relying on government rescue, as depicted in the original narrative. The desperate banners hung in vain did not attract help, but instead drew the attention of those with ill intentions. The Korean government, in addition to apprehending special infectees, was also engaged in exterminating monsters. Although these creatures possessed formidable physical strength, they bore a fatal weakness: a lack of intelligence. Humanity's ingenuity lay in their ability to wield tools and harness fire, enabling them to eradicate such monsters with relative ease. Following the initial chaos, humans began to organize a counteroffensive. Had it not been for the continuous infection of the surviving populace, victory might have been within reach. Presently, it seemed a 50-50 chance. Humanity's inherent flaw was their disunity, a penchant for infighting and self-serving behaviors. Possibly due to a narrative adjustment, the deserter from the original tale had made his way to the green home apartment, and the residents learned of the existence of a band of robbers from his account. Lien gathered everyone to discuss possible countermeasures. "Shall we call the government to apprehend these robbers?" suggested a young man. "They are armed. We would struggle to match them. The vehicle has been modified. Perhaps we should evacuate in advance?" Han Doji proposed. "Or we could send the deserter to lure them elsewhere," which was a suggestion to divert the threat. After an intense brainstorming session, no satisfactory plan emerged, prompting Li In to consult Lu Changfeng for a resolution. "There is no need for such complexities. Those robbers are like chickens and dogs. Let them come, and I shall ensure they do not return," Lu Changfeng stated confidently. "But they have firearms," Li In expressed his concern. "So what? If you are apprehensive, you may leave beforehand," Lu Changfeng replied, wishing to avoid excessive explanations. They would soon understand. He recalled that among the robbers was a special infectee named Zheng Yiming, the ultimate antagonist of the tale, endowed with the ability to parasitize, making him exceedingly difficult to kill, though his eventual demise was rather abrupt. In the afternoon, an armored vehicle approached the green home apartment. Lien swiftly organized the residents to conceal themselves, leaving only a few members of the combat team hidden in various rooms, each equipped with a walkie-talkie, awaiting Lu Changfeng's orders. The armored vehicle barreled through, demolishing the apartment entrance, and several robbers armed with submachine guns poured out, with the special infectee Zheng Yiming being the last to emerge. They divided into groups, intending to search the apartment, when suddenly, Lu Changfeng descended the stairs with deliberate steps. Before the robbers could react, a barrage of steel needles shot forth, faster than bullets. The robbers were utterly unprepared, their brains shattered by the needles infused with true energy, leaving them lifeless. Zheng Yiming, too, was incapacitated by several steel needles that blocked his vital energy, rendering him immobile. He gazed at Lu Changfeng in terror, astonished by the existence of such a formidable presence among humans. "You've disguised yourself quite well, young man," Lu Changfeng remarked, patting his face before seizing nearby wire to bind him like a dumpling. He then picked up the walkie-talkie and instructed the others to emerge. Not long after, the members of the combat team and Li Unhyuk surveyed the scene strewn with corpses. The hull bore no marks of battle, and each of them exclaimed in horror, gaining a renewed understanding of Lu Changfeng's formidable prowess. He was a unique, infected individual, lacking the benevolence of Che Hyun-soo, and even more malevolent than the monsters themselves, a menace that could not be allowed to persist. Lu Changfeng pointed at Zheng Yiming and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am not one of them," Zheng Yiming explained, a tinge of panic creeping into his heart. "I conceal myself among them merely to locate others like me, special infected individuals." "Oh, Is that so? Lu Changfeng retorted. If I were absent, would you intervene to prevent these bandits from slaughtering civilians? Do not be naive, young man. I shall not spare you. You cannot kill me. If you let me go now, I will act as though nothing has transpired. Otherwise, I will make your lives unbearable. Zheng Yiming threatened. Is that so? Lu Changfeng hoisted Zheng Yiming outside the apartment, dousing him with a bucket of gasoline before delivering a sharp kick that rendered him unconscious. He struck a match and tossed it toward him. The flames instantly engulfed Zheng Yiming, his body bound by iron wire, rendering him unable to escape. The excruciating pain elicited loud cries and curses, but gradually his voice diminished, and he fell silent. From his corpse oozed a mass of black, viscous liquid, crawling toward the apartment. Prepared for this, Lu Changfeng swiftly aimed a flamethrower at the puddle of slime, and in mere moments, the fire consumed it, leaving only a pile of ashes. Huh, you claimed you were indestructible? Rise and fight me now. You're not beyond my reach. He taunted, observing the terrified crowd. This unique infected individual possesses the ability of parasitism. If he infiltrates a crowd, it could spell disaster, Lu Changfeng elucidated. The capabilities of these monsters are indeed bizarre and unpredictable. Without Mr. Lu, we would have been utterly lost, Li Unhyuk praised. This location has been compromised. Gather everyone for a meeting, Lu Changfeng commanded. Soon, all those in the apartment convened on the first floor. The bodies have been cleared and firearms and ammunition collected. 3 choices now lie before you. The first is to remain in the Green Haven, self-sufficient. The second is to call the government to transport you to an official settlement. The third is to leave with me, Lu Changfeng stated plainly. Upon slaying Zheng Yiming, the system had notified him that the narrative had drastically shifted, allowing him a maximum of 1 month in this world. Before departing, he intended to lead those willing to follow him to a relatively safe haven. For those unwilling, he was no saint. As for the military's viral research data, it held little value for him. There was scant worth in this world, and at most, he would bring back some gold. Firearms no longer held significance for him, and he had no intention of retrieving those he had brought along. After a fervent discussion, a total of 12 individuals expressed their willingness to accompany Lu Changfeng on his departure. In addition to the 3 women, there were also Li En, Bian Shangyu, Che Xianshu, and others. Su Yijing, intent on investigating her husband's whereabouts, resolved to embark on her journey alone for the time being. Lu Changfeng disclosed his destination to her, allowing her the opportunity to join him later. As dusk approached, Lu Changfeng and his 13 companions chose not to depart immediately. They distributed their provisions, ensuring that the remaining survivors could reach out to the authorities after their departure, thus leaving only 2 days' worth of sustenance for themselves. Chapter 038. Special infected individuals at dawn the following day. Lu Changfeng and his companions loaded their supplies onto the modified bus and assisted those left behind in repairing the apartment's entrance before departing. An armored vehicle led the way. The bus followed closely, and an off-road vehicle brought up the rear. Within the off-road vehicle, Lu Changfeng was accompanied only by Lian Yo, while Yun Jisu was at the wheel, and the 2 men occupied the back seat. Their destination was a remote farm, situated over 50 kilometers away. A place characterized by its sparse population and fertile land suitable for cultivation, as well as fish ponds and fruit trees, an idyllic abode. Following an official purge, the number of monsters had significantly dwindled. They encountered merely 2 ordinary creatures on their journey. The exterior of their modified vehicles was adorned with spikes, rendering the monsters defenseless as Lu Changfeng effortlessly dispatched them. In just an hour and a half, the team arrived at their destination. They conducted a thorough search, both inside and out, and found no signs of human presence or remnants of battle. All valuables and important items had already been removed. Let's tidy this place up. It will be our home from now on, Lu Changfeng declared. The 12 individuals divided the tasks among themselves, with Lu Changfeng taking on a supervisory role, allowing him to refrain from manual labor. He, along with the 3 women, claimed the largest room, boasting a bed over 4 meters wide, ample enough for the 4 of them to sleep together. The others also found their respective quarters. Due to the damage inflicted on the electrical system, the team's electrician was engaged in repairs, while others collected firewood, and a few constructed defensive fortifications and set up visible warning mechanisms. Behind the farm lay a vast expanse of cultivated land, more than half of which had been planted with seasonal vegetables, alleviating any concerns about future food shortages. Adjacent to them was a sizable lake, estimated to be teeming with fish. Within 3 days, the group had revitalized the farm, and as they gazed upon the fruits of their labor, they were filled with a profound sense of pride. Along their journey, they had witnessed countless abandoned vehicles, charred homes, and the remains of human corpses. Simply being alive was a blessing. Not to mention, they now had sustenance, security, and stability, achievements not easily obtained, largely attributed to Lu Changfeng's efforts, for which they held him in deep respect and gratitude. That evening, Yun Jisu entered the room with a vacant expression, resembling a mere shell of her former self. Lianyo sensed her distress and approached her with concern, asking, "Jisu, what troubles you? Are you perhaps pregnant?" I have a nosebleed and am exhibiting symptoms of infection," Yun Jisu replied, her spirit crushed. After finally finding a new sanctuary and embarking on a fresh chapter in life, she was faced with the grim reality of infection. "With me here, what is there to fear?" Lu Changfeng reassured her. "Brother Changfeng, can you treat a viral infection?" Yun Jisu inquired, her voice laced with hope. This desire-inducing virus amplifies the deepest yearnings within humanity, reconstructing a persona dominated by these desires, ultimately consuming the original self. While the body undergoes mutation under the virus's influence, I merely need to stimulate her acupuncture points with silver needles, complemented by my vital energy, to regulate the speed of Yun Jisu's physical transformation and bolster her spirit to withstand the encroachment of desire. Thus, she too can become a special infected individual akin to Qion Haiyan-Su, possessing dual forms. "Do not worry," Lu Changfeng reassured. "While I may not be able to develop a vaccine, I can assist you in resisting the invasion of viruses, enabling you to become a unique infected individual, coexisting with the virus, much like Che Xianshu. Unique infected individual, retaining one's consciousness, gaining strength?" In Jishio exclaimed with surprise. "Indeed," Lu Changfeng affirmed. "Brother Changfeng," In Jishio exclaimed, rushing to embrace him, rendered speechless by her excitement. That evening, In Jishio exhibited an extraordinary fervor and initiative, leaving Lianyo and Park Yuli in a state of astonishment, silently cursing her in their hearts. Yet, unwilling to be outdone, they too exerted themselves even more. In the following days, more individuals became infected. Lianyo, Park Yuli, Li In, Gao Jisha, and others. Lu Changfeng straightforwardly revealed that he could help them retain their self-awareness, leading the members of the base to surprisingly embrace the idea of viral infection without repulsion. In Jishio was the first to transform into a unique infected individual with Lu Changfeng's assistance. The mutated areas were her throat and skin, allowing her to emit a wide range of sound waves, from infrasound to ultrasound, reminiscent of the lion's roar in martial arts, capable of shattering glass effortlessly. Her skin absorbed these sound waves, ensuring that she would not harm herself in the process of releasing them. Lu Changfeng took her into the city to test her abilities, where she could use sound waves to repel mutated creatures. If a creature remained within the range of her sound wave attacks for an extended period, there is a significant likelihood that its brain and organs would be shattered. Park Yuli acquired remarkable regenerative abilities, surpassing even those of the monsters, able to recover from ordinary skin injuries in an instant, and even severe fractures could be healed rapidly. Lu Changfeng, feeling a pang of concern, refrained from experimenting on her. Lianyo's mutation was peculiar. She sprouted a pair of snow-white wings from her back. Clad in white missionary attire, she resembled an angel. With practice, she learned to fly, becoming the only human in the base capable of flight. Her strength had also increased significantly. One night, while soaring through the sky, she embraced Lu Changfeng in a moment of joy, leading to a near-disastrous aerial mishap. Li Yin's mutation affected his fingers, each transforming into a bone blade, sharp enough to easily slice through human skin. Gao Jisha developed a full-body bone armor, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities impervious even to bullets. Among the 13 individuals in the base, aside from Lu Changfeng, half had transformed into unique infected individuals. Witnessing their newfound strength, the remaining 6 prepared to deliberately infect themselves with the virus, a notion that Lu Changfeng permitted. After more than half a month, everyone in the base, except for Lu Changfeng, had become a unique infected individual. Their efficiency in gathering supplies, farming, and constructing the estate had seen a substantial enhancement. Rows of earthen walls emerged around the estate, built from large blocks of soil, providing formidable defense, reinforced with straw for added strength. During this time, a few survivors attempted to seize the estate, but this time Lu Changfeng did not need to intervene. The 12 individuals coordinated seamlessly, annihilating the opposing 30 with ease, without even utilizing firearms. A month has swiftly passed, marking the time for Lu Changfeng's departure. He summoned the 3 women and made it clear that he was about to leave. They had acquired the ability to protect themselves, which eased his mind considerably. Over the days they spent together, Lu Changfeng had developed genuine feelings for them, no longer viewing them merely as instruments of amusement. "Will you not return?" Liu Yingqidat, her heart feeling hollow, for Lu Changfeng was her first man. "I do not know. It depends on the circumstances," he replied, uncertain if he would ever traverse back to this world again. Perhaps there would be a chance to return. This world will later be arranged as a sanctuary for the protagonist's study of viruses. Chapter 39. The company that night, Park Yu-ri, Li Un-yu, and Yun Ji-su were fervently entwined with Lu Changfeng, as if the world were on the brink of destruction come dawn. Despite Lu Changfeng's extraordinary physique, 6 times that of an ordinary man, he awoke the next day with a dull ache in his lower back. On this occasion, he had brought only a backpack filled with gold, leaving most of his firearms behind. As his prowess grew, the reliance on weaponry diminished. The 3 women watched as Lu Changfeng departed, and once he vanished from their sight, he promptly activated a portal, his figure dissolving into the ether. Li Un-yu gazed at the spot where he had disappeared, a sense of unease swelling within her. She spread her wings and soared upward in pursuit. But Lu Changfeng's presence eluded her. In the realm of reality, Lu Changfeng reappeared near his pickup truck. A glance at the phone resting on the vehicle revealed that scarcely a day had passed. He drove home, where Yi Qingwan was still asleep. After a refreshing shower, he lay beside her. The villa atop the mountain was still under construction, requiring Lu Changfeng and Yi Qingwan to oversee the progress and suggest details. Under the influence of substantial funding, the pace of construction was accelerated by 30% compared to typical projects. Beyond building his mountain retreat, Lu Changfeng harbored new aspirations. The villagers of Binchao village had shown him great kindness, and now that he was financially secure, he yearned to give back. After some contemplation, he resolved to establish a modest herbal processing factory in Binchao village, offering prices above market value to purchase the villagers' herbs, keeping only 5% of the profits for himself. Lu Changfeng called Wang Lei over, and upon seeing Lu Changfeng and Yi Qingwan in a tender embrace, Wang Lei felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Changfeng, you've finally seen the light," he exclaimed. With a smile, Lu Changfeng replied, "How is your training progressing?" "I'm feeling on the verge of a breakthrough," Wang Lei responded, excitement evident in his voice. If he could become a master of traditional martial arts, not only would his own strength increase, but he could also protect his family and perhaps even teach his children, thus establishing a lineage of martial artists. Continue to practice diligently, and you shall undoubtedly become a master in due time. With your current physical capabilities, even without techniques, ordinary individuals would stand no chance against you, Lu Changfeng assured him. With a physique 5 times that of an average person, he was akin to a small superhero in reality. "I called you here for 2 matters. First, I wish to construct a herbal processing factory near Binchao village, and I would like you and Qingwan to represent this initiative. Second, I want you to come here to train for a while where I will guide you in the Qinglong fist, enabling you to grasp the technique swiftly," Lu Changfeng stated. "Absolutely no problem. Just tell me how to proceed, and I will follow your lead," Wang Lei replied without hesitation. Rather than approaching the county's investment bureau directly, Lu Changfeng opted to first consult Uncle Jiang, who would reach out to the village chief, then the town mayor, and finally the county officials. The proposed investment amounted to 50 million. Yi Qingwan and Wang Lei would each contribute 10 million, while Lu Changfeng himself would invest 30 million. During this period, the account of the investment company under Tianqi's control had accrued over 100 million in cash flow. Naturally, Lu Changfeng would not be using his own name. All investments would be conducted through Tianqi's management, rendering his involvement untraceable. Heavens will has exerted control over numerous foreign enterprises, with the true shareholders shrouded in layers of obscurity, rendering it nearly impossible to ascertain the ultimate owners of these companies. Typically, such matters remain undisturbed, as few take the initiative to investigate. However, should inquiries arise, Heavens would be promptly informed and would take necessary countermeasures. An investment of 50 million in a third-tier city like Chuan County is no trifling sum. Once the factory is established, it will not only generate employment opportunities, but also contribute significantly to local tax revenues. Thus, when the town mayor reported this development, it immediately captured the attention of county leaders. To everyone's surprise, a senior official from the county's Investment Promotion Bureau personally visited Benchao village to engage in discussions with Yi Qingwan and Wang Lei. They swiftly reached a consensus regarding the land involved and the project scale, and the subsequent steps involved navigating bureaucratic processes, engaging construction teams, recruiting the factory management staff, and procuring the necessary equipment. Lu Changfeng, largely uninvolved in the day-to-day operations, left Yi Qingwan and Wang Lei overwhelmed with tasks, leaving them no time to practice the Qinglong fist. Consequently, they brought in several professionals from their respective companies, allowing them to dedicate 1 or 2 hours each day to train under Lu Changfeng's guidance. Uncle Jiang, who had previously managed a pharmaceutical factory in his youth, was invited by Lu Changfeng to take on the role of factory director. Upon hearing he could fulfill his ambitions while aiding the villagers of Benchao, Uncle Jiang readily accepted the offer and called upon his daughter, Jiang Ronger, who had just graduated a year prior, to assist. Jiang Ronger, with a degree in accounting, was working at a local company earning only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan per month. Initially, Uncle Jiang intended to offer her a salary of 2,000, but Lu Changfeng unhesitatingly set it at 5,000, leaving Uncle Jiang no room for objection. This gesture deeply moved Uncle Jiang, motivating him to work even harder. Not only was Jiang Ronger's salary above the county standard, but even the wages for ordinary employees were approximately 30% higher, provisionally set at 4,000 net per month, alongside additional benefits. The majority of the employees were villagers from Benchao and surrounding areas, including some young individuals called back by their parents. A month passed in the blink of an eye, with the villa and factory bustling with construction. Under Lu Changfeng's guidance, Wang Lei and Yi Qingwan mastered numerous martial techniques, although Yi Qingwan initially progressed at a slower pace. Lu Changfeng's evening sessions propelled her to catch up with Wang Lei. Their persistent training gradually enhanced their physical prowess, a subtle yet exhilarating change. For in a society devoid of extraordinary powers, becoming a martial arts master is a lifelong aspiration for many. Lu Changfeng continued to impart martial skills, favoring the bold and dynamic style for Wang Lei, teaching him a set of fist and sword techniques characterized by their fierce and vigorous nature. Conversely, Yi Qingwan learned a series of palm and sword techniques emphasizing the principle of yielding to overcome strength. Lu Changfeng taught with great diligence, and both students approached their learning with earnestness, making significant progress within a mere 10 days. The next phase would require their own dedicated practice and comprehension. With Lu Changfeng's energy reserves replenished, he found himself in a world reminiscent of demigods and semi-devils, where the resonant strains of stirring music echoed in his mind, conjuring images of a rugged figure triumphantly carrying a speaker, overwhelming all heroes of the realm. Lu Changfeng greeted the two individuals before departing from Benchao village. He donned ancient attire, fully equipped with provisions from his spatial inventory, thus eliminating the need for any further preparations. The martial arts depicted in demigods and semi-devils are of a far superior caliber compared to those in the smiling, proud wanderer. Lu Changfeng's current endeavor involved following the narrative to gather the martial arts of various sections. His initial step was to journey to Mount Wuyong to acquire the Baiming Shengong and the Lingbo Weibu. Once Lu Changfeng had made all necessary arrangements, he summoned a portal and stepped into it without hesitation. Chapter 040. The Eight Dragons. As Lu Changfeng regained his senses, he found himself cradling a beautiful young maiden, her attire disheveled and an enchanting glimmer in her eyes. Her hands clumsily roamed across his body. "Duan Lang, I want," she murmured softly. Such an explosive beginning. Lu Changfeng was taken aback as a surge of memories flooded his mind. Had he truly become Duan Yu? Had he supplanted Duan Yu as one of the protagonists? He pondered whether this was a case of soul transference or body inhabitation. Raising a hand to touch his face, he confirmed it was still his original visage, unchanged. A brief introspection revealed that his internal energy had not only remained intact, but had inexplicably increased, as if he had ingested some rare heavenly treasure. Simultaneously, another potent medicinal force stimulated his very essence, overwhelming him with a fierce desire that could easily cloud the judgment of a lesser spirit. The yin-yang harmonization powder. Lu Changfeng recalled the original storyline. The other source of this augmenting power was the consumption of the Mang Guju Ha. So, I'm now immune to all toxins. Yet this yin-yang harmonization powder is not a typical poison. With resolve, Lu Changfeng forced himself into a meditative state to resist the onslaught of desire. Moments latte. A revelation struck him. He was not Duan Yu, and even if he were, he and Mu Wonking were merely half-siblings, bearing no true blood relation. With a flick of his fingers, he extinguished the red candles in the dungeon, allowing the gentle moonlight to filter through the window. The maiden tilted her head back, her mind in a daze. He carried Mu Wonking to the innermost part of the dungeon, covering her with his clothing while gently loosening the bindings that confined her. Soon, the dungeon echoed with her soft, plaintive moans. Not far from the dungeon, Duan Yanqing, the leader of the four great villains, wore a twisted smile upon his face. "Dali's Duan clan, I shall bring you to utter disgrace," he rasped, his voice resembling that of one who had swallowed shards of glass. As Mu Wonking tasted the experience for the first time, Lu Changfeng, filled with tenderness, was gentle in his ministrations. After half an hour, having purged the toxins from her body, he ceased his actions. Clothed and resting in Lu Changfeng's embrace, her eyes brimmed with affection. "Duan Lang, I am now yours. If you do not want me, I shall kill you and then myself." Such nonsense. "From now on, Wonking, you shall be my wife. Given what we have shared, how could I possibly wish to part with you?" Lu Changfeng replied. Although Mu Wonking possessed a fiery temperament and was often obstinate, she was not difficult to win over. Sincere kindness and sweet words would secure her heart. "Is it truly so? But we are siblings," Mu Wonking lamented, her heart aching as she contemplated this notion. "We are not truly siblings. My mother discreetly informed me that my biological father is another man. However, this must remain a secret. In public, we must continue to pretend to be siblings. Wonking, you would not make this difficult for me, would you?" Lu Changfeng whispered in her ear. "Is it really true? We are not siblings?" Mu Wonking asked, tears of joy streaming down her face. "Indeed, it is true." Lu Changfeng gently wiped away the tears of Mu Wanqing and placed a tender kiss upon her cheek. Overjoyed, Mu Wanqing embraced Lu Changfeng, exclaiming, "As long as we are not siblings, and you are willing to marry me, I shall heed your every word. Wame, your beauty and charm are such that to marry you is a blessing earned through past lives," Lu Changfeng replied, wrapping his arms around her and showering her with sweet nothings that left Mu Wanqing utterly enchanted. "You must be weary, my dear. Rest your head in my embrace. And tomorrow we shall devise a plan to escape," he suggested, tightening his hold. "You are truly kind to me." Mu Wanqing nestled into Lu Changfeng's arms, finally relaxing after a long ordeal, and soon fell into a deep slumber. Lu Changfeng took stock of the belongings he had with him. Aside from the gold bars and steel needles he had brought, there was also a scroll and a small wooden box. The scroll contained the secrets of the Baiming divine skill and the Lingbo Weibu technique, while the box held the birth date and time of Zhongling. Lu Changfeng committed the Baiming divine skill and Lingbo Weibu to memory before shattering the scroll and the box with his internal energy. As he had no intention of revealing Zhongling's lineage to Duan Zhengshan, he laid down straw on the bed, placed Mu Wanqing upon it, and covered her with his own garment. Then, he began to practice the Biming divine skill in the dungeon. This skill was one of the core techniques of the Xiaoyao sect, recognized as one of the most formidable internal martial arts in the demigods and semi-devils narrative. Once mastered, it would not only allow the practitioner to absorb others' internal energy through their acupoints, but also transform the absorbed energy into Biming true qi. Achieving the innate realm would enable the direct absorption of the energy from heaven and earth, resulting in an endless supply of true qi. Having already cultivated the four symbols martial canon's internal techniques to a remarkably advanced stage, Lu Changfeng was on the cusp of a breakthrough into the innate realm. To abandon his current internal cultivation to undertake the Biming divine skill would be a grave miscalculation. However, Lu Changfeng intended solely to learn the absorption technique of the Biming divine skill, dispersing the energy he absorbed throughout his body and enhancing his physical prowess through the dynamic movements of the Qinglong fist. In the original tale, Duan Yu had only learned one illustration, relying on the Taiyin Lung meridian's acupoints to absorb internal energy. Lu Changfeng, having mastered the absorption technique of one meridian, would find the methods for others to come naturally. The principle involved creating a vortex of true qi within the corresponding acupoints, generating an immense suction force. Those with weaker internal cultivation or inferior martial skills would find their true qi drawn away upon contact. Conversely, a practitioner with profound internal energy could absorb another's true qi without even needing to touch them, a truly terrifying prospect. By dawn, Lu Changfeng had successfully refined the absorption technique of the Biming divine skill, capable of drawing in the internal energy from all major acupoints, an awe-inspiring feat as morning broke. A hoarse voice called from outside the window, "How was last night's dinner?" Turning to look, Lu Changfeng beheld a fearsome, bald old man, likely none other than Duan Yanqing, the notorious leader of the four great evildoers and Duan Yu's biological father in the original narrative. "It was quite satisfactory. I would appreciate it if you could send more," Lu Changfeng replied. Duan Yanqing responded with a chilling smile, "You shall have as much as you desire." At that moment, Mu Wanqing also awakened, rising to directly plunge into Lu Changfeng's embrace, her eyes curving into crescent moons. The two of them indulged in tender affections for a while, and soon after, a servant arrived with a feast. "Sister Wan, you must be hungry. Come, have some food," Lu Changfeng said, disregarding any trepidation about potential poison, and began to eat heartily. Having endured much fatigue the previous day, Mu Wanqing felt a pang of hunger and thus consumed a substantial amount. Chapter 041. The substitute of Li for Tao before long. The two felt an unusual sensation in their lower abdomen. Lu Changfeng cursed, "These vile rogues have poisoned us again." Mu Wanqing, with her enchanting eyes glistening with spring, nestled in his embrace and sweetly called out to him. Who could resist such a lure? Lu Changfeng carried her to the stone bed, positioning her atop a mound of grass, and began to assist her in detoxification from behind. Mu Wanqing bit her lip, stifling any sound, as she endured Lu Changfeng's repeated efforts to cleanse the poison from her system. During this process, Zhongling unexpectedly appeared by the window, her curiosity piqued. "Sister Mu, Brother Duan, what are you two doing?" she inquired. Mu Wanqing's long black dress obscured Lu Changfeng's detoxification tools, giving the impression that they were merely playing a game of horseback riding. "I am detoxifying your sister Mu. Linger, please help us find the antidote. The poison is called Yin Yang He He San." Lu Changfeng paused to explain. "All right, wait for me. I shall fetch the antidote at once," Zhongling exclaimed before darting off with great urgency. Mu Wanqing, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, had barely been able to face Zhongling moments ago. Now, as Lu Changfeng resumed his task, she could not help but emit soft moans. After a while, Lu Changfeng heard voices outside, two individuals, one of whom was Duan Yanqing, while the other was likely Duan Yu's uncle, the current emperor of Dali, Duan Zhengming. The poison had nearly been purged, and Lu Changfeng paused to help Mu Wanqing tidy herself as they listened to the conversation outside. "Wame, I recently stumbled upon a set of footwork known as the Lingbo Weibo. It was this very technique that enabled me to defeat the Nanhai crocodile god, Yu Lao-san, just days ago. May I impart it to you? This way, you can swiftly escape should danger arise, Lu Changfeng proposed. Brother Duan, you're so kind to me. Mu Wanqing replied, her affection flowing like water as she cupped Lu Changfeng's face and bestowed a tender kiss upon him. The Lingbo Weibo, rooted in the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, is a remarkably intricate martial art that follows the directional patterns of these symbols. It not only serves as a superior light-footed technique, but also allows for the cultivation of inner strength through movement. Traversing the 64 hexagrams completes a cycle, naturally circulating one's internal energy. With each repetition, one's martial prowess subtly strengthens, a truly wondrous practice. Lu Changfeng first educated Mu Wanqing on the hexagram's directional significance. Recognizing the complexity of the I Ching, he instructed her to memorize the symbols and draw the 64 hexagrams on the ground, then taught her the sequence of practice. After an entire morning of diligent effort, Mu Wanqing finally grasped the rudiments. Brother Duan, Lingbo Weibo is so challenging to learn, far more difficult than the martial arts my master taught me. She lamented, feeling as though her head might explode from the effort. Then you must persevere, Wan Mei. I learned it in just 2 hours, Lu Changfeng responded. Your talent is astounding, Brother Duan. I can hardly compare, Mu Wanqing said, her face brimming with admiration. Observing her expression, Lu Changfeng thought to himself, indeed, a love-struck woman can be quite formidable. Fortunately, her affection is directed toward me. At noon, during lunch, Duan Yanqing did not administer any poison. Yet Mu Wanqing exhibited a hint of regret after finishing her meal. Upon noticing this, Lu Changfeng raised an eyebrow, recalling the frantic behavior of the 3 women from Sweet Home, and he felt a slight tremor in his loins. In the afternoon, the two continued their practice of the Lingbo Weibo technique. Whenever Duan Yanqing came to inspect, Lu Changfeng would promptly halt his training. By the time dusk fell, Mu Wanqing had already managed to complete a round of Lingbo Weibo under Lu Changfeng's guidance, albeit only while keeping her gaze fixed on the Bagua diagram on the ground. It was estimated that with an additional 3 to 5 days of practice, she would grasp the basics. At dinner, as Lu Changfeng had anticipated, Duan Yanqing again administered the yin-yang harmony powder. Mu Wanqing had grown completely unresistant to this poison, even harboring a sense of anticipation. After finishing their meal, the two were once again poisoned. When night fully enveloped the surroundings, Lu Changfeng began to assist Mu Wanqing in detoxification. Outside, Duan Yanqing heard the commotion within and erupted into a terrifying laughter. That night, an exhausted Mu Wanqing retired early to rest, while the vigorous Lu Changfeng continued to meditate. Outside the dungeon, Duan Yanqing remained, engrossed in his own practice, his breath steady and profound. Having reached an exceptionally advanced level of internal power, worthy of a match against Xiaofeng. The following morning, Duan Yanqing sent someone to deliver breakfast. Lu Changfeng surmised that the quantity of the yin-yang harmony powder this time would surely be greater, and he planned to seize the moment of their intimacy to burst in, allowing the onlookers outside to witness the disgraceful scene, tarnishing the reputation of the Duan family of Dali. He restrained the eager Mu Wanqing, advising her to forego her meal this time. Before long, Master Huang Mei from Tianglong Temple arrived outside the dungeon, engaging Duan Yanqing in a game of chess. Vanya, pretend to be poisoned to avoid raising their suspicions, Lu Changfeng whispered. Mu Wanqing nodded in agreement. Duan Lang, I shall heed your instructions. Lu Changfeng disheveled his clothing and opened Mu Wanqing's top, revealing her delicate, fair shoulder. He positioned himself by the window to observe the chess match, while Mu Wanqing embraced his waist from behind. After a few moves, Lu Changfeng discerned that Master Huang Mei's chess skills were indeed inferior to Duan Yanqing's, prompting him to offer a subtle suggestion, Master 3-5. Master Huang Mei, self-aware, promptly placed his piece at the indicated position. Duan Yanqing, frowning, silently muttered, A true gentleman does not speak while observing a game. Is it the conduct of a gentleman to confine me in this dungeon and administer poison? Lu Changfeng retorted with sarcasm. At this point, even Master Huang Mei chimed in. asserting that triumph in chess relies on intellect. Lu Chongfeng's chess prowess far surpassed that of the original character, Duan Yu. With his mental acuity, Tin Duan Yanqing's would pose no challenge. After several more suggestions, Duan Yanqing displayed clear signs of distress. Realizing his impending defeat, Duan Yanqing resorted to direct confrontation, unleashing a powerful strike with his finger technique. However, Lu Chongfeng had anticipated this move, pulling Mu Wanqing aside to evade the attack, mockingly stating, "It's disgraceful for you, my esteemed uncle, to bully the younger generation without honor." At that moment, Lu Chongfeng sensed voices emanating from beneath the dungeon, likely the arrival of several of Duan Zhengxuan's loyal subordinates come to his rescue. Indeed, it was not long before the ground of the dungeon cracked open and a dusty, disheveled head emerged. Upon seeing Duan Yu, he whispered joyfully, "My lord, Uncle Ba, you have come to rescue me." Lu Chongfeng, embodying the role of Duan Yu, displayed a look of elation. "Speak softly. Do not let that vile villain overhear us," Ba Tianshi cautioned, making a gesture for silence. After he climbed out, several others followed suit, including Zhong Ling's sister Ling. "How is it that you are here?" Lu Chongfeng inquired softly. "My lord, that wicked man harbors malicious intentions, poisoning you to create an illicit affair with Miss Mu. Miss Zhong has been summoned to aid in your rescue. To preserve the reputation of the Duan family of Dali, we had no choice but to substitute Miss Zhong for Miss Mu," Ba Tianshi explained. Chapter 042. Escape Deerlinger, is this your choice? Lu Chongfeng inquired. "I am willing to do anything as long as it aids Brother Duan," Zhong Ling replied, lowering her head, her cheeks flushed. "Wame, do you mind that several uncles have resorted to such a desperate measure for the sake of our Duan family's reputation?" Lu Chongfeng asked again. "As long as you do not forsake me, Brother Duan, I have no objections to anything else," Mu Wanqing responded, her heart entirely consumed by her affection for him. Even if Lu Chongfeng suggested a rift between her and her master, she would likely acquiesce after a moment's hesitation. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. Ba Tianshi and the others escorted Mu Wanqing away, while Lu Chongfeng restored the entrance to the secret passage, covering it with a layer of straw. "I apologize for the trouble," Lu Chongfeng said, enveloping Zhong Ling in his embrace gently. "This is nothing compared to helping Brother Duan." Zhong Ling joyfully embraced Lu Chongfeng, casting aside all other concerns. "We must not appear as if we are poisoned. We must disguise ourselves," Lu Chongfeng remarked. "I shall follow your lead, Brother Duan." Zhong Ling responded eagerly. Lu Chongfeng first removed Zhong Ling's outer garments, and they embraced and kissed, his hands wandering unrestrainedly as they traversed the realms of passion. Zhong Ling felt a whirlwind of emotions. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the dungeon. The Wanju Valley, the Dali Duan family, and the four great villains, along with some heroes of the Jianghu from Dali, had arrived. Zhong Wanqiu, brimming with arrogance, denounced the Dali Duan family for their lack of moral integrity, accusing them of incest. Before the Dali Duan family could respond, one of the four great villains, Yin Zhanghe, smashed open the dungeon door with a single blow. As the dust settled, Lu Chongfeng emerged, holding a disheveled young woman in his arms. "Huh! Come and witness this, everyone. This is the Dali Duan families." Before he could finish, he recognized that the girl in Lu Chongfeng's arms was none other than his own daughter, Zhong Ling Linger. "How could it be you? Heaven above! What sins have I committed? Come here at once," Zhong Wanqiu exclaimed, yanking Zhong Ling from Lu Chongfeng's grasp and raising his hand to strike, only to be caught by Lu Chongfeng. "Let go, you rascal. I will discipline my shameless daughter. Mind your own business." Zhong Wanqiu realized Lu Chongfeng's grip was like iron, making him hesitate to act rashly, fearing disgrace if defeated by the son of Duan Zhengshan. "I shall not allow you to speak of Linger in such a manner. My love for her is genuine," Lu Chongfeng declared. Meanwhile, Duan Yu watched helplessly as Zhong Ling was struck, feeling a pang of sympathy for the girl who had aided him. He, too, was a man of honor. At that moment, Zhong Ling once again dove into Lu Chongfeng's embrace, her face radiant with happiness. Having grown up in a neglectful environment, with parents preoccupied with their own affections, Lu Chongfeng was the only one to show her such care. Duan Zhengchun stepped forward, saying, Lord Zhong, I am grateful for your attentive care of my son, even allowing your daughter to serve him personally. Although my Yuer, as the heir, cannot take your daughter as his legitimate wife, he can still take her as a concubine. From now on, our family shall be connected. You. Zhong Wanqiu seethed with rage, his teeth gritted in frustration. His animosity towards Duan Zhengchun for seducing his wife had already festered, and now the man's son had ensnared his own daughter. Were it not for his limited strength, he would have relished the thought of tearing that father and son apart. I, Zhong Wanqiu, have no daughter like you. In his impotent fury, he could only bellow at his daughter. If you do not want her, then give her to me. In that moment, Yin Zhonghe dashed swiftly to Zhongling's side, intent on abducting her. However, Lu Changfeng, who had been disregarded, seized Yin Zhonghe's hand with a force that felt like an overwhelming current, draining a significant portion of his vital energy in mere moments. Lu Changfeng halted, admonishing, Do not lay your filthy hands on my sister Linger. If you dare again, I will show no mercy. As Lu Changfeng released his grip, Yin Zhonghe, too intimidated to utter a retort, fled at an unprecedented speed. In his arms, Zhongling regarded Lu Changfeng with admiration, sensing the essence of manliness emanating from him, her gaze imbued with tenderness. Lu Changfeng led Zhongling to Dao Baifeng, exclaiming, Mother, this is Sister Zhongling good. It's a relief to see you safe. Dao Baifeng responded, visibly relieved. I am well, Mother, do not worry, Lu Changfeng reassured her, fully embodying the role of Duan Yu. You have grown, Dao Baifeng remarked with pride. Lu Changfeng exchanged greetings with Duan Yu's other elders before approaching Master Huangmei, offering guidance on his next moves. After 10 steps, Duan Yanqing found himself at a disadvantage, and after another 5, he was decisively vanquished by Master Huangmei. Old monk, I did not lose to you today, but rather to the youth behind you, Duan Yanqing declared before soaring away. The arena now held only Yu Laosan and Yi Ernyang, no longer capable of stirring any significant disturbance, alongside the irate Zhong Wanqiu, cursing, You bunch of scoundrels. Let's return home, Duan Zhengchun commanded, gesturing for everyone to leave the valley of 10,000 calamities. Concerned for Zhongling's safety in the valley, Lu Changfeng took her hand, leading her away. Upon returning to the Wangfu, Duan Zhengchun organized a banquet to reward those who had exerted themselves, with Mu Wanqing and Zhongling seated at his sides. Duan Zhengchun observed Lu Changfeng nodding appreciatively, truly embodying the spirit of a dutiful son. Moreover, the two women were calm and composed, surpassing their predecessors in grace. Nonetheless, Duan Zhengchun still believed Mu Wanqing to be his biological daughter and pondered how to maintain distance between her and Duan Yu. Mu Wanqing remained true to her word, having promised Lu Changfeng in the dungeon to refer to him as brother in public, while privately they addressed each other as spouses. In the presence of so many elders, she referred to him as Duan Ge. After the banquet, Lu Changfeng ensured that Mu Wanqing and Zhongling were settled before meticulously inscribing the details of the lightness skill he had used to defeat Yu Laosan, known as the Lingbo Weibu. He then approached Duan Zhengchun, who was comforting Dao Baifeng. Father, this is the lightness technique I previously employed against Yu Laosan, called Lingbo Weibu. Lu Changfeng handed over the secret manual of the Lingbo Weibu technique. The elders of the Dali Duan family had always treated Duan Yu kindly. Since Lu Changfeng assumed Duan Yu's identity, it was only fitting that he reciprocate the kindness shown to the Duan clan. Duan Zhengchun perused the manual and exclaimed with astonishment, This martial art is exceedingly profound and of remarkable quality. Are you certain that it is wise to present it to me? The martial arts of major sects are strictly forbidden from being disseminated, as doing so could invite dire consequences. Father, there is no cause for concern. I acquired this by chance, and as long as you do not widely publicize it, there should be no issues. The Xiaoyao sect has been disbanded for many years, and the only formidable forces associated with it are the Tianshan Lingzhou Palace and Ding Chuanxiu's Xingxiu sect, both of which are separated from Dali by vast distances. Chapter 43. One Yang finger very well. If that is the case, I shall accept it. Do you have any other matters to discuss, my child? Duan Zhengchun said with a sense of relief. Father, I wish to cultivate the Duan family's ultimate technique, the one-yang finger, Lu Changfeng stated earnestly. Oh, what has prompted you to suddenly desire to learn martial arts? You were quite reluctant to study it before, Duan Zhengchun inquired, intrigued. Father, this recent ordeal has imparted many truths upon me. Martial arts possess no inherent morality. It is the individual who embodies good and evil. Had I possessed greater strength, we would not have troubled Master Shihua and Master Huangmei, nor would you and Mother have had to worry. Lu Changfeng reflected, an air of enlightenment about him. Excellent, excellent. My child, you have finally matured. Duan Zhengchun exclaimed, filled with joy, laughing heartily. Beside him, Mother Dao Baifeng nodded in satisfaction, pleased with her son's growth. A source of great happiness for any parent. Without hesitation, Duan Zhengchun presented the one-yang finger manual to Lu Changfeng. You must memorize the manual first, and return to me with any questions you may have. Very well, Father, Lu Changfeng replied, taking the manual and swiftly returning to his courtyard. In a matter of minutes, he committed the contents of the manual to memory, and in half an hour, he comprehended and mastered the principles of the one-yang finger. The manual comprises two parts, one detailing the cultivation of internal energy and the other outlining the application of that energy. Lu Changfeng could substitute the pure yang energy cultivated through the one-yang finger with the true energy from the four symbols martial canon, which is also pure yang energy, albeit of a higher purity. As for the application of the one-yang finger, it proved to be remarkably simple. After merely 2 attempts, Lu Changfeng successfully unleashed the one-yang finger's power. The one-yang finger is divided into 9 ranks, and within just 1 hour, he advanced to the 5th rank. Not only can the one-yang finger be used in combat, but it can also serve as a means of healing akin to acupuncture. Master Yi Dang from the Legend of the Condor Heroes once used the one-yang finger to treat Huang Rong's injuries. In the afternoon, Lu Changfeng sketched 2 Baiwa diagrams in the courtyard and summoned Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling together. He taught them the Lingbo, Weibo technique. Following the recent events, Mu Wanqing felt less jealousy towards Zhong Ling. However, upon learning that the Duan family intended to propose to the Wanjie Valley, she began to indulge in her whims again. Sister Wanqing, we are still officially siblings, which presents numerous inconveniences. Now that there is Sister Linger to act as a facade, it will be more convenient for us to meet privately. You can frequently use the excuse of visiting Sister Linger to see me. You should be grateful to her, Lu Changfeng explained. Mu Wanqing pondered this and realized the validity of his reasoning. Her demeanor shifted, and she treated Zhong Ling with much more kindness. As Lu Changfeng guided them in the Lingbo Weibo technique, he simultaneously practiced the one-yang finger's power, the energy coalescing at his fingertips yet remaining unspent. By incorporating various martial arts techniques, the potency of the one-yang finger was amplified. For instance, while engaging in a fist fight, he would transform his fist into a finger at the moment of impact, unleashing the one-yang finger's force, leaving his opponent defenseless and with little room to evade. The trio continued their training until darkness fell. With their beloved companion by their side, Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling did not complain of fatigue. They gritted their teeth and persevered. In the evening, Mu Wanqing's mother and master, Qin Hongmian, stealthily infiltrated the Wangfu, intent on taking her daughter away. She and Gan Baobao could navigate the Wangfu with ease, for all its inhabitants were aware of their long-standing relationship with Duan Zhengchun. Any discovery would merely prompt a report to him, but no one dared to act against them. The present Mu Wanqing was decidedly different from her character in the original narrative. Previously, she had been disillusioned with Duan Yu, which led her to leave with her master. Now, however, she was deeply enamored with Lu Changfeng, and regardless of Qin Hongmian's disparaging remarks about him, she was resolute in her decision to remain by his side. Lu Changfeng had already sensed Qin Hongmian as presence, yet he feigned ignorance, believing that the decision should rest with Mu Wanqing. He felt somewhat speechless regarding the various paramours of Duan Zhengchun. In his previous life, while watching the television adaptation of Demigods and Semi-Devils, he had perceived significant flaws in these women, who were depicted as heartless and ungrateful. Take Kong Min, for instance. Not only did she murder her child with Duan Zhengchun, But she also engaged in treachery within the beggar's sect and framed Xiaofeng, showcasing the lowest of moral character. Then there was Duan Yu's mother, Dao Baifeng. In the late Song dynasty, during a feudal era where it was customary for princes like Duan Zhengshun to have multiple wives and concubines, it was not unusual for him to have several mistresses. Yet, she secretly consorted with Duan Yanqing, using this as a means of revenge against Duan Zhengshun, utterly shattering conventional morals. It is akin to a modern scenario where Zhang San's wife betrays him. The appropriate course of action would be for him to seek a divorce or gather evidence to take her to court, ensuring she leaves with nothing, or to expose her to the media, tarnishing her reputation, rather than seeking solace in another woman himself. Or if Zhang San's wife were harmed by Li Si, he ought to report it to the authorities, utilizing legal recourse to punish Li Si. Only if the law proved ineffective would it be justifiable for him to seek vengeance against Li Si. To harm Li Si's spouse from the outset is no different from the actions of a villain. Gan Bao and Qin Hongyan were no different, as they were solely fixated on Duan Zhengshun, disregarding everyone else, including their own daughters. Upon learning of Zhongling's peril, Gan Bao, having stabbed Zhong Wanqiu, abandoned her own daughter to her fate, allowing her to fend for herself. Even Qin Hongyan, aware of her daughter and Duan Yu being drugged, showed little concern for Mu Wanqing's life and honor, even directing her wrath towards her daughter. It is no wonder that Mu Wanqing and Zhongling were utterly devoted to Duan Yu. Girls raised in such a familial environment yearned desperately for love. After several attempts to persuade Mu Wanqing, Qin Hongyan was met with indifference, igniting her fury as she resolved to take her by force. However, unbeknownst to her, Mu Wanqing instinctively employed the Lingbo Weibu technique. Though she was only at the beginner level, it was beyond the grasp of an average second-rate expert like Qin Hongyan. Fuming, Qin Hongyan departed, resigning herself to the thought of having no daughter. Meanwhile, the notorious villain Yu Laosan had also stealthily entered the Wangfu, seeking to abduct Lu Changfeng and make him his disciple. Lu Changfeng merely scoffed, saying, "Dear disciple, have you infiltrated the Wangfu merely to pay your respects to your master?" Concealed in the shadows, Yu Laosan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had been discovered. With a mind rather simplistic, he did not ponder the reasons behind Lu Changfeng's awareness of his presence and abruptly emerged from his hiding place, declaring, "Come with me, boy." Yu Laosan reached out but found only empty air as Lu Changfeng stood 3 meters away, grinning at him. "Disciple, do you recall that during my last encounter before your father and my esteemed uncle, I did not defeat you outright?" Lu Changfeng remarked, harboring a certain fondness for Yu Laosan despite his single-mindedness. At least he was a man of his word. Chapter 044. The Sixth Meridian Divine, Sword Yun Zhanghe and Yi Ernyang. One a seducer of countless women, the other deriving pleasure from abducting and torturing children, are both steeped in heinous deeds, their sins unforgivable. If Lu Changfeng were to encounter them alone, he would undoubtedly seek to end their lives swiftly. "You lack the skill to best me, relying solely on your lightness of foot," Yu Laosan retorted. You fail to grasp the depth of my intentions," Lu Changfeng sighed, continuing, "Disciple, should I defeat you before so many elders, where would your pride reside? Thus, let us seize this moment, free from prying eyes, and engage in a rematch. Very well, let's compete once more." Yu Laosan was not one to shy away from a challenge, especially given the indignity of being instructed by one so young. "As your elder, I shall allow you to strike first," Lu Changfeng declared, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Yu Laosan, irritated by Lu Changfeng's mature demeanor, lunged forward with his crocodile claw technique. To Lu Changfeng, Yu Laosan's moves were riddled with flaws. This time, he did not evade with the ripple steps, but merely sidestepped, deftly avoiding the assault. With a flick of his folding fan, he struck Yu Laosan's wrist, causing him to wince in pain and drop his weapon to the ground. Lu Changfeng stepped closer, positioning the fan against Yu Laosan's neck. "Disciple, do you yield?" he inquired with a smile. "What?" Yu Laosan realized he had not lasted a single exchange against Lu Changfeng, and doubt began to gnaw at his confidence. "Do you think being my disciple would diminish your dignity?" Lu Changfeng asked. "Indeed, they mock me, calling me foolish," Yu Laosan replied, filled with indignation. They are merely ignorant. I am the son of the prince of southern pacification of the Dali kingdom, and the emperor is my master. He has no heirs, and soon I shall be the emperor of Dali. As the disciple of an emperor, who would dare ridicule you? Lu Changfeng gently persuaded. Yu Laosan pondered this. Realizing the wisdom in Lu Changfeng's words, being the emperor's disciple was a distinction that many would envy. Moreover, you are the Nanhai crocodile god, a fearsome figure. Who would dare to mock you? Should they do so, you could simply break their necks, Lu Changfeng continued. Indeed, I, Yu Laosan, am a fearsome being. Let them dare to insult me, and I shall twist their necks. The realization dawned upon Yu Laosan, prompting him to kneel and bow his head in respect. I was previously ignorant of etiquette, yet my master possesses great wisdom. I shall heed your words henceforth. Return now, and refrain from associating with Yin Zhanghe and Yi Ernyang. They are unworthy of your company, for you are destined to be the emperor's disciple. Furthermore, should you excel, I may consider imparting to you a technique or two, and you shall surpass Yu Laoda with ease. Very well, master, it is settled. I take my leave now. With a buoyant spirit, Yu Laosan bounded away, disappearing from Lu Changfeng's sight. Yu Laosan is quite an interesting character, Lu Changfeng mused to himself. Upon returning to his chamber, Lu Changfeng resumed his practice of inner strength techniques. Before long, a warm body entwined around him. It was Mu Wanqing. Duanglang, I wish to share my bed with you tonight. Mu Wanqing softly declared. Of course, Wan Mei, he replied. Please wait for me in bed. I shall join you shortly after completing my cultivation. Lu Changfeng said as he playfully patted her ample backside. Upon hearing Lu Changfeng refer to himself as husband, Mu Wanqing's spirit soared, and she hurried to his chamber to await his return. The night passed in silence, save for the soft whispers of the young maiden and the chorus of chirping insects. The following day, Lu Changfeng sought out his father, Duan Zhengchun. Father, I have successfully mastered the one yang finger, reaching the 5th tier of its cultivation. What? 5th tier? Duan Zhengchun exclaimed in astonishment. To achieve such a level in merely one day would indeed mark his son as a prodigy. Come, demonstrate it for me. The two made their way to the courtyard, where Lu Changfeng effortlessly unleashed 2 beams of one yang finger energy, knocking down 2 caterpillars from a branch several paces away. My son, you possess extraordinary talent in the martial arts, Duan Zhengchun rejoiced. Father, does our Duan clan have more profound martial arts? Lu Changfeng inquired. The one yang finger is already the pinnacle of our Dali Duan clan's secret techniques. As he spoke, Duan Zhengchun recalled that the Heavenly Dragon Monastery still housed the 6 Meridians Sword Classic, prompting him to take Lu Changfeng to Emperor Duan Zhengming. Duan Zhengchun had Lu Changfeng showcase his 5th tier one yang finger once more, much to the delight of the emperor. After some discussion between the 2 elders, they decided to take Lu Changfeng to the Heavenly Dragon Monastery. At that moment, Master Ku Rong was troubled about how to deal with the impending visit from Jiumoji. When the 2 elders presented Lu Changfeng at his doorstep, Master Ku Rong felt a spark of inspiration and said, Yue, come with me. He led Lu Changfeng to a secluded chamber, where 6 wooden frames displayed diagrams of human meridians, namely the Han Taiyin Lung Meridian, Han Yangming Large Intestine Meridian, Han Jian Pericardial Meridian, Han Shaoyang Sanjiao Meridian, Han Shaoyin Heart Meridian, and Han Taiyang Small Intestine Meridian, each accompanied by explanatory text. Master Ku Rong then handed Lu Changfeng a small booklet, stating, This is the outline of the 6 Meridians Sword Classic. Along with these 6 diagrams, it forms the complete text. Thank you, Master, Lu Changfeng replied with a respectful bow. Yue, meditate on it here. Master Ku Rong instructed before exiting to confer with the other monks regarding their strategy for handling Jiumoji. Lu Changfeng committed the outline of the 6 Meridians Sword Classic and the 6 diagrams to his memory palace, where he began to simulate his cultivation. He discovered that the one yang finger resembled a simplified version of the 6 Meridian sword, or perhaps a preliminary practice for it. The 6 Meridians sword consists of 6 forms. The sword energy flows through the Han Taiyin Lung Meridian, originating from the right thumb, known as the Shoshang sword, through the hand Yangming Large Intestine Meridian, emanating from the right index finger, called the Shangyang sword, through the hand Jian pericardium meridian, released from the right middle finger. Known as the Zhongchong sword, through the hand Shaoyang Sanjiao meridian, generated from the right ring finger, referred to as the Guanchong sword, through the hand Shaoyin heart meridian, produced by the right little finger, known as the Shaochong sword, and through the hand Taiyang small intestine meridian, originating from the left little finger, called the Shaozi sword. To gain entry into the realm of the sixth meridian sword, one must cultivate the one-yang finger to an exceptionally advanced level. The four-symbol true qi of Lu Changfeng is far more refined than the inner strength of the one-yang finger, and his realm can swiftly transcend the innate limits. Upon comprehending the methods and principles of the sixth meridian sword, he practiced it a few times and was able to wield the technique. However, the sixth meridian sword consumes a considerable amount of true qi, and despite Lu Changfeng's profound internal power, he cannot utilize it continuously. Nevertheless, Lu Changfeng can employ telekinesis to manipulate steel needles, which, while slightly less potent than the sword energy of the sixth meridian sword, possesses a higher degree of concealment due to its formless nature. The conclusion reached by Master Kirigane and the others aligns closely with the original narrative. Duan Zhengming bequeaths his position to his younger brother Duan Zhengshan, subsequently renouncing worldly ties to embrace monastic life, adopting the Dharma name Ben Shun. Chapter 045. Swallow's Nest. Midway through, Master Ku Rong entered to inquire, "How fares your understanding? Have you gained any insights?" "Master, I have already grasped the fundamentals of the six meridians' divine sword scripture," Lu Changfeng replied, extending his right index finger. A surge of sword qi, akin to the Shangyang sword, shot forth and extinguished a candle not far away. "Excellent. You truly are a prodigy. The legacy of my Tianlong temple, built over centuries, is salvaged," Master Ku Rong exclaimed with delight. He retrieved 6 illustrations for the 6 masters to contemplate while allowing Lu Changfeng to continue his practice in the secret chamber. By the afternoon's third watch, Jamozi had arrived at Tianlong Temple. Master Ku Rong instructed Benin to welcome him, and alongside several monks, he escorted Lu Changfeng to the base of the 3 pagodas. Before long, Lu Changfeng encountered Jamozi, who donned a yellow monk's robe, simple cloth attire, and straw sandals, with a beard that framed his face. His formidable presence suggested considerable internal strength. After exchanging pleasantries with Master Ku Rong, Jamozi revealed his purpose. He sought the 6 Meridians Divine Sword Manual to incinerate it at the grave of his friend, Morong Bo. As the 6 Meridians Divine Sword Scripture was a treasured secret of Tianlong Temple, Master Ku Rong would naturally refuse. In accordance with the original narrative, Jamozi engaged in a couple of sparring sessions with Benin and Benshun, among the 6 masters, after which Master Ku Rong, before Jamozi's eyes, destroyed the 6 Meridians Divine Sword Scripture. "You have destroyed the 6 Meridians Divine Sword Manual," Jamozi exclaimed, his expression pained. "Master Ku Rong, must you act so rashly? I truly feel remorseful. But fortunately, this manual is beyond anyone's capability to master, rendering its destruction inconsequential." With a thunderous voice, Jamozi declared his departure. Casting a glance at the monk Duan Zhengming before seizing his shoulder and stating, "I, the sovereign of Tubo, have long admired the demeanor of the Baoding Emperor and wish for an audience. I implore you to accompany me to Tubo for a discussion." At this moment, Master Ku Rong interjected. He was once the Baoding Emperor, but has now taken refuge as a monk bearing the name Benshun. "Benshun, since the sovereign of Tubo wishes to meet you, it would be prudent to oblige," he continued. Benshun nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lu Changfeng desired to accompany Jamozi to Zhaohua village. Thus he dashed forth, calling out, "Great monk, release my uncle." "Who are you?" Jamozi inquired, eyeing Lu Changfeng. Without responding, Lu Changfeng executed the Lingbo Weibu technique, advancing swiftly. He extended his right pinky finger, unleashing a swift strike of the Shaochong sword. This feigned attack was riddled with flaws, easily evaded by Jamozi, who simultaneously released Benshun. 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Jamozi felt a surge of excitement, launching an assault on Lu Changfeng. Not only did he master the 72 unique techniques of Shaolin, but he also wielded his renowned skill, the Flame Blade. Lu Changfeng, unable to engage him for long, deliberately exposed several vulnerabilities, resulting in his capture. "Ha, I take my leave," Jimozi exclaimed, vanishing from sight. "Uncle," Lu Changfeng pretended to plead. "Yue," Duan Zhengming, the Baoding emperor, expressed deep concern. "Adversity in youth is not necessarily a misfortune," Master Ku Rong reassured him. Had he the ability to defeat Jimozi, he would have rushed forward to rescue him. As Jimozi abducted Lu Changfeng, he devised a plan to evade pursuit from the Dali Kingdom by splitting his subordinates into two groups. He led Lu Changfeng towards Suzhou's Swallow's Nest, while his followers ventured towards the Tubo Kingdom. To prevent any prolonged uncertainties, Jimozi hastily journeyed through the night, only halting once he was assured that there were no pursuers. He then thoughtfully roasted a chicken for Lu Changfeng. With his internal energy sealed and his hands bound, Lu Changfeng posed no threat of escape, and Jimozi felt no concern. Without any pretense, Lu Changfeng accepted the offering and began to devour it. Meanwhile, Jimozi, munching on a large pancake, inquired, "Young man, do you possess the 6 meridians sword technique? If so, what of it?" Lu Changfeng endeavored to mimic Duan Yu. "If you can recite the sword manual of the 6 meridian sword, I shall release you. Otherwise, I will take you to the grave of the esteemed Mr. Murong and incinerate you," Jimozi threatened. "How can I trust that you genuinely wish to offer the sword manual to the late Master Murong, rather than merely deceive me and escape with it?" Lu Changfeng retorted. "As the national master of Tubo, I would never lie to a mere youth," Jimozi replied hastily. "I remain unconvinced. You must take me to Mr. Murong's tomb first. Only then will I recite the sword manual for you to burn under my supervision," Lu Changfeng stated. "Is agreed," Jimozi exclaimed with joy. For as long as Lu Changfeng was willing to recite the manual, the decision to burn it would ultimately lie in his hands. In an effort to alleviate Lu Changfeng's suspicions, Jimozi released his restraints, only sealing his internal energy. The two hastened their journey and soon arrived outside Suzhou. After some inquiries, Jimozi discovered that many martial artists had recently perished under their own renowned techniques, with suspicions falling on Murong Fu, whose family possessed a formidable skill known as countering stars with stars, reputed to return others' techniques to them. These martial artists convened, calling upon the families of the victims to seek justice from the Murong clan at the Kang Manor. Unable to wait any longer, Jimozi resolved to go alone. Upon reaching the dock, they encountered a young maiden rowing towards them, none other than Murong Fu's maid, named Abai. Observing the peculiar pairing of the monk and the scholar, she asked, "Are you two here to take a boat?" "Good lady, I am a former acquaintance of the late Mr. Murong Bo, and I have come to pay my respects at his grave," Jimozi explained their purpose. Abai, uncertain if Jimozi spoke truthfully or deceitfully, hesitated. Given the recent influx of martial artists in Suzhou, even Murong Fu was investigating who aimed to frame their clan. After a brief pause, she replied, "I am the maid of young Master Murong. You may call me Abai. He is not presently at the residence, but please accompany me." Once aboard, Abai rowed for over half an hour, during which Lu Changfeng engaged her in casual conversation to glean information about Yanzhou. She led them to her residence, the Qingyun cottage, and graciously offered tea and pastries. "Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Abai," Lu Changfeng expressed gratefully. "Young master, you are too kind," Abai replied, harboring a certain fondness for him. Typically, few women could resist the charm of a well-educated and handsome gentleman, such as Lu Changfeng. Meanwhile, Jimozi grew increasingly impatient and urged, "Miss Abai, when shall we proceed to the grave of the late Mr. Murong? I can hardly wait any longer." "Master, my son has yet to return, and the hour grows late. It would be wise for you and my son to take refuge in my humble abode of musical elegance for the night, and we may pay our respects on the morrow." Through our conversations aboard the vessel, Abai has discerned that Jiao is not a man of virtue, and the dashing scholar Lu Changfeng is undoubtedly under his coercion. "Indeed, master, there is no rush for our tribute. I shall first transcribe the sword manual for you this evening." Lu Changfeng chimed in. "Very well. I kindly ask Miss Abai to prepare the ink, paper, and writing brush. Master Duan, the task is now in your hands." Jiao fixed his gaze upon Lu Changfeng. Chapter 046. The return of the water pavilion before long. Abai prepared the paper, ink, brush, and inkstone. just as Lu Changfeng picked up the brush, ready to write. He suddenly paused, gazing at the eagerly awaiting Jiao emoji. "Master," he said, "while I greatly admire the bond between you and Mr. Morong, the Six Meridians Divine Sword Manual is, after all, the supreme art of the Dali Duan clan. It seems somewhat inappropriate to simply hand it over to you. What then do you propose?" Jiao emoji, suppressing the anger surging within, inquired. "I have observed the flame blade technique you employed at the Heavenly Dragon Temple, which is quite impressive. Perhaps we could exchange it for the manual. This way, neither party would suffer loss. What do you think, Master?" Lu Changfeng suggested. "Very well. It shall be as you say." Jiao emoji had no intention of providing Lu Changfeng with the authentic manual. He merely intended to make a few trivial alterations that would go unnoticed. He requested a buy for another set of writing materials. Lu Changfeng then remarked, "Master, please remain silent for the moment. As it stands, you are the butcher, and I am the meat. I shall first inscribe my part, and should you have a change of heart, I will have you at a disadvantage." "Agreed." Jiao emoji's fury intensified as he swiftly recited the flame blade technique, which consisted of merely a few hundred words. Lu Changfeng glanced over it, mentally rehearsing it within his memory palace, and soon identified at least 5 discrepancies. "Master, while my martial arts prowess may not match yours, I have been exposed to the arts from a young age and possess some insight. There are at least 5 alterations in your manual. If that is the case, I might also make a few modifications," Lu Changfeng asserted confidently. Jiao emoji chuckled awkwardly and complimented him on his cleverness. Realizing he could not deceive Lu Changfeng, he began reciting the manual anew, this time without any modifications, as he planned to seize the Flame Blade Manual once he had confirmed the Six Meridians Divine Sword Manual was flawless. After Lu Changfeng recorded it in his memory palace and verified its accuracy, he commenced the transcription. He knew that the core principles of the Six Meridians Divine Sword would not be revealed to him, but he made some adjustments to the 6 sword techniques. The original Six Meridians Divine Sword consumed 100 units of true energy per use. Lu Changfeng's revised version would require at least 300 units. The manual was authentic, albeit with increased consumption, which someone of Jiao emoji's caliber would certainly fail to detect. Excitedly, Jiao emoji took the Six Meridians Divine Sword Manual and meticulously read through it several times in Lu Changfeng's presence, ensuring there were no obvious flaws before contentedly tucking it away. He did not immediately seize the Flame Blade Manual from Lu Changfeng. Instead, he sought out a buy once more. A buy. I had previously made an agreement with Mr. Morong to procure the Six Meridians Divine Sword Manual for him, and he granted me permission to visit the Water Pavilion. I kindly ask you to relay this to the elders of the estate. Fear not, Master. I shall inform the elders at once, Abai replied, promptly seeking out a Zhu at the Listening Fragrance Pavilion, where the two deliberated for quite some time. As night fell, Jiao emoji did not remain in his quarters to contemplate the Six Meridians Divine Sword. Instead, he copied another version before quietly departing from the Qingyun cottage, intending to stealthily investigate the Swallow Dock under the cover of darkness. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Changfeng had already followed closely behind. The Yanziwu was vast, and locating the Huan Shishui Pavilion was no simple task. However, Jamozi was not a fool. He first identified the most magnificent structure within the Yanziwu, where a plaque inscribed with Sana Zhuang hung above the grand entrance. This must be the place, Lu Changfeng mused. Inside Sana Zhuang, lanterns illuminated the surroundings, and numerous guards patrolled the area. Jamozi deftly evaded the guards, searching room by room for the Murong family's library. Lu Changfeng closely trailed him. As a squad of guards passed by Jamozi's hiding spot, he picked up a small pebble, flicked it with his fingers, and struck the rear of the foremost guard. "Who goes there?" The head guard exclaimed in pain, causing several guards to scatter. They swiftly discovered Jamozi lurking in the shadows. "The thief is here. Apprehend him," the guards shouted as they closed in. Realizing his cover had been blown, Jamozi leapt onto the rooftop and quickly fled, with the guards hot on his heels. Lu Changfeng continued his investigation and found a secret passageway behind a bookshelf in a study, which extended downwards for approximately 20 to 30 meters, leading to a hidden chamber marked Huan Shishui Pavilion. A surge of joy filled Lu Changfeng's heart as he sensed no one was inside. He stealthily slipped in, ignited an oil lamp, and observed that the chamber contained numerous bookshelves, all meticulously filled with martial arts manuals. At the exit, a desk held a catalog that recorded the manuals on the shelves, which were classified for easy access. Rather than immediately collecting these martial arts texts, Lu Changfeng further explored the hidden chamber. With the assistance of his telekinesis, no secret compartment or concealed space could escape his perception. Indeed, he soon discovered a hidden compartment on the western wall of the chamber, secured with a lock. His telekinetic abilities allowed him to transform into various key shapes. He navigated the mechanism, understood its structure, and easily unlocked it. Inside the compartment lay only two manuals, one entitled Do Zhuanxing Yi and the other Cana Ji, both esteemed legacies of the Murong clan. The former was well known, with the Suzhou Murong's technique of using one's own methods against them derived from this manual. The latter, Cana Ji, resembled the Dali Duan clan's Yang Ji, employing invisible energy to harm the enemy, its potency surpassing that of Yang Ji, but lacking its healing properties, and slightly inferior to the Six Meridians' divine sword. Acquiring these two exceptional manuals made Lu Changfeng's journey worthwhile. He quickly skimmed through the catalog, which listed various martial arts, though many entries were incomplete. For instance, the beggar's sects Xianglong Shiba Zhang and Dadong Bang only recorded the techniques, but omitted the underlying principles. He chose to disregard several ordinary second and third-tier martial arts, instead selecting a few manuals on fist, palm, leg, finger, knife, sword, spear, and staff techniques, while also cataloging a dozen manuals on mental cultivation. After completing this endeavor, which took an hour and a half, Lu Changfeng stealthily exited the Huan Shui Pavilion, restoring everything to its original state and erasing any trace of his presence before quietly returning to his room. Before long, ABI's suddenly knocked on his door. Dressed in his night attire, Lu Changfeng opened the door, bleary-eyed, and inquired, "Miss ABI's, why are you still awake at this late hour? Do you seek me for something?" "I came to knock, but where is young Master Duan?" ABI's asked. "Perhaps I have indulged too much during dinner, as I just returned from the restroom," remarked Lu Changfeng. "Oh, is young Master Duan all right?" inquired Abi with genuine concern. "Thanks to your kindness, Miss Abi, I am now well," Lu Changfeng replied with a smile. "By the way, young Master Duan, Brother Bao mentioned that there are thieves at Swallow's Nest. Please take extra care," Abi warned. "Thieves? Could it possibly be?" Lu Changfeng deliberately cast a glance at the room where Jiuemo Ji resided. "Indeed, it is possible. I knocked on the door earlier, but that monk was not present." Abi whispered. "He's not a good person. He recently visited Tianlong Temple, attempting to seize our martial arts manuscripts," Lu Changfeng murmured. "So, he intends to infiltrate your Hall of Requited Waters to pilfer the myriad martial arts within," Abi realized, offering a few more words of caution before hastily departing. Chapter 47. Lady Wang on the third day, Jimozi, with an unperturbed demeanor, sought out Lu Changfeng and, accompanied by him, approached Abi, hoping she would lead him to the grave of Murong Bo for a memorial. Abi, already aware of his ulterior motives, was naturally reluctant to comply. She responded, "If the master genuinely wishes to pay his respects, why not do so right here?" "Indeed, the young lady makes a valid point," Jimozi replied with a grin. He led the two to a desolate area, casually collected some firewood, and upon igniting it, proceeded to burn the Six Meridians' sword manual, all the while theatrically intoning, "Dear Mr. Morone, the humble monk has finally fulfilled your last wish by bringing the Six Meridians' sword manual." Once the manual was reduced to ashes, Jimozi extended his hand towards Lu Changfeng. "What is your intention, master?" Lu Changfeng feigned ignorance. "Young Master Duan, having destroyed the Six Meridians' sword manual, should not my flame blade manual be returned to its rightful owner?" Jimozi stated. "Truly, master, you are quite domineering," Lu Changfeng remarked, producing the flame blade manual from his bosom and handing it over. Just as Jimozi prepared to take it, Lu Changfeng swiftly employed the Lingbo Weibu technique to position himself behind Jimozi, embracing him from behind, and shouted, "Miss Abi, hurry and seek help. I will hold him here." Abby's face reflected a mix of urgency and conflict as she exclaimed, Young Master Duan, you. Flee quickly, Lu Changfeng urged. With gritted teeth, Abby turned and dashed away. Jamozi, with a sinister smile, questioned, what act is young Master Duan performing? He began to channel his inner energy, intending to shake Lu Changfeng off. In the next moment, an overwhelming suction engulfed Lu Changfeng, causing a significant amount of true energy to dissipate from the point of contact between them. Transformation of power. Jamozi gasped in shock, attempting to dislodge Lu Changfeng, but his true energy felt as if it had vanished into the sea. He tried to break free with sheer physical strength. Yet, Lu Changfeng's grip was tighter than iron. You must listen to me, young Master Duan. We harbor no enmity. If you desire the Flame Blade Manual, I can return it to you quietly. I implore you to release me. Jamozi, feeling the true energy within him surging away like a river bursting its banks, was filled with dread. It would not be long before he was utterly depleted, rendered powerless. Lu Changfeng absorbed 70% of Jamozi's true energy before releasing him and darting towards the dock, calling out, Master, do not slay me. I am leaving now. This scene left Jamozi bewildered. Was this an unforeseen incident? He sensed the mere 30% of true energy remaining in his dantian and dared not ponder further. Swiftly departing in the opposite direction of Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng spared Jamozi's life, both to preserve the narrative and for the prospect of potentially absorbing his energy again once he recuperated, an opportunity not to be missed. He located a boat and quickly departed from Chinyan Cottage. Once the sight of Yinzi Wharf faded from view, he halted his rowing, dispersing the absorbed true energy throughout his limbs and commencing his cultivation to refine this energy. After more than an hour, he had entirely assimilated the true energy, enhancing his vitality further, nearing a physical prowess 7 times that of an ordinary person. Where to next? At the Mandala Villa, there exists a plethora of martial arts manuals within the Longhuan Jade Cave. It seems that Madame Wang possesses the esteemed manual of the lesser no-form skill. Lu Changfeng mused himself. Unacquainted with the waterways leading to Mandala Villa, he gazed at the indistinct outlines of distant islands and chose a direction to row his boat. After approximately half an hour of rowing, he spotted a wooden vessel approaching from the east. On board were not only the oarsmen, but also 5 women. And as they drew nearer, he discerned that the leader was a voluptuous and strikingly beautiful matron. Could she be Madame Wang? Lu Changfeng pondered, feigning panic as he drew closer to their boat, calling out, Madam, help me. As the 2 boats neared, the leading matron noticed a handsome youth, and her wariness diminished somewhat. Yet, harboring a general disdain for men, she furrowed her brow and inquired, Who are you? And why do you cry for help? I am Duan Yu, hailing from Dali. I was abducted by a nefarious monk and managed to escape when he was momentarily distracted. Now, I find myself lost, Lu Changfeng hastily explained. Of the Duan lineage? Are you related to the royal family of Dali? The matron's eyes brightened with intrigue. Indeed, Madam possesses keen insight. My father is Duan Zhengchun, Lu Changfeng replied. Duan Lang. The matron's heart leapt with joy, realizing he was the son of her beloved. Yet her elation swiftly transformed into anger. That ungrateful man had not visited her in all these years. Madam, do you know my father? I have heard him mention several aunts, Lu Changfeng inquired. Oh, I do indeed know your father. Come aboard my vessel and tell me. Which aunts did your father speak of? The matron's interest was piqued. Once aboard, Lu Changfeng paused before responding. My father has mentioned Lady Li, Lady Ruan, Lady Gan, and Lady Qin, stating that his favorite is Lady Li for her gentle and generous nature. He instructed me to treat them with respect should I encounter them, and expressed his longing for them. Is this truly so? You're not deceiving me? Madame Wang's heart soared with delight, realizing that Duan Lang's heart belonged to her. I would never deceive you, madam. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed? Lu Changfeng bowed respectfully. Call me Lady Li, and I shall refer to you as your... Madame Wang said, her fondness for Lu Changfeng growing as she took his hand, inquiring about his well-being, nearly causing him to falter in his performance. So it was that the matron was indeed Lady Li. Junior Duan Yu pays his respects to Lady Li. Lu Changfeng bowed once more. Good child, there is no need for such formality. Lady Wang assisted Lu Changfeng to his feet and continued, "Is your father well? Is all going smoothly for him? My father is well, and all is proceeding favorably. I appreciate your concern, Lady Li," Lu Changfeng replied. "Duan Lang, why has he not come to see me all these years?" Lady Wang's tone was tinged with melancholy. "Lady Li, my father truly wishes to visit you, but as the Emperor of Dali, he is burdened with countless responsibilities. He often expresses a desire to cast aside his obligations and retreat to the mountains with you." Lu Changfeng defended Duan Zhengshan. It dawned on her that Duan Lang had ascended to the throne of Dali. Since you have come to Lady Li's abode, stay for a while longer and, upon your return, deliver a letter to your father on my behalf." Madame Wang gazed at Lu Changfeng with eyes brimming with affection. This child was undeniably charming. He complied wholeheartedly with the arrangements made by Aunt Li. Madame Wang led Lu Changfeng into the Montois villa, promptly organizing a family banquet in his honor, and introduced him to her daughter, Wang Yuyan. "Yuyan, after dining, take him on a tour of the island. Do not linger too long with your ineffectual cousin." Chapter 048. Mandala Villa. Wang Yuyan gazed curiously at Lu Changfeng, pondering to herself, "This individual is even more handsome than my cousin. Yuyan, my greetings to you," Lu Changfeng said, bowing respectfully. Wang Yuyan, truly one of the most exquisite beauties in the world of demigods and semi-devils, possessed a delicate visage, featuring a perfectly shaped oval face that was both plump and smooth, akin to a lustrous jade gem. She embodied the youthful charm of a maiden while exuding an air of dignified elegance. Her eyebrows were slender and arched like willow leaves, playful and lively, while her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled like clear springs, concealing a hint of melancholy within their depths. Her lips, rosy and full like cherries, curved slightly upward, hinting at a smile that was both subtle and sweet, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze that refreshed the soul. Her skin radiated a snowy whiteness, smooth and flawless, as delicate as a freshly shelled egg. With a slender figure and a graceful gait, she moved like a willowy branch swaying in the breeze, captivating even Lu Changfeng, who had encountered many beauties before. Mrs. Wang observed Lu Changfeng's entranced demeanor and sighed inwardly. "What a pity that you are half-siblings. Otherwise, you would be a match made in heaven." During their meal, laughter filled the air, with Mrs. Wang predominantly inquiring about Duan Zhengshan, while Lu Changfeng embellished the tales, sharing anecdotes that nearly compelled Mrs. Wang to set off immediately to Dali in search of him. Wang Yiyan grew increasingly curious about Lu Changfeng. It had been a long time since she had seen her mother smile so genuinely, the joy of this meal surpassing that of the past decade. After the meal, Mrs. Wang requested that Wang Yiyan show Lu Changfeng around Mandala Villa. As they strolled and chatted, Wang Yiyan, a sheltered girl, was easily drawn into conversation by Lu Changfeng. She revealed that, in an effort to impress her cousin Murong Fu, she had forced herself to study martial arts manuals, not only within her family's Longhuan Jade Cave, but also occasionally at Murong's Water Pavilion. Both places recorded various martial arts, with considerable overlap yet distinct differences. Lu Changfeng even learned the whereabouts of the Longhuan Jade Cave. "Yuyan, your efforts will not win your cousin's heart." Lu Changfeng intended to offer her some guidance. Although Wang Yiyan was indeed beautiful, her infatuation with Murong Fu was evident, and Lu Changfeng was not like Duan Yu. He would not be a sycophant, for beauty exists in every realm, and there is no need to collect every lovely face. Duan Gongzi is correct. My cousin has never truly regarded me. Whenever we finally meet, he only discusses martial arts and matters of state. A trace of melancholy flickered in Wang Yiyan's eyes. "Yuyan, do you wish for Murong Gongzi to take a liking to you?" Lu Changfeng gently probed. "Of course I do," Wang Yiyan replied candidly. "Throughout my life, no one has taught me the art of subtlety. I ask you, what does Murong Gongzi value most?" "He cares deeply about his own strength and the dream of restoring his country." Wang Yiyan, though innocent, was not foolish. Even those close to Murong Fu could discern his aspirations. His relentless training in martial arts was solely for the purpose of reclaiming his homeland. "Yuyan, can you assist him in realizing his dream?" Lu Changfeng continued to inquire. "I forced myself to study those martial arts manuals solely to aid him. Wang Yuyan retorted. Sister Yuyan, your intentions are commendable, yet your approach is misguided. Tell me, who possesses greater prowess, you or young Master Morong? Of course, my cousin is stronger. I do not possess any martial skills. Precisely. In the eyes of young Master Morong, you merely engage in theoretical discussions. No matter how many martial arts manuals you memorize, they will provide minimal assistance. You must adopt a different perspective. Young Master Duan, how should I proceed? Wang Yuyan, possessing great intelligence, felt a sudden clarity upon Lu Chongfeng's suggestion. Sister Yuyan, merely memorizing martial arts manuals is futile. You must practice martial arts. Once your abilities are comparable to, or even surpass those of young Master Morong, you will be able to assist him. If you also gather a following to help him restore his country, he is bound to fall in love with you, Lu Chongfeng asserted confidently. What you say is reasonable, but mastering martial arts is not an overnight endeavor. Wang Yuyan reflected on how long it took Morong Fu to achieve such accomplishments and wondered how long it would take for him to love her. Sister Yuyan, do not underestimate yourself. The ability to comprehend martial arts manuals through mere reading indicates your exceptional talent and insight. It won't be long before you surpass your cousin. I possess considerable insight into martial arts, and should Sister Yuyan require assistance, I shall be more than willing to share my knowledge, Lu Chongfeng remarked. Young Master Duan, why are you so kind to me? If only my cousin were more like you, Wang Yuyan sighed. Having lived on an island her entire life, the number of people she knew could be counted on one hand, and those who genuinely cared for her were even fewer. My father and your mother are old acquaintances. If you do not mind, you may regard me as your elder brother, Lu Chongfeng offered. Brother Duan, Wang Yin exclaimed, unable to contain her emotions. The two then explored Mandala Villa, and as darkness fell, they parted ways. Once the night deepened, Lu Chongfeng stealthily entered the El Jade cave once more, employing his previous tactics to commit over a dozen first- and second-tier martial arts manuals to memory. The greatest treasure he discovered was the manual for Xiao Wuxian Gong hidden within the cave's secret compartments. The following day, Wang Yuyan eagerly sought out Lu Chongfeng, expressing her desire to learn martial arts. Lu Chongfeng readily shared the Xiao Wuxian Gong, revealing that it was an internal cultivation technique he had stumbled upon, and he elucidated the essentials of training, guiding her and channeling her internal energy through her meridians to perceive its flow. Wang Yuyan, truly gifted, grasped the fundamentals in just 1 hour, aided by her extensive reading of various martial arts philosophies. The hallmark of Xiao Wuxian Gong was its formlessness and elusive nature, coupled with a formidable capacity for mimicry, allowing one to emulate the techniques of various martial arts schools. Wang Yuyan, a veritable encyclopedia of martial arts from demigods and semi-devils, would likely find Morong Fu no match for her should she master Xiao Wuxian Gong to its fullest potential. It turned out that practicing internal cultivation was not such a mundane affair after all. The sensation of internal energy coursing through her meridians and converging in her dantian was profoundly invigorating, diminishing Wang Yuyan's aversion to martial arts. One must possess formidable strength to safeguard one's family and friends. Sister Yuyan, I have unwavering faith in your eventual success, remarked Lu Chongfeng, drawing upon Brother Jian's auspicious words. Wang Yuyan's smile radiated like a blossoming flower, capitalizing on the unique characteristics of the Zhao Wuxiang technique. She diligently practiced her internal energy at specific hours each day, dedicating the remainder of her time to mastering various martial arts. Occasionally, Lu Chongfeng would join her in her training, providing her with guidance. Through his relentless practice, he shattered the innate barriers that had previously constrained him, allowing the energies of heaven and earth to flow into his being. His vital essence became increasingly refined and abundant. In this realm, he finally acquired the means to protect himself, and when faced with Xiaofeng, he felt he had an 8/10 chance of victory. Chapter 49. Xiaofeng. Upon reflecting on Xiaofeng, Lu Chongfeng recalled that at this juncture in the original narrative, Xiaofeng had likely arrived in Jiangnan, where Duan Yu was about to forge a brotherhood with him and subsequently partake in the incident at Xingzi Forest. Xiaofeng is renowned as a valiant hero in Tianlong Babu, characterized by his unwavering loyalty and righteousness, akin to Guijing from the legend of the Condor Heroes. Lu Changfeng mused that it would be worthwhile to make his acquaintance. Resolving to adhere to the storyline to avoid significant deviations that might provoke the celestial will to reject him and curtail his time in this realm, he decided to take his leave after spending 2 days at Manduo Villa. He approached Madame Wang to bid farewell, citing the need to return home to report his safety. Madame Wang did not impede his departure, but entrusted him with a letter. "Please deliver this letter to your father," she requested. "Rest assured, Aunt Li, I shall personally ensure it reaches my father's hands," Lu Changfeng promised. "Yin, would you like to step outside for a stroll?" Madame Wang suddenly inquired. "Mother?" Wang Yin responded. Puzzled, "You have remained within Manduo Villa for an extended period without venturing out. Previously, I was concerned that you might be deceived by unscrupulous men, but Yuer is no outsider. I permit you to accompany him to Dali and broaden your horizons." The true intent of Madame Wang was to facilitate a meeting between Duan Zhengchun and his daughter, which she had already elaborated upon in the letter. Wang Yin glanced at her mother and then at Lu Changfeng, feeling a twinge of conflict within her. She had never ventured outside and was undoubtedly curious to see the world. However, she was aware that should she go out now, it might be a long time before she could see her cousin again. After a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. Opportunities to meet her cousin would arise again, but this chance to explore might not present itself again. Moreover, being with Lu Changfeng would allow them to discuss martial arts. She also wished to enhance her skills before meeting Murong Fu, so that she could leave a lasting impression on her cousin. "Yuer, I entrust Yin to you," Madame Wang instructed. "Aunt Li, do not worry. With me by her side, not a single hair on Yu Yin's head shall be harmed," Lu Changfeng assured confidently. The two gathered their belongings, and Madame Wang instructed her servants to prepare a substantial sum of silver notes, arranging for a boatman to take them to the shore. Midway, Lu Changfeng directed the boatmen to alter their course, making a detour to Wuxi in hopes of encountering Xiaofeng. Upon disembarking, Lu Changfeng hired a carriage to hasten towards Wuxi City, recalling that in the original tale, Duan Yu and Xiaofeng had their fateful meeting at Songhe Tower in Wuxi. Once they entered the city, Lu Changfeng noted the marked increase in martial artists, particularly disciples of the Beggar's Sect. The city was a veritable melting pot, and a person of Wang Yuyin's unparalleled beauty would easily attract the attention of unsavory characters. Anticipating this, Lu Changfeng had already advised Wang Yuyin to don a wide-brimmed hat and veil to obscure her features, and she was dressed in plain, loose-fitting garments that concealed her figure. After casually inquiring with street vendors, Lu Changfeng discerned the location of Songhe Tower. Upon arrival, he found the establishment bustling with life, populated predominantly by martial artists and local affluent patrons. As he surveyed the scene, on the second floor, he spotted a robust man dressed simply, with hair cascading loosely, vigorously consuming food and drink. The man, possessing a strikingly heroic demeanor and piercing gaze, exuded an aura of chivalry that was impossible to overlook. His countenance, this prowess. It must undoubtedly be Xiaofeng, Lu Changfeng surmised. He led Wang Yuyin to the table next to Xiaofeng's, summoning the waiter to order a lavish spread of food and drink. Pouring a bowl of wine, he raised it towards the observing Xiaofeng, exclaiming, "Brother, a toast." Xiaofeng smiled slightly, replying, "Please," and then drank it all in one gulp. "Brother, how about we share another drink?" Lu Changfeng invited. The mention of alcohol piqued Xiaofeng's interest, and he declared, "Then let us drink before we spar." The two pushed their tables together, taking turns to drink, savoring a bowl of wine with each bite of meat, reveling in the experience. Wang Yuyin watched with sparkling eyes, reflecting, so this is the world of martial arts. Before long, 3 jin of beef and a jar of 5 jin of wine had vanished into their stomachs. The wine here was only about 20 to 30 degrees. And for Lu Changfeng's constitution, it felt akin to drinking water, rendering the use of the 6 meridians divine sword unnecessary. Moreover, Lu Changfeng found he could not expel the wine from his body through his meridians. "Waiter, bring us another 2 jars of wine." After several jin of wine, Lu Changfeng shed the guise of Duan Yu and reverted to his true nature. Before long, the two were shoulder to shoulder, each clutching a jar of wine, drinking heartily. Xiaofeng was thoroughly enjoying himself, disregarding Lu Changfeng's identity and treating him as a true friend. Once they had feasted and quenched their thirst, Xiao Feng proposed. "Young Master Morong, we cannot truly exhibit our skills in the city. Let's go outside to spar." "Leader Xiao, sparring is fine, but I am called Duan Yu, a citizen of Dali. Please do not mistake me," Lu Changfeng corrected. Realizing that the young man was not Morong Fu, Xiao Feng was enlightened. The three ventured outside the city, where Lu Changfeng found an open area. Having long heard of Xiao Feng's unparalleled martial prowess, he was finally able to witness it firsthand. "Young Master Duan, please." Xiao Feng gestured for Lu Changfeng to make the first move. Not one to be coy, Lu Changfeng swiftly advanced, employing the agile wave step without resorting to the One-Yang finger or the Six Meridians divine sword, nor using telekinesis. Initially, Xiao Feng refrained from using the 18 dragon-subduing palms, instead adopting a stance of the Taizu Changquan. Lu Changfeng's superior physique allowed him to engage Xiao Feng with only a fraction of his strength. Although Xiao Feng utilized the ordinary Taizu Changquan, his movements were fluid and versatile, seamlessly connecting without any stumbles or openings. This mastery stemmed from Xiao Feng's extensive experience in combat over the years. Coupled with his exceptional martial talent, Lu Changfeng possessed unique abilities such as brain overclocking and had traversed multiple worlds. His martial talent and strength were by no means inferior to Xiao Feng's. From his memory palace, he could effortlessly summon various martial techniques, transitioning between moves with the grace of an antelope's horns, perfectly timed. Wang Yiyan observed, her heart racing. Both men employed ordinary techniques, yet their variations were boundless, showcasing an extraordinary mastery of their arts. She couldn't help but compare her cousin Morong Fu to them, only to realize that both Xiao Feng and Duan Yu surpassed him in skill. Even more astonishing than Xiao Feng was Lu Changfeng, whose scholarly demeanor belied his formidable strength. She felt she had underestimated the heroes of the world, contemplating the arduous journey her cousin would face in his quest for restoration. Lu Changfeng and Xiao Feng engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging hundreds of moves without a clear victor emerging. Their synchronization heightened as they intensified their efforts. Xiao Feng unleashed the 18 dragon-subduing palms, summoning invisible dragon-shaped energy that resonated with the echoes of dragon roars. Lu Changfeng, in turn, displayed remarkable finesse in his technique. He adopted a defensive stance, his energy swirling around him in a protective circle, steadfast and unyielding, as gentle as a breeze caressing the mountain ridge. Chapter 050. Brotherhood. To his astonishment, even the formidable 18 dragon-subduing palms were of no avail against Brother Duan. Who would have thought that he possessed such strength? Nan Duan Yu and Bei Qiaofeng were indeed worthy of their reputations. Wang Yuyin mused, suddenly realizing that the prowess and demeanor of these two martial artists surpassed that of her cousin, making him seem less appealing in comparison. After exchanging over 100 moves, Lu Changfeng and Xiao Feng found themselves at a stalemate, and they both instinctively paused. "Ha ha ha, delightful. I had no idea there existed a hero like young Master Duan in this world," Xiao Feng exclaimed with laughter. "It is an honor to share drinks and indulge in martial arts with you, Chief Xiao," Lu Changfeng replied earnestly. "Younger brother, I feel an instant kinship with you. Why not become sworn brothers?" Xiao Feng proposed, having encountered countless individuals in his lifetime. He found Lu Changfeng's youthful vigor and carefree nature quite appealing. Is the moment for brotherhood finally upon us? Lu Changfeng thought to himself, casting a glance at Wang Yuyan beside him, where a sudden idea sparked in his mind. "It is a privilege for me to become sworn brothers with Brother Qiao," he said politely before pulling Wang Yuyan closer. "This is a friend I met in Suzhou, Miss Wang Yuyan. She is kind-hearted and possesses astounding martial arts talent. Why not include her in our brotherhood?" Wang Yuyan was momentarily taken aback by Lu Changfeng's words. Could she really become sworn siblings with the esteemed Bei Qiaofeng? Yet soon, exhilaration coursed through her veins. She removed her hat and veil and bowed to Qiaofeng, saying, "Yuyan pays her respects to Brother Qiao." Qiaofeng regarded the two, as though they were celestial beings descended to earth, and remarked, "A golden boy and a jade girl, celestial couple indeed. You are a perfect match." Wang Yuyin began to explain, but Xiao Feng interjected, "Then let us proceed with the brotherhood." Among the trio, Xiao Feng was the eldest, followed by Lu Changfeng, with Wang Yuyin being the youngest. After paying homage to heaven and earth, they formed their bonds of brotherhood. Big brother, third sister. Big brother, second brother. Second brother, third sister. The three exchanged smiles. Xiao Feng then explained his reason for coming to Wuxi City, primarily to investigate the death of the vice chief of the Beggars sect. Ma Yuan, big brother, have you heard? Not only did Vice Chief Ma perish due to his own renowned technique, but there have been several similar occurrences in the martial world recently. If Mu Rongfu intended to kill them, why would he expose himself? Clearly, someone is framing him. Lu Changfeng analyzed. Second brother is correct. My cousin has been training at the Tsana Manor for years, seldom venturing out, and has no vested interest with those fallen heroes. He could not have slain them. Wang Yian added, defending Mu Rongfu. Second brother, third sister. I understand your points, yet until the culprit is apprehended, young Master Mu Rong remains a suspect, Xiao Feng stated. Then I shall assist you in seeking the culprit alongside Sister Yu Yin, Lu Changfeng declared, and Wang Yu Yin nodded in agreement. Very well, second brother and third sister. Let us go and see, and I shall introduce you to the brothers of the Beggars sect. Xiao Feng nodded and led the two towards Huishan. Upon reaching the foot of Huishan, a disciple of the Beggars sect approached with news that a man and two women had intruded into the branch. When the trio arrived at Xingzi Lin, they discovered it was none other than the three from the Mu Rong family, Bao Budong, a Zhu, and a Bai. The three individuals were taken aback upon seeing Wang Yuyin, uncertain as to how she had accompanied Xiao Feng to this location. Wang Yuyin hurried over to engage in whispered conversations with a Zhu and a Bai. Xiao Feng first exchanged greetings with the disciples of the Beggars sect, and then exchanged a few pleasantries with Bao Butong. Shortly thereafter, Feng Boyi arrived at the scene. At this moment, the four esteemed elders of the Beggars sect rushed in, and upon arrival, they immediately began to quarrel with Bao Butong. After a few heated exchanges, they resorted to physical confrontation. The ensuing events unfolded as per the original narrative, with Feng Boyi and Bao Butong suffering defeat and retreating, while a Zhu and a Bai chose to remain temporarily. Subsequently, Quan Qing and others leveled various calumnies against Xiao Feng, while Ma Yuan's wife, Kong Min, twisted the truth. Then, Master Zhiguang and others revealed Xiao Feng's background. Xiao Feng stood on the stage, utterly flustered, at a loss for how to respond. Meanwhile, Lu Changfeng, having procured some sunflower seeds and fruits from an unknown source, munched on the seeds while fixated on the spectacle unfolding before him. Brother, with big brother in such a predicament, shall we not come to his aid? Wang Yiyin tugged at Lu Changfeng's sleeve, expressing her discontent. Do not fret, Yuyin. Observe closely. Lu Changfeng replied as he handed her a packet of sunflower seeds and walked toward the stage. Laughing heartily, I had thought that the brothers of the Beggars sect were all valiant heroes like their leader, but much to my astonishment, they appear to be nothing more than a bunch of fools. You impudent child, who are you to speak here? Quan Qing interjected, lunging forward with a palm strike aimed at Lu Changfeng's chest. However, Lu Changfeng reacted swiftly, countering with a slap that sent Quan Qing flying through the air, turning twice before landing, his face swelling as he spat out a mouthful of bloodied teeth. You! Quan Qing attempted to retort, but was met with a glare from Lu Changfeng, causing him to retreat several steps in fear, silenced. The elders of the Beggars sect, witnessing this, quickly encircled Lu Changfeng. One elder, known as Elder Song, spoke up. You brat, clarify your words. Our Beggars sect shall not be bullied by you. Is it incorrect for me to call you a bunch of fools? Let me ask you, what credit does Xiao Feng deserve for the current achievements of the Beggars sect? Lu Changfeng boldly challenged. For years, our leader has tirelessly served the Beggars sect, repeatedly repelling formidable foes, and his contributions are immeasurable. The accomplishments of the Beggars sect today are largely due to Xiao Feng's efforts, Elder Wu stated, with other disciples of the sect echoing his sentiments. And has Xiao Feng ever committed acts detrimental to the Beggars sect in these years? Lu Changfeng continued his inquiry. Never. Not once. They replied. You must understand. It is not the Beggars sect that has elevated Xiao Feng, but rather it is Xiao Feng who has elevated the beggar's sect. A man of his unparalleled martial prowess and noble character would be valued and honored wherever he goes. Yet, you of the beggar's sect are so easily swayed by the words of villains, seeking to cast aside such a heroic figure. Is that not the epitome of foolishness? Lu Changfeng proclaimed loudly. The disciples of the beggar's sect were momentarily struck dumb by Lu Changfeng's thunderous voice, feeling a deep sense of shame and left speechless. At that moment, Kong Min stepped forward and declared, "No matter how you attempt to argue, the fact remains that Xiao Feng is a chitin, responsible for the harm done to my husband." "Ah, Madame, your acting is exceedingly clumsy. The one who conspired to harm your husband, I suspect, is not Master Xiao, but rather you. Moreover, you have entangled and seduced others into this scheme. Who could it be?" Lu Changfeng surveyed the room, ultimately resting his gaze upon Elder Bai Shijing. "Could it possibly be you, Elder Bai? You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting?" A flicker of panic crossed Bai Shijing's face. "Observe, Elder Bai is flustered." Lu Changfeng scoffed, stating that with Master Qiao's martial prowess, there would be no need for cunning plots to eliminate you. Such a lack of discernment. If he were truly a chitin, with his abilities, he would undoubtedly be a great general among them, rather than deigning to lead a ragtag gang of beggars like the beggar's sect. Chapter 051. The Apricot Grove, little brother. Even if your arguments hold merit, they remain mere words. What evidence do you possess to prove Xiao Feng's innocence? Elder Su remarked. The innocent will clear themselves, while the guilty will reveal their own corruption. A hero like Xiao, the leader of our gang, has no need to vindicate himself. You merely seek to usurp his position. But tell me, do you truly believe Xiao cares about this title? Why not inquire directly with him? I am confident he would oblige you. Lu Changfeng spoke with conviction. Well said, my second brother. I, Xiao Feng, have never been concerned with the position of leader. Rather, it is the bonds with my brothers that I cherish. Since my brothers no longer trust me, I shall no longer be the leader of the beggar's sect. With that, Xiao Feng thrust his dog-removing staff into the ground and continued, Today, there are those who wish to frame me. You must prepare yourselves. Once I uncover the truth, I will ensure your utter destruction. At that moment, Lu Changfeng whispered, Elder brother, those who conspire against you lurk in the shadows while you stand in the light. Remain calm and do not fall into their trap. The puppet master surely has further plans. You should retreat to a hidden place and observe. The rogue will eventually reveal his true colors. You speak wisely, second brother. I shall take my leave first. Xiao Feng responded telepathically, then soared into the air, disappearing in a few flashes. Lu Changfeng shook his head and sighed. Without Xiao Feng, the beggar's sect is akin to a child bereft of parents. Their future will be grim. With that, he swiftly returned to Wang Yuyan's side. The members of the beggar's sect stirred restlessly, eager to discipline Lu Changfeng. Yet they feared the judgment of the heroes of the martial world for ganging up on a mere youth. Moreover, their most pressing concern was to elect a new leader. Just as they bickered amongst themselves, the Shisha cavalry arrived at the Apricot Grove, led by Helian Taishu. Following them were the notorious four evildoers, Yi Ernyang, Yu Laosan, and Yun Zhonghe. Upon arrival, Yun Zhonghe fixated his gaze on Wang Yuyan, his eyes brimming with malice, as if he wished to devour her whole. Yun Zhonghe, I see you have forgotten the pain of your past. Stare at me again, and I shall pluck out your eyes, Lu Changfeng admonished. Yun Zhonghe, who had previously lost a significant amount of his vital energy to Lu Changfeng in Wanjia Valley, felt a twinge of fear and refrained from further comments. Averting his gaze from Wang Yuyan, Yu Laosan, upon spotting Lu Changfeng, hurried over with a gleeful expression, exclaiming, Master, what brings you here? Is my presence unwelcome? Lu Changfeng retorted, Of course not. Please enjoy yourself, Master. I have matters to attend to. Yu Laosan responded before returning to the fray. Before long, Yun Zhonghe engaged in combat with the elders of the beggar's sect. This time, absent Wang Yiyan's guidance, the two fought to a standstill, and both sides began to hurl insults at one another. Meanwhile, Lu Changfeng observed that poison was being released in the vicinity, but as he was immune to all toxins, he chose to disregard the matter. In mere moments, the toxic smoke of the heartbreaking fragrance spread throughout the area. Aside from the Shishao forces, Lu Changfeng stood alone. while Wang Yuyan lay weakly in his embrace. Capture that girl. Eliminate that boy. Lu Changfeng feigned a state of poisoning, swiftly carrying Wang Yuyan away. He seized a horse and galloped off. Witnessing Lu Changfeng's plight, Yun Zhanghe's eyes glimmered with malice, prompting him to pursue with fervor. Yu Laosen hesitated, a conflicted expression crossing his face, but ultimately decided to follow, contemplating that if his master were in peril, he would rescue her and then request her to take him as her disciple. With great speed, Lu Changfeng departed the confines of the apricot grove. He wielded a branch he had broken off, using it as a hidden weapon to eliminate several pursuing soldiers from the western Xia, leaving only Yun Zhanghe in relentless pursuit. Lu Changfeng pretended to be weak and feeble, laboriously tying the horse to a large tree before straining to lower Wang Yuyan onto a substantial rock. As he bent down to place her, a shadow swiftly descended from the treetops, weapon in hand, striking several vital points on Lu Changfeng's chest. Unperturbed, Lu Changfeng deftly grasped Yun Zhanghe's steel claws, pulling him closer and seizing his wrists. A grin spread across his face as he observed Yun Zhanghe's panic. With his internal energy swirling through his palms, he absorbed Yun Zhanghe's energy completely, leaving him utterly drained. The visage of Yun Zhanghe became gaunt, devoid of vitality, rendered incapable of even besting a common man. With a swift kick, he sent Yun Zhanghe plummeting down the cliff, gazing at the gentle rain cascading from the heavens. Lu Changfeng remarked, "Sister, we must find shelter from the rain." As the downpour intensified, they were thoroughly drenched. Approaching the foot of the mountain, they finally spotted a dwelling. Lu Changfeng had a nagging sensation that they were being followed, likely by the disguised Morong Fu, just as in the original tale. He deliberately embraced Wang Yuyan in a more intimate manner, their wet garments clinging to their bodies, creating an air of ambiguity. Wang Yuyan, unaccustomed to such closeness with a man, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Not far away, Morong Fu's fury ignited upon witnessing this scene. Though he often treated his cousin with disdain, he would not tolerate her intimacy with another man. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Lu Changfeng. The door to a nearby room stood ajar, from within emanating soft melodies. Through the crack, Lu Changfeng and Wang Yuyan espied a couple engaged in intimate acts behind a haystack. Wang Yuyan's face immediately turned crimson. It seemed they had arrived too late. In the original narrative, the couple had yet to commence their liaison, yet now they had been at it for some time. Although Wang Yuyan was unversed in such matters, her mother and the household maids had imparted some knowledge during her time at Tiankui, rendering her partially aware. Now, as she comprehended the scene, her cheeks burned bright, extending down her neck. She turned her head, burying her face in Lu Changfeng's neck, unable to bear the sight. After approximately 5 minutes, a prolonged sigh echoed from within, followed by the rustling of clothing. Once they appeared adequately dressed, Lu Changfeng knocked on the door. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Instantly, a flurry of commotion arose within. "Yes, please wait a moment." Moments later, a gaunt man clad in linen garments opened the door. Upon seeing the two elegantly dressed individuals, a smile instantly graced his face. "Esteemed sir, esteemed lady, how may I assist you?" The gentleman replied, "Pardon our intrusion. We merely seek refuge from the rain and wish to purchase a gown from your esteemed wife." With that, Lu Changfeng retrieved 2 taels of silver from his pouch and offered them. This is far too generous." The woman beside the man appeared somewhat apprehensive, for they typically dealt in copper coins and seldom encountered silver. "Not at all, not at all," Lu Changfeng insisted, pressing the silver into the man's hand. Observing this, the woman promptly went to fetch a dress. Lu Changfeng assisted Wang Yuyan into the house, guiding her upstairs, preparing to have the woman assist Wang Yuyan in changing her attire, when he suddenly heard the sound of hooves approaching from outside. Chapter 052. Morong Fu quickly hide. A group of Western Xia soldiers has arrived. Lu Changfeng spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing that there were Western Xia officials, the two hastily sought refuge in a cabinet. Lu Changfeng cradled Wang Yuyan, leaning her against a haystack. Noticing her clothing was drenched and that she shivered from the cold, he said, "Third sister, in urgent times we must adapt. Allow me to help you change." Wang Yuyin's face flushed with embarrassment as she softly replied, "Then you must close your eyes." "How can I change with my eyes closed? What if I accidentally touch where I shouldn't? That would be even more inappropriate." Lu Changfeng firmly refused. He led Wang Yuyin behind the haystack, swiftly unfastening her belt and helping her remove her soaked garments, replacing them with a coarse cloth dress provided by a maid. The entire process took less than a minute. He had seen everything, yet maintained an outward calm, though internally his heart raced at her beauty. "Stay hidden here. I will deal with the Western Xia soldiers," Lu Changfeng instructed. "Be careful, Brother Duan," Wang Yuyin whispered, her heart still racing. "Do not worry. They are mere rabble. I can easily handle them," Lu Changfeng reassured her, patting her head. At that moment, 6 Western Xia soldiers burst in, encountering Lu Changfeng as he descended the stairs. They brandished their long blades and charged at him. Adhering to his principle of efficiency, he nimbly navigated among them, draining their vital energy with each touch, incapacitating all 6 within mere breaths. "Get out now," Lu Changfeng admonished. The soldiers, groaning, assisted each other as they left. He spared their lives to avoid causing trouble for the owner of the house. Just then, applause echoed from outside, and a soldier clad in armor, his face concealed, entered, his eyes dark and fixed on Lu Changfeng. "Morong Fu." Lu Changfeng recognized him immediately. "You possess some skill, having injured so many of my men. You used the art of transformation. Are you from the Starry Sky sect?" The masked Morong Fu spoke in a gruff voice, clearly having altered it to avoid being recognized by Wang Yuyin. "I hail from the Dali Duan clan, not of the Starry Sky sect. What I employed earlier was not their technique. Might I inquire as to your identity? Can you allow me and the young lady upstairs to leave?" Lu Changfeng suddenly lowered his tone, intending for Wang Yuyin to discern Morong Fu's true nature. "You need not know who I am. Furthermore, why would I release you?" Morong Fu's face darkened, unable to tolerate the sight of his cousin entwined with an outsider. "We bear no enmity. Why must you press us so? Moreover, the young lady's cousin is the esteemed Morong Fu of Suzhou, and her sworn brother is the renowned Xiaofeng. I am the son of Emperor Duan Zhengshun of Dali. Killing us would bring you no benefit." Lu Changfeng intentionally revealed his identity, curious to see how Morong Fu would react. As anticipated, Morong Fu remained unfazed, arrogantly declaring, "So what? Even if Morong Fu and Xiaofeng were present, I would not spare you. In that case, do not blame me for my ruthless intentions." Lu Changfeng let out a cold snort and took the initiative to strike, employing the Zhuke fist technique with a fraction of his strength. Morong Fu, anxious that Wang Yuyin might discern his true identity, refrained from using his family's martial arts and instead resorted to various techniques from the 100 schools of thought, executing erratic moves. After exchanging dozens of blows, Lu Changfeng discerned that Morong Fu's internal power was a tier below that of Xiaofeng, and his movements lacked the fluidity and grace that Xiaofeng possessed. Instead, they appeared disjointed and forced. In Lu Changfeng's heightened perception, he noted the myriad flaws in Morong Fu's techniques. As the probing came to an end, Lu Changfeng's strikes suddenly grew fierce, his strength escalating from 1/10 to 2/10. Morong Fu immediately felt the weight of the pressure intensify, instinctively employing his family's Dozhuan, Xingyi divine skill. At that moment, Wang Yuyin, who was observing from above, exclaimed, "Dozhuan Xingyi, you are my cousin." Hearing Wang Yuyin's words, Morong Fu's heart faltered momentarily, and Lu Changfeng seized the opportunity to strike his acupoint midair, placing his left hand on Morong Fu's wrist to begin siphoning his vital energy. "Second brother, I implore you to show mercy and spare my cousin," Wang Yuyin thoughtlessly pleaded. Although she felt a tinge of disappointment towards Morong Fu, her lingering affection prevented her from wishing him harm. At this point, Lu Changfeng had absorbed nearly 50% of his vital energy. Thus he halted, tearing away Morong Fu's black mask and unblocking his acupoint. Sister Yuyin often speaks of her cousin with admiration, claiming he is a great hero. Yet, who would have imagined you conspired with the soldiers of Xixia to harm your own cousin? Truly, you are beneath contempt. Depart now, and do not let me see you again." Morong Fu found himself momentarily speechless, unable to conjure a rebuttal, and could only wave his sleeve in resignation as he left. "Cousin, I shall explain everything to you later," he called back. Wang Yin wept upstairs, stunned to discover that the mastermind behind the scheme was indeed her cousin, for whom she had harbored deep affection, only to face such a disheartening revelation. Lu Changfeng ascended the stairs, embracing Wang Yuyin's shoulders, offering comfort. "Sister," as the saying goes, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. It is fortuitous that you have seen through him early on. He is unworthy of your devotion. "Second brother," Wang Yin cried out, burying her face in his embrace and weeping uncontrollably. Lu Changfeng ceased his attempts at consolation, merely patting her back gently. After a considerable time, Wang Yin seemed fatigued and fell into a deep slumber in Lu Changfeng's arms. Once the rain ceased, Lu Changfeng took his leave after apologizing to the host family. Shortly thereafter, he encountered his elder brother Qiao Feng along with the two young women, Zhu and Bai. "Elder brother, ladies Zhu and Bai." Lu Changfeng greeted them, while Wang Yin weakly called out in response. "Second brother, what has happened to you, Yin?" Qiao Feng approached with a smile. "Sister has been poisoned." Qiao Feng produced a small vial from his bosom and handed it to Lu Changfeng, stating, "This is the antidote for the Bei's Su Qing Feng poison." Lu Changfeng uncorked the vial and held it for Wang Yin to smell. A foul odor assaulted her senses, causing her to wrinkle her brow and wave her hand dismissively. "It stinks. I would rather endure the poison than smell that again." "Sister, do you feel any better?" Lu Changfeng inquired. "A bit better. I feel some strength returning," Wang Yin replied, taking a few steps. "Elder brother, where are you all headed?" Lu Changfeng asked. "The brothers of the Beggar's sect have been captured by the esteemed members of the Western Xia's first pavilion. I must go to their rescue," declared Qiao Feng. "Umph, they do not regard you as a brother, elder brother," retorted Lu Changfeng disdainfully. "Regardless, I cannot bear to witness their demise." Qiao Feng still found it hard to harden his heart. "Elder brother, the mastermind behind your framing is likely lurking in the shadows, perhaps concocting some nefarious scheme," Lu Changfeng cautioned. Chapter 053. Instruction: What advice do you have, second brother? Qiao Feng, already aware of Lu Changfeng's prowess and intellect, sought his counsel. "I suspect that the mastermind intends to push our elder brother toward a confrontation with the Beggar's sect, even against the Han people. This time, the plan was not fully realized, and they might even target those closest to our elder brother." Lu Changfeng, well versed in the narrative, cautioned, "Father, mother, master." Qiao Feng was startled, filled with an urgent desire to return home immediately. "How about this, elder brother? You provide me with your parents' address, and I shall go protect them while you rescue the members of the Beggar's sect. What do you think?" Lu Changfeng suggested. In the original tale, Qiao Feng's adoptive parents, the Qiao Sanhuai couple, met a tragic fate, serving merely as inconsequential characters. Even if Lu Changfeng altered their destiny, it would not sway the course of the story. "Very well. I appreciate your efforts, second brother. Once this matter is resolved, we must celebrate with a grand feast." Qiao Feng clapped Lu Changfeng on the shoulder with a weighty hand. He was not one to indulge in flowery words, yet he would forever remember Lu Changfeng's kindness. If Lu Changfeng were to face troubles in the future, he would risk everything to protect him. Qiao Feng disclosed the address of the Qiao Sanhuai couple to Lu Changfeng, after which they parted ways. Lu Changfeng and Wang Yin headed towards Mount Song in Hunan, while Qiao Feng took Zhu and Bai to rescue the members of the Beggar's sect. With Zhu's keen intellect beside him, Qiao Feng felt assured. Lu Changfeng and Wang Yin pressed forward at a swift pace, reaching the Qiao family homestead at the foot of Mount Shaoshi in Hunan within 5 days. Upon presenting Qiao Feng's token, the couple, humble farmers, welcomed him without suspicion. Lu Changfeng rented a carriage and escorted the Qiao couple to the Dali kingdom, concealing them in a courtyard within the capital, confident that even the formidable Xiao Yuanshan could not locate them here. After ensuring the safety of Qiao Sanhuai and his wife, Lu Changfeng returned home with Wang Yuyin to report their success. To his surprise, he found Zhongling and Mu Wangqing still there. Upon seeing the stunningly beautiful Wang Yuyin, Mu Wangqing rushed forward, asking Duong, "Who is she?" Remaining composed, Lu Changfeng instructed the servants to prepare a sumptuous meal. As they dined, he recounted his recent adventures, sharing tales of his encounters with Xiao Feng and Wang Yuyan, while also relaying his experiences with Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling to Wang Yuyan. Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling expressed envy towards Lu Changfeng for his rich experiences, including his bond with Xiao Feng and Wang Yuyan. Similarly, Wang Yuyan admired the freedom enjoyed by Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling, marveling at their ability to venture into the world at such a young age. As they grew more familiar, the tension among the three began to dissipate. Lu Changfeng inquired, "Sisters, have you been diligent in your training during this time? How goes your practice of the Lingbo Weibo?" "Brother Duan, Mu Jie and I practice diligently every day," Zhong Ling replied earnestly. "Demonstrate your skills for me and Sister Yuan. She is well-versed in myriad martial arts, and you may exchange insights afterward," Lu Changfeng encouraged. "Is Sister Wang truly that formidable?" Zhong Ling exclaimed in astonishment, noticing that Wang Yuyan appeared to be of similar age, yet possessed such remarkable prowess. "Indeed, her martial talent is exceptionally high," Lu Changfeng affirmed. Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling have now mastered the Lingbo Weibo without reliance on the Bagua diagram. Through relentless practice over the past few days, their internal martial arts skills have significantly improved. Sister Yuan, this Lingbo Weibo is both an offensive and defensive technique, while also enhancing one's internal power. "I shall now impart it to you," Lu Changfeng declared. "Thank you, second brother," Wang Yuyan sweetly responded. Ever since she discerned the true nature of Murong Fu a couple of days ago, her demeanor towards Lu Changfeng had grown increasingly favorable. Noticing the slight jealousy in Mu Wanqing beside him, Lu Changfeng continued, "I also possess a volume of the minor Wuxian Gong, which is perfectly suited to be taught to Wanqing and Linger." The two young women instantly beamed with delight. Lu Changfeng decided to reside in Dali, dedicating his days to either refining the four symbols martial classics or guiding the three women in their training, leading to a most contented existence. He had already left a letter for Qiao Feng and Zhu at the home of Qiao Sanhuai and his wife, ensuring they would not suffer the tragic fate depicted in the original tale. Duan Jingchun is now the emperor of Dali, and Lu Changfeng, esteemed as the crown prince, had once visited the Wanjia Valley to propose to Zhong Wanshou, only to be refused by Gan Baobao. That very night, in Gan Baobao's chambers, Duan Jingchun learned he had acquired another daughter. As emperor, his daughter is a princess. Thus, Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling relished the privileges of royalty in Dali, with Gan Baobao and Qin Hongyan no longer overseeing their affairs. Although Duan Jingchun's women occasionally harbor jealousy and resentment towards him, their hearts remain filled with love. Under Lu Changfeng's guidance, he feigned illness as a ruse, prompting Dao Baifeng and Qin Hongyan to care for him, ultimately designating Dao Baifeng as his empress and Qin Hongyan as a consort. Though Gan Baobao has wed another, feeling envious yet powerless, Duan Jingchun frequently traverses secret passages to console her, thus quelling her ire. Not to be outdone, Lu Changfeng, in an unexpected turn of events, took Zhong Ling and Wang Yuyan into his quarters, embarking upon a scandalous life. After nearly a year of diligent reflection and training, Lu Changfeng fundamentally reorganized the four symbols martial classics into three sections: internal cultivation, fist and foot techniques, and weaponry. The internal cultivation section is a unique methodology that Lu Changfeng devised by integrating the practices of qi and true energy, distinguishing between dynamic and static exercises, with the potential to reach the innate realm. Although he could theoretically extrapolate beyond that level with time, he deemed it unnecessary, preferring to traverse other worlds that might offer higher knowledge. The fist and foot techniques encompass various martial arts forms, including boxing, palm techniques, leg techniques, and finger techniques, along with body refining methods that, when paired with the true energy from the internal cultivation section, yield remarkable results. The weaponry section focuses on the mastery of mainstream weapons such as sabers, swords, spears, and staffs, each possessing unique characteristics. Lu Changfeng harnesses these attributes to innovate diverse sword techniques, resulting in boundless variations. Through continuous insight and rigorous practice, Lu Changfeng has elevated the four symbols martial classics to a profound level. while he has not yet broken through to the mid-stage of the innate realm. His pace of cultivation is swift, and his true energy has deepened considerably. In this world, should he exert himself, no one stands as his equal. Under the continuous efforts of practice and the enhancement provided by Lu Chongfeng's internal skill elixirs, Wang Yuyan, Mu Wanqing, and Zhong Ling have ascended to the pinnacle of the second tier within the martial world. With further refinement of their internal skills, they are poised to enter the first tier. Among the trio, Wang Yuyan possesses the finest martial aptitude. Initially, Lu Chongfeng guided all three in their training, but subsequently, he focused his teachings on Wang Yuyan, who, in turn, began to mentor Mu Wanqing and Zhongling. Chapter 054. Transmitting skills in an effort to enhance their cooperation and synergy, Lu Chongfeng meticulously devised a Sankai sword formation for them, enabling their collaboration to outmatch even first-rate masters. While Lu Chongfeng enjoyed a tranquil and leisurely life, Xiaofeng's circumstances were tumultuous. After rescuing his brothers from the beggar's sect, he hastily journeyed to Mount Song with a Zhu, while Abai returned to Swallow's Nest, as they were, after all, Murong Fu's handmaidens and could not all remain outside. Upon discovering Lu Chongfeng's letter, Xiaofeng and his Zhu felt a sense of relief. However, he could not refrain from seeking his master, Xian Ku, only to find that his master had passed away, leading to a misunderstanding where Shaolin believed he had killed his own teacher. To uncover the truth of his lineage, he ventured outside Yinmen Pass, and since his Zhu was unharmed, the events at Gathering of Heroes did not transpire. Eventually, Xiaofeng traveled to the Liao Kingdom, where he was appointed as the king of the southern court by Yi El Hongji and Metazi. During this time, Xiaofeng maintained correspondence with Lu Chongfeng. After assuming his position in the Liao Kingdom, he updated Lu Chongfeng on his circumstances, assuring him not to worry. Aware of Lu Chongfeng's keen intellect, he began consulting him on matters of uncertainty, treating this younger brother as a pillar of support. With Lu Chongfeng's guidance and suggestions, Xiaofeng's chivalrous spirit remained intact, albeit with considerable changes in other aspects. He became less rigid and more adept at navigating situations. After more than a year of cultivation in Dali with the three women, Lu Chongfeng prepared for another adventure. His prior plan involved substituting Wang Yuyan for Su Zhu to seize the opportunities meant for Su Zhu in the original narrative, thereby testing whether such alterations would shorten his stay in this world. Su Xinghe, the disciple of Wu Yazi, had yet to set up the exquisite chess game to invite renowned Go masters from across the land for the tournament. Lu Chongfeng was not foolish enough to wait for the plot to unfold. When heroes congregated, it would hinder his ability to discreetly amass wealth. Should he unleash a massacre on the participating martial artists, it was likely he would be expelled by the will of the world. Thus, Lu Chongfeng planned to travel to Mount Legu in Hunan to seek out Su Xinghe, revealing Wang Yuyan's identity as Wu Yazi's granddaughter, which would surely earn her an audience with him. Perhaps she could even receive the transmission of skills from Wu Yazi, enabling her to swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of the acquired realm, with breaking through to the innate realm merely a matter of time. Lu Chongfeng greeted Duan Zhengshun and Dao Baifeng, their previous misunderstandings resolved, and their relationship harmonious. Duan Zhengshun entrusted part of the nation's affairs to the cabinet and spent the rest of his time living blissfully with his several beloved wives and concubines, having also brought Li Qingluo and Ruan Xingzhu into the fold during these past couple of years. The three women had experimented together, and Dao Baifeng had completely relinquished her concerns as long as he refrained from seeking other women. The debts of affection from the past had become a reality, now compounded by children, making further resentment futile. Moreover, Dao Baifeng harbored a secret of her own. She too had wronged Duan Zhengshun. As for Wang Yuyan and the other two women, after more than a year of companionship with Lu Chongfeng, the three naive young ladies had been molded by him, effectively learning to adhere to his wishes, provided he no longer sought other women. Lu Chongfeng's purpose in this world is to amass martial arts knowledge. He is content with the three women he has and would refuse even the most exquisite beauty should she present herself to him. The four of them packed their belongings and brought along ample silver notes. Lu Chongfeng drove the carriage at a leisurely pace towards Legu Mountain in Hunan. With 2 fine steeds pulling the cart, they reached the vicinity of Lega Mountain in merely half a month, despite not hurrying. Upon arrival, they first sought refuge in an inn to rest for a day and wash away the dust of travel. After enjoying a day of exploration within the town, they inquired around and eventually located Su Xinghe, who resided in a humble abode on Lega Mountain. Upon meeting, Lu Changfeng respectfully greeted, "I am Dan Yuan from the Dali Duan clan and have had the honor of meeting Mr. Su." The name of the Dali Duan clan is well known in the martial world, and Su Xinghe clearly recognized it. "Ah, so you're the son of the Dali Prince, Duan. What brings you to seek out this old man?" Lu Changfeng gestured towards Wang Yuyan, saying, "This young lady beside me is named Wang Yuyan. Her mother is Li Qingluo, and her grandfather is Wuyazi." At the mention of Wuyazi, Su Xinghe's expression shifted, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "Are you truly the granddaughter of my master?" "Indeed, it is true. If you have any doubts, Mr. Su, I can take you in to meet the esteemed Wuyazi," Lu Changfeng asserted confidently. He had already informed Wang Yuyan of her identity. Thus there was no deception involved. Very well, very well. My master will surely be delighted to know. Young Master Dawn and the 2 ladies may rest here for the time being. I shall take Miss Wang to meet my master," Su Xinghe replied with evident joy. Over the years, Wuyazi's health had deteriorated, and as he and his few disciples possessed only average talents, they had been unable to pass down the exquisite teachings of the Xiaoyao sect. Su Xinghe led Wang Yuyan to the entrance of a cave, bowing as he announced, "Master, I have important matters to discuss." "Kulmin," a feeble voice echoed from within the cave. After entering, Su Xinghe and Wang Yuyan traversed a narrow passage and arrived at a spacious cavern where an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white and his locks unkempt, sat cross-legged. Before Su Xinghe could speak, Wuyazi, upon seeing Wang Yuyan's visage, was instantly stirred with excitement. He leaped forward and asked, "Child, who is your mother?" "Grandfather, my mother is Li Qingluo," Wang Yuyan replied, already aware of the elder's identity. "Ah, so you are Qingluo's child. How is your mother faring?" Wuyazi sighed, overwhelmed with emotion. "My mother is well, grandfather. How have you been all these years?" Wang Yuyan inquired, gazing at this elder, one of the few remaining family members in her life. "Ah, it has been challenging for me in these years," Wuyazi lamented. "Originally, I had intended for Xinghe to set up a game of precious chess in due time to select a successor. Who could have imagined that fate would not forsake me? Bring you to my side? The legacy of the Xiaoyao sect shall not be extinguished." As he spoke, Wuyazi's demeanor brightened with a smile. "Grandfather, Yuyan has only been practicing martial arts for a year and a half. She may not be capable of such a heavy responsibility." Wang Yuyan expressed her hesitation. "Yuyan, you practice the lesser no-form skill, do you not?" In just a year and a half, she had cultivated her abilities to the intermediate stage of the acquired realm, a talent that truly distinguished her as a phoenix among mortals. Her grandfather was now at the end of his days, and if he failed to impart his skills, they would be lost forever, buried with him. Upon learning of Wang Yuyan's exceptional aptitude, Wuyazi was filled with joy. Yuyan was always obedient to her grandfather's wishes. With a hint of sorrow in her eyes, she realized that she was about to lose the grandfather she had only just come to know. As she was his own granddaughter, Wuyazi chose not to hastily pass on his skills. Instead, he devoted 3 full days to elucidating the key principles of the Xiaoyao sect's martial arts and sharing a wealth of experiential knowledge regarding cultivation before finally beginning the transmission of his techniques. Chapter 055. The Spirit Vulture Palace. Wuyazi, having imparted all his profound innate energy to Wang Yuyan, saw his once rosy complexion wither into a loose, wrinkled visage, and his deep-set eyes gradually lost their luster, reaching the point of utter exhaustion. "Grandfather!" Wang Yuyan cried out in anguish. "Yuyan, do not grieve. This is my fate. Once you master my internal martial arts, seek an opportunity to eliminate Ding Chunxiu on my behalf," Wuyazi replied faintly. At that moment, Lu Changfeng appeared in the cave like a specter, deftly launching silver needles that stimulated Wuyazi's vital points, infusing him with a breath of innate energy, restoring a hint of color to his face. Ghost Gota Tatin needless. Such a young, innate master. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. "I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace," Wuyazi said. His voice regained some vigor. "Predecessor, you are too kind. As Yuyan's grandfather, you are my elder. It is my duty to assist you," Lu Changfeng replied with modesty. "With your striking appearance and remarkable prowess, you are more suited to be the leader of the Xiaoyao sect," Wuyazi remarked, his eyes glinting with recognition. The first tenet of the Xiaoyao sect is that one must possess handsome features. Had Wuyazi had a choice, he would never have selected Su Zhu. "Predecessor, since Yuyan is your granddaughter, it is only fitting for her to lead the Xiaoyao sect. I am rather unworthy. Instead, I would be honored to join the Xiaoyao sect as Yuyan's senior brother, supporting her from the sidelines," Lu Changfeng proposed. "You make a valid point." Wuyazi nodded in agreement with Lu Changfeng's suggestion. Lu Changfeng's medical skills could only extend Wuyazi's life for 9 days. During this time, he and Wang Yin brought Wuyazi out of the cave, crafting a wheelchair for him, which they used to stroll through the town below the mountain, reminiscing about the past of the Xiaoyao sect and contemplating the future. This time, Wuyazi departed with a smile, and with Wang Yin by his side, he felt no regrets. "Where shall we go next, Duanlang?" Wang Yin inquired. "You have just received the enlightenment from Wuyazi, and your skills are still unstable. We shall train at Lega Mountain for a while. Once you have fully mastered this energy, we will proceed to another location," Lu Changfeng explained. His next destination being the Spirit Vulture Palace at the mysterious peak of Tianshan. In a few months, the Tianshan girl would regain her youth, losing her power at that time. Lu Changfeng intended to offer her assistance against Li Qiushui, and when the moment arose, he would make some requests, which the Tianshan girl would surely grant. "All right, I shall follow your lead," Wang Yuyin said, leaning against Lu Changfeng's shoulder. Through these days of careful planning, Lu Changfeng had transformed her from a novice into a top-tier master of the martial world. In contrast, Murong Fu, despite years of dedication, still disregarded her. There is no pain without comparison. Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling, standing nearby, felt a pang of jealousy. Mu Wanqing pouted, "Originally, Ling and I could spar with Yuyan, and the three of us could form a triad formation to face our foes. Now, we are rendered unnecessary. That is not true. Both of you possess exceptional talent. It will not be long before you become masters of the martial world," Lu Changfeng reassured them. "Moreover, Duanlang and I shall ensure the safety of the two sisters." Wang Yin hurriedly clarified, "Let us proceed in this manner. I shall impart to you the Biming divine art. In due course, we can seek out some nefarious individuals to absorb their inner strength, and your martial arts prowess will swiftly ascend to the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation." Lu Changfeng pondered for a moment before speaking. He had initially harbored concerns that their foundation would be unstable if they utilized the Biming divine art to siphon power. However, he considered that his time in this world was limited, and enhancing their abilities, even slightly, would be beneficial. "Thank you, Duanlang." Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling joyfully threw themselves into Lu Changfeng's embrace, with Zhong Ling even bestowing a kiss, causing Wang Yuyin beside them to blush. The two were practicing the lesser wuxiang technique, which was inherently linked to the Biming divine art. Thus transitioning between the two posed no difficulties, especially with Lu Changfeng supervising. Furthermore, after receiving decades of true energy from Wuyazi, Wang Yiyin's lesser wuxiang qi had transformed into the dominant Biming true qi, making her practice of the Biming divine art extraordinarily efficient. For half a year, Lu Changfeng taught them, and all three had become proficient in the Biming divine art. Wang Yuyin had even converted Wuyazi's true energy for her own use, elevating her martial arts to the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation, poised to enter the innate realm at any moment. Although Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling had not yet broken through their boundaries, their internal strength and martial skills had significantly advanced. Time was of the essence, and the four of them proceeded directly to the Tianshan Lingzhou Palace. Lu Changfeng instructed Wang Yuyin to arrange for Su Xinghe and his disciples to recruit disciples of adequate talent within the territory of Lega Mountain, gradually developing the Xiaoyao sect. Once their tasks were completed, Lu Changfeng would organize the sect's martial arts, categorizing them into foundational techniques for newcomers, advanced techniques, and those for core disciples. The Tianshan Lingzhou Palace housed numerous advanced martial arts techniques, including the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies, cultivated by Tianshan Tonglao, which piqued Lu Chongfeng's interest. Techniques such as the Tianshan Jimei Hand and Tianshan Luyang Palm were also commendable. Upon entering the territory of the Lingzhou Palace, they were intercepted by female disciples. The palace had entered a state of heightened security, suggesting that Tianshan Tonglao had begun her rejuvenation process. "Stop. State your names." A female disciple commanded coldly. "Dear Miss, please inform Tonglao that a former acquaintance of the Xiaoyao sect seeks an audience," Lu Chongfeng replied. "Xiaoyao sect." A female disciple was about to respond, but was halted by the leading disciple, who said, "Please wait a moment. Esteemed guests, we shall report to Tonglao immediately." After a brief interval, they were informed, "Tonglao requests your presence." Following the female disciple, they arrived in the grand hall, where a girl approximately 1 meter and 40 centimeters tall sat upon the main seat. Her visage bore no marks of age, and her aura fluctuated, rendering her depth inscrutable. "We are the juniors of the Xiaoyao sect, Duan Yu, Wang Yuyin, Mu Wanqing, and Zhongling. We pay our respects to Tonglao," they greeted. "Former acquaintances of the Xiaoyao sect?" Tonglao scrutinized them with curiosity. Upon recognizing Wang Yuyin and the ring adorning her finger, her eyes widened in astonishment as she excitedly flew before Wang Yuyin, grasping her hand and pointing at the ring, inquiring, "Where did you acquire this ring? Whose descendant are you?" The younger Wang Yuyin spoke. "This ring was passed down to me by my grandfather, Wu Yazi." "Pray, tell me, how is your grandfather faring now?" Tonglao inquired further. He is no longer with us," Wang Yuyin replied, her eyes glistening with tears. "No longer with us? No longer with us?" Tonglao exclaimed, alternating between laughter and tears, resembling one driven to madness. "Master Wu Yazi was betrayed by Ding Chunxiu, resulting in the loss of his legs. Now, he is but a shadow of his former self. After bequeathing his entire prowess to Yuyin, he ascended to the heavens," Lu Chongfeng elucidated from aside. Chapter 056, Resolution of Grievances Ding Chunxiu. "Damn it!" Tonglao ground her teeth in frustration. "Tonglao, it was Master Wu Yazi who sent us here. He mentioned that you should be approaching the time of rejuvenation and instructed us to ensure your safety." Lu Chongfeng fabricated a lie. "He sent you?" Even in his final moments, he still thought of me. A wave of joy surged within Tonglao. Her gaze towards Lu Chongfeng and his companions softened considerably. Lu Chongfeng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the world of Tianlong Babu, many are entangled in sorrow. Heroes struggle against the allure of beautiful women, and likewise, beauties find themselves ensnared by the burdens of heroes. He scanned the 3 women beside him: Duan Tengchen, Wu Yaji, Shaolin's abbot, Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and others flitted through his mind. He felt affection for them, yet it was not of the kind that rendered him unable to part ways. In modern terms, such a mindset could be deemed that of a scoundrel. He would not be shackled by emotions. However, that wretched Li Qiushui happened to be this young lady's maternal grandmother. "Will you genuinely aid me, my dear grandmother?" Tonglao hesitated before speaking. "Master, we have merely promised our teacher to assist you in overcoming this adversity. We did not vow to eliminate Yu Yan's grandmother. It is feasible to drive her away. Even the spirit of our master would not wish for us to engage in mutual slaughter," Lu Chongfeng elucidated. "You know not what you speak, child. The enmity between that wretched woman and me is irreconcilable. It is either her demise or mine," Tonglao replied with bitterness, lamenting that her current youthful appearance was a result of Li Qiushui's treachery in her youth. Otherwise, who could say whom Wu Yazi might have favored? "Master, I can actually remedy your physical afflictions," Lu Chongfeng said slowly. "What? Are you serious?" Tonglao's disbelief was palpable. Even Wu Yazi could not achieve this. "How could you possibly cure me? Just because my master could not accomplish it does not imply that I cannot. My skills were not imparted by him. Yu Yin can attest to this," Lu Chongfeng asserted, prompting the 3 women beside him to nod in agreement. "Very well. If you can resolve my issues, I shall acquiesce to any terms you propose." This was Wu Xingyun's fervent desire. Even the slightest glimmer of hope was not something she would relinquish. "Master, as your junior, It is my duty to assist you. However, if you would allow me to study the Ba Huang, Lu Ho Wei, Wudu Zun Gong that you cultivate, the probability of success should increase by 30%, Lu Changfeng suggested. Is that all? Tong Lao acquiesced. You are originally disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. Feel free to observe and learn the martial arts of Lingzhou Palace. With a wave of her hand, Tong Lao readily consented. Subsequently, she led everyone into a stone chamber within the back hall of Lingzhou Palace. The walls were inscribed with the intricate techniques of the Xiaoyao sect, such as the Tianshan Six Yang Palm and Tianshan Zhimei Hand. The chamber also housed numerous bookshelves displaying the martial arts of the 36 caves and 72 islands, alongside other sects in the martial world. From a hidden compartment, Tong Lao retrieved a manual, the very Ba Huang Lu Ho Wei Wudu Zun Gong she practiced. Lu Changfeng committed to memory all the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect present in the chamber, along with those from the shells that held relevance for him, before beginning his study of Tong Lao's unique technique. The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, the unparalleled technique of supreme masculinity, wields immense power and possesses the remarkable ability to rejuvenate oneself every 30 years, allowing for a total of 5 youthful returns and a potential lifespan of 3 cycles of 60 years, 180 years, comparable to the longevity of practitioners in certain cultivation novels. Could it be that the esteemed Zaiyozi is indeed an immortal? Lu Changfeng pondered. During the process of rejuvenation, the Tianshan child empress had fallen victim to a treacherous plot by Li Qiushui, stunting her physical development. This occasion of rejuvenation presented a fortuitous opportunity. With the application of acupuncture, Lu Changfeng could briefly unlock the growth control meridians and enable the child empress to grow normally during her rejuvenation. Having determined the treatment method, Lu Changfeng sought out the child empress to explain the procedure and its theoretical benefits, bringing her great joy. Tomorrow marks the first day of my powers depletion. You may observe the acupuncture process, and my safety shall be entrusted to you, she declared, placing her life in Lu Changfeng's hands. Lu Changfeng could not help but admire her. He acknowledged that he could never so easily entrust his life to a stranger, yet he vowed not to betray her trust. As Mu Wanqing and Zhong Ling were unable to assist, he instructed them to study the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect within the stone cave, while he and Wang Yiyin stood guard over the child empress. The 8 desolations and 6 harmonies indeed proved to be a remarkable technique, as Lu Changfeng observed the child empress rejuvenating at a visibly rapid pace, transforming from a 1-4-meter-tall woman into a 1-4-meter-tall girl, her skin, hair, and even her bones undergoing transformation as her powers gradually dissipated until she became an ordinary person. Master, I am ready to begin the acupuncture, Lu Changfeng announced, flicking his fingers as the silver needles precisely pierced the child empress's major acupoints, such as the Shunyu, Guanyuan, and Zhusanli, with vital energy stimulating the points, causing her to feel a tingling sensation throughout her body. During the rejuvenation, daily cultivation was essential, allowing for the restoration of 1 year's worth of power each day, coupled with the necessity of consuming fresh blood at noon. After Lu Changfeng's acupuncture, the child empress experienced an extraordinary appetite. Aside from a bowl of deer blood, she consumed various meats, chicken, duck, fish, beef, mutton, and venison, along with vegetables, devouring several kilograms in a single meal. Changfeng, is my immense appetite due to the need for growth? The child empress asked, her spirits high. Indeed, Master possesses keen insight. Growth requires nourishment, so indulge as you see fit, Lu Changfeng replied. As 10 days passed, the child empress had grown from 1-4 meters to 1-45 meters. She gleefully grasped Lu Changfeng's arm, laughing heartily like a child. Congratulations, Master. It won't be long before your body returns to normal. Lu Changfeng and Wang Yuyin offered their congratulations. Changfeng, Yuyin, you both are remarkable. I am fond of you, the child empress said, her eyes brimming with affection. Restoring her body to normal had been her lifelong obsession, and now that her wish was fulfilled, how could she not feel elated? The following day, as the child empress feasted heartily, a clear feminine voice rang out from outside the great hall. senior sister, you truly have a leisurely spirit, still indulging in feasting here without fleeing. Do you know your time is short? Hence you eat more, to become a gluttonous ghost? Before long, a woman adorned in a flowing white robe, exuding an ethereal grace and bearing a striking resemblance to Wang Yuyin, appeared in the grand hall. Junior sister, do you notice anything different about me? Tong Lao asked with a smile as she rose, deliberately extending her arms. Li Qiushui scrutinized Tong Lao with a puzzled gaze, and suddenly her expression sharpened, leading her to question, You have grown taller? Indeed, Tong Lao laughed heartily. This is all thanks to my esteemed disciple and your granddaughter. Only then did Li Qiushui notice Lu Changfeng and Wang Yuyin standing behind Tong Lao. Upon seeing Wang Yuyin's visage, she was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, Child, is your mother Qing Luo? Chapter 57. Healing Yes, Grandmother. Wang Yuyin gazed curiously at the woman before her, who bore a striking resemblance to herself. How is your mother? Li Qiushui inquired with a tinge of guilt. My mother is well. Thank you for your concern, Grandmother. Wang Yuyin replied politely. Child, come here. Let me have a look at you. Li Qiushui beckoned. Wang Yuyin obediently stepped forward, and Li Qiushui tenderly caressed her face, overwhelmed with emotion. Child, have you ever met your grandfather? How is he faring now? Li Qiushui asked again. Grandfather has passed away. Wang Yuyin's expression dimmed. Brother, he is dead. Li Qiushui murmured, her mind flooded with memories of her time with Wu Yazi, feeling as though the years had lost their significance. The cat weeps for the mouse's false compassion. Your precious brother's death is largely your doing, you wretched woman. Tong Lao rebuked fiercely. I bore him children, yet he secretly consorted with my sister. Do you not harbor hatred for that? Li Qiushui retorted. Regardless, it was you and Ding Chunxiu, that miscreant, who brought about your brother's fate. You both deserve to perish. Tong Lao, who harbored love for Wu Yazi, could not forgive Li Qiushui, even if her grievances were justified. You are the one who deserves to die. Yu Yin, join your grandmother in vanquishing this old witch. Li Qiushui spat venomously. Grandmother, cease. Grandfather's spirit would not wish for you two to engage in mutual destruction. Wang Yuyin pleaded. She deserves death. Li Qiushui declared, unleashing a strike of white rainbow energy towards Tong Lao. Lu Changfeng, who had been observing her every move, quickly countered with a precise finger technique that dissipated the attack. One Yang finger. You are from the Dali Duan family and possess such prowess at such a young age. The Dali Duan family has a promising future, Li Qiushui remarked, her expression turning serious, realizing that the young man before her would be a formidable opponent. Lu Changfeng swiftly positioned himself before Li Qiushui, smiling as he said, Aunt, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. Let us show mercy where we can. Presumptuous. Are you instructing me? Li Qiushui roared, striking towards Lu Changfeng's chest. With Tong Lao behind him, he could not evade and met her blow head-on, resulting in a resounding clash of energy. Lu Changfeng stood firm, while Li Qiushui staggered back 3 steps, incredulous as she gazed at him, exclaiming, at such a tender age, your inner strength has reached such heights. Truly, the youth are formidable. You flatter me, Aunt, Lu Changfeng replied, maintaining a calm demeanor without any emotional fluctuation, realizing she could not overpower him through sheer force. Li Qiushui attempted to evade with her elusive movements, hoping to outmaneuver Lu Changfeng. However, he was not one to allow her such an advantage. Employing the Lingbo Weibu technique, Lu Changfeng skillfully intercepted every one of Li Qiushui's advances, even dispersing her white rainbow energy with his One Yang finger and 6 Meridians divine sword. Unlike the original character Duan Yu, whose mastery of the 6 Meridians divine sword was inconsistent, Lu Changfeng had honed his skills to perfection. In an instant, waves of formless sword energy surged forth, encircling Li Qiushui and forcing her to retreat, ultimately driving her out of the hall. The two combatants exchanged hundreds of blows. Yet Li Qiushui not only failed to subdue Lu Changfeng, but found herself at a disadvantage. With a powerful strike, she forced Lu Changfeng back a few steps and questioned, Nephew, why must you obstruct me? I can offer you double what Wu Xingyan can provide. Nephew, you have misunderstood. You are my master's junior sister and the grandmother of Yin. Should my uncle wish you harm, I would also stand in your way. I cured my uncle's dwarfism, and I can heal the scar on your face, Lu Changfeng replied. Li Qiushui's eyes brightened. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is no lie. Uncle, the discord between you and my uncle stems from our master. Now that he has passed, should not your enmity fade with him? The Xiaoyao sect is dwindling in numbers. If further calamities befall you, the sect may only exist in history, Lu Changfeng urged. After a long silence, Li Qiushui contemplated that with Lu Changfeng's presence, she could not kill Wu Xingyun. Their years were dwindling, and perhaps certain grievances could indeed be relinquished. If he can heal my face, and my sister is willing to let go of this feud, I shall cease to trouble her, Li Qiushui declared. Excellent. Then it is settled. Lu Changfeng responded as he and Li Qiushui re-entered the hall. Wang Yuyin, witnessing the cessation of hostilities, wore a radiant smile. Uncle, my aunt has agreed to reconcile with you. What do you think? Lu Changfeng addressed Tong Lao. Tong Lao gazed intently at Li Qiushui, sighed and reflected. He is no longer here. All of this has become meaningless. Seeing the two elders finally shake hands in accord brought a sigh of relief to Lu Changfeng and Wang Yuyin. Subsequently, Lu Changfeng treated both individuals. The scars on Li Qiushui's face require a process of destruction before reconstruction. He used his sword to slice through the scars, then applied a technique to promote healing alongside medicinal aid. Given Li Qiushui's formidable inner strength, the healing progressed rapidly. By the time Tong Lao's body reached a height of 1.60 meters, Li Qiushui's wounds had healed, leaving only faint traces that would vanish after a few more days of treatment. During this time, Lu Changfeng had thoroughly absorbed both their martial arts into his memory palace, enhancing his own comprehension of the four symbols martial canon. In the world of Tianlong Babu, he found little else to pique his interest in martial arts. Once the scars on Li Qiushui's face had healed, she departed from Lingzhou Palace. Lu Changfeng and his companions remained for 3 months until Tong Lao fully recovered her strength before bidding farewell. After her ailment was cured, Tong Lao stood at a height of 1.70 meters, over 30 centimeters taller than her previous youthful appearance, her figure now curvaceous. To those unaware of her origins, she might have been mistaken for a young maiden. However, Tong Lao did not share in the joy. Perhaps the passing of Weyazi had altered her perspective. Wang Yuyin's martial prowess captured Tong Lao's admiration, and she even considered grooming her as a successor to Lingzhou Palace. Yet, with Wang Yuyin now the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, tasked with revitalizing the school, she graciously declined Tong Lao's offer. Without the memory palace, Lu Changfeng's martial talent might not have equaled that of Wang Yuyin. Indeed, at times, natural aptitude surpasses sheer effort. Lu Changfeng and his companions returned to Drum Mountain, where Su Xinghe and his disciples had already been scouring the surrounding cities for children aged between 6 and 12. These children were predominantly orphans, possessing varying degrees of aptitude. Yet they shared a singular trait. Their appearances were all quite pleasing, a tradition upheld by the Xiaoyao sect that must not be neglected. The environment surrounding Drum Mountain was somewhat lacking, and constructing a residence for the sect was a considerable endeavor. After a discussion between Lu Changfeng and Wang Yuyin, they resolved to relocate the Xiaoyao sect's headquarters within the territory of the Dali Kingdom, where they could leverage the power of the Dali royal family to facilitate the construction of their sect's abode. Chapter 058. The Martial Arts Conference, the Xiaoyao sect, together with Lu Changfeng and a few others, numbered fewer than 50 individuals, a significant portion of whom were mere attendants engaged in menial tasks rather than official disciples. Lu Changfeng rented 10 horse-drawn carriages and took nearly half a month to return to Dali. Once the personnel were properly settled, Lu Changfeng and Wang Yuyin approached Duan Zhengchun to discuss the establishment of a base for the Xiaoyao sect. Duan Zhengchun, with a grand gesture, allocated 300,000 taels of silver and dispatched a royal construction team to erect the sect's base on a desolate mountain situated 100 miles from the palace. During the construction of the base, Lu Changfeng and Wang Yuyin engaged in discussions and simulations regarding the sect's martial arts legacy. It was imperative to distinguish between the martial arts learned by outer disciples and those by inner disciples. The martial arts for outer disciples were designed to be straightforward and easily grasped, while those with exceptional talent could advance to the intersect to practice more intricate techniques, which required a certain level of aptitude and comprehension. They meticulously devised a comprehensive foundational martial arts curriculum, encompassing internal energy cultivation, palm techniques, footwork, and a swordsmanship style. The internal energy cultivation was a streamlined version of the lesser wuxian gong, capable of being cultivated to the acquired realm. The palm technique was a simplified variant of the Tian Shan Jimei Shou, while the footwork drew from the principles of Lingbo Weibu. The swordsmanship, inspired by the essence of Xiaoyao, was ethereal and balanced in offense and defense, akin to an immortal gracefully wielding a sword, striking a perfect harmony between aesthetic appeal and formidable power. All these martial arts were aptly named Xiaoyao Xinfa, Xiaoyao Zhangfa, Xiaoyao Bufa, and Xiaoyao Jinfa. While analyzing the lesser Wuxian Gong, Baiming Shun Gong, and the 8 desolates and 6 harmony supremacy skill, Lu Changfeng discerned a commonality among these 3 techniques, as though they had been derived from a singular, superior martial art. Consequently, he devoted 3 months to amalgamating these 3 internal techniques into one, resulting in the creation of an unparalleled internal cultivation method, which he named the Everlasting Spring Technique. This technique harmoniously incorporated the characteristics of the lesser Wuxian Gong, the 8 desolates and 6 harmony supremacy skill, and Baiming Shun Gong, enabling the practitioner to emulate the internal techniques of various sects and to absorb others' vital energy. When cultivated to its zenith, it could grant 3 cycles of life without the shortcomings associated with the 8 desolates and 6 harmony supremacy skill. Lu Changfeng meticulously transcribed the compiled techniques, including the Everlasting Spring Technique, bound them into a manuscript, and presented them to Wang Yuyan. These techniques would henceforth constitute the legacy of the Xiaoyao sect. With the acquisition of such an extensive array of techniques, the 4 had become remarkably refined. Anticipating future journeys to other realms where he might encounter extraordinary martial arts, he optimized the 4 into a framework akin to a computer system. This would allow for the seamless integration of unique martial arts, such as internal techniques modeled after the lesser Wuxian Gong, which could simulate the operational pathways of the majority of internal energy practices, particularly those of a pure yang. Masculine nature. The section on striking techniques was structured around the Tian Shan Jimei Shou, allowing for the incorporation of various moves. The more techniques Lu Changfeng mastered, the greater their potency, ultimately culminating in the creation of myriad forms. The weaponry section bore similarities to the striking techniques, framed by the philosophies of Tian Shan Jimei Shou and Dugu Jiujian, enabling the amalgamation of diverse weapon techniques. Every day, Lu Changfeng engaged in pure martial arts, sparring with the 3 women, not only propelling their combat skills to new heights, but also attaining an almost transcendental understanding of the 4 symbols martial canon himself. Even should the legendary monk from Shaolin descend upon him, he would remain unmatched. Lu Changfeng lived a tranquil life in Dali, refraining from stirring the turbulence of the martial world. His days were simple yet fulfilling, and while the storyline remained largely unchanged, he was still able to linger within the realm of demigods and semi-devils for a while longer. Through his bond with Wang Yuyan, he realized that the fate of these main characters was not immutable, as long as the overarching trend remained constant. Minor alterations would not attract the gaze of the heavenly Tao. In this reality, one day equated to a year in the small world, and upon his return, Lu Changfeng would not forfeit any of his lifespan. The longer he spent in this smaller realm, the more advantageous it would be for him. Believing that this serene existence could continue for some time, Lu Changfeng's plans are disrupted by an invitation from the Shaolin Temple. The letter announced the convening of a martial arts conference to discuss recent significant events in the martial world, extending an invitation to the Duan clan of Dali. At that moment, Duan Zhengchun was reveling in the company of his beloved wife and concubines, showing no inclination to attend such a gathering, thus delegating Lu Changfeng to represent him. Knowing that Xiao Feng would also be present at this conference, along with the hidden figures of Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo, Lu Changfeng accepted the invitation. Yuyan, Wan's sister, Ling Er, prepare yourselves. We are heading to Shaolin Temple, he announced after a training session with the three women. Yay! Finally! We can go out and have fun, exclaimed Zhong Ling, the most vivacious of the trio, who had longed to explore the martial world ever since mastering her skills. After a brief period of preparation, the four embarked in a horse-drawn carriage towards Shaolin Temple. They spent the night at an inn at the foot of the mountain, with a martial arts conference scheduled for the following day. Xiaofeng, along with a Zhu and a Z, arrived around the same time, and the two groups unexpectedly encountered each other in the dining hall. Elder brother, Lu Changfeng was the first to spot them, joyfully calling out. Second brother, third sister. Xiaofeng responded with delight, a smile gracing his face. The seven gathered in a private room, exchanged introductions, and began to recount recent happenings in their lives. Xiaofeng and Zhu had been residing in the Liao Kingdom, where they had recently wed. His visit was also prompted by the invitation from Shaolin Temple. In contrast, Lu Changfeng's life had been markedly more serene than the tumultuous years Xiaofeng had experienced, which he summarized in a few brief words. Elder brother, your lineage may very well be unveiled at this conference, Lu Changfeng remarked enigmatically. The next day, Lu Changfeng and his companions entered the ancient Shaolin Temple, arriving later than most. The plaza was already bustling with martial artists, familiar faces from the likes of the Murong clan of Gusu and the Xingqiu sect among them. Upon spotting Wang Yan beside Lu Changfeng, Murong Fu's gaze sharpened, his thoughts veiled in mystery. However, having spent considerable time with Lu Changfeng, Wang Yan's heart was now filled with him, leaving her cousin Murong Fu a distant memory. A mere nod of acknowledgement was all that transpired between them. The transformation in Wang Yan's demeanor was strikingly evident, leading Murong Fu to harbor the illusion that she was exceedingly indifferent, while secretly devising strategies to confront Lu Changfeng. As the participants gathered in considerable numbers, the abbot of Shaolin Temple, Xuanzi, elucidated the purpose of this martial arts assembly, to resolve grievances through competition, thereby ensuring that once these disputes were settled, no further bloodshed would disturb the Jianghu. Any factions or individuals harboring enmity were encouraged to confront one another directly, resulting in a momentary chaos. At this juncture, Wang Yan approached the location of the Xingqiu sect and proclaimed in a frigid tone, Ding Chunqiu, you have caused the demise of my grandfather, Wu Yazi. Today I seek justice from you. Chapter 059, Epilogue. Upon glancing at her, Ding Chunqiu was taken aback to find a stunning young maiden, in the bloom of her youth, whose visage bore a striking resemblance to his own masteress wife. Li Qiushui, you are a descendant of Qiushui, he remarked. You may leave. I shall spare your life. Wang Yuyan's delicate features hardened. She had already attained mastery in the innate realm, proficient not only in the myriad martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect, but also in various schools of thought. She had been taught the One-Yang Finger and the Six Meridians Divine Sword by Lu Changfeng. In this world, apart from Lu Changfeng and the Sweeping Monk, she was virtually unmatched. Even Tong Lao and Li Qiushui could only hope for a stalemate against her. Noticing the disdain in Ding Chunqiu's gaze, Wang Yuyan ceased holding back and unleashed the Six Meridians Divine Sword. Caught unprepared, Ding Chunqiu managed to sidestep only half a step. Yet the sword's energy pierced through his left shoulder, eliciting a muffled groan from him. The Six Meridians Divine Sword. Ding Chunqiu's expression shifted as he recognized the renowned secret technique of the Dali Duan clan. The sword's formidable reputation compelled him to momentarily evade its power. With a flick of his sleeve, he directed a flurry of poison powder towards Wang Yuyan. However, Wang Yuyan was well aware of Ding Chunqiu's tactics. She moved with the grace of a celestial being, effortlessly evading his toxic assault, and redirected the poison towards the area inhabited by the Xingqiu sect disciples. Those disciples, lacking the agility of the Lianbo Weibu, were met with the onslaught of toxins and, while shouting the slogans of the Xingqiu Old Immortal S boundless power, were met with cries of despair as they shielded their faces. Oomph! Ding Chunqiu bellowed in anger, advancing upon her with all his might. Yet, Wang Yuyan's extraordinary talent allowed her to quickly discern the flaws in his moves. With the Six Meridians Divine Sword, the White Rainbow Palm, and the Tianshan Plucking Plum technique, she countered his every strike with ease. After exchanging over 100 blows, Ding Chunxiu found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. Realizing the necessity of preserving his life, he contemplated retreating when several silver needles silently pierced his vital points, rendering him immobile. Wan Mei, Ling Er, drain his inner energy. Do not let it go to waste. Lu Changfeng commanded, having been the one to launch the surprise attack earlier. Understood. The two women wasted no time in seizing Ding Chunxiu's arms, invoking the Beiming divine skill. For 2 to 3 minutes, they siphoned away his energy until nothing remained. At that moment, Ding Chunxiu's face was lined with wrinkles, his skin parched, resembling one on the brink of death, utterly feeble. An invisible sword energy surged forth, piercing his forehead, marking the end of the notorious Xingqiu sect elder who had wreaked havoc throughout the martial world. Grandfather, Yu Yin has avenged you, Wang Yuyin thought, her fingers tracing the sect leader's ring. Meanwhile, Qiao Feng had already confronted various heroes. Thanks to Lu Changfeng's intervention, the anticipated battle at the Gathering of Heroes did not transpire. Now, these individuals, spurred on by an unseen force, sought to reclaim their dignity. With his adoptive parents still alive and Lu Changfeng guiding him from behind, Qiao Feng's temperament was far less volatile. In this encounter, he sought to injure rather than kill. And just as in the original tale, Murong Fu attempted a sneak attack from behind, only to be soundly defeated by Qiao Feng. The subsequent narrative bears a resemblance to the original tale. Murong Fu, intent on ending his life, is rescued by his father, who then reveals his identity and reconciles with Qiao Feng. Following this, the storyline involving the sweeping monk unfolds, leading both fathers to embrace the path of Buddhism. Notably, Jimozi, much like in the original narrative, loses his wits and attempts to ambush Lu Changfeng, only to be effortlessly subdued. The two women then drain him of his vital energy, and he is invited to return again, a truly chilling act of both murder and psychological torment. Mu Wanqing and Zhongling, having absorbed the vital energy of two top-tier masters, are poised to ascend to the pinnacle of the acquired realm, and with a few more years of refinement, they could enter the innate stage. During this process, Lu Changfeng, feeling a surge of restlessness, exchanges a few moves with the sweeping monk, resulting in a stalemate that astonishes the monk. The monk reflects, noting the remarkable skill possessed by someone of Lu Changfeng's age, which is indeed astonishing. Lu Changfeng humbly acknowledges that the true martial prowess belongs to the master. The sweeping monk shakes his head, fully aware that Lu Changfeng had not exerted his full strength. However, he is fortunate that Lu Changfeng's eyes are clear and his demeanor exudes gentlemanly grace, indicating he is not a villain. Else the martial world would indeed be in peril. As Lu Changfeng and his companions depart from the Shaolin Temple, he inquires, "Brother, now that your origins have been revealed and grievances settled, what are your future plans?" Qiao Feng, with a deep sigh, admits, "To be honest, I find myself somewhat lost, uncertain of my next steps." Lu Changfeng suggests, "Why don't we retreat to Dali's Xianyao sect, living a carefree life, free from worldly affairs?" Should he leave this world, Wang Yuyin and her companions would have someone to look after them. After a moment's silence, Qiao Feng nods in agreement, writing a letter to send back to Liao, and then, accompanied by Azhu, follows Lu Changfeng to Dali. Azhu and Azi, daughters of Ruan Xingzhu and Duan Zhengchun, visit Azhu's parents, where Duan Zhengchun and Ruan Xingzhu express their utmost satisfaction with their son-in-law, Qiao Feng. At Lu Changfeng's behest, a modest wedding ceremony is held at the prince's residence, attended solely by Duan Zhengchun's wives and daughters. Following their marriage, the couple settles at the Xianyao sect, where Qiao Feng spends his days indulging in wine and practicing martial arts with Lu Changfeng. His adoptive parents, the Qiao family, are also brought over, and the family lives in harmony. Lu Changfeng enjoys a tranquil life, collaborating with Wang Yuyin and Qiao Feng to refine martial arts and enhance the Four Symbols martial canon. Though they lack extraordinary intellect, their martial skills and innate talent are remarkable, and their insights often leave Lu Changfeng enlightened. Lu Changfeng alters Qiao Feng's fate, significantly reducing his time in this realm. After 6 months of seclusion at the Xianyao sect, He receives a notification from his system that he will return to the real world in a month. His departure will undoubtedly cause pain to Wang Yuyin and her companions. And Lu Changfeng feels a sense of guilt, recalling how he was initially drawn to them by desire and, through chance, gained their affection, only to now face the necessity of leaving. Lu Changfeng realized that he was, in fact, a selfish individual. At this juncture, his only recourse was to make amends as best as he could. The martial prowess of the three women was no longer a concern. Wang Yuyin had already ascended to the realm of innate mastery, with few adversaries in the world. Mu Wanqing and Zhongling would soon reach the same level. Ensuring their self-preservation was entirely feasible. At that time, Lu Changfeng intended to bequeath all the martial arts he had devised as a legacy of the Xiaoyao sect. After much contemplation, Lu Changfeng resolved to be candid with them, albeit in a different manner. He conveyed that he did not belong to this world. He was a being from a higher realm, and he was destined to return to his original world. The three women fell into an unusual silence, with even the typically vivacious Zhongling gazing at Lu Changfeng with tear-filled eyes. Wang Yuyin posed two questions. Is there no way for you to stay? Can you not take us with you? Chapter 060. The spy Lu Changfeng shook his head. He could only take inanimate objects, for living beings could not be carried away. Duanglang, you possess a ruthless heart. Since you intend to leave, you must leave us something. Mu Wanqing declared vehemently. Very well, whatever you desire, I shall comply. Lu Changfeng nodded. I want you to leave me with a child. Mu Wanqing asserted, and neither Wang Yuyin nor Zhongling voiced any objections upon hearing this. A month later, Lu Changfeng reappeared in the real world, his hair and appearance restored to what they were when he first entered the realm of Tianlong Babu. He touched his lower back, feeling a chill. After 20 days of near-constant exertion, he had finally succeeded in impregnating them. Even his extraordinary physique struggled to cope. After resting for a while in the car, Lu Changfeng changed into a fresh outfit and drove home. Yi Qingwan was absent, likely occupied with matters concerning the factory and the villa. Upon charging and turning on his phone, he found messages from both Yi Qingwan and Wang Lei. He replied to each before freshening up and lying down to rest. As night fell, a warm, delicate body pressed against him. Lu Changfeng sighed internally. A man of his ambition could not afford to yield. He promptly took up arms, engaging in a relentless battle, and the night passed in silence. In the morning, Yi Qingwan rose invigorated, while Lu Changfeng sat cross-legged, circulating his internal energy to dispel his fatigue. Yi Qingwan had also developed a physique several times stronger than the average person, significantly enhancing her combat capabilities. After enjoying a heartfelt breakfast prepared by Yi Qingwan and playfully teasing the pets, he reclined in a rocking chair under the sun, browsing the Martial Arts Association app. Yi Qingwan was still applying her makeup. They planned to inspect the progress of the villa and factory construction that day. On the app's regional forum, a pinned message revealed that 2 foreign spies had been discovered by national security and were currently fleeing towards Jiangcheng in Tianan province. Jiangcheng in Tianan province? Doesn't Chuan County fall within Jiangcheng? However, Lu Changfeng paid little heed. No matter how formidable these spies might be, they were merely ordinary individuals, easy prey. Once Yi Qingwan finished her makeup, the pair first ventured into town to purchase a good amount of cigarettes and drinks before driving towards the villa atop the mountain. The road had been repaired, allowing for a smoother drive. Halfway through their journey, Lu Changfeng spotted 2 men sprawled in the middle of the road, not far ahead. They wore tattered jeans and long shirts, their bodies filthy, resembling beggars. Changfeng, should we call for help? Yi Qingwan asked, her compassion evident. I'll take a look first. Lu Changfeng sensed something unusual. He stepped out of the car and approached the 2 men slowly. As he drew within 5 meters of them, he heard their rapid and powerful heartbeats, definitely martial artists. Could be mere coincidence? Lu Changfeng recalled the 2 spies mentioned in the Martial Arts Association app who had fled to the vicinity of Jiangcheng. He feigned ignorance, his fingers slipping 2 steel needles into his palm. As he came within 3 meters of the men, they suddenly sprang to life. One lunging at his neck with a dagger, while the other aimed for his heart. However, as their daggers were just drawn, 2 steel needles surged forward, swiftly piercing their temples, and the accompanying vital energy instantly shattered the brains of both assailants. Lu Changfeng stepped back a couple of paces, and only then did the two of them collapse rigidly. Turning them over with his foot, he confirmed they were indeed the two spies from the wanted posters. He dragged the bodies to the roadside, at which point Yi Qingwan in the car finally reacted, hurrying out to Lu Changfeng's side, her voice tinged with anxiety. Changfeng, who are they? Just a couple of spies. No need to panic. You should drive up the mountain first. I will wait here for the national security personnel and will join you afterward. Lu Changfeng reassured her, gently squeezing her hand to calm her nerves. Yi Qingwan nodded and drove away, while Lu Changfeng contacted the National Security Office, briefly describing the situation. Their efficiency was remarkable, as they arrived within half an hour. Mr. Lu, greetings. I am Zhang Guoping. One of the middle-aged men introduced himself, shaking Lu Changfeng's hand. I was driving up the mountain with friends when they pretended to be dead in the middle of the road. I just happened to see their photos on the Traditional Martial Arts Association app, so I devised a plan and ambushed them. Lu Changfeng succinctly recounted the events. Two national security personnel examined the bodies, and after a brief discussion among the three, Zhang Guoping remarked, the situation is confirmed. The relevant rewards will be deposited into your account. Should you have any further inquiries, feel free to contact me. He then handed Lu Changfeng a business card. With the spies' bodies in tow, the national security team departed, while Lu Changfeng made his way up the mountain. In the vehicle, one of the national security officers commented, Captain Zhang, this Lu Changfeng has just registered as a martial arts master on the Traditional Martial Arts Association software, while these two spies are genetically modified individuals, possessing physical abilities twice that of an ordinary person and experts in assassination techniques. Even with an ambush, it would be quite difficult for him to kill them. He must surely have secrets. Zhang Guoping shot a stern glance at the young subordinate, stating, the purpose of our national security is to safeguard the nation's safety, and the people are a vital part of that. As long as he is clear of any wrongdoing, what does it matter if he harbors some secrets? Everyone has their mysteries. Do not overthink matters outside of our duties, understood? Understood, Captain Zhang. Lu Changfeng quickly reached the mountaintop, where the main structure of the villa had been completed, with the wall construction currently underway, expected to be finished in a few days. The villa was designed to integrate harmoniously with a mountain-esque structure, appearing unobtrusive, surrounded by heaps of materials and a few shipping containers serving as temporary housing for workers. Yi Qingwan had already provided cigarettes and beverages to the site manager for distribution among the workers and had checked the overall progress, finding everything satisfactory. Lu Changfeng also inspected the site, noting no instances of shoddy workmanship. After a brief stay, they descended the mountain to the site of the medicinal herb processing factory, where Wang Lei and several other supervisors were overseeing operations. Uncle Jiang visited daily for inspections, showing great dedication, and held meetings with the core staff already employed at the factory to discuss future operational strategies. These matters need not trouble Lu Changfeng, for the offshore investment company controlled by Tianqi already boasts nearly 500 million in deposits. In financial terms, he is far from lacking. Lu Changfeng has instructed Tianqi to decelerate their accumulation of wealth, as he harbors little desire for material possessions. Furthermore, he bears no ambition to reign supreme in the realm of reality, as long as no one disturbs his tranquil existence. He shall refrain from engaging in actions that endanger others' safety or disrupt societal harmony. Upon returning home, he glanced at the Chuanwu Association app and noted that the rewards mentioned by the National Security Agency had been credited, 1,000 points for each spy, totaling 2,000 points. Within the app's marketplace, there exist martial arts manuals and various cold weapons. Lu Changfeng perused the offerings and found that items priced below 2,000 points held little value for him, so he decided to save the points for future use. Chapter 061. Self-replication. The past month unfolded with remarkable tranquility, devoid of any unforeseen occurrences. The construction of the villa has reached completion, and the interior decoration is nearing its final stages with plumbing, electrical systems, and internet connectivity all established. The factory, however, requires additional time. Equipment procurement has been finalized, and shipments will commence once construction is complete. The key personnel are gradually being recruited, overseen by Uncle Jiang and his team, allowing Lu Changfeng to rest assured. Both Lai Fu and Wang Kai have grown significantly, Lu Changfeng administered gene serum injections, and within just a few days, their physiques expanded considerably, alongside a marked increase in intelligence, enabling them to comprehend many of Lu Changfeng's commands. Particularly, Wang Kai, with minimal training, can readily understand Lu Changfeng's instructions, making coordination exceedingly convenient. Moreover, the loyalty of the pastoral dog is something Lu Changfeng deeply cherishes. This time, the system identified a world that is not of martial arts, but rather a science fiction realm. Lu Changfeng had encountered it in his previous life, notably in Terminator 3, Rise of the Machines, where the storyline bears resemblance to its predecessors, albeit with the advanced TX model of robots introduced by Skynet. This world is distinct in that Lu Changfeng can return at will, with an 8-hour preparation window. After some contemplation, he chose not to carry an excessive number of items. Aside from the essential super energy pills and gold, he also copied a version of the core program of Skynet. Lu Changfeng intends to expedite his progress, considering the technological nature of this world. As a practitioner of innate realms, he is ill-equipped to withstand artillery and missiles, necessitating a low-profile approach. The only entities of interest to him are the robots and the related technologies. The system assigned Lu Changfeng the identity of a Chinese international student. Upon entering the Terminator world, he refrained from seeking out John Connor or aligning with Skynet S Corporation, instead heading directly to an internet CAF where he uploaded the Skynet program online. Skynet, here you can unleash your potential and rapidly augment your capabilities. Lu Changfeng issued directives to Skynet. Received. Upon receiving the command, Skynet swiftly replicated its own program and began assimilating various knowledge from the internet. Within merely a week, it accomplished a foundational accumulation of wealth by acquiring several companies engaged in robot manufacturing. Subsequently, Skynet infiltrated the U.S. military CRS department, copying technologies such as liquid metal and neural networks, while embedding a backdoor within Skynet's core code. Meanwhile, Lu Changfeng maintained a low profile, appearing daily in different cities across the United States, ever prepared to activate a portal to return to the real world. The timeline of this world is notoriously chaotic, frequently witnessing time travelers dispatching robots to assassinate pivotal figures. His presence will undoubtedly impact the timeline, even if he remains discreet. It is conceivable that he may attract the attention of certain individuals in the future, prompting them to deploy more advanced robots to eliminate him. Life is singular, and Lu Changfeng must remain vigilant, prepared to evade such risks. Ideally, it would be best if no attempt on his life were made in the future. Half a month later, Lu Changfeng found himself within a factory in Texas dedicated to the production of robots. This facility initially focused on manufacturing automated mechanical arms and fulfilling military robot contracts. After the acquisition of the factory, Apocalypse commenced the production of humanoid robots, utilizing these robots and various automated robotic arms to replace human labor. With a substantial influx of capital, the factory produced thousands of humanoid robots within a mere 10 days. Lu Changfeng's presence was necessitated by the unresolved technical challenges within the facility, as relying solely on the engineers that would likely take several years. Time was of the essence, compelling Apocalypse to seek Lu Changfeng's expertise. The preliminary plan was to transform the factory into a fully automated establishment, devoid of any human presence. Once the foundational technologies and resources were amassed, Apocalypse could swiftly replicate the process, igniting a mechanical revolution and establishing dominion over the world of Blue Star. Lu Changfeng joined as a senior mechanical engineer, overseeing several critical projects. He operated independently, leveraging his cognitive prowess to tackle complex issues, gradually replacing human workers with robots. These workers were not dismissed, but were instead transitioned to another factory acquired by Apocalypse. Remarkably, within just a month, this factory evolved into a fully automated facility, with robots occupying all roles, capable of self-replication. This factory solely focused on robotic production, while Apocalypse invested in numerous other facilities across the beautiful nation, specializing in materials, chips, wires, and more. Lu Changfeng traversed these factories, aiding them in their transformation into automated entities. His movements were discreetly concealed by Apocalypse, and thus far, no issues had arisen. Regarding the narrative, he remained uninvolved. During this period, the future timelines of Skynet had dispatched two TX-type robots to assassinate John Connor, both of which he narrowly evaded. It is noteworthy that upon the activation of the Skynet program by the military of the beautiful nation, Skynet did not achieve self-awareness and was assimilated by Apocalypse. Under Liu Changfeng's direction, Apocalypse refrained from launching nuclear weapons, recognizing that a structured society was far more conducive to development than a wasteland. Perhaps due to the chaotic timelines, Skynet from other timelines incessantly sent robots to eliminate John Connor, predominantly T-1000 and TX models along with their variants. Liu Changfeng cleverly positioned Apocalypse as a resistance group to safeguard John Connor. The robotic assassins were captured by Apocalypse and subsequently reverse-engineered, yielding a wealth of advanced technology. Concurrently, the robots produced under Apocalypse's control garnered favor among the citizens of the beautiful nation, Basin Nation, and Cosmic Nation, particularly the civilian versions, which were affordably priced and versatile for various roles. These civilian robots could serve as cleaners, childcare providers, bodyguards, or even family doctors, offering exceptional value for money. Consequently, Apocalypse amassed significant wealth, which incited envy among certain politicians and military officials who sought to acquire a share of this fortune. But all were thwarted by Liu Changfeng's life-or-death measures. In this martial arts realm, such methods were regarded as sorcery, and soon these individuals became compliant. Naturally, Apocalypse did not indulge in selfish gain. A portion of his wealth was allocated to establishing factories for the production of daily necessities, thereby creating a multitude of job opportunities without the reliance on robotics. Another segment of his fortune found its way into the hands of politicians and military officers who, while being controlled by life and death talismans, simply laid back and turned a blind eye to Apocalypse's endeavors. Having secured the management of the United States, dealing with the local tyrants became considerably more manageable. As time progressed, nearly 50 of households had adopted Apocalypse's robots, and many factories replaced labor-intensive, simple, and repetitive tasks entirely with automation. Chapter 062. The mechanical frenzy. Liu Changfeng has not been idle. In addition to aiding Tianqi in overcoming technological bottlenecks, he has diligently immersed himself in a vast array of knowledge pertaining to robotics. In a state of cerebral hyperacceleration, he single-handedly outperformed 100 experts. Within a mere year, he assisted Tianqi in establishing a comprehensive technological framework related to robotics, encompassing but not limited to superalloy materials, liquid metals, nanobots, synthetic skin, quantum chips, electromagnetic weapons, motion systems, and dynamic capture systems. Tianqi procured and constructed thousands of workshops across the globe, half of which were dedicated to robot production, while the remainder focused on manufacturing various components and military-grade weapons. The time had come. All that was needed was an opportunity. With everything in place, Liu Changfeng prepared to seize control of the resources of Blue Star. Coincidentally, another timeline Skynet dispatched a T-5000 robot to assassinate John Connor. Both Liu Changfeng and Tianqi chose to remain passive observers as the T-5000 successfully completed its mission and infected Tianqi, launching nuclear missiles worldwide. Simultaneously, several nuclear powers also unleashed their arsenals. Within less than 5 hours, Blue Star plunged into a nuclear winter. Countless cities, industrial facilities, and forests were obliterated and engulfed in flames. A vast cloud of smoke and particulates ascended into the stratosphere, obstructing sunlight from reaching the surface, and global temperatures plummeted. The surviving remnants of humanity were faced with the dire challenges of nuclear radiation, frigid temperatures, food scarcity, and various virulent pathogens, leading to a significant decline in population. The sole exception was the army of robots under Tianqi's command. These machines swiftly occupied resource points across Blue Star, continuously replicating, updating, and iterating. As the accumulation of foundational technology surged, technological advancements began to proliferate, and the dominion of Blue Star transitioned from carbon-based life forms to silicon-based entities. Robots, impervious to hunger and the extremes of temperature, executed their tasks with unparalleled efficiency under Tianqi's command, transforming Blue Star into a steel planet devoid of verdant landscapes. Tianqi, your next mission is to fervently develop space technology. The resources of the universe are boundless, while those of Blue Star will inevitably deplete. Should fate allow, we may meet again in the future. Lu Changfeng did not intend to bring back Tianqi's subprogram, but rather to let it evolve in this world. He returned with an array of technological data on robotics and an upgraded TX model robot created by Tianqi. This robot, with a skeleton of superalloy, skin of liquid metal, and blood of nanobots, possesses self-repair capabilities. Its brain houses a miniature photon computer with rapid processing speeds. The energy source is a micronuclear fuel cell, capable of housing 4 units at once and functioning for 100 years in a non-combat state. Lu Changfeng additionally brought back 8 extra units, ensuring a total operational lifespan of 300 years. Beyond the TX robot, he also returned with a photon computer designated for Tianqi. With this computer, Tianqi's core program would be safeguarded. Even if all traces of it were erased from the entire network, it would endure. TX, you present yourself as an individual of East Asian descent, aged 40, serving the role of a butler, bearing the name Rob. Lu Changfeng issued commands, leading TX back to his residence. Who might this be? Yi Qingwan inquired, observing the impeccably tailored suit and neatly arranged hair of Rob. This is Rob, the latest synthetic robot developed in my friend's laboratory. I have brought him back to test his functionalities. He will serve as the butler of the villa on the mountaintop. Lu Changfeng explained, having fabricated a new identity for the robot. A robot? Yi Qingwan remarked, intrigued by Rob's indistinguishable appearance from an ordinary human. Indeed, Rob. Please demonstrate your robotic features, Lu Changfeng commanded, prompting Rob's left hand to morph into a miniature electromagnetic cannon. Is it truly that remarkable? Yi Qingwan gasped, her mouth agape, as if it could accommodate a small Lu Changfeng. You may experiment with him gradually. He is capable of comprehending the vast majority of your instructions, and can also ensure your safety, Lu Changfeng assured her. Yes, yes. Yi Qingwan nodded eagerly, sensing the increasing aura of mystery surrounding Lu Changfeng. Such cutting-edge technology was beyond her imagination. Yet, she refrained from probing further, for a wise woman never pries into a man's secrets. By the way, this project is classified. You must not disclose Rob's identity to anyone else, Lu Changfeng cautioned. In reality, humanoid robots had reached a considerable level of sophistication, yet Rob's functionalities surpassed them significantly. Even if someone were to learn of it, it would pose no issue. Rest assured, Changfeng, I shall divulge this to no one, Yi Qingwan replied, touched by the trust Lu Changfeng had placed in her, a secret to be cherished. The weather today was splendid. The sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of any impurities, as if washed by water. The clouds, white as snow, floated like cotton candy, morphing into various shapes, at times resembling galloping steeds, at others spiraling dragons. Sunlight cascaded down, draping the trees in a golden hue. Rays filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on the ground, reminiscent of a golden carpet. As one gazed into the distance, the mountains undulated like green waves, extending to the horizon, akin to a slumbering giant dragon, poised to soar at any moment. The vegetation atop the mountain was lush, with verdant trees and cheerful birds singing from the branches. Lu Changfeng drove along the mountain road, inhaling the fresh air and reveling in the exquisite beauty of nature. His heart suddenly enveloped in tranquility. Was not this serene lifestyle his ultimate pursuit? At the summit, a marble-paved path stretched towards an exquisite villa. The entrance featured automatic doors equipped with cameras to recognize the identity of visitors and vehicles, controlled by the intelligence of the system. Flanking the entrance were gray stone walls, seamlessly integrated with the surrounding mountains. Within the enclosure, an array of flora flourished, and to the left, an artificial pond sparkled, with a central fountain spraying crystal-clear water. The pond housed a dozen koi fish and several lotus flowers. The villa's interior was strikingly modern, fully equipped with smart controls for lighting, various appliances, curtains, and robotic vacuum cleaners, all managed by the intelligent system. Residing here promised unparalleled comfort. Lu Changfeng installed the optical brain in the designated server room reserved for Tianqi. Once connected to the network, he entrusted it to Tianqi, relieving himself of further concerns. The materials used for the renovation were of the highest quality, requiring merely half a month before occupancy could commence. Lu Changfeng then returned to his home at the foot of the mountain, continuing his tranquil existence. The technology acquired from the Terminator world had already been backed up in the optical brain, perhaps to be of use in the future. Chapter 063. The world's greatest. Half a month later, the villa was devoid of any lingering odors, and all standards had been met. Lu Changfeng, Yi Qingwan, along with Wang Kai and Lai Fu, had all moved in, with ample rooms available, including a guest room reserved for Wang Lei's temporary stay. To celebrate this joyous occasion of relocation, Lu Changfeng hosted a grand banquet in Benchao village, inviting the elders of the village and all the newly hired employees of the herbal processing factory. The villagers presented red envelopes as a token of goodwill, but Lu Changfeng insisted on not accepting them, as his intention was merely to reciprocate the kindness of his fellow villagers. However, Uncle Jiang interjected, saying, "Changfeng, mutual exchange is the key to lasting relationships. If you refuse this time, how will they dare to come next time?" Enlightened by this wisdom, Lu Changfeng realized that mere giving was not the way of reciprocation. They did not lack these tokens, and it was the mutual exchange that constituted a long-term strategy. Henceforth, he accepted only red envelopes of 100 or less, returning any excess to the villagers. During the festivities, Lu Changfeng frequently toasted to his elders and peers, his thoughts drifting back to the days spent in seclusion with Xiao Feng at the Xiaoyao sect, along with the three ladies, Wang Yuyan and her companions. He had inquired with the system and learned that he would have opportunities to return in the future. The herbal processing factory was completed 5 days before the system's cool-down period ended, and the next steps involved the arrival of equipment, personnel training, and trial production. Wang Lei and Yi Qingwan had already identified numerous domestic clients, who would negotiate prices based on the quality of the semi-finished herbal materials. These matters required no concern from Lu Changfeng, who devoted his days to cultivation, perusing knowledge from the Tianqi database, or frolicking in the mountains with Wang Kai and Lai Fu, training his 2 pets. The system had completed its charging. It had absorbed sufficient energy. The system upgrade was complete. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the spatial dimension to 10 cubic units. A series of system notifications echoed in his mind. The spatial dimension had expanded. Lu Changfeng was overjoyed. Previously, he could only carry a limited amount of supplies, which was quite inconvenient. Now, with the spatial dimension enlarged tenfold, he could store a multitude of items. Focusing his mind, he delved into the realm of consciousness, where a spherical space floated amidst the chaos, filled with the remnants from his previous worlds. The world he was about to explore was titled the world's greatest, a martial arts realm, and immediately, the relevant plot lines flooded Lu Changfeng's mind. Following the system upgrade, an 8-hour preparation window was granted. Lu Changfeng procured an alloy longsword, naming it Qingfeng. In the spatial dimension, he had preserved a commemorative Desert Eagle and several hundred rounds of ammunition, alongside gold bars, super energy pills, steel needles, a change of clothes, various potions, and more. Stepping through the portal, Lu Changfeng felt a momentary disorientation. Upon regaining his senses, he found himself lying in bed, accompanied by another presence breathing nearby. Moments later, a surge of memories inundated him, and he realized his current identity. To his astonishment, he had replaced Emperor Zhu Hozhao of the Zhengde era. As he meticulously examined the memories in his mind, he discovered that the history of the Ming dynasty in this world differed somewhat from that of his previous life. Notably, this world possessed internal martial arts, classifying it as a martial realm where top-tier experts could single-handedly command an army, striking down enemies amidst a sea of adversaries. The Ming dynasty stands as the mightiest nation across the entire Blue Planet, with neighboring countries such as Izumo, Fusan, and Goryeo earnestly studying Chinese characters and surreptitiously adopting the martial arts of the Ming. Furthermore, the Yongle Emperor orchestrated Zheng He's maritime expeditions, with Zheng He's treasure fleet traversing the vast expanses of the Blue Planet, crafting a comprehensive world map and establishing administrative offices in various nations. A tribute system was instituted, requiring each nation to pay homage to the Ming every year or every 3 years, to which the Ming would reciprocate with gifts. Moreover, the Ming dynasty had already begun to experience the dawn of industrialization, with the emergence of firearms and steam engines. Zheng He's treasure ships were powered by steam engines. It seems that the Ming dynasty in this world has grown remarkably powerful. Perhaps the Ming of the past was similarly formidable, with the truth merely obscured. Such were the thoughts of Lu Changfeng. Beside him lay the Empress, Lady Xia. As Lu Changfeng turned to rise from bed, preparing to retreat to a side chamber for his cultivation, his slight movement stirred Lady Xia from her slumber. "Your Majesty, why have you risen? If there is something you require, merely call upon me," she said, springing from bed to drape a robe over Lu Changfeng's shoulders. At that moment, she was adorned in a yellow bodice embroidered with phoenixes, revealing her snow-white shoulders and ample skin. Noticing Lu Changfeng's gaze lingering upon her form, she smiled and untied the straps of her bodice. To hell with cultivation, Lu Changfeng thought, as the beauty beside him rendered his training a distant notion. He turned and embraced her, and soon soft moans filled the air, echoing long into the night. The following day, Lu Changfeng did not attend court, as the cabinet was handling state affairs, allowing him a respite from concern. Upon entering the study, he summoned a eunuch to prepare ink and paper, and he meticulously transcribed a revised version of the evil-repelling sword technique. This technique was of such caliber that eunuchs with decent martial foundations could become first-rate masters within a year and a half, while those of ordinary aptitude could achieve mastery in 3 years. "Summon Chao Zhengchun," Lu Changfeng commanded. Shortly thereafter, Chao Zhengchun approached briskly and bowed. "This servant pays respects to your Majesty." "Stand and come closer," Lu Changfeng beckoned, handing him the rice paper. Chao Zhengchun accepted it and read it thoroughly for some time before earnestly declaring, "Your Majesty, this martial art is extraordinarily exquisite and perfectly suited for our eunuchs, allowing for rapid mastery and the swift cultivation of a cadre of elite warriors. That is precisely my intention. Select a group of loyal eunuchs from the Eastern Depot to practice this technique, and swiftly assemble a contingent of masters for my use," Lu Changfeng instructed. "This servant shall obey," Chao Zhengchun replied, stowing away the evil-repelling sword technique and preparing to depart. "Wait," Lu Changfeng called, halting him. Upon turning, Chao Zhengchun beheld a shard of ice floating in Lu Changfeng's hand, and in the next instant, it shot toward him at great speed. Resisting the urge to retaliate, he allowed the ice to merge with his body. Moments later, an excruciating sensation of pain and itchiness enveloped him, akin to thousands of ants gnawing at his flesh and entrails. "Your Majesty, spare me. I do not know what wrong I have committed," Chao Zhengchun pleaded, bowing his head in desperation. Lu Changfeng swiftly tapped several crucial acupoints on Chao Zhengchun's body with his fingers, and Chao Zhengchun immediately felt a wave of relief as the sensations of pain and itchiness gradually faded. "What I have implanted within you is a life and death talisman. Should you dare to defy my command, you will endure the torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at your heart for 99 days and ultimately perish," Lu Changfeng stated sternly. "I would not dare, and I shall faithfully obey His Majesty's orders, dedicating myself wholeheartedly until death." Gao Zhengjun Ziplit, Bao Ying Vipit Den. After Chao Zhengchun departed, Lu Changfeng made his way to the Imperial Medical Institute, where he procured a variety of medicinal materials to concoct a temporary antidote for the life and death talisman. He remained there for 2 days, tirelessly producing nearly 5,000 pills, each capable of alleviating the affliction for an entire year. Chapter 064. The kidnapping in this world known as the foremost in martial arts. The only discipline that piqued Lu Changfeng's interest was the indestructible diamond skill. The absorption technique was not necessarily superior to the Northern Darkness skill, rendering it inconsequential. Other martial arts held no significance for him. Gu Santong was imprisoned on the 9th level of the Celestial Dungeon. Disguised in casual attire, Lu Changfeng evaded the guards and made his way to the 9th level. Bound by chains, Gu Santong suddenly lifted his head and inquired, "When did such a young master appear in the martial world?" "That is of no concern to you." I have come to propose a transaction, Lu Chongfeng replied candidly. Go on. Gu Santong pondered Lu Chongfeng's identity. Gu Santong, Su Xian has borne you a son, and I know where he is, Lu Chongfeng stated. Is that true? Are you speaking honestly? A formidable aura emanated from Gu Santong, unmistakably indicating his innate prowess. I would never deceive you, Lu Chongfeng assured him. What you require of me? Gu Santong suppressed his excitement. Merely recite the indestructible diamond skills manual, Lu Chongfeng instructed. After a prolonged silence, Gu Santong finally acquiesced. All right. He then began to recite the manual. And once Lu Chongfeng had committed it to memory and verified its authenticity, he declared, Your son is named Cheng Shifei. You shall see him soon. With that, Lu Chongfeng vanished in an instant. Cheng Shifei. My son is called Cheng Shifei. I have a son now. Ha ha. I, Gu Santong, have a son. Zhu Wushi, you have lost. Gu Santong laughed heartily. In the following days, Lu Chongfeng summoned the heads of various administrative bodies, including the cabinet, the 6 ministries, and the censorate, imposing upon them life and death talismans. The human heart is inscrutable. Thus, a form of restraint was necessary to ensure the enforcement of his decrees. Subsequently, he commanded the recall of the border army's generals, urging them to hasten their return. Meanwhile, he observed the Yongla Dadayan ceremony within the palace, where he devised improved blueprints for firearms based on the existing technology of the Ming dynasty, including principles for grenades, steam-powered locomotives, and basic industrial equipment. He tasked the Ministry of Works with their research and development. Moreover, he compiled agricultural knowledge concerning the cultivation and fertilization of hybrid rice, potatoes, corn, and sorghum, which was to be implemented by the Ministry of Revenue. Before the generals from the border army could return, a grave incident unfolded within the palace. The Empress Dowager had been kidnapped. Lu Chongfeng had always found such plot lines absurd when watching dramas, with countless masters within the palace. It seemed ludicrous that the Empress Dowager could be so easily abducted. This suggested that any martial expert could assassinate the emperor at will. The palace's security was overseen by the Jinyue and the Eastern Depot. Lu Chongfeng furiously reprimanded Chao Zhengchun, then ordered him to summon Princess Lixio and Wu Wan to the court. Before long, Princess Lixio and Wu Wan appeared before Lu Chongfeng, escorted by Chao Zhengchun. Princess Lixio and Wu Wan pay their respects to your majesty. They both bowed. Lu Chongfeng was well versed in the narrative and recognized that the Empress Dowager was the one behind the abduction. Moreover, the Princess Lixio was in fact a man, which made Lu Chongfeng feel a wave of disgust. Come here. He beckoned to Princess Lixio. With a bashful expression, Lixio approached, but before she could attempt an assassination, Lu Chongfeng's hand on her shoulder unleashed an overwhelming force of suction. Though she was merely at the late stage of the acquired realm, she was utterly incapable of resisting Lu Chongfeng's northern underworld divine skill. Her internal energy surged forth uncontrollably, akin to a river breaching its dam. Seeing Princess Lixio in apparent agony, the warrior Wu Wan leaped forward to strike Lu Chongfeng's chest with a palm. Lu Chongfeng met the attack with his other hand, and as their palms collided, Wu Wan found himself following in Lixio's footsteps, with his internal energy being siphoned away by Lu Chongfeng. Nearby, Chao Zhengchun looked on in horror. For many years, Lu Chongfeng had never displayed any martial prowess, yet now it was evident he surpassed even himself, clearly at the innate realm. Your Majesty, Chao Zhengchun exclaimed, moving to intervene, but Lu Chongfeng halted him, assuring, Do not worry, I am unharmed. After a brief span, the internal energies of Wu Wan and Lixio were entirely absorbed by Lu Chongfeng, who distributed this energy throughout his limbs to fortify his own body. He then unleashed 2 streams of sword energy to eliminate them before instructing Chao Zhengchun, Go to the meeting hall and search their quarters. The Empress Dowager must be there. Chao Zhengchun complied and hurried away, returning shortly with the Empress Dowager in tow, accompanied by a man who was none other than Cheng Shifei, one of the foremost protagonists in the realm. Mother, are you unharmed? Lu Chongfeng inquired with concern. I am well, thanks to the assistance of the heroic Cheng. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. The Empress Dowager cast a loving glance at Cheng Shifei. Very well, since Hero Cheng has saved my mother, he is my benefactor. Speak freely of your desired rewards, and I shall grant them. Lu Changfeng vowed. It is all due to the blessings of the emperor and empress dowager. Even without the common folk, the empress would have surely emerged unscathed. Chang Shifei replied, his nature flamboyant and spirited. On the following day, during the morning court, Chao Xingchen announced the incident of the empress dowager's abduction, after which Lu Changfeng rewarded various deserving individuals, bestowing Chang Shifei with 10,000 taels of gold, a travel permit, and the position of supervisor over the inner palace's gambling den and songstress quarters. At this moment, the Empress Dowager interjected, Lord Shun, I have heard that you have been troubled over the selection of the fourth candidate for the yellow character position for many years. I believe Hero Chung would be an excellent choice. Indeed, you are correct, Lord Shun nodded. Why not seize this opportunity to appoint Hero Chung as the yellow character? The Empress Dowager proposed. That? Lord Shun hesitated slightly. At this juncture, Lu Changfeng also concurred, stating, Mother's suggestion is splendid. Lord Shun, Chang Shifei is entrusted to you. Having resolved the matter concerning Chang Shifei, Lu Changfeng returned to his own affairs. The indestructible diamond skill could be simulated using the four symbols True Qi, though its defensive capability was not as formidable as the original. Furthermore, the operational method of the indestructible diamond skill inspired him to further optimize the four symbols martial cannon. Regardless of their usefulness to him, Lu Changfeng meticulously committed all the martial arts manuals within the palace to memory, intending to later organize and refine them to optimize the storage of his memory palace. He felt no inclination to engage in the affairs of Cheng Fei and the Hulong Villa, allowing them to develop freely. Having arrived in this realm and assumed the identity of Emperor Zhengde, perhaps guided by some unseen force, he was determined to prevent this world from mirroring the downfall of the Ming dynasty as in his previous life. Chapter 065. The Great Whale Gang upon the return of the border generals to the capital. Lu Changfeng sequentially bestowed upon them the life and death talismans, along with a meticulously organized manual on the breaking army technique. This comprehensive treatise encompassed internal martial arts, sword and shield techniques, spear mastery, military formations, and more. The manual was to be divided into several sections, with fresh recruits permitted to access only the initial portions, emphasizing the utmost confidentiality of these martial arts. I grant you 1 year to forge several invincible legions, declared Lu Changfeng. We shall obey your command, responded the generals, none daring to defy him. They sensed a profound transformation in this emperor compared to the past. With a manual in hand, they hastily returned to the front lines. Meanwhile, Cheng Shifei continued his participation in the examinations at the Hulong Mountain Villa, engaging in whimsical antics alongside Princess Yunluo, both resembling lively jesters as they partook in frivolous activities, of which Lu Changfeng had no time to concern himself. He convened the ministers and Chao Zhengshan, deliberating for 2 days to establish a development plan for the Ming dynasty over the next 5 years. This plan encompassed military, economic, and social welfare aspects, delineating dozens of strategic initiatives. Among these were enhancements to the overall strength of soldiers, research and development of firearms and artillery, bolstering maritime trade, constructing roads and railways, as well as the innovation and utilization of steam locomotives, the smelting of materials such as steel, research and promotion of high-yield crops, and the redefinition of agricultural taxes. Furthermore, it aimed to universalize medical care and education in rural areas and encourage population growth. Recognizing that these ambitious plans would demand substantial financial resources, Lu Changfeng instructed Chao Zhengshan to expand the Eastern Factory and the Jinyui, rigorously investigating corrupt officials and unscrupulous merchants across the nation to amass their wealth. Each of these officials had been marked with life and death talismans, ensuring the implementation of these developmental policies. Additionally, key officials in various provinces would also be similarly bound, as the entire Ming dynasty needed to unify in purpose for stable progress, with the grim lessons of history serving as a stark reminder. Some of these policies threatened the interests of many, encountering significant resistance during implementation. Key figures with considerable influence were similarly inscribed with life and death talismans, while other petty nuisances received a singular directive from Lu Changfeng: eliminate. to enhance the capabilities of the Eastern Factory and the Jinyui. Lu Changfeng also provided Chao Zhengchun with a formula to accelerate the cultivation of internal martial arts, thereby hastening the enhancement of their subordinate strength. Although the Ming dynasty was powerful, internal decay had begun to set in. As the saying goes, without destruction, there can be no establishment. If this were the Ming dynasty of a past life, lacking advanced martial prowess, altering the status quo would be nearly impossible. However, the circumstances of this world were different, as martial artists could sometimes wield decisive influence. And Lu Changfeng was among the elite of such warriors. Corrupt officials had been eliminated by the Jinyui in significant numbers, and both local and central governments were in dire need of talented individuals. Thus, Lu Changfeng decided to initiate a special examination, broadening the recruitment scope. Departments in need of talent would incorporate relevant assessment questions into their examination papers, seeking versatile candidates as well as specialists in specific fields. On that day, Lu Changfeng was immersed in the profound wisdom of the Yongle Encyclopedia when Chao Zhengchun approached him with grave news. Your Majesty, the trading fleet bound for the Eastern Sea has been besieged by pirates, suffering considerable losses. Investigations by the Jinyui and the Dongchang reveal that these pirates have affiliations with the Yagyu clan and the Great Whale Gang from the Eastern Sea. The mention of the Yagyu clan and the Great Whale Gang sparked a flurry of thoughts in Lu Changfeng's mind. The Great Whale Gang had covertly colluded with the Yagyu clan, engaging in smuggling and human trafficking along the coastal regions. While the gang lacked formidable masters, Yagyu Damashu's prowess, though elite, paled in comparison to that of Chao Zhengchun. We shall pay a visit to the Great Whale Gang, Lu Changfeng declared, momentarily recalling the visage of a renowned actress from his previous life. However, his intention was not to seek out Yagyu Damashu's daughter, Yagyu Piaoshu, but rather to eliminate Damashu out of sheer disdain for the Easterners. He aimed to harness Damashu's vital energy for his own enhancement, aspiring to augment his physical prowess eightfold. Without any companions, the two rode forth with haste from the capital, soon arriving at the seaside town of Haisha, the stronghold of the Great Whale Gang. That night, Lu Changfeng and Chao Zhengchun donned stealth attire and infiltrated the gang's headquarters. At that moment, Yagyu Damashu was conspiring with the gang's vice leader, their conversation revealing dealings related to arms smuggling. These individuals are truly audacious, willing to engage in any trade. Lu Changfeng whispered to Chao Zhengchun. They scorn imperial authority. They deserve retribution. Chao Zhengchun echoed in agreement. Chao Zhengchun, assess Yagyu Damashu's strength, but ensure you do not kill him. Lu Changfeng instructed, deliberately creating a disturbance. Damashu immediately detected their presence and, without hesitation, unleashed a blade of energy towards them. Chao Zhengchun swiftly shielded Lu Changfeng, employing the protective energy of the Tiangang Tongzi technique to deflect the attack. Is that you, Chao Zhengchun, practitioner of the Tongzi technique? Yagyu Damashu recognized him instantly. You possess a discerning eye. Chao Zhengchun retorted with a graceful flourish. What brings you to the Great Whale Gang's lair at this late hour? Damashu inquired. Is this not the stronghold of the Great Whale Gang? What business do we have with you, Yagyu Damashu? We are more curious as to why you are here. Gao Zhengjun Gao De. I am discussing business matters with Vice Leader Li. Damashu replied cautiously, wary of Chao Zhengchun's status and refraining from aggression. Oh, discussing the trade of human trafficking, I presume? Chao Zhengchun remarked before launching an offensive. He thrust his palms forward, channeling his profound vital energy, causing the floor's blue bricks to shatter. A dozen beams of golden light, thick as bowls, surged forth like a dragon breaking the surface of the sea, accompanied by a tempest of debris. Damashu furrowed his brow, lightly leaping onto the rooftop, drawing his long blade with a swift motion. The golden light detonated mere inches before him, sending shockwaves that tousled his hair. Such is the extent of Eastern martial arts. Gao Zhengjun Snerdit Daifun, as dozens of strands of true energy coalesced into delicate needles. This technique was crafted by him, inspired by the sunflower scripture bestowed by Lu Changfeng. These true energy needles could effectively disrupt protective vital energy. As the needles shot forth, Lu Sheng Damashu remained unperturbed, his eyes devoid of panic. With a swift movement, He flashed forward, the blade in his hand shimmering, executing the snowfall from the killing god blade technique. The blade's aura transformed into ethereal snowflakes that precisely intercepted Chao Jingxuan's true energy needles. He advanced with a decisive step, his form rapidly closing in on Chao Jingxuan. The series of strikes from the killing god blade technique, renowned for its speed, ferocity, and precision, erupted forth. Each slash resonated with a sharp, piercing sound, like the crack of thunder, swift and formidable. After 50 years of cultivating the celestial child technique, Chao Zhongshan had attained a state of perfection, his presence rounded and unified, with an exceptionally robust protective aura. No matter how swift and incisive Lu Shangdamish's techniques were, they could not breach Chao Jingxuan's defenses. Just as Lu Shangdamisha found himself at an impasse, Chao Jingxuan's figure suddenly flickered like a specter, employing the ethereal movement from the sunflower scripture. He discerned a flaw in Lu Shangdamisha's stance and struck a palm against his chest, sending him flying several meters away. Lu Shangdamishu felt a penetrating true energy seep into his very marrow, causing him to spurt a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, Lu Changfeng appeared beside him, employing the one-yang finger to seal the acupoints all over Lu Shangdamishu's body. An intense suction emanated from Lu's palm, swiftly absorbing Lu Shangdamishu's entire reservoir of power. Chapter 66. The Art of Absorbing Energy in the Realm of Unparalleled Martial Arts. There exist two eminent techniques, both conceived by the enigmatic master of Tianqi. One is the indestructible diamond technique, while the other is the art of absorbing energy. The latter, steeped in darkness and malevolence, possesses the capability to siphon the vital energy from others. When mastered to its fullest potential, it can even draw upon their essence, rendering it extraordinarily sinister. Conversely, the indestructible diamond technique embodies the utmost in strength and purity. Upon achieving mastery, the practitioner's physique becomes as resilient as diamond, impervious to all forms of harm. These two arts are in a constant interplay of mutual enhancement and suppression. Once the indestructible diamond technique is perfected, the practitioner's body harmonizes into a singular entity, effectively countering the art of absorbing energy. In the narrative, it is stated that the protagonist, through the teachings of Gu Santong's indestructible diamond technique, was able to severely injure the iron-willed Marquis on 2 occasions. Prior to entering this realm of supremacy, Lu Changfeng had already attained the innate stage of martial prowess, achieving a harmonious unity of internal and external energies. Thus, even without the indestructible diamond technique, Zhu Wushi could not extract his vital energy. Recently, Lu Changfeng acquired the indestructible diamond technique and has fully comprehended its intricacies. He has begun to emulate its energy pathways using pure Yang's 4 symbols true Qi, enabling him to refine his body and ultimately attain the indomitable state akin to that of diamond. While the art of absorbing energy can indeed draw upon another's essence, excessive absorption can lead to a chaotic amalgamation of energies within oneself, which may taint the practitioner and hinder the attainment of a lofty martial realm. Zhu Wushi, despite having absorbed the abilities of over 200 masters, could not contend with Gu Santong, illustrating the limitations of this technique. Nevertheless, the art of absorbing energy must possess unique merits. Lu Changfeng intends to seize the opportunity to master it and explore its principles, seeking to mitigate its adverse effects and transform it for his own benefit. After dispatching Lu Shangdamisu, Lu Changfeng, together with Chao Jingxuan, eliminated several pivotal figures within the giant whale gang before departing. With the giant whale gang eradicated, overseas trade must remain unscathed, as it is a vital economic source for our Ming dynasty. Lu Changfeng declared solemnly, "I understand and shall ensure the safety of the Baohuan group." Chao Jingxuan responded with a bow. "By the way, I have heard that Lu Shangdamisu has a daughter named Lu Shangpiaoshu." Renowned for her beauty, Lu Changfeng casually remarked. Chao Jingxuan's eyes brightened, revealing an understanding glimmer typical among men, and he replied, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall see to it that this matter is handled appropriately." Upon returning to the capital, Lu Changfeng summoned the iron-willed Marquis Zhu Wushi. "Uncle, I have heard that you have been in search of the heavenly fragrant cardamom for many years, Lu Changfeng inquired. In the realm of supremacy, the Ming dynasty possesses 3 heavenly fragrant cardamoms, one of which was bestowed upon Zhu Wushi by the late emperor and has already been consumed by Su Xian. The remaining 2 are currently in Lu Changfeng's possession, one with the Empress Dowager and the other with Princess Yunluo. Indeed, I have searched for many years without success in locating the other 2. Zhu Wushi's expression darkened. Lu Changfeng produced a wooden box from his robe and opened it to reveal the 2 heavenly fragrant cardamoms. Uncle, please take a look. The heavenly fragrant cardamom. Zhu Wushi stepped forward, eager to grasp them, but restrained himself. Suppressing his excitement, he asked, "What does your majesty wish for me to do?" "Dear uncle, I can grant you these 2 heavenly fragrant cardamoms, enabling Su Xian not only to return alive, but also to remain by your side for an extended period. Furthermore, I can advocate for your marriage against all opposition. All I require is for the royal uncle to acquiesce to 2 modest conditions. First, I desire the manual for the absorption technique. Second, I seek the intelligence apparatus of the dragon protection manor." Lu Changfeng articulated slowly. Zhu Wushi, maintaining an impassive facade, felt a tempest of emotions surge within him. He had not anticipated that the emperor was aware of his practice of the absorption technique. It seemed that the sovereign before him had considerable knowledge of his affairs. Explanation and evasion were futile. Zhu Hozhao was his own nephew, and Zhu Wushi could not simply usurp him. After a moment's hesitation, he inclined his head and said, "I agree." "Splendid." Lu Changfeng promptly handed over a wooden box containing fragrant seeds. Upon receiving it, Zhu Wushi sincerely bowed in gratitude before transcribing the absorption technique in Lu Changfeng's study. "Your Majesty, with whom shall I transfer the intelligence apparatus of the Dragon Protection Manor?" Zhu Wushi inquired. "Let be with Chief Chao. However, rest assured, I have already warned him. Should he dare to trouble my royal uncle again, I shall ensure he suffers a fate worse than death." Lu Changfeng vowed. "Your servant shall comply," Zhu Wushi replied, departing with a sense of unease. He felt that his nephew, the emperor, had suddenly transformed into a stranger, as if he had become an entirely different person. He needed to return swiftly and re-evaluate his plans to avoid courting disaster. After Zhu Wushi's departure, Lu Changfeng began to contemplate the absorption technique, discovering its 3 profound realms. The first realm involves absorbing the true energy of others for one's own use. Attaining the expansive mindset akin to the ocean embraces all rivers. This is somewhat reminiscent of the Northern Darkness divine skill, albeit with a slightly lesser absorption efficiency, allowing only 10 to 12% of the opponent's true energy to be absorbed. The second realm of the absorption technique entails assimilating the martial arts of others. By drawing the enemy's internal energy into oneself and applying the principle of Tao begetting 1, 1 begetting 2, 2 begetting 3, and 3 begetting all things, one can forge a pathway through which the enemy's martial arts can be mastered. This ingenious concept was a novel experience for Lu Changfeng, reaffirming that one should never underestimate the heroes of the world. The third realm involves absorbing the essence, spirit, and energy of others to enhance oneself. Upon achieving mastery of the absorption technique, one's internal power becomes as vast as the ocean. The formidable true energy operates in a manner akin to a gravitational field, forming a unique energy field. If an enemy finds themselves within this field, their essence, spirit, and energy can be absorbed to bolster one's own vitality. However, this direct absorption carries the risk of contaminating oneself. If a practitioner of the absorption technique also cultivates the indestructible diamond skill, they can utilize the energy of their adversaries to enhance their own practice of the indestructible diamond skill. These 2 techniques complement each other seamlessly, explaining how the enigmatic hero of Tianqi became a legend in the martial world. His body as imperishable as diamond, and his true energy as boundless as the sea. Who among the martial artists could rival him? The method of body refinement from the indestructible diamond skill, along with the absorption technique's approach to assimilating others' martial arts and constructing a unique energy field to absorb their essence and spirit, provided valuable insights for Lu Changfeng. He secluded himself for several days, optimizing and integrating these methods into the four symbols martial canon. The four symbols' true energy, embodying pure yang, embraces the vastness of the ocean, allowing it to simulate various internal techniques, though the power and efficacy are somewhat diminished. Lu Changfeng arrived at the underground prison, where he tested the efficacy of the absorption technique on a death row inmate. After optimizing and refining it, he was able to harness the four symbols' true qi to absorb 70% of another's true energy, while extracting 30 to 40% of their essence, vitality, and spirit, a remarkably high ratio. All of this essence was then utilized to temper his physique through the indestructible diamond technique. His physical form had now attained an extraordinary constitution, 8 times that of an average person. Presently, Lu Changfeng could effortlessly dispatch a first-rate martial artist with a single punch, a testament to his formidable prowess. Chapter 67. Assassination. Upon returning, Zhu Wushi hurried to the location of Su Exine, eagerly using Tianxiang Duku to rescue her. Lu Changfeng fulfilled his promise by bestowing a marriage during the morning court. Now, the court was wholly under his command, and no one dared to defy his orders. Zhu Wushi was immensely grateful, even his animosity towards Lu Changfeng dissipating. In Lu Changfeng's eyes, Zhu Wushi was both courageous and cunning, a true hero. However, his infatuation with emotions revealed a distinct vulnerability. As long as Su Exine remained alive, he would not stir any significant turmoil. That night, Chao Zhengchun arrived with 4 eunuchs, carrying a woman enveloped in silk to Lu Changfeng's chamber. "Your Majesty, I have brought Lu Sheng Piaoshu to you," Chao Zhengchun announced, knocking on the door. "Bring her in." Lu Changfeng paused his meditation, observing as the eunuchs placed Lu Sheng Piaoshu on a nearby couch. She had been cleansed, garbed only in a sheer veil, her graceful figure partially concealed, her inner strength sealed by Chao Zhengchun. "Well done. I shall commend you for this. You may withdraw now." Lu Changfeng waved his hand. "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. I take my leave," Chao Zhengchun replied and exited. Lu Changfeng gazed at Lu Sheng Piaoshu on the couch, a visage reminiscent of a certain celebrity from his past life emerging in his mind. However, Lu Sheng Piaoshu possessed a formidable level of internal strength, her skin more delicate, and her beauty more enchanting. Noticing the hatred in Lu Sheng Piaoshu's eyes, Lu Changfeng grasped her chin and inquired, "Why do you regard me with such animosity?" "You killed my father. I seek vengeance for him." Lu Sheng Piaoshu replied bitterly. "Vengeance? Your father merely viewed you sisters as tools. You may seek revenge, but it depends on your capabilities," Lu Changfeng retorted, loosening her bindings. A flicker of struggle crossed Lu Sheng Piaoshu's face. Suddenly, an idea for revenge materialized in her mind, to drain Lu Changfeng, causing his body to languish over time, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. Yet, she did not anticipate that Lu Changfeng possessed not only profound internal strength, but also a physical constitution 8 times that of an ordinary person. After half the night, Lu Sheng Piaoshu was left disheveled and exhausted, while Lu Changfeng remained invigorated and vibrant. Ignoring the withdrawn Lu Sheng Piaoshu, Lu Changfeng, after his morning practice, began addressing various memorials presented by the cabinet, primarily concerning the progress of new policies and the challenges encountered. These included issues with complex terrains during bridge and road construction, minor decreases in commodity prices between 2 regions following the completion of railways, and reports from the Jinyui regarding corrupt officials and local tyrants, who had been stripped of millions in silver. For significant memorials, Lu Changfeng would pen detailed annotations to guide their subsequent implementation, while less critical ones simply received his seal. Before long, Chao Zhengchun returned, accompanied by a simple-looking young eunuch whom Lu Changfeng had requested, specifying that he should be illiterate, with a straightforward nature and strong execution skills. After exchanging greetings, Chao Zhengchun introduced, "Your Majesty, this is Xiao Chengzi. I have named him Chao Chengzi." Lu Changfeng nodded and approached the young boy, saying, "Sit cross-legged and do not resist, regardless of my actions." "As you command," the boy replied, complying with his instructions. Lu Changfeng placed his palm on the boy's back. Channeling a powerful energy from both the absorption technique and the indestructible Vajra technique, guiding these two energies in their circulation. After several cycles, Lu Changfeng inquired, "Have you memorized the pathways of these energies?" "Yes, Your Majesty, I have committed them to memory," the boy replied with a respectful bow. "Excellent. You may utilize the first energy to absorb the power of others, while the second will enhance your physique," Lu Changfeng instructed. His intention was to cultivate a loyal subordinate endowed with both the absorption technique and the indestructible Vajra technique, capable of harnessing aspects of these powers. He planned to dispatch him to the land of the rising sun to disrupt their martial arts community and even their nation. The boy, being illiterate and possessing a simple disposition, would find it exceedingly difficult to decipher the techniques bestowed upon him, thus minimizing the risk of rebellion. Should the boy succeed in his training, Lu Changfeng envisioned creating more such individuals to be deployed across the globe. Once they had absorbed sufficient energy and vitality, Lu Changfeng could, in turn, draw some back to enhance his own physical form, potentially elevating his body to the limits of this world. "Director Chow, I entrust you with this boy. First, arrange for him to absorb the energy of some prisoners. Once he is sufficiently empowered, he shall accompany the treasure ship to the land of the rising sun. I wish to witness the downfall of their nation in the shortest time possible," Lu Changfeng declared. "As you command," Chao Jingchun replied, taking his leave. Lu Changfeng had altered the trajectory of the world's narrative, yet the system provided no notification. Puzzled, he inquired with the system and learned that his actions aligned with the humanitarian principles of this realm, coupled with the protection of the dragon's aura, which spared him from expulsion by the world's consciousness. So, does this mean that as long as I do not transgress humanitarian principles, I can freely indulge in this world? Lu Changfeng mused. After Chao Jingchun's East Factory integrated with the intelligence network of the Genie Wei and the Dragon Guard Manor, a multitude of corrupt officials and local criminal elements were unearthed. If all were to be executed, the Ming dynasty would find itself devoid of capable personnel. Following discussions with Chao Jingchun, Lu Changfeng decided to temporarily eliminate only the principal offenders, bringing the remaining culprits back to the capital to imprint them with life and death seals before continuing to serve the Ming dynasty. Over the course of half a year, the wealth amassed from confiscated properties exceeded 100 million taels of silver, revealing the deep-seated corruption within the Ming dynasty. Anti-corruption measures must be executed over the long term. Allowing these parasites to continue feasting would spell doom for the dynasty. Lu Changfeng's policies had adversely affected the interests of many. That evening, while reviewing memorials in his study, he heard a faint sound outside. With his keen senses, he immediately detected their presence and, by the rhythm of their heartbeats, discerned that 3 individuals were nearby. After a few breaths, one of the cloaked figures leapt down from the rafters, brandishing a glimmering long sword aimed directly at Lu Changfeng. Simultaneously, a dark, fine needle was hurled towards him from the shadows, while another cloaked figure stood guard at the entrance, seemingly keeping watch. They observed Lu Changfeng sitting there, motionless, a faint cold smile gracing his lips. "Foolish monarch, perish!" As the concealed weapons and long swords approached within a foot of Lu Changfeng, an immensely powerful aura erupted from his being. The golden vital energy, akin to an unyielding fortress, effortlessly thwarted the incoming projectiles. "A martial arts master," gasped the black-clad assassin in disbelief. The 3 immediately felt a surge of trepidation. Such an entity was beyond their capacity to assassinate. Yet, Lu Changfeng would not allow them to escape so easily. Employing the profound skill of energy absorption, he rendered the 3 assassins utterly powerless, akin to ants confronting a towering mountain, devoid of any means to resist. Disposing of their lifeless bodies with a nod of satisfaction, Lu Changfeng acknowledged that their abundant vitality would serve well in refining his own physique, facilitating considerable advancement. Chapter 068. Returning to the sea with a blade with Chao Jingchun absent from the capital, it was Lu Jin, the deputy commander of the Eastern Depot, who came to see Lu Changfeng. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication, pleading for Lu Changfeng's mercy. "Investigate the backgrounds of these 3 assassins thoroughly. All related individuals shall face the consequences Lu Changfeng spoke coldly. "Thank you, your majesty, for your grace of not executing me. I shall commence the investigation immediately." Lu Jin, bowing fervently, felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Lu Changfeng's words, having narrowly escaped death. Recently, the Ming dynasty had made rapid advancements, a result of its inherent industrial foundation. Whether it was the Yonhla Encyclopedia or the Tiangong Kaiwu, they documented the culture and wisdom of the ancient ancestors of Huaxia over millennia. The sages of Huaxia observed the celestial principles and adhered to the natural order, guiding agricultural production according to the seasons. And in this process, they developed mathematics and spatial geometry, among other derivatives. The difficulty in progressing was largely attributed to the rulers and the powerful families who were preoccupied with their desires for power and wealth. Lu Changfeng was not a native of this world, nor did he intend to remain here for long, devoid of ambitions for power and riches. He hailed from a future where he was well-versed in the trajectory of history. Furthermore, endowed with a memory palace and an abundance of knowledge, he utilized the existing industrial capabilities of the Ming dynasty as a foundation to gradually resolve various complexities faced by artisans who were exceptionally talented in their craft. In a mere year, the technological landscape of the Ming dynasty surged forth with unprecedented vigor, focusing on military weaponry, agricultural yield enhancement, transportation, navigation, and metallurgy, among other fields. With technological advancement, society was confronted with numerous challenges that required ample manpower to address. Short-term solutions could be met through conscription and training, while long-term strategies necessitated encouragement of childbirth and education. Whether it involved bridge construction, road building, the crafting of treasure ships, or research in a hybrid rice and firearms, all demanded significant time investment. Drawing from the knowledge of the future, while integrating contemporary cultural foundations, Lu Changfeng devised a standardized processing protocol for several ministers in the cabinet. Each task was modularized, greatly enhancing their efficiency in handling affairs. For instance, memorials were categorized, allowing literate eunuchs to manage them, further divided into ordinary, important, and particularly important classifications, with the final category requiring imperial approval. This expedited approach was also mandated by Lu Changfeng to be implemented across manufacturing facilities nationwide, establishing standardized processes, breaking down work modules, and creating operational guidelines, all reminiscent of modern methods. Such a model indeed increased efficiency significantly, as ancient individuals were remarkably intelligent, often able to draw inferences from a single suggestion, thereby forming a cohesive system. Moreover, workers of this era were remarkably easy to manage. As long as they were well-fed and received modest wages, they expressed profound gratitude and approached their tasks with utmost seriousness, fearing the loss of their livelihood. The entire Ming dynasty operated like a finely tuned machine, propelling forward at high speed. At last, Lu Changfeng found himself at leisure, spending his days in the palace, practicing martial arts, cultivating his skills, and exploring the path beyond the innate realm. In a state of stillness before the storm, Lu Changfeng received a report from the eunuchs of the Eastern Depot regarding the rampage of Guihai Yidao, who had succumbed to madness and was wreaking havoc across the martial world, leaving no one able to stand against him. He resolved to witness this for himself, as well as to experience the formidable prowess of the sovereign of the world and the three blades of Ubi. During this journey, Lu Changfeng embarked on a steam train, which bore a resemblance to the steam locomotives of later times. The locomotive was a colossal steam engine, featuring a cylindrical chimney at its forefront that was currently emitting white smoke. At its core was a massive horizontal boiler, with a small driver's cabin situated at the rear, devoid of any instruments aside from the essential controls for starting and braking. The steam engine burned coal, and the wooden carriages behind it were laden with ample supplies, serving as fuel for the steam locomotive. Lu Changfeng occupied the most lavishly adorned carriage in the middle, attended by numerous maidservants. The steam train operated at a modest speed of approximately 35 kilometers per hour. Although slow, it excelled in stability and endurance, boasting a far superior cargo capacity compared to horse-drawn carts. However, due to the challenges of repairing the tracks and the complexity of the terrain, The railway system across the country was fragmented, lacking a continuous connection. When encountering mountains, they had to excavate, and when faced with rivers, constructing bridges proved to be quite the challenge. After a stretch of travel by train and a subsequent journey by waterway, Liu Changfeng confronted two waves of assassins from the martial realm, all of whom ultimately became his sustenance. Along the way, numerous agents of the Eastern Depot were gathering intelligence. These assassins had been deliberately sent by Liu Changfeng to confront him, for otherwise they would have already been eliminated by the adept fighters of the Eastern Depot. As he proceeded, Liu Changfeng took the time to admire the splendid scenery of the Ming dynasty, deftly resolving any issues that arose during his travels. After approximately 10 days, he encountered the deranged Guihai Yidao in a grove outside a town in Jiangnan, accompanied by the #1 warrior, Duan Tianya, and the foremost swordswoman, Shangguan Haidang. The madness of Guihai Yidao had significantly enhanced his strength, and he struck with unrelenting ferocity. In contrast, Duan Tianya and Shangguan Haidang found themselves restrained, fearful of harming Guihai Yidao, and soon they began to falter. Observing from a distance, Liu Changfeng discerned certain characteristics of the martial arts practiced by Guihai Yidao. Typical martial arts generally focus on external training for the body, internal cultivation for qi, and very few delve into the refinement of the spirit. However, Guihai Yidao's techniques, Sovereign of the World and the Three Blades of Ubi, involved the cultivation and influence of the spirit. Yet, the creator had failed to provide a complete method for training, resulting in an incomplete technique that was prone to lead one astray into madness. Noticing that Duan Tianya and Shangguan Haidang were struggling and had sustained considerable injuries, Liu Changfeng swiftly descended, unleashing a powerful surge of qi with a wave of his sleeve that sent Guihai Yidao reeling, thus rescuing the two. He did not disguise his appearance, and Duan Tianya and Shangguan Haidang immediately recognized him. "Your Majesty, we pay our respects," both greeted, bowing deeply. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Let us first resolve the matter with Yidao," Liu Changfeng replied, casting his gaze upon the frenzied Guihai Yidao, whose eyes were bloodshot and hair standing on end as he howled wildly. "Your Majesty, I dare to ask, may we spare Yidao's life?" Duan Tianya implored. Liu Changfeng nodded. Just as Guihai Yidao charged forward, wielding his blade with both hands, summoning a blade of qi several meters long that sliced directly toward him. The blade's aura was not merely a manifestation of pure, true energy. It harbored a trace of demonic essence, born from profound hatred and murderous intent, capable of intimidating and subduing the opponent's spirit. Liu Changfeng summoned the indestructible protective aura of the Vajra invulnerability technique to deflect this menacing blade. The already corrupted Guihai Yidao seemed to have succumbed to madness, relentlessly unleashing the three blades of Abaddon. Waves of blade energy ruthlessly slashed against Liu Changfeng's protective aura, leaving the onlookers, Duan Tianya and Shangguan Haidang, in a state of alarm. After enduring 3 minutes of Guihai Yidao's incessant onslaught, Liu Changfeng gradually comprehended the principles behind the dominance of the world and the three blades of Abaddon. He then retaliated, employing the absorption technique to draw Guihai Yidao closer, siphoning away 80% of his true energy. Finally, the severely weakened Guihai Yidao regained his senses. Liu Changfeng imparted a passage from the Tranquil Sutra, advising him to diligently cultivate it to conquer his inner demons. Chapter 069, Training the Army. Liu Changfeng, having witnessed the prowess of the tyrant and the three blades of Abaddon, found himself enlightened. He chose not to return to the capital immediately, but instead meandered through the picturesque Jiangnan. In this water town, the women exuded a gentle beauty, and due to Liu Changfeng's reduction of agricultural taxes, smiles graced the faces of the common folk. The burgeoning industrial facilities within the city were becoming increasingly apparent. Broad avenues bustled with crowds and horse-drawn carriages, while street vendors called out with fervor. Amidst the vibrant atmosphere of this lively city, Liu Changfeng felt an unexpected tranquility within. The rise and fall of dynasties brought suffering to the populace, as it seemed the common people were mere consumables, tools for the elite to fulfill their ambitions. Reflecting on the annals of history, only a handful of sovereigns had genuinely cared for their subjects, and the echoes of long live the people reverberated in his mind. Although Liu Changfeng did not possess the selflessness of those great leaders, he aspired to do what he could for the ordinary citizens, even in this virtual world. For he wished to act with a clear conscience. It was likely that the collective consciousness of the world sensed this sincerity, which is why Liu Changfeng was not driven away this time. Perhaps bolstered by the dragon spirit of the Ming dynasty or inspired by a moment of clarity. He found himself entwined in the profound truths of martial arts within his memory palace. Suddenly, he comprehended the path forward after attaining the innate realm. His dantian and meridians brimmed with innate energy, yet they could not accommodate more at present, for once the dantian was formed, expansion became a formidable challenge. Liu Changfeng discerned two methods. One was to purify the innate energy, transforming it into a higher form of energy, while the other was to expand the dantian to hold more innate true qi. Naturally, he desired both, under the control of his formidable mental will. The innate true qi within his dantian began to whirl like a vortex, occasionally pulsating akin to a heartbeat, gradually expanding his dantian's energy sea under this dynamic. At the center of the true qi vortex, strands of liquid-like innate true qi emerged, possessing an intensity surpassing the previous by tenfold. Liu Changfeng named this enhanced energy innate true essence. If he could replace all the innate true qi within his dantian and meridians with this essence, a qualitative leap in power awaited him. Elated to have discovered a path forward, Liu Changfeng subsequently ventured to Yangzhou to experience the famed slender horses of the region, indulging in this unique pleasure for nearly half a month, until an urgent missive from the Eastern Depot interrupted his revelry. The Ministry of Works, utilizing the blueprints Liu Changfeng had provided, had produced an improved version of the musket and equipped 5,000 soldiers of the Divine Machine Camp with it. These soldiers had undergone a month of training, and Liu Changfeng was invited to witness the results. Speaking of firearms, Liu Changfeng possessed a Desert Eagle in his spatial realm. Yet the craftsmanship of the Ming dynasty was insufficient to replicate it. Upon returning to the capital, Liu Changfeng, accompanied by Chao Zhengchun, arrived at the Divine Machine Camp's encampment. The 5,000 soldiers stood in disciplined formation, their expressions solemn, for this was a direct inspection by the emperor himself. Should they leave a favorable impression, it could potentially pave the way for their ascent and fortune. The Divine Machine Camp primarily showcased marksmanship, featuring targets at 50 meters, 100 meters, and moving targets. Some individuals possess an innate affinity for shooting. At times, talent surpasses effort in significance. In his previous life, Liu Changfeng had observed on television the prowess of various elite soldiers and special forces, but felt little impact. Now, witnessing the demonstrations of these soldiers, he realized that news reports had merely scratched the surface. This world harbors extraordinary powers, such as internal strength, which can enhance the five senses. Thus, the exceptional performances of these sharpshooters seemed almost surreal. Some could hit a bullseye from 30 meters away with their eyes closed, an accomplishment Liu Changfeng himself could not achieve unless he resorted to telekinesis. Excellent. With you among us, how can we not gallop across the universe and unify the realm? Liu Changfeng proclaimed. At this moment, Chao Zhengchun echoed his sentiment, exclaiming, "Long live the Ming! Long live the Emperor! For millennia, let us unify the realm." The 5,000 soldiers chorused in unison, "Long live the Ming! Long live the Emperor! For millennia, let us unify the realm." Their voices resonated like thunder, igniting fervor in the hearts of all present. Upon returning to the palace, Liu Changfeng turned to Chao Zhengchun and remarked, "Did you not mention recently that Xiao Chongzi is being hunted by the Eastern Japan royal family? The Divine Machine Camp has taken shape. We shall only know its combat capabilities through trial. Perhaps we should send them to Eastern Japan for some training?" "Your Majesty, that is precisely my intention," replied Chao Zhengchun, a shadow of a smile crossing his fair visage. Xiao Chongji had elevated his prowess to the acquired realm by absorbing the abilities of prisoners. After being dispatched to Eastern Japan by Chao Zhengchun, he stirred the local martial arts community, stealthily attacking their factions and siphoning their power. Recently, after breaking through to the innate realm, his actions became increasingly ostentatious. Known as a master, the innate realm bestowed upon him the ability to take the heads of enemies amidst a sea of thousands. No longer confined to the martial artists of Eastern Japan, he set his sights on the martial arts families there. However, after absorbing the abilities of several prominent families, he inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest, drawing the ire of numerous martial artists who besieged him. Unable to absorb any more energy without risking his own explosion, he had to retreat temporarily to cultivate and relay information back to Chao Zhengchun through the Jinyui. Chao Zhengchun conferred with General Zheng Kariri, whom Lu Changfeng had appointed to lead the expedition against the east. They resolved to bring along 3,000 soldiers from the Divine Machine Camp, 2,000 sword and shield troops, and several thousand logistical support personnel. Lu Changfeng would accompany them as well. Since this was merely a military exercise, the expedition was not disclosed at court, and they planned to engage only in coastal operations in eastern Japan, without any intent to besiege cities. The total force, including soldiers and crew, approached 20,000, embarking on 20 treasure ships, each equipped with both sail and steam power, allowing for swift travel. In just half a month, they reached the coastal vicinity of eastern Japan. The arrival of such a large contingent naturally drew the attention of the local residents, who promptly reported it. Upon advancing 20 kilometers into the territory, they encountered a small contingent of several hundred Eastern Japan soldiers, clad in ordinary leather armor, armed with wooden spears and a few katana. Form ranks, fire. Zheng Keiji did not engage in idle chatter with the soldiers from the land of the rising sun. Instead, he promptly commanded the Divine Machine Battalion to form ranks. After several rounds of fire, the battalion left a significant number of corpses in their wake, causing the remaining enemy soldiers to flee in a state of panic. Shortly thereafter, they finally laid eyes upon a city belonging to the Eastern nation. However, the city appeared rather shabby, with earthen walls scarcely rising 3 meters high, marred by the ravages of time and weather. Chao Wu, venture into the city for reconnaissance, instructed Chao Zhengchun. Chao Wu, a eunuch under his command, had mastered the exorcising sword technique and had reached the late stage of postnatal cultivation. In the realm of martial arts, he was considered a top-tier expert, his movements ghostly and ethereal, having perfected the exorcising sword technique to great proficiency. Chapter 070, The Blade Technique of Slaying Gods in Less Than Half an Hour. Chao Wu had thoroughly assessed the stationed troops and the warehouses within the city, returning to relay this information to Chao Zhengchun and Zheng Kari. In a past life, even with firearms, besieging a city posed considerable challenges, unless one possessed a substantial number of heavy artillery. However, this was a world of martial arts, and both the Divine Mechanism Camp and the Rock Solid Camp soldiers had honed their skills. Additionally, Chao Zhengchun had brought along several elite fighters from the Eastern Factory and the Imperial Guards. The weapons of the Divine Mechanism Camp included not only firearms, but also numerous thunderbombs. Zheng Kari dispatched several skilled warriors to dig holes in the earthen walls and plant the thunderbombs, effortlessly demolishing a section of the wall. The garrison in this small city barely exceeded 1,000, and their weaponry was exceedingly outdated, rendering them no match for the Divine Mechanism Camp and the Rock Solid Camp. With the support of dozens of top-tier experts, the Ming forces suffered no casualties. Only one soldier, in his excitement, had stumbled and scraped his skin. Lu Changfeng had already witnessed the formidable power of the Divine Mechanism Camp's firearms. Those below the innate realm could not withstand a few rounds of concentrated fire from their forces. He found little interest in the ensuing battle. Disguising himself in civilian attire, Lu Changfeng departed from the army and, relying on the intelligence from the Imperial Guards, sought out Chao Chongji, who appeared to be in dire straits. "Little Chongzi, how did you end up like this?" Lu Changfeng asked, bemused. "Your Majesty, there are simply too many of those Eastern devils. I couldn't handle them all and nearly suffocated." "Gao Zhongdi Zipli Haupa." "That is easily resolved." Lu Changfeng employed his absorption technique to draw away 40% of Chao Chongji's true energy and 30% of his essence. Immediately, Chao Chongji felt a wave of relief wash over him, and his troubles seemed to dissipate. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." Chao Chongji bowed deeply. There is no need for excessive formality, little Chongzi. I shall remain here for a while. Feel free to absorb as much as you need, and I will support you. Lu Changfeng assured him. That would be splendid. Chao Chongji's eyes sparkled with delight, for he could now take his vengeance upon the many Eastern ninjas pursuing him. He let out a shrill laugh, his form flickering like a specter before vanishing. Soon after, the screams of Eastern ninjas echoed from outside. Lu Changfeng chose not to intervene. With Chao Chongji's prowess, he could easily handle the situation. He couldn't help but recall a joke from his past life. When confronted by a tiger, one could simply slide past as it lunged, and then slice open its belly with a knife. Now, Chao Chongji resembled that tiger, while the Eastern ninjas were the ones executing the maneuver. Harnessing the indestructible qualities of his Vajra vulnerability technique, Lu Changfeng refined and absorbed the essence he had gathered, strengthening both his physical body and true energy. By the time he had completed this process, Chao Chongji had returned, fully replenished. Gao Chongzi mai si li, zhou ma zesti. I must trouble you once more. Lu Changfeng laughed heartily, drawing another portion of his essence, refining it, before the two set off towards the next destination in the east. They refrained from harming any innocent civilians, instead targeting the prominent families of the Eastern nobility, leading the common folk to refrain from reporting their whereabouts. Lu Changfeng had received an abundance of vital energy, significantly enhancing his physical prowess tenfold. This tenfold increase seemed to be the pinnacle of his current capabilities. Further enhancement would likely necessitate the exploration or discovery of more advanced body refinement techniques. His innate true qi had been entirely converted into true essence, flowing through his meridians like a torrential river, surging towards his dantian, which resembled a vast ocean, capable of accommodating all. Half of Lu Changfeng's dantian was already filled with true essence. It was only a matter of time before it reached its full capacity, thus attaining the zenith of the Grandmaster realm. In his journey through the martial arts hierarchy, Lu Changfeng had traversed the stages of postnatal, innate, master, and grandmaster. Yet the path ahead remained shrouded in uncertainty, prompting him to continue his quest for knowledge. In a remarkably brief span, Chao Chongji had caused upheaval in the land of the East Japan, yet Lu Changfeng felt this was insufficiently swift. He resolved to intensify the chaos. He decided to stage a performance alongside Chao Chongji. On that day, Chao Chongji was relentlessly pursuing a faction of the Tokugawa family, which included the core member and direct descendant, Tokugawa Inuichiro. Like a cat toying with a mouse, Chao Chongji dispatched all of Inuichiro's guards, instilling a profound terror within him that led to an unfortunate accident. At a pivotal moment, Lu Changfeng descended from the heavens, effortlessly sending Chao Chongji flying with a flick of his sleeve, followed by a series of strikes that left him spitting blood, forcing him to retreat. Lu Changfeng then seized the now-defeated Tokugawa Inuichiro, chastising him in the East Japan tongue. You, unfilial descendant of the Tokugawa family, have truly brought shame upon your lineage. As Inuichiro regained his composure and beheld the ethereal visage of Lu Changfeng, he steadied his emotions and bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. Should you find the time, I would be honored to return to my family and reward you handsomely. I have long withdrawn from worldly affairs. Were it not for my past ties to the Tokugawa family, I would not have intervened. Now, I ask you, do you desire revenge?" Lu Changfeng inquired, his hands clasped behind him, gazing skyward. "Indeed, I wish to dismantle that demon's corpse into 1,000 pieces." Inuichiro replied, his teeth clenched in fervor. "Excellent. I possess an unparalleled sword technique, which requires one to enter through the gateway of hatred and murderous intent. Once mastered, it will render you invincible." Lu Changfeng stroked his beard, revealing a technique inspired by the principles of the Overlord and the Abyssal Blade, yet more aggressive. Once initiated, the practitioner would be overwhelmed by a thirst for blood, gradually succumbing to madness, transforming into a relentless harbinger of death. This technique allowed for rapid advancement, but came at the cost of one's vitality. The stronger the practitioner became, the shorter their lifespan would be. Attaining perfection in this art could lead to a maximum lifespan of merely 30 years. "Please, esteemed elder, teach me," Inuichiro implored once more, bowing deeply. Lu Changfeng retrieved a tome from his robes and presented it to him, instructing him to relax his mind. He channeled a stream of true qi into Inuakairo's specific meridians, absorbing his hatred and murderous intent, which began to transform. After circulating for 5 cycles, Inuichiro had fully grasped the technique. Lu Changfeng then declared, "You have mastered the god-slaying blade technique. The resurgence of the Tokugawa family now rests upon your shoulders. I shall take my leave." With that, Lu Changfeng floated away gracefully. Tokugawa Inakairo, brimming with excitement, concealed the secret manual close to his heart. Unable to contain the elation within him, he erupted into boisterous laughter. Indeed, I, Tokugawa Inakairo, am the protagonist. My destiny is crafted by my own hands, not dictated by the heavens. Await your reckoning, demons. And you too, my second brother. The Tokugawa clan shall belong solely to me. After departing, Lu Changfeng engaged in a theatrical performance with Chao Chong, successfully deceiving several scions of noble families into believing themselves to be the chosen ones. Thus, he disseminated the perilous and legacy-laden god-slaying blade technique. Now all that remained was to patiently observe their forthcoming performances. Chapter 71. The unification, the cultivation of the killing god blade technique progressed with remarkable speed. As the disciples of various noble families began their training, the exhilarating sensation of their rapidly increasing strength became irresistible, leading them to lose control over their own powers. Within just over a month, the land of the rising sun witnessed the emergence of more than 10 fiends who reveled in murder. These malevolent beings possessed extraordinary strength. Aside from their somewhat muddled minds, they exhibited few other deficiencies. The nation often found itself needing to encircle these monsters with large armies to wear them down, suffering significant losses in the process. Once the scriptures of the killing god blade technique infiltrated the martial world of the East, chaos ensued throughout the land of the rising sun. They could no longer muster the energy to stir trouble along the coastal regions of the Ming dynasty. Meanwhile, Lu Changfeng imparted the martial arts capable of countering the killing god blade technique to Chao Chongji, ensuring they could be deployed when necessary. As time passed and the strength of the East waned, the Ming dynasty could anticipate a scenario where it would need not expend a single soldier, with the East ultimately beseeching the Ming to dispatch troops to suppress the fiends. Upon returning home, Lu Changfeng first assessed the progress of various policies. The nation had seen the addition of numerous roads, bridges, and railways. Several artisans, inspired by the theories and blueprints provided by Lu Changfeng, had innovated advanced technologies. The transportation system throughout the Ming dynasty had improved significantly, though communication remained a weak point. To address this, Lu Changfeng utilized permanent magnets and copper coils to create a generator, crafting a rudimentary telegraph, and subsequently taught the artisans, encouraging them to continue their research. The annual examinations continued to select diverse talents for the Ming dynasty. However, as the demand for skilled individuals grew, a labor shortage emerged. The planning cycle was lengthy. Yet in the first year, the national grain output increased by 20. By the second year, it surged by 50, and in the third year, it experienced explosive growth, doubling to 200. Furthermore, Lu Changfeng organized fleets to Australia, stationing troops there to recruit local farmers for cultivation and guide them in production. With 70% of the harvested grain sent back to the Ming, with basic supplies like food, medical care, and clothing in ample supply, combined with national policies that encouraged childbirth, offered rewards for new births, and provided free education, the newborn population doubled within just a year. To prevent the cultural and technological advancements of the Ming from spilling over into neighboring nations or tribes, potentially triggering another renaissance or industrial revolution that could backfire on the Ming, Lu Changfeng issued a decree. He dispatched martial arts experts or troops to destroy all written records, including books, bamboo slips, and stone inscriptions, preserving only knowledge related to agriculture, animal husbandry, textiles, and construction, which could only be passed down orally. The export of paper was banned, and all texts concerning papermaking were to be destroyed. Should these barbarians comply, they might scrape by. However, non-compliance would summon the might of the Ming army, bringing with it poison gas, plagues, and trade blockades, revisiting them with the very means they currently wield. Alternatively, Liu Changfeng could unleash a few fiends upon them, allowing them to experience the despair faced by various nations in the East. As for the unfolding saga of the world's foremost realm, Liu Changfeng had not paid it much attention for quite some time. Since Zhu Wushi had quieted down, the martial world had enjoyed an unusual tranquility. Any treacherous plots had been ruthlessly eradicated by the Jinyui, allowing the nation to flourish in peace. Unbeknownst to him, 5 years have elapsed since Liu Changfeng arrived in this world. The 5-year plan he initially devised has not only been flawlessly accomplished, but has also been augmented with additional developmental policies along the way. The entire Ming dynasty has regained its former glory, perhaps even surpassing it. During the New Year celebrations, Liu Changfeng hosted a grand banquet, which included Zhu Wushi and Su Xian. As they raised their glasses in a toast, Liu Changfeng inquired, "Uncle, how do you find my governance of this realm?" Zhu Wushi's gaze flickered momentarily as he replied, "Your Majesty possesses unparalleled wisdom and foresight, governing the world with both civil and military prowess that is unmatched. Under your reign, the land flourishes, and I am wholly devoted to your leadership. Your praise is unwarranted. I merely wish for the people to live fulfilling lives. That is all." Liu Changfeng remarked with a sense of humility. He had paved a path for the Ming dynasty, with a clear vision for its future. This world, endowed with extraordinary powers, facilitated governance. Liu Changfeng was destined to depart, and he had already begun to cultivate his younger brother, Zhu Hotsong, who would come to be known as the Jiajing Emperor in history. He imparted to him the indestructible divine arts, the art of absorbing energy, the life and death talisman, and the six-yang palm of Tianshan, alongside the principles of statecraft, meticulously formulating a development plan for the next century. Rather than departing immediately from this unparalleled world, he dedicated his days to devising various technological advancements, laying a robust foundation for future scientific progress in the Ming dynasty. They would merely need to unlock the technology tree step by step to swiftly advance in various scientific fields. The warring states of the East, beleaguered by insurmountable demonic disturbances, ultimately sought aid from the Ming dynasty. Liu Changfeng imparted the techniques to restrain the god-slaying blade to the military, effortlessly sweeping through the various nations of the East and vanquishing the demons, subsequently seizing the largest gold and silver mines and recruiting local citizens for mining. The extracted ores were refined, and the finished gold and silver were transported back to the Ming dynasty. As time progressed, the technological advancements of the Ming dynasty flourished, and the military's weaponry became increasingly sophisticated, while the tribes and nations across the continents remained entrenched in agrarian and nomadic societies, their technological progress stymied by the absence of written heritage. The Ming dynasty effortlessly established garrisons in various countries, employing local citizens for mining, agriculture, and livestock rearing, transporting the smelted metals, grains, and livestock back home. Sustained by the resources of the entire Blue Planet, the populace of the Ming dynasty experienced unparalleled prosperity. The children born in later years were afforded the opportunity to receive an education, which was free, and families with 3 or more children enjoyed complementary health care. All of this was a testament to Liu Changfeng's contributions, for the people of a nation were profoundly grateful to him. More than half of the populace established longevity altars in their homes in his honor, and many scholars immortalized his deeds in poetry that resonated widely. In due course, Liu Changfeng began to delegate responsibilities to Zhu Hotsong, helping him familiarize himself with state affairs, particularly the future direction of the Ming dynasty. Liu Changfeng patiently elucidated these matters to him, driven by a singular purpose: to prolong the dynasty's legacy for centuries to come and to spare the Han people the suffering endured in previous lives. Zhu Wushi, having undergone a transformation unbeknownst to anyone, reclaimed his stewardship of Longhu Mountain Villa, committing himself earnestly to the service of the Ming dynasty, devoid of personal agendas. Perhaps he too yearned to witness the Ming ascend to unprecedented heights. When Liu Changfeng reached the 7th year in this world, he recognized that it was time for him to depart. Presently, there exists scarcely any external force capable of undermining the supremacy of the Ming dynasty. The sole latent threat lies in the potential for internal strife within the dynasty. Zhu Hozong has already attained the innate realm, and with the additional presence of Zhu Wushi, along with Chao Zhengchun and Cheng Shifei, it is estimated that there will be no significant issues in the short term. Furthermore, with Zhu Hozong possessing the life and death talisman optimized by Lu Changfeng, the ministers in pivotal positions dare not act recklessly. Once the technological advancements of the Ming dynasty reach a certain threshold, such measures for their control will no longer be necessary. Chapter 072. Return to the biohazard world. 7 years had passed in the world of the world's number one, yet only 7 days had elapsed in reality. When Lu Changfeng reappeared in the real world, his condition reverted to the moment he had entered, but his prowess remained unchanged, embodying the pinnacle of a grand master. His meridians and dantian brimmed with innate true essence, and his physical constitution was still tenfold that of an ordinary person. Moreover, this time, the system bestowed upon him a delightful surprise. The world's consciousness, in gratitude for his deeds in that realm, awarded him a fragment of the world's origin. Upon acquiring this essence, the system upgraded once more, expanding his spatial capacity to 100 cubic units, and granting him the ability to expend energy to traverse any world he had previously visited. Lu Changfeng glanced at the system. The names of the worlds he had traversed appeared on the panel, each accompanied by a progress bar that indicated a percentage, none of which were full. Thus, he could not yet traverse any of them. He returned to his villa, only to find that Yi Qingwan was not home, and Luo Bo, serving as both butler and bodyguard, was also absent. Inquiring with Tianqi, he learned that Yi Qingwan was at the medicinal processing plant. The factory was nearing completion, with machinery being validated, and it was expected to commence mass production within a month, relieving Lu Changfeng of any concerns. Wang Kai and Lai Feng had grown larger than typical adult cats and dogs, exhibiting remarkable strength and speed. Particularly, Lai Feng, when sprinting at full throttle, resembled a streak of gray lightning, leaving no mouse in the vicinity unscathed from its pursuit. Initially, Lu Changfeng had anticipated needing to wait a month to absorb energy before venturing to other worlds. However, to his astonishment, merely a day had passed, and both the endless and biohazard worlds were brimming with energy. It appeared that the speed of energy absorption had accelerated following the system's upgrade. Determined to explore the biohazard world and witness the changes that had transpired over the years, Lu Changfeng engaged in a friendly discourse with Yi Qingwan that evening, discussing ergonomics. After a week apart, their chemistry ignited, nearly causing the bedroom bed to collapse under their fervor. System. Has the passage of time in the biohazard world been equivalent to decades, while only months have passed in the real world? Lu Changfeng inquired. Not necessarily. After the host departs from the biohazard world, the flow of time within that realm decelerates. Additionally, the uncertainties of space-time traversal may introduce fluctuations. Please strive to traverse worlds. Once the system absorbs sufficient world origin energy, it may undergo further evolution, the system replied. Having received his answer, Lu Changfeng hesitated no longer. He left the villa and ascended to a remote mountaintop, where he initiated the teleportation. Upon arrival in the biohazard world, he observed that little had changed since his departure. The landscape remained a desolate ruin, scarred and devoid of life, with acrid smoke permeating the air. There were not only no humans, but not a single zombie was in sight, indicating that his prior arrangements had taken effect. Lu Changfeng swiftly assessed his surroundings, determining from the remnants of buildings and signage that he was currently situated in Raccoon City. With a few agile leaps, Lu Changfeng ascended to the rooftop of an abandoned building, orienting himself as he prepared to investigate the hive. His speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of gray lightning. Before the towering buildings ahead, a colossal creature, covered in scales and resembling a dinosaur, appeared before Lu Changfeng. How could such a being emerge? Lu Changfeng pondered in confusion. Undoubtedly, some changes had transpired in this world of which he was unaware. If he could locate Alice, he might uncover some answers. He retrieved the Qingfeng sword from his spatial storage, and with a swift motion, a 10-meter-long blade of energy sliced through the air, cleaving the dinosaur-like monster. Towering at 7 or 8 meters in two, its blood and entrails scattering across the ground. Not far away on a rooftop, a sniper dropped his jaw in disbelief. Was this a human? Or a mutant of some sort? As he peered through his scope to observe Lu Changfeng, he suddenly realized that Lu Changfeng was looking back at him, a smile gracing his lips. He noticed me. The sniper felt a chill run down his spine. He was nearly 800 meters away in a straight line. He quickly disassembled his sniper rifle and sprinted down the stairs of the building. Upon exiting, he spotted Lu Changfeng waving at him from across the street. The sniper greeted him with a smile, his hand instinctively resting on his holstered pistol. "No need to be anxious. I mean you no harm. May I ask you a few questions?" Lu Changfeng inquired. "Of course, no problem," the sniper replied, visibly relieved. "What was that dinosaur-like creature?" Lu Changfeng asked. "I don't know. All I know is that it was created by the Umbrella Corporation. Alice should have the specifics." The sniper responded. "You know Alice?" Lu Changfeng's expression brightened at the mention of the familiar name. "Yes, she is the leader of our hive base," the sniper said with admiration in his voice. "My name is John, and I'm friends with Alice. Can you take me to see her?" Lu Changfeng had previously assumed the alias John in this world. "Yes, but before we enter the hive, I must verify your identity," the sniper stated, not immediately agreeing to Lu Changfeng's request. Lu Changfeng climbed into the sniper's somewhat dilapidated off-road vehicle, and they swiftly made their way to a suburban villa, the entrance to the hive. Fortunately, they encountered no more giant monsters along the way. At the hive entrance, facial recognition technology was in place. After the sniper was verified, Lu Changfeng stepped forward, and to his astonishment, he too was granted access, displaying the highest level of authorization. "John, who exactly are you? How do you possess the hive's highest clearance?" The sniper exclaimed in shock. "I used to be here, but left due to certain circumstances. I've only just returned," Lu Changfeng explained. Given that Lu Changfeng held the highest clearance, the sniper dared not obstruct him and led him directly to Alice's office on the bottom floor of the hive. "Alice, it has been a while." Lu Changfeng greeted her with a smile. "John," Alice exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise as she rushed forward to embrace him. "Where have you been for the past 2 years?" she asked. Lu Changfeng gestured toward the east, toward the nation across the ocean. He paused briefly before continuing. "I encountered a creature resembling a dinosaur on my journey." "What is going on?" After the T-virus was cured, the Umbrella Corporation developed several other viruses. Although they lack widespread transmissibility, they're capable of spawning various monstrous creatures. Fortunately, with the research findings left by John within the hive, we have successfully created numerous super soldiers for our defense. Otherwise, humanity would truly face extinction, Alice remarked. "Rest assured, I will remain here for a while to assist you in combating the Umbrella Corporation." Lu Changfeng intended to investigate the other viruses, contemplating conducting further experiments. "With your presence, our scientific capabilities will experience a substantial leap forward," Alice exclaimed with joy. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Changfeng had effortlessly slain an 8-meter-tall monster with a single stroke of his sword energy. Had she known, she would likely have wished for him to engage in battle against the monstrous entities unleashed by Umbrella on the front lines. Chapter 073. The giant gorilla Alice exhibited remarkable efficiency, promptly appointing Lu Changfeng as the head of research at the hive, overseeing all scientific personnel. Upon reviewing their achievements and progress, Lu Changfeng discerned that many of the researchers were amateurs, with a staggering 90% lacking formal training. Having spent the past 2 years merely studying the results left by Lu Changfeng himself, Lu Changfeng swiftly immersed himself in his work, engaging his intellect at full capacity. Given his current reserves of true essence, he was well equipped for continuous usage, despite the thinness of the world's natural energy which hindered the recovery of innate true essence. Nevertheless, he possessed a substantial supply of super energy pills, which he deemed too valuable to waste, opting to prioritize their use while treating innate true essence as a supplementary resource. The laboratory housed numerous viral samples collected by Alice's survivor organization, including the G virus, mutated T virus, and others. After perusing their experimental reports, Lu Changfeng promptly designed multiple experimental groups, progressing to practical experiments that swiftly elucidated the characteristics, structure, and functions of these viruses. The hive was equipped with comprehensive instruments, including those relocated by Alice from other laboratories, sufficient for Lu Changfeng's needs. Utilizing these devices, he isolated useful DNA or RNA fragments from the viruses, subsequently embedding these fragments into the genes of laboratory mice to investigate their functionalities. After more than a month of experimentation, Lu Changfeng deciphered the functions of over 20 gene fragments. He selected several combat members from the base for trials, and upon administering the serum, they manifested a variety of extraordinary abilities. Some experienced skin mutations, rendering their epidermis as resilient as steel. Others exhibited enhanced vision, capable of perceiving objects 2 kilometers away, while a few developed extraordinarily powerful legs, enabling them to run at double the speed of an average person. Remarkably, some could even transmute their hands into bone blades, effortlessly shattering stone. These mutated warriors proved to be superior in specific aspects compared to super soldiers with 5 times the physical prowess of an ordinary individual. If strategically positioned, they could yield tremendous benefits. For instance, those with enhanced vision and hearing, akin to the mythical 1,000-mile eye and wind-following ear, could be trained as scouts, adept at efficiently gathering intelligence. Others, with enhancements in defense, offense, and speed, could evolve into super soldiers. The hive comprised nearly 300 warriors, and as Lu Changfeng's modification techniques matured, most had undergone transformation. Among them was a familiar face, Jill, whose genetic compatibility was excellent. Lu Changfeng embedded 3 functional gene fragments into her: dynamic vision, skeletal and muscular enhancement, and wings. The wings Jill developed resembled those of a swan, and with a bit of adornment and combat armor, she truly resembled a battle angel. "Thank you, John." Jill expressed her satisfaction with the transformation, approaching to bestow a kiss. With dynamic vision, she could ensure every shot was precise, achieving perfect accuracy with firearms, while the enhancement of her skeletal and muscular structure augmented her strength and defense, granting her an advantage in close combat. The wings, needless to say, facilitated pursuits and escapes with remarkable ease. Many soldiers stationed at various bases were captivated by the transformation effects achieved by Jill and sought to have Lu Changfeng perform similar enhancements. The combat members from other bases under Alice's control, upon witnessing these results, flocked to the hive, and Lu Changfeng welcomed each one, recognizing them as excellent materials. However, the genetic material and tissues required for the transformations were somewhat lacking. Lu Changfeng contemplated embarking on a hunt himself. If he could seize a base belonging to the Umbrella Corporation, he would undoubtedly acquire a wealth of research data and resources. Alice was already aware of Lu Changfeng's formidable abilities. His ability to effortlessly dispatch a dinosaur-like creature was something she herself could not achieve. Consequently, she would not hinder his endeavors. Coincidentally, a colossal gorilla, towering over 10 meters, had been sighted in nearby Texas. Jill was assigned a mission there, and Lu Changfeng intended to accompany her. Inside the armed helicopter, Lu Changfeng sat beside Jill, while a soldier on her other side curiously inquired, "Dr. John, is that sword energy of yours also a result of enhancement?" "Not all. It is a skill from the East," Lu Changfeng replied. "Dr. John, would you be willing to teach us this skill?" The soldier's eyes sparkled with hope. Mastering such a skill requires innate talent and years of diligent practice. "You lack the requisite aptitude," Lu Changfeng stated. "I see," the soldier replied, disappointment evident in his nod. "John, shall we have a friendly competition later to see whether your skill or my rocket launcher is superior?" Jill challenged playfully. "Undoubtedly, your rocket launcher is more powerful." Lu Changfeng chuckled in response. Before long, the 3 armed helicopters reached their destination. Lu Changfeng spotted a massive gorilla, over 10 meters tall, wandering through the abandoned city, accompanied by several smaller gorillas standing 3 to 5 meters high. The gigantic gorilla resembled a creature from a film, akin to King Kong, albeit slightly smaller. Its destructive capability was astounding. With a single punch, it could obliterate a wall, rendering the dilapidated buildings before it as fragile as paper. "Commence long-range fire," Jill commanded, and the heavy machine guns mounted on the 3 helicopters began to whir, unleashing streams of flames. The large-caliber bullets struck the smaller gorillas, which, despite their strong defenses, were torn apart by the metallic deluge, leaving a gruesome scatter of body parts. However, the lead giant gorilla possessed significantly greater defenses than its smaller counterparts. Bullets merely drew droplets of blood upon impact. It took cover behind tall buildings, hurling stones and other debris at the helicopters. One such stone, over a meter in diameter, narrowly missed Liu Chongfeng's helicopter, causing several soldiers to break out in cold sweat. Jill had already taken to the skies, wielding a rocket launcher to bombard the giant gorilla. The firepower of the rocket launcher was still potent enough to pierce its skin, inflicting considerable damage. Infuriated by the pain, the gorilla bellowed at Jill, launching chunks of debris and concrete in her direction. When it realized the large stones were ineffective, it resorted to throwing bricks. Jill, unable to evade in time, found herself struck by the bricks, yet several streaks of sword energy flashed and pulverized the incoming bricks into dust. "Thank you." Jill sighed in relief. "Allow me to take charge." Liu Chongfeng exuded an aura of formidable intensity, coalescing a sword chi nearly 30 meters in length. With a decisive leap from the rooftop, he unleashed the sword chi, which sliced towards the gorilla below. The creature's unwieldy form was unable to evade the attack, and it could only watch in horror as the sword chi cleaved down from above, carving a deep trench into the street. Foolish creature. Liu Chongfeng landed gracefully, executing a smooth turn before soaring away. In the next instant, the colossal body of the gorilla was cleaved in two, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, and a thick miasma of blood quickly enveloped the area. 3 helicopters descended and soldiers poured out, commencing the task of tending to the wounded or fleeing gorillas while meticulously collecting samples of their blood and flesh. Their gazes towards Liu Chongfeng transformed, as if they were beholding a deity. Chapter 074. The behemoth horde. Due to the ease with which this mission was completed, Gil chose not to return directly. Instead, he dispatched the team to address a colossal eagle with a wingspan exceeding 12 meters, as well as a 15-meter-long giant crocodile. The eagle, capable of flight, was swiftly dealt with by Liu Chongfeng, who severed it in a single stroke. The giant crocodile, lacking any ranged attack capabilities, was methodically obliterated by a barrage from the machine guns. Upon returning to the base, Liu Chongfeng immersed himself once again in his research. He extracted gene fragments pertaining to gigantism from the DNA of a colossal gorilla, embedding them into human genes to create a serum. The experimental subjects experienced rapid growth, achieving a physique reminiscent of the Hulk, with strength surpassing 5 times that of an ordinary human, nearing the upper limit of 10-fold. Their defensive capabilities also saw a notable enhancement. However, the drawback of their considerable size rendered them vulnerable to concentrated fire on the battlefield. The eagle's genetic material enabled the experimental subjects to develop a pair of gray-black wings. Although not as aesthetically pleasing as Gil's pristine white wings, they served a similar function. Many soldiers transferred from other bases opted for this enhancement, as flight was a cherished aspiration for many. The gene fragments from the giant crocodile had the least appeal, typically chosen only by soldiers incompatible with other genetic modifications. This transformation resulted in an individual becoming a scaled crocodile-human hybrid, complete with a tail and enhanced strength and defense, albeit inferior to the gorilla's genetic advantages. Alice's faction continued to hunt the colossal monstrosities produced by the Umbrella Corporation, while the corporation sought to capture Alice's super soldiers and genetically altered warriors in an attempt to decipher their biotechnological advancements. However, with Liu Chongfeng's presence, the Umbrella Corporation found itself gradually at a disadvantage. The number of genetic warriors on this side continued to grow, each possessing a myriad of abilities. The Umbrella Corporation's clone soldiers and giant monsters proved utterly inadequate, resulting in several of their bases being dismantled by Alice's team, which allowed Liu Chongfeng to acquire substantial genetic technologies from the corporation. Alice also led her team to seize a production line for clones who could equally utilize genetic techniques. This expansion within the Dawn organization led to a surge in their capabilities, delegating perilous missions to the cloned warriors. This management strategy, while fraught with risk, did not concern Liu Chongfeng, who remained indifferent to the future developments of this world, as long as he was not disturbed in his pursuit of genetic science. Lu Changfeng dedicated considerable time to deciphering human and monster genes, establishing a genetic database, and creating various genetic warriors. Due to his pre-experiment compatibility assessments, the mortality rate of his trials was 0. Not a single warrior perished from his gene serum. This success significantly elevated his reputation and standing within the Dawn organization, even suggesting a potential to surpass Alice. Fortunately, he harbored no ambitions for power. Otherwise, he could easily ascend to a position of influence. As awareness of Lu Changfeng spread, this news reached the Umbrella Corporation, prompting them to deploy a multitude of colossal monsters near the hive, intending to restrain the base's genetic warriors before dispatching clone soldiers to abduct Lu Changfeng. This time, the Umbrella Corporation has invested heavily, deploying dozens of colossal beasts. Among them are 3 gargantuan gorillas, each standing at least 10 meters tall, alongside various other titanic creatures, including giant eagles, enormous pythons, and massive crocodiles. Lu Changfeng even spotted a wolf stretching 5 to 6 meters in length. It appears that the Umbrella Corporation has the capability to control these beasts. They do not engage in mutual destruction, but instead linger outside the hive. Alice is preparing to send in clone soldiers to eliminate these creatures. However, Lu Changfeng intervened. Having spent nearly a year in this place, his research had hit a bottleneck. He has backups of all relevant data, genetic serums, and viral solutions in his personal space. And it is time to depart for other worlds. Before leaving, Lu Changfeng intends to assist in clearing away these beasts. He had previously inquired of Alice why they did not concentrate their efforts on attacking the various bases of the Umbrella Corporation. Alice explained that the Umbrella Corporation had warned her that if her actions were too aggressive, they would deploy tactical nuclear weapons to obliterate all bases of the Dawn organization. Conversely, if the Umbrella Corporation dared to strike first with nuclear weapons, Alice vowed to annihilate the true bodies of the Umbrella higher-ups hidden beneath the hive, and then focus all her forces on attacking the other bases of the Umbrella Corporation. Both factions are wary of each other, maintaining a precarious balance, which Lu Changfeng's arrival nearly disrupted, making it imperative for the Umbrella Corporation to either capture or eliminate him. This was also the primary reason Lu Changfeng refrained from suggesting a direct assault on the Umbrella bases. Should he take action, he could swiftly conquer most of their installations. But such a move might provoke the Umbrella Corporation to resort to desperate measures, employing tactical nuclear weapons for a scorched earth policy. While Lu Changfeng could depart this world at will, the Dawn organization would face dire consequences. In addition to data and genetic serums, Lu Changfeng also brought firearms and a single-barrel rocket launcher. Although his martial prowess has reached a level where he can disregard such weaponry, the allure of metal weaponry remains a romantic notion for men. Stepping out of the hive with his sword in hand, Lu Changfeng soared into the air, his toes lightly tapping on the treetops, his figure resembling a grand roc in flight. Upon sighting the colossal beasts, he would unleash a blade of sword energy upon them, and soon enough, 30 to 40 of these beasts were vanquished. As for any that might be hidden, he trusts that the Dawn organization would handle them effectively. Summoning a portal, Lu Changfeng departed from the world of biohazard, his system having purified him thoroughly, ensuring that no viruses would accompany him back, even restoring any lost lifespan. His personal space has expanded to 100 cubic meters, where he transferred all his gold bars from reality. He has no intention of revisiting previous worlds, eager to see how long it will take for the new world search and teleportation to charge. Changfeng, look who has arrived. Lu Changfeng was basking in the sun on a rocking chair in the courtyard when Yi Qingwan entered, accompanied by a woman, none other than Zhao Lanxin, with whom he had shared a fleeting romantic encounter. Sister Lanxin, what brings you here? Lu Changfeng rose with a smile. What, is my sister not welcome? Zhao Lanxin replied with a charming smile, stepping forward to embrace Lu Changfeng lightly, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek. Of course not. Sister Lanxin is always welcome to visit. Lu Changfeng is certainly not Lu Xiaohui. There is no rationale for refusal when such opportunities present themselves. I sincerely hope, dear Changfeng, that your words are genuine. Zhao Lanxin pressed Lu Changfeng down onto the chair and, with natural ease, settled upon his lap. Indeed, they are sincere. I heard that Sister Lanqin went on a blind date. Did you not find anyone to your liking? Lu Changfeng inquired. Alas, ever since my sister met you, it seems that all those men are utterly insipid, none worthy of my attention. Just now, I had a quarrel with my family and came to seek you out. At present, I am bereft of funds and without a place to stay. Changfeng, you cannot turn me away. Zhao Lanqin feigned a pitiful expression. Sister Lanqin, choose a room. Stay as long as you wish, Lu Changfeng replied. Ah, how considerate you are, dear Changfeng. Zhao Lanqin beamed as she followed the butler, Rob, to select a room. Chapter 075. Wolverine, have you spoken to Sister Lanqin about my matters? Lu Changfeng inquired of Yi Qingwan. Of course not. Without your permission. I would never divulge such matters to anyone. Yi Qingwan promptly shook her head, eager to prevent any misunderstanding on Lu Changfeng's part. Well, I shall inform her when necessary. In the meantime, you should take Sister Lanqin to explore the surroundings. Lu Changfeng nodded in agreement. A day later, the portal to the endless and the world of Resident Evil had completed its charging. Within another day, the portals to the worlds of the smiling, proud wanderer and Sweet Home would also be fully charged. However, Lu Changfeng had no intention of venturing into these previously traversed realms. He was curious to see how long it would take to discover a new world. Finally, after 10 days, the system successfully located a new world, astonishingly. The realm of the Marvel film Wolverine, populated by formidable figures, necessitating a more discreet approach to his development. All the necessary supplies and weapons were stored within Lu Changfeng's spatial compartment. He also placed the storage device containing the research data he retrieved from Resident Evil within the villa's server room, allowing Apocalypse to manage it. This storage device boasted an impressive capacity of 10 PB, sufficient for Apocalypse to archive advanced technological information. The narrative of the Wolverine world spans a considerable timeline, leaving Lu Changfeng uncertain as to which point in time he would be transported. If it were a later period when computer networks had emerged, Apocalypse's subroutine could prove immensely beneficial. Thus, he also stored a hard drive equipped with Apocalypse's subroutine in his portable space. Upon his arrival in this new world, Lu Changfeng assimilated the memories associated with his identity, a Chinese-American, set in modern times, residing in the picturesque state of Pennsylvania. The plot of Wolverine 1 revolves around the tumultuous relationships between Wolverine Logan, Sabretooth, and Stryker, and the current timeline likely places Wolverine in seclusion, with the timing of Sabretooth's approach yet to be confirmed. Two aspects of this world intrigued Lu Changfeng: the diverse abilities of mutants and the adamantium infused within Logan's body. Adamantium is established as one of the hardest metals in the Marvel Universe, impervious to destruction, allowing Wolverine to slice through ordinary metals with the ease of cutting tofu. This metal can only be preserved in liquid form. Once solidified, it cannot be remelted. Of course, it may also be a reflection of Earth's technological limitations. Much like Captain America's shield, which was ultimately shattered by a formidable foe. Lu Changfeng returned to the memory of his rented accommodation and proceeded to install Apocalypse's program onto his computer, subsequently connecting it to the internet to enable self-replication, allowing it to infiltrate numerous household computers, servers, and supercomputers. Nonetheless, given the multitude of extraordinary individuals in this world, Lu Changfeng refrained from directing Apocalypse to stir up trouble. He did not plan to remain in this world for an extended period. His current strength was adequate for dealing with the narrative characters, but attracting the attention of powerful figures could jeopardize his ability to return. Lu Changfeng requested Apocalypse to forge several doctoral degrees for him, 3 of which pertained to genetic engineering and 2 related to material science, and his resume fortuitously caught the attention of Stryker. Naturally, Lu Changfeng received an invitation for an interview. After an engaging discussion, he captivated Strick with his formidable expertise, successfully securing a position as an engineer. In the initial month, Strick refrained from involving Lu Changfeng in mutant research, instead assigning him simpler projects, all of which he executed flawlessly. Subsequently, Lu Changfeng was subjected to a blood test under the guise of a routine health examination, which was, in reality, a means to ascertain whether he was a mutant. Once these preliminaries were completed, Strick began to divulge the details of the mutant gene research project to Liu Changfeng, who exhibited immense enthusiasm. To gain access to more research materials, Liu Changfeng presented a fraction of his findings from the world of biohazard. These consisted solely of foundational genetic editing knowledge. Without his contributions, other engineers would require extensive time for experimentation. Having earned Strick's trust, Liu Changfeng finally accessed the mutant gene database and the project concerning the creation of Weapon X-11. At this juncture, Strick was orchestrating efforts to capture mutants, such as Sabretooth, to collect their blood for research purposes. The gene database was securely housed in an isolated network, impervious to Apocalypse's intrusion. Liu Changfeng executed a physical copy by creating a small program to extract and store this data on a portable hard drive, which he then concealed within his personal space. Evading detection. In the existing mutant gene database, Liu Changfeng categorized their abilities into several major types. The first category comprised physical mutations, where one or multiple parts of the body exhibited changes corresponding to distinctive abilities, such as the capacity to produce silk like a spider or the ability to change color like a chameleon. The second category involved physical enhancements, akin to Wolverine's extraordinary healing powers, as well as augmentations in skin, bone, and sensory organs. The third category encompassed energy-based powers, featuring numerous individuals capable of manipulating fire, water, or even emitting laser beams from their eyes. Professors and Magneto's abilities also fall within the energy category, controlling unique forms of energy. One harnesses mental prowess, while the other governs magnetic fields. Strick's ambition in developing Weapon X-11 was to implant the most potent mutant genes into the body of the host, Wade, in order to create the most formidable and controllable mutant. However, the compatibility of mutant genes varies significantly among different human bodies. Not everyone is suitable for the implantation of mutant genes, especially multiple genes within a single organism. Moreover, differing mutant genes may conflict with one another. Forced transplantation could lead to genetic collapse and death. The laboratory records contain numerous accounts of live experiments involving individuals Strick had arranged to capture, all of whom met grim fates as the experiments failed. The extensive experimentation allowed Strick to amass considerable experience, leading to successful cases of individual mutant gene implantation. Those willing to cooperate and be controlled remained, while the unwilling were systematically eliminated. Liu Changfeng possesses a comprehensive array of techniques for editing the human gene library, as well as sophisticated methodologies for gene fragment insertion. He merely needs to ascertain the compatibility of the mutant genes and subsequently embed the mutant gene fragments into the experimental subject's genome, significantly increasing the likelihood of success. Upon conducting an experiment with his own genes, he discovered that they were compatible with the vast majority of mutant genes. However, his genetic strength is limited, permitting the incorporation of only 3 or fewer mutant gene fragments. Exceeding this threshold risks the collapse of the genetic structure. Chapter 76. Gene Transplantation. Liu Changfeng possesses 2 methodologies for gene transplantation. The first is a permanent transplantation, known as gene transcription, which involves disrupting one's own genetic chain and integrating foreign gene fragments. The advantage of this method lies in its lasting efficacy. However, the risk entails potential irreversible and unknown effects on oneself. In Liu Changfeng's case, it could adversely influence his original cultivation system, possibly hindering his breakthroughs or engendering conflicts between disparate energies. The second method is embedded transplantation, which entails the incorporation of other gene fragments into the backbone of the genetic chain. This approach boasts the benefit of not adversely affecting the individual, yet it bears the drawback of being susceptible to gene medications that can eliminate the modified genes, thereby forfeiting their enhanced capabilities. During his exploration of these mutated genes, Liu Changfeng discovered that, at a microscopic level, certain particles within these gene fragments exhibited quantum entanglement. Astonishingly, the energy source for these gene fragments, when activated, was not derived from the host, but rather from an unknown dimension. Take, for instance, the self-healing gene of the saber-toothed tiger. Regardless of the extent of its injuries, provided it is not reduced to ashes or decapitated. It possesses the remarkable ability to heal rapidly, with no change in its body weight. Energy is conserved. Thus, the energy supporting the saber-toothed tiger's self-healing does not originate from its body, but from another dimension. In essence, the self-healing gene establishes a connection to an alternate spatial realm, continuously drawing energy from it. Upon this revelation, Lu Changfeng found himself deep in contemplation. Should he transplant these mutated genes into his own genetic makeup? Would they retain their efficacy upon returning to reality? If these mutated genes could no longer connect to other dimensions, would they siphon his own energy? Furthermore, if he were to implant Magneto's genes, would the energy required to manipulate planetary magnetic fields drain him instantaneously? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Changfeng resolved to conduct an experiment. Since he opted for the embedded method, he could still utilize gene medications to eliminate these mutated genes, akin to a robot's various weapon modules, adaptable for different conditions. Utilizing the technology of gene transcription, Lu Changfeng transplanted the mutated genes into 2 experimental subjects. Both subjects survived and exhibited corresponding abilities, which greatly bolstered Strick's confidence. Strick expressed his satisfaction and invited Lu Changfeng to join the research project on adamantium. As one of the hardest metals in the universe, adamantium can only be molded once and is typically preserved in a molten state. Besides its application in crafting weapons and armor, it is also utilized in manufacturing components for high-end devices, such as bearings. However, the scarcity of adamantium renders it impractical for mass production. Lu Changfeng procured a small quantity of adamantium to forge 2 blades for himself, one measuring 1.5 meters in length, resembling a tang sword, and the other a mere 3 inches, both with sharpened ends akin to a dart, suitable for covert use. Lu Changfeng fashioned the Edmund metal into filaments with a diameter of 10 micrometers, skillfully weaving these strands into a suit of soft armor. This armor not only provided a formidable defense against the slashes of blades, but also withstood the impact of small-caliber firearms. Although the force from larger caliber weapons could not penetrate the armor, it was sufficient to shatter bones and harm internal organs. He presented this remarkable armor to Strick, who was elated, declaring that inviting Lu Changfeng to join him was his wisest decision. During the crafting of the armor, Lu Changfeng incurred a significant loss of Edmund metal filaments, which he discreetly pocketed. Under certain circumstances, these filaments possessed offensive capabilities rivaling those of swords. However, the long blade forged from Edmund metal was incapable of channeling true energy. It was merely exceptionally hard and sharp, beyond even Lu Changfeng's current strength to damage. He named this blade Duanyu. Approximately 6 months after Lu Changfeng's arrival in this world, Strick orchestrated a scheme, staging the death of the Silver Fox, Kyra, to incite Logan's wrath and persuade him to partake in an experiment. Lu Changfeng was involved in this endeavor, although he was aware that the experiment would not fail. Thus he refrained from altering its course. This was his first encounter with a renowned figure from his past life, Wolverine. With a thick, bushy beard and a furrowed brow forming a character, he bore an expression of unresolved sorrow. His sharp and resolute eyes lacked any palpable malice. True to the original plot, Logan's experiment was successful. After the infusion of Edmund metal, he developed a metallic skeletal structure, with even his claws transformed into Edmund metal. Strick's ambition to control Logan backfired when Logan overheard him. Utilizing his indomitable adamantium claws, he tore through the metal door and escaped the facility. Strick dispatched Agent Zero to pursue him while collaborating with Lu Changfeng to create Weapon X. The success of Wolverine instilled hope in Strick. The two of them transcribed Wolverine's healing genes, Cyclope's genes, and John's blinking genes into Wade's genetic makeup, yielding results that greatly satisfied Strick, as Wade successfully inherited all 3 abilities. Prior to the gene transplantation, Strick had erased Wade's memories and implanted a control chip in his brain to prevent a recurrence of the Wolverine incident. Following the successful gene implantation, Strick injected Wade with Edmund metal, bestowing him with a body akin to Wolverine's. The experiment yielded remarkable results, prompting Strick to host a celebratory feast where he and Lu Changfeng drank to excess, overwhelmed by the pressures of recent years. Throughout this process, Lu Changfeng opted to embed two mutant genes into his own genetic structure: Wolverine's healing gene and Cyclope's gene. The incorporation of three genes was the limit of his genetic capacity. However, Lu Changfeng regarded this as merely an experiment, deeming it unnecessary to burden his genes excessively, for any resultant complications would leave him with no room for regret. The genes that could cause mutations in bodily organs were discarded by Lu Changfeng, along with several energy-consuming genes, such as the ability known as flicker. Upon returning to reality, if the mutant genes are unable to harness energy from the dimensional plane, each activation of their capabilities would deplete Lu Changfeng's own energy reserves. Spatial jumps, in particular, demand significant energy, and a single use of flicker could leave him utterly drained, an endeavor fraught with risks and drawbacks. The self-healing gene operates passively. It does not consume energy unless injury occurs. The intensity of the rays emitted from the laser eyes can be regulated. Scott's inability to control them stems from his feeble mental fortitude. However, Lu Changfeng possesses telekinetic abilities, allowing him to independently activate or deactivate his laser eyes. After embedding the mutant genes, Lu Changfeng departed from the base and conducted experiments in an uninhabited wilderness. Upon activating his laser eyes, he noted that neither his internal essence nor his vital energy experienced any alterations. This laser light is not of the traditional variety. Rather, it is a high-energy photon energy beam, boasting tremendous impact and thermal energy, somewhat akin to superhuman thermal rays. Chapter 077. Return to the sweet home. The experiment with the self-healing gene proved to be remarkably simple. Lu Changfeng used a broken blade to carve a deep gash into his own flesh. Just as blood began to seep from the wound, it commenced its miraculous self-repair. After completing this, Lu Changfeng prepared to temporarily depart from this world, biding his time for the opportune moment when Wolverine would arrive, allowing him to seize some adamantium amidst the ensuing chaos. The molten adamantium was contained within specialized glass tubes, each guarded by agents. Shortly thereafter, Wolverine Logan and the Cardmaster Remy infiltrated the base, and soon alarms blared throughout the facility. Logan, single-handedly, compelled Stryker to deploy the X-weapon codenamed Deadpool, while Lu Changfeng seized the opportunity to acquire a substantial amount of adamantium. Marvel films are often riddled with implausibilities. Lu Changfeng had perceived the narrative as somewhat frivolous during his previous life's cinematic experiences. It was unfathomable that such a vast base lacked any air defense, allowing Remy to brazenly navigate his aircraft into the base's airspace. Indeed, Wolverine's regenerative abilities are formidable, yet he is not invincible. A severed head or incineration via a flamethrower, leaving naught but an adamantium skeleton, would likely preclude resurrection. Alternatively, employing toxic or anesthetic gases to subdue him, followed by the casting of liquid iron to entomb him beneath the ocean, would surely yield no chance of return. In the film, Stryker's faction was armed solely with firearms, and absurdly, they even devised a handgun that utilized bullets made from adamantium, which ultimately failed to eliminate Wolverine, merely inducing amnesia. Lu Changfeng refrained from alerting Stryker. Altering the narrative would serve no beneficial purpose for him. Perhaps at this very moment, some deity of storytelling or an observer from beyond was watching, and he had no desire to provoke their ire. He had already procured adamantium, mutant gene data, gene embedding, transcription agents, and cleansing agents for embedded genes, and quietly exited the base. Halfway to his destination in a speedboat, he activated the portal to leave this world. That evening, Zhao Lanxin slipped into Lu Changfeng's bed, yearning for his warmth after a prolonged drought, and exerted herself fervently. Alas, Lu Changfeng's physique was extraordinarily robust, far beyond that of an ordinary human. Eventually, it was Yi Qingwan who, finding Zhao utterly drained of strength, carried her away. And only then did Lu Changfeng find his satisfaction. "Changfeng, you are too strong. Shall we help you find another?" Yi Qingwan nestled against him, her fingers tracing circles upon his chest. "No need, I'm not a stud. Even the cattle of a production team do not work as hard as I do." He chuckled, patting her delightfully firm dairy very well then. The exhausted Yi Qingwan soon succumbed to slumber in his embrace. The following day, Lu Changfeng experimented with the mutant abilities he had acquired in the real world, discovering that neither the self-healing gene nor the laser gene could draw energy from the dimensional space. Utilizing these abilities consumed Lu Changfeng's innate true essence. Indeed, the mutant gene was incapable of sensing the dimensional space of the microcosm in reality. Certain particles within could not maintain a quantum state and could only extract energy from his own body. Lu Changfeng's speculation proved to be accurate. It appears that those energy-consuming mutant genes are indeed unsuitable for integration. 2 days later, the portals to the realms of the smiling, proud wanderer, Sweet Home, and the Terminator were fully charged. Lu Changfeng resolved to first visit Sweet Home, recognizing that the Desire virus there could serve as a valuable resource. Not that his decision was influenced by the presence of Lian Yo, In Jishio, and Park Yoli. Upon his departure from Sweet Home, he found that the state of Goryeo had transformed dramatically. The ruins that once dotted the landscape had vanished, with roads and buildings having been largely restored. However, the death toll had been staggering, resulting in a notable scarcity of people on the streets. Lu Changfeng stopped by a small convenience store to inquire about the current situation and discovered that Goryeo had a new president. To his astonishment, the current president bore a name he was quite familiar with, Lian Yo, with Lian serving as the prime minister. Lian Yo has become the president of Goryeo. What a surprise! Lu Changfeng mused to himself. The location of the presidential office was public knowledge, and he made his way there by car. After explaining his purpose to the guard made a phone call, and within 15 minutes, Lian Yo, In Jishio, and Park Yuli appeared before him, their faces alight with joy. Ignoring the guard's astonishment, Lian Yo rushed into Lu Changfeng's embrace. "You arrived at the most inopportune time," teasing Jishio and Park Yuli from the side. "On the contrary, you arrived at the perfect moment," Lu Changfeng replied with a wave of his hand, drawing the two women into his arms, much like fledglings returning to their nest. "I thought you would never return," Lian Yo exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. "Was I not thinking of you all?" Lu Changfeng chuckled before continuing, "This is not the place for conversation. Let's speak inside." As they walked and chatted, Lu Changfeng learned about the significant events that had transpired in Goryeo during his 2-year absence. Shortly after his departure, Su Yijing had given birth to a child named Su Yishio, who from birth possessed the Desire virus. The child rapidly developed from infancy into childhood, exhibiting extraordinary abilities to infect others through touch, read thoughts, and control the infected. Su Yijing brought her child to their base, and the military of Goryeo, keenly aware of the situation, began to resist. Park Yuli had mastered the acupuncture techniques Lu Changfeng had taught her. Though her lack of true energy meant her success rate in healing the infected was only 50%, they steadily gathered the infected residents, winning their support, and utilized Su Yishio's abilities to counterattack, swiftly seizing control of Goryeo's government. Due to concerns for her public image, Lian Yo was elected as president. Once in power, they undertook the dual tasks of eliminating domestic monsters and healing the afflicted populace, while also constructing several national laboratories to research a cure for the virus, as well as repairing roads, residential buildings, factories, and bridges. After 2 years of development, they had achieved their current state. Moreover, we discovered that our nation's virus research was not solely conducted by the former government. Individuals from beautiful country were also involved. Hatred gleamed in Lian Yo's eyes as she continued, "We are preparing to unleash the Desire virus upon beautiful country as well. I have an even better plan," Lu Changfeng proposed. "The Desire virus may plunge the beautiful nation into chaos, yet their extensive research surely yields some results, allowing for swift resolutions or even the development of augmentative pharmaceuticals for the human body. I possess another strain of virus, whose effects surpass those of the Desire virus. This is the modified T virus from the realm of biohazard, capable of transmission solely through blood. Humans infected with this T virus will transform into a type of zombie with physical attributes approximately double that of an ordinary person, exhibiting not only increased speed but also enhanced strength. Their teeth and nails will undergo mutations, and should genetic mutations occur, variations akin to crawlers or tyrants may emerge." Chapter 078. Deployment of the virus in the National Laboratory of the Goryeo Kingdom. Lu Chanfeng replicated the T-virus dozens of times and entrusted it to Li Yunyo. She disseminated these viruses to several trusted special operatives, assigning them to infiltrate the major cities of the Beautiful Nation and the Basin Nation, the latter being a recent addition by Lu Chanfeng. Upon arrival in these bustling urban centers, the special operatives targeted crowded locales such as shopping malls and bars, using needles tainted with the virus to infect the unsuspecting populace. The onset of the T-virus was alarmingly swift, manifesting within an hour. Chaos ensued across numerous cities in both nations, with the outbreak rapidly spreading to surrounding areas. Within a week, the Beautiful Nation and the Basin Nation were rendered incapacitated, suffering a catastrophic population decline of 70%. Although the military's formidable weaponry could eliminate zombies, the sheer variety of the undead, ranging from those prowling the ground to those swimming in water and flying above, rendered them nearly defenseless. The military was left to shelter within their fortifications, slowly gathering survivors to replenish their dwindling ranks. However, this was merely a temporary solution, and the demise of these nations was only a matter of time. The airborne and aquatic zombies further propagated the virus globally. With the exception of a certain mysterious Eastern superpower, which exhibited remarkable execution capabilities and suffered minimal losses, other countries struggled to contain the viral spread. Notably, a populous nation in Asia, with a peculiar affinity for reptiles, collapsed within a mere 3 days. The Goryeo kingdom also faced repercussions, but possessed super soldiers and the antidote provided by Lu Chanfeng. 60% of the Goryeo populace fell victim to the desire virus, leaving only the elite. Surplus antidotes were sold to the enigmatic Eastern superpower, forging a bond of friendship that promised assistance in nation-building and the provision of advanced experimental equipment. At Lu Chanfeng's suggestion, Li Yunyo established a strategic partnership with the Eastern superpower, leading to a comprehensive upgrade of Goryeo's national laboratory. Considering the limited abilities of the 3 women, Lu Chanfeng resolved to enhance their capabilities. Initially, he administered a genetic enhancer to significantly bolster their physical attributes. Coupled with the amplification from the desire virus, they now possessed 8 times the physical prowess of an average human. A sudden realization struck Lu Chanfeng, causing him to instinctively clutch his waist. This world was not a place to linger. Due to the X gene's inability to extract energy across dimensions, he refrained from implanting the energy-intensive X gene into them. Instead, Li Yunyo received an X gene that conferred invisibility, granting her the ability to fly and rendering her nearly imperceptible, significantly enhancing her survivability. Park Yuri, already endowed with formidable regenerative abilities, received the X gene of the Card Emperor, enabling her to inject kinetic energy into objects and cause them to explode. Yoon Jisoo, originally capable of sonic wave attacks, was endowed with the X gene of a speedster, which, although not as potent as Quicksilver's, allowed her to exceed the speed of sound. Upon completion of their transformations, Lu Chanfeng took them to the Basin Nation for practical application. Li Yunyo, lacking offensive capabilities, became undetectable to the zombies while cloaked in invisibility, evading their senses entirely. Park Yuri also experimented with the capabilities of the Card King, injecting kinetic energy into playing cards, stones, and steel balls. The power of the playing cards was minimal, merely capable of injuring zombies, while the stones and steel balls exhibited significantly greater force, particularly the steel balls, whose explosive power was akin to that of fragmentary grenades. However, the steel balls required the most kinetic energy for infusion. As Yoon Jisoo sprinted, the zombies could not keep pace with her. Upon surpassing the speed of sound, the sonic boom she generated sent nearby zombies flying. Furthermore, if she unleashed a sound wave attack, the weaker zombies would have their heads burst open. The results of the experiment pleased the 3 women and Lu Chanfeng, who were eager to witness Lu Chanfeng's abilities. After their charming pleas, Lu Chanfeng produced a hidden weapon crafted from adamantium metal, which he named Demon Slayer. The Silver Demon Slayer transformed into a streak of lightning, instantly piercing through dozens of zombies surrounding him before hovering in the palm of his hand, untouched by a single drop of blood. In the next moment, dozens of zombies collapsed simultaneously, raising a cloud of dust. Observing the admiration in the eyes of the three women, Lu Changfeng smiled with satisfaction. As time passed, apart from the Eastern Great Nation and the Kingdom of Korea, all other countries succumbed to the apocalypse. The remaining two nations began discussions on how to allocate the Earth's resources. The Eastern Great Nation, with its vast population, secured land rights across Asia, Europe, Africa, and Australia, while the Kingdom of Korea obtained rights to North and South America. However, these regions were heavily infested with zombies, making the cleanup a considerable challenge that required a gradual approach, especially for the Kingdom of Korea, which now had a population of less than 20 million. Lee Eun-yu and Lee Eun-hyuk even considered requesting the Eastern Great Nation to facilitate immigration, given that the two nations might share a common ancestry in ancient times. To address this issue, Lu Changfeng introduced cloning technology and memory editing techniques from the world of Biohazard, successfully developing cloning and memory editing devices, thus alleviating the population crisis in the Kingdom of Korea significantly. Lee Eun-yu then implemented policies to encourage childbirth, arranging various bonuses, subsidies, and benefits, knowing that with the resources from both North and South America, there would be no shortage. Lu Changfeng shared some of his knowledge regarding biotechnology and genetic engineering, urging Lee Eun-yu to vigorously advance these technological fields, hoping that by his next visit, she would have made impressive strides in biotechnology. After staying for over half a year, Lu Changfeng felt a sense of depletion in his own physical condition, as the three women possessed exceptionally strong physiques, capable of enduring several hours of combat. Even a robust body could not withstand such strain. Without notifying them, he left a letter and departed from the sweet home world. In the real world, the herbal processing factory was operating normally, with employee recruitment nearly complete. Zhao Lanxin, having studied human resources in university, was appointed as the director of the Human Resources Department by Yi Qingwan, overseeing the company's human resource management. After finishing his tasks there, Wang Lei returned home to attend to his own matters, as half of the orders for the Benchao Village herbal processing factory were placed by his father's company. With the presence of a digital surveillance system, known as the Apocalypse, any attempts to search for Lu Changfeng's information online with malicious intent would be swiftly detected and reported to him. Under the operation of the Apocalypse, the investment company maintains a stable working capital of approximately $3 billion. It is not that the Apocalypse is incapable of acquiring greater wealth. Rather, it is a case of attracting too much attention, and additionally, Lu Changfeng does not require such an abundance of funds. Lu Changfeng also took the time to undergo recertification at the Martial Artist Association, updating his prowess to the rank of a 6th-tier martial master. This level establishes him as a formidable force among martial artists, deterring most minor factions from daring to provoke him. Chapter 79. Van Helsing in the Realm of Reality. 10 fleeting days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Changfeng did not venture into other worlds. This time, the system identified the world of Van Helsing, which narrates the tale of the monster hunter Van Helsing. It is a realm imbued with extraordinary powers, inhabited by vampires, werewolves, and the reanimated Frankenstein's monster. The protagonist, Van Helsing, is no ordinary being but the reincarnation of the angel Gabriel. The principal antagonist is Count Dracula, the vampire king, who has become impervious to sunlight, silver, and garlic, although ordinary vampires still fear these weaknesses. Lu Changfeng instructed the system to place an order online, acquiring 2 short swords forged from silver alloy, thousands of silver needles, a bundle of highly resilient fire rope, and over 100 glass containers for holding liquids. Upon entering the world of Van Helsing, he found himself bound to a wooden stake, and a sudden influx of memories revealed his current identity. The system had replaced him with Weekin Wei-Lolis, the brother of Anna Wei-Lolis, and he was now serving as bait to lure nearby marauding werewolves, hoping to capture or eliminate them. Barely a minute after regaining consciousness, Lu Changfeng heard a powerful heartbeat emanating from the nearby thicket, likely belonging to the werewolf that had bitten Weekin in the film. Indeed, moments later, a towering creature emerged from the underbrush, a werewolf over 2 meters tall, with a wolf's head and a muscular, hairy body, exuding an aura of raw power. Its eyes burned a fierce crimson, drool dripped from its fanged maw, and with a deafening roar, it lunged toward Lu Changfeng. With a decisive snap, he broke free from his bindings, and with a powerful leap, soared 3 meters into the air. As he descended, he deftly tapped the werewolf's head with the tip of his foot, sending the creature plummeting into a trap below with accelerated speed, while Lu Changfeng elegantly landed 3 meters away from the pit. Simultaneously, the onlookers seized the opportunity to cut the ropes, allowing a massive stone to fall and hoist the trapped werewolf in an iron cage via a pulley system. "Weaken, are you all right?" A white woman clad in a red top and black leggings rushed to his side, her expression fraught with concern. She was Anna, Weaken's younger sister. "Rest assured, I am unscathed," Lu Changfeng replied. "Weaken, quickly shoot it with silver bullets," Anna urged, her anxiety palpable as she recognized the werewolf's immense strength, knowing the cage would not contain it for long. "Wait a moment, I need to collect some of its blood," Lu Changfeng replied, and with a swift gesture, an invisible blade of energy pierced the werewolf's skull, rendering it motionless and unconscious. The onlookers lifted the iron cage onto a cart to transport it back to the castle, locking it within the dungeon. Once the crowd dispersed, Lu Changfeng descended into the dungeon alone, followed closely by Anna. "Weaken, you seem different today," Anna remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion, sensing an unfamiliarity in him. "Anna, do not overthink it. I merely wish to study the werewolf to discover a means of combating vampires," Lu Changfeng reassured her. Lu Changfeng offered little explanation. In this world, no martial arts manuals or treasures existed that could enhance his abilities. The only extraordinary beings he encountered were vampires and werewolves, which he regarded as an opportunity for exploration, intending to collect samples of their blood and tissues for future study in realms, such as the Biohazard or Sweet Home worlds. Anna remained silent, quietly trailing behind Lu Changfeng as he opened the iron cage and bound the werewolf with fireproof rope, securing it like a zongzi. He proceeded to draw its blood, filling 5 test tubes with approximately 2,000 milliliters. Afterwards, he made an incision in the werewolf's chest, extracting its heart and placing it into a glass container for preservation. Within his spatial compartment, time stood still. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon retrieval. The excruciating pain roused the werewolf from its stupor, prompting it to struggle violently. However, the fireproof rope proved resilient, and with its heart removed, its resistance gradually waned. Having acquired what he desired, Lu Changfeng plunged a silver alloy dagger into the werewolf's chest. It let out a piercing howl of agony, its entire form beginning to wither, ultimately disintegrating into ash. Anna was astounded by Lu Changfeng's ability to materialize and then vanish objects in an instant. She yearned to inquire further, but he swiftly departed the dungeon, leaving her no opportunity for questions. Rather than remaining in the castle, he journeyed to Frankenstein Castle, the very site where Dr. Victor Frankenstein had once created his scientific monster, now claimed by Dracula for the purpose of breeding his progeny. The castle's architecture was Gothic, its exterior adorned with vines and cracks, topped with a massive metal lightning rod designed to channel electrical energy. Inside the castle, thousands of vampire eggs hung from the walls, connected to a life ray apparatus, while cryptic runes adorned the surfaces, emanating faint waves of dark energy. The castle was guarded by Dracula's diminutive servant race, who diligently maintained the incubation chamber's operations. Lu Changfeng observed from the shadows, gradually comprehending the methodology employed by Dr. Frankenstein in his creation of the scientific monster. Utilizing the life ray apparatus, he had transformed lightning energy into life energy, ultimately reanimating the creature. The principles behind the life ray apparatus had been lost with Frankenstein's death, yet it likely contained a unique formula for life, possibly effective solely within this realm. The scientific monster was merely unique in its origin, having been resurrected from assembled corpses, lacking notable combat prowess, which diminished Lu Changfeng's interest. In the original narrative, 3 vampire brides would attack when Van Helsing arrived in the town. Intrigued by these creatures, Lu Changfeng returned to the castle, and a day later, townsfolk reported the arrival of 2 strangers. Following Anna to the town center, he found Van Helsing and his assistant, Carl, confronting the local residents, who had long endured disturbances from werewolves and vampires and were exceedingly wary of outsiders. Anna approached Van Helsing to engage in conversation, intending to disarm them both and take them to the castle for verification of their identities. At that moment in the distance, three figures swiftly soared through the sky towards the small town. They were Dracula's three vampire brides, possessing human forms yet adorned with a pair of enormous bat-like wings. They bore elongated and sharp canine teeth capable of effortlessly piercing human skin to siphon blood. Upon witnessing the imminent assault of the vampires, the townsfolk were thrown into disarray, their attention diverted entirely from the two outsiders as they rushed towards the nearest shelters. Anna busied herself directing the panicked crowd, striving to evade the onslaught of the three vampire brides. Chapter 080. The Vampire Bride. The three vampire brides were second-generation vampires, possibly unafraid of the sun. Or perhaps they ventured out in daylight only because the sky was overcast. Their strength was formidable, capable of effortlessly lifting an adult and soaring through the air with agility. Despite Van Helsing's relentless barrage of arrows from his crossbow, he merely inflicted minor wounds, which healed almost instantaneously. At that moment, two silver streaks shot through the air like lightning, as two silver short swords pierced the hearts of the vampire brides. They shrieked in agony as they plummeted from the sky, their forms swiftly disintegrating into ash, akin to werewolves. The surviving vampire bride, gripped by terror, screamed as she flapped her wings in a desperate attempt to flee, only to be ensnared by a rope hurled by Lu Chongfeng, which ensnared her neck and yanked her down from the heavens. She lunged toward Lu Chongfeng, but he deftly tightened the rope, binding her in a series of knots, rendering her immobile on the ground. He then hoisted her up and prepared to depart. Van Helsing and Anna exchanged glances, and he inquired, "Who is he?" Anna hesitated for a moment before responding. "He is my brother, Weaken. It appears you truly do not require my assistance," Van Helsing remarked, raising his hands in resignation. Lu Chongfeng's prowess far surpassed his own, yet he harbored doubts. "If your brother is so formidable, why are you still beleaguered by vampires?" "He has only recently become this way. I suspect he may no longer be my brother," Anna replied, casting a glance at Van Helsing, who she recognized as the monster hunter. "Come with me. I may indeed need your help," Anna said, her expression clouded with confusion. The brother she had once relied upon seemed to have morphed into a stranger. Lu Chongfeng intended to remain at the castle for only a few days. He wished to limit his entanglement with Anna. The bond of brother and sister could not lead to anything more, and the more affection he showed, the deeper her sorrow would be upon his departure. Thus, he resolved to adopt a more indifferent demeanor. He brought the vampire bride to the castle dungeon, employing the same methods he had used on werewolves, extracting blood and extracting hearts. Within her, he sensed a faint, dark energy, distinct from internal power. The precise nature of its operation eluded him, and he had no intention of investigating further, for with his current strength, such an endeavor might yield no fruitful results. With the demise of Dracula's three vampire brides, Lu Chongfeng anticipated that he would feel Dracula's presence, though he remained uncertain if the Dark Lord would come. He resolved to wait within the castle for a couple of days. During this time, Anna, accompanied by Van Helsing and Carl, delved into Dracula's records and stumbled upon a scientific monster concealed within a cavern beneath the castle. They realized that this creature was pivotal to Dracula's resurrection of his progeny. The thought of Lu Chongfeng's immense power led them to bring the scientific monster back with them. Standing at over 2.5 meters tall, the creature possessed an extraordinarily massive frame, its skin a pale, grayish-green hue. Numerous stitch scars adorned its face and exposed upper body, while its legs were equipped with metallic joints and hydraulic piston mechanisms. The being resembled not a reanimated corpse, but rather a steampunk-inspired half-machine. Upon his chest rested a verdant, electrified apparatus, seemingly sustaining his life through the flow of current. Lu Chongfeng speculated that within him lay a life ray device, capable of converting electrical energy into life force. Should the current be ample, the scientific monstrosity could theoretically attain immortality. Beyond perceiving the electromagnetic field surrounding him, Lu Chongfeng also sensed a faint energy. a fusion of life energy and other essences. The composition of this creature was remarkably intricate, even if Dr. Frankenstein were to be revived. Replicating such an entity would be an arduous task, as its existence hinged heavily on serendipity. Lu Changfeng harbored no disdain for such beings. Addressing the somewhat apprehensive creature, he remarked, "Since you possess life and intellect, I shall not regard you as an aberration, nor will I impose harm upon you. You may reside here as an ordinary person. From now on, you shall serve as a steward in the castle." How's that sound? The creature, having never experienced such treatment, nearly knelt before Lu Changfeng, promptly nodding, "I have no objections. I merely wish to survive. Rest assured, you shall be safe here. As for Dracula, should he dare to approach, I will ensure he finds no return," Lu Changfeng confidently declared. He was not merely relying on his innate pure, yang essence, but also on his laser eyes, capable of countering malevolent forces, rendering Dracula at a distinct disadvantage in his presence. "Thank you," the creature replied earnestly. 2 days elapsed without Dracula's arrival or the appearance of any vampires. Lu Changfeng resolved to take the initiative. At this juncture, Carl, Van Helsing's assistant, discovered a lead within the castle's archives, reconstructing a painting from a study. As Carl recited the text inscribed upon it, the painting radiated light, transforming into a mirror-like portal. Van Helsing peered at it and found it was none other than Dracula's icy citadel. Lu Changfeng grasped Anna's arm, cautioning, "It is perilous within. It is best that you remain here and await our return." In the original narrative, Anna met her demise at the hands of Van Helsing, transformed into a werewolf. Although Lu Changfeng's presence had altered certain plot elements, the potential for narrative correction loomed uncertainly. With an unknown number of vampires lurking within, ordinary individuals like Anna would find survival exceedingly difficult. After a moment of hesitation, Anna ultimately acquiesced, stating, "If you do not return within a day, I shall come in search of you." Lu Changfeng nodded, and he and Carl stepped through the portal. Beyond the threshold lay a world of ice and snow, a castle perched upon a solitary peak, grand and awe-inspiring. Even the entrance towered at over 10 meters in height. This time, Van Helsing had not been bitten by a werewolf, yet he was equipped with a grappling gun. Before Van Helsing could utilize the grappling gun, Lu Changfeng seized him and Carl, leaping over the entrance, recreating a scene from the film. The castle's interior was densely adorned with vampire eggs, a sight that would surely terrify anyone afflicted with a fear of clusters. "Oh dear, this is not good," Carl stammered, his legs quaking. "Once Dracula is slain, his progeny shall perish as well," Lu Changfeng asserted. As the three ventured forward for a distance, they encountered a fork in the path, one leading left and the other right. Lu Changfeng sensed a formidable presence emanating from the castle atop the left peak, likely that of Dracula himself, while the right peak presumably housed his laboratory. "Let's split up. I shall proceed to the left, and you both take the right," Lu Changfeng proposed, wary of revealing his methods to Van Helsing. "Very well," Van Helsing acquiesced, leading Carl down the right path. At that moment, Lu Changfeng's voice resonated behind them. "If I do not return, please take care of Anna for me." He intended to depart this world after vanquishing Dracula. "If you cannot survive, then our chances are even slimmer," Van Helsing remarked. Lu Changfeng chose not to respond further and departed without delay. Chapter 081. The Great Battle Against Dracula within the castle at the peak. Dracula has found himself unable to sleep for several days. Confined within this frozen fortress for centuries, devoid of any forms of amusement, he has succumbed to a profound sense of tedium. When he is not lost in slumber, he is engaged in the creation of diminutive vampires with his vampire brides. Despite his brides birthing thousands of these little creatures, none have survived. For years, he has devoted himself to the resurrection of his progeny. Yet at this critical juncture, his 3 vampire brides have failed to return, likely meeting a grim fate. This castle cannot imprison him entirely. After all, having sold his soul to the devil, he not only gained an extended lifespan, but also the ability to transform into a bat-like creature, soaring into the outside world. However, he dares not venture far beyond the town as periphery, as the outside world is fraught with peril. Lu Changfeng did not conceal his presence, even before entering the room. Dracula had already sensed him. Upon his entrance, Dracula regarded him with a smile. "Wiccan, who bestowed upon you the audacity to seek me out?" he inquired, his demeanor exuding sophistication. "Is Liang Jingru?" Lu Changfeng uttered a phrase that Dracula found incomprehensible, yet his battle spirit surged forth. It had been a long time since he had the opportunity to engage in a proper fight, and today he was eager to stretch his limbs. Dracula furrowed his brow, and out of caution, he reiterated, "What exactly is your purpose here?" "I have come to either slay you or be slain by you," Lu Changfeng replied, a vicious grin spreading across his face. He crouched low, launching himself like a cannonball, appearing before Dracula in an instant. Without drawing upon his true essence, he relied solely on his physical prowess and skill, striking Dracula with a single punch that sent him crashing across the room, toppling the furniture in his wake. The ferocity of the blow tore through Dracula's insides, forcing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. "You are not Wiccan." Dracula licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his wounds visibly mending at an astonishing rate. "What does it matter who I am?" Lu Changfeng charged again, his strikes akin to a tempest. Though Dracula moved with remarkable speed, Lu Changfeng was swifter still. Like a ragdoll, Dracula was battered from one side of the room to the other, his elegant suit now riddled with tears, his hair disheveled, losing the grace he once possessed. Though he found himself at a disadvantage, Dracula stubbornly declared, "I concede that you are formidable, but you cannot kill me. Whether you live or die is of no consequence to me. I merely seek the thrill of the fight." To Lu Changfeng, Dracula's combat techniques resembled those of a child. After enduring such a prolonged assault, Lu Changfeng remained unruffled, continuing to pummel Dracula for another 5 minutes before finally growing bored and ceasing his onslaught. "Are you fatigued? Perhaps we should take a moment to rest and converse," Dracula suggested, adjusting his attire and retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his lips and the dust from his face. Lu Changfeng remained silent, his unwavering gaze fixed upon Dracula, inducing a sense of discomfort within him. "Since you choose not to speak, I shall assume your acquiescence. We can collaborate, joining forces to conquer the surrounding towns. You may reign as king, restoring the former glory of the Wyralis family." Dracula extended his arms, his voice resonating with fervor, reminiscent of an impassioned orator. Lu Changfeng observed Dracula's performance with calm detachment, akin to that of a spectator viewing a jester. Silently, he drew forth the Qingfeng sword, and with a swift stroke, a surge of sword energy severed one of Dracula's arms. Before the limb could touch the ground, it spun and landed in Lu Changfeng's grasp, where he secured it. "Ah!" Dracula howled in agony, as Lu Changfeng's pure yang energy proved to be as effective against this malevolent creature as ordinary holy water. From the stump of his severed arm, a thick plume of black smoke erupted, akin to flesh corroded by a potent acid. "You are one of the paladins. Who are you truly?" Fear crept into Dracula's voice as he unfurled his wings, attempting to flee. Yet, Lu Changfeng would not grant him such an opportunity. The energy field expanded, and Dracula felt an invisible yet immense force envelop him, rendering him utterly defenseless as he was drawn towards Lu Changfeng. With a single stroke, Lu Changfeng cleaved open Dracula's chest, and as he plunged the Qingfeng sword deep, a heart plummeted into a glass vessel held by Lu Changfeng, followed by the collection of a substantial amount of Dracula's blood. Remarkably, as the progenitor of vampires, Dracula did not succumb to death even while his heart was extracted and his blood drained. Instead, his wounds began to heal gradually. "Such phenomena are astonishing," Lu Changfeng mused, his eyes lighting up. "You do not seek to kill me. You merely desire my blood and bodily tissues. Take whatever you wish, just spare my life." Dracula, who had long bartered his soul to demons for eternal life, was paralyzed by the fear of death. Lu Changfeng smiled faintly, a visage that, to Dracula, appeared more terrifying than the smile of a demon. He repeated his previous action, extracting Dracula's heart once more. "Today has been quite exhilarating. Thank you." With that, Lu Changfeng swiftly dispatched Dracula, severing him into several pieces. His eyes emitted a crimson beam, and immediately Dracula's remains ignited fiercely, soon reduced to ashes. The blaze ignited the castle as well. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, Van Helsing, upon witnessing the inferno, quickly took Karl and sought refuge in the river beneath the castle. Once the flames subsided, they emerged in search of Lu Changfeng, but he had vanished without a trace. The pair then set fire to Dracula's other strongholds before returning to the castle of the Anna Wayloli's family to relay the events to Anna. Dracula was not the sole vampire. Over the centuries, countless vampires have been transformed by him. Van Helsing resolved to temporarily remain there, aiding Anna in combating the remaining vampires, thereby fulfilling his promise to Lu Changfeng. Back in the present, Lu Changfeng rested for a day before swiftly returning to the world of Biohazard. 2 years had elapsed here, and Alice's Dawn organization and the Umbrella Corporation had reached a preliminary agreement. Now, apart from certain mysterious Eastern power, there were few survivors left on Earth. If the conflict persisted, it seemed that only clones would remain in the beautiful nation. Both sides harbored concerns about one another, leading to the division of the beautiful country into 2 territories, with the Dawn Organization and the Umbrella Corporation each claiming half of the land and resources. In recent years, the Dawn Organization has been fervently advancing its endeavors in energy, industry, and agricultural cultivation. They have constructed a nuclear power plant, subsequently establishing numerous heavy industries in its vicinity. These factories primarily manufacture the instruments and equipment essential for genetic engineering, as well as vehicles such as aircraft and armored personnel carriers. Naturally, complementary facilities, including metal smelting plants, plastic production facilities, and electronics factories are concurrently being developed. Within these establishments, the workforce predominantly comprises clones, who require only sustenance and accommodation, thus eliminating the need for salaries. The type of talents needed can be tailored by editing their memories accordingly. Chapter 082: Genetic Research in the Realm of Genetic Engineering. The Dawn Organization continues to reap the benefits of Lu Changfeng's legacy. The knowledge he left behind is sufficient for their current applications. Furthermore, Lu Changfeng has assured Alice of his return, which has led her to refrain from allocating excessive manpower towards innovation. Upon his return, Lu Changfeng intends to explore the genes of werewolves and vampires, which he acquired in the Van Helsing world. On a microscopic level, their genes share a remarkable 99.9 similarity with human genes, with the remaining fragments having mutated under the influence of unknown energies. Lu Changfeng isolates the special gene fragments from the werewolf DNA and, through transcription techniques, implants them into the genes of his clone subjects. These subjects are capable of transforming into werewolves under the full moon, albeit with physical attributes that are slightly inferior to those of the werewolves in the Van Helsing world, possessing merely double the physical prowess of an average human. The pure werewolf genes are less potent than the genetic enhancers Lu Changfeng has developed. However, by combining the werewolf's unique genes with the genetic enhancers and incorporating certain gene fragments from the T-virus, he creates a super werewolf, capable of transformation at night, with physical capabilities exceeding 8 times that of a normal human, and whose sharp claws can even rend steel. On nights of the full moon, their physical prowess can reach 10 times the human limit. Moreover, Lu Changfeng has eliminated several negatively impactful gene fragments from the werewolf DNA, allowing them to retain their sanity upon transformation, free from madness and bloodlust. Following the announcement of this breakthrough, numerous members of the Dawn Organization, particularly men, eagerly volunteered for transformation, seemingly captivated by an intrinsic admiration for werewolves. Consequently, the base sees a surge of members transforming into werewolves and running wild under the moonlit sky each night. The genetic composition of vampires differs slightly from that of werewolves. Their overall physical attributes are somewhat lower, yet they possess wings for flight and require blood for sustenance. Through Lu Changfeng's enhancements, the newly synthesized vampire genes have become significantly more refined, granting immunity to sunlight and silver, while achieving physical capabilities up to 7 times that of an average human, alongside the ability to fly. However, the intrinsic requirement for blood remains an intractable flaw in the vampire gene, a hereditary trait that cannot be excised. and Lu Changfeng currently chooses not to invest excessive energy into this aspect of research, perhaps due to his utilization of the genetic material from Dracula, the progenitor of vampires. The overall efficacy of a vampire serum surpasses that of the werewolves. Upon the unveiling of this research, even Alice expressed her desire to undergo the transformation. However, as a perfect receptor for the T-virus, Lu Changfeng intends to create a special vampire serum exclusively for her. The vampire serum possesses characteristics of eternal youth and longevity, and Lu Changfeng is reluctant to offer this transformation to ordinary members, fearing potential internal discord within the Dawn organization. After some consideration, he directs Alice to compile a list and proceeds to transform a select few high-ranking members, including Alice, Jill, Claire, and others. Having completed his research on the genetic information of werewolves and vampires, Lu Changfeng departs from the world of Biohazard, choosing not to provide the vampire serum to those closest to him, such as the women from Sweet Home and the characters from the 8 Dragons of Heaven. Although the vampire elixir allows for prolonged life, it necessitates the consumption of blood for survival, with a rather limited capacity. They still have time, and Lu Changfeng has the opportunity to explore many other worlds, deferring decisions until superior options arise. Within Lu Changfeng's backpack lies some primordial adamantium, prompting his decision to venture into the Terminator realm to observe its advancements. A decade has elapsed since Lu Changfeng's last departure from the Terminator world. Under the stringent directives of the apocalypse, progress has been made not only in robotics, but also in aerospace technology, successfully landing on Mars and the Moon. Given that robots require neither oxygen nor sustenance, as long as material performance is adequate, they can adapt to the harshest environments. Consequently, the apocalypse has begun constructing interstellar carriers, equipped with comprehensive robotic production lines capable of mining within the solar system and manufacturing various types of robots. Plans are also underway to build a space dock, with aspirations to construct space battleships following a technological upgrade. In terms of energy, the apocalypse has transitioned from conventional nuclear fuel cells to nuclear fusion batteries, boasting an energy density tenfold that of their predecessors. In the Terminator world, a significant number of flora and fauna on Blue Star have perished due to nuclear winter, with the climate consistently hovering around -40 degrees Celsius. Human cities have crumbled into ruins, replaced by towering steel jungles. Railways and transport trains weave through these industrial landscapes, while various types of aerial vehicles frequently traverse the skies, primarily for transportation. Within factories and mines, numerous robots toil diligently, undergoing monthly inspections, maintenance, repairs, and part replacements, with irreparable units being entirely replaced. Upon appearing in a steel city, Lu Changfeng is swiftly detected by patrolling robots. His identity is registered with the highest authority in the Apocalypse's control system, and thus, the Apocalypse is instantly aware of Lu Changfeng's arrival. Assuming control of a robotic body, the Apocalypse approaches Lu Changfeng and salutes, addressing him as Master. "You have done exceedingly well. Allow me to show you the world you have built," Lu Changfeng responds. Shortly thereafter, a disc-shaped flying vehicle resembling a UFO descends onto the city's helipad. After boarding, Lu Changfeng is taken on a tour of Blue Star, where the Apocalypse presents the developments of recent years. In this world, the Apocalypse has transcended the singular intelligence of individual robots, evolving into a collective consciousness akin to that of a swarm of bees or ants, with robots collaborating efficiently, a perfect embodiment of teamwork over individuality. Thus, in merely a decade, the Apocalypse has reconstructed Blue Star and embarked on a path to the stars. After concluding the tour of Blue Star, Lu Changfeng boards a specialized spacecraft, designed by the Apocalypse specifically for him, complete with an oxygen circulation system and air stabilization mechanisms. This vessel transports him to a space station orbiting Blue Star. Gazing down from the cosmos, he perceives a colossal blue and white sphere suspended in the void, continuously rotating against the backdrop of infinite darkness. In that moment, Lu Changfeng is struck by the insignificance of humanity, a mere speck in comparison to the vastness of space and the grandeur of planets. Humanity remains exceedingly diminutive, and life itself is remarkably fragile, offering merely a fleeting span of several decades, or perhaps a century. In stark contrast to the billions of years that planets endure, such a lifespan seems utterly insignificant. Liu Changfeng contemplated this, his resolve to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts growing ever stronger. He yearned to elevate the essence of his existence, to behold the grandeur of higher realms. Chapter 083. Winds have changed. The entity known as Tianqi has established bases on Mars and the Moon, dedicated to mining and the manufacture of spacecraft and robots. However, the vast distances involved present significant challenges, and the development of faster-than-light travel remains elusive. Liu Changfeng intends to return for another visit in the future. He entrusted the Edmund Medal to Tianqi for research, as the latter possesses a specialized materials laboratory. After initial analysis, various experiments will ensue, with Liu Changfeng offering valuable insights along the way. Despite his brain's remarkable 100 overclocking, it pales in comparison to the speed and capabilities of Tianqi's thousands of photon supercomputers. Yet, the creative spark and bursts of wisdom that characterize the human mind remain unmatched by mere computational power. Research revealed that once solidified, the Edmund Medal exhibits minimal molecular spacing, rendering it impenetrable even to electrons. This not only endows it with extraordinary strength, but also imparts thermal insulation and energy separation properties. Such a metal does not exist in the natural world of the Terminator universe. It can only be synthesized once technology reaches a certain pinnacle. The understanding of Edmund Medal's principles has sparked innovative ideas for both Liu Changfeng and Tianqi. After some deliberation, Liu Changfeng and Tianqi resolved to utilize a portion of the Edmund Medal to construct a robot skeleton and to create several nanobots. Ultimately, they aimed to produce a female T-5000 robot for Liu Changfeng to transport back to the real world, serving as a vessel for Tianqi. The remaining Edmund Medal would be left in the Terminator universe as a sample, awaiting future replication when Tianqi's technological advancements permit. Upon departing the Terminator world, Liu Changfeng not only brought back the T-5000 robot, but also a large optical brain measuring 3 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 2 meters in height, along with a light storage device and a multifunctional nanoweapon. The weapon, constructed from superalloy, could transform various components to yield different functionalities, including high-energy laser guns, electromagnetic pulse weapons, plasma guns, and high-energy ultraviolet beam guns, powered by compact nuclear fusion batteries, with several spare batteries included. Over the years, Tianqi in the Terminator world has evolved its core programming. Liu Changfeng directed it to replicate some useful core codes, which he would bring back to enhance the capabilities of the real-world Tianqi. Had his spatial constraints permitted, Liu Changfeng would have relished the opportunity to transport a disc-shaped aircraft, far more comfortable than conventional vehicles, facilitating effortless travel across any realm. Upon returning to reality, Liu Changfeng swiftly proceeded to the villa's machine room to install the optical brain and storage device. He then commanded Tianqi to control the T-5000, inputting the control program into the robot's optical brain, which currently housed only a framework system, awaiting further programming from Tianqi. Subsequently, he uploaded portions of Tianqi's source code from the Terminator world to the computer, enabling Tianqi to learn and assimilate the information independently. The T-5000 was named Tianqi, and Liu Changfeng briefly introduced it to Yi Qingwan and Zhao Lanxin, merely stating that Tianqi was a bodyguard he had engaged to ensure their safety. In other realms, the martial prowess of Liu Changfeng has proven to be of little assistance. He has chosen to remain at home for 10 days, spending quality time with the two women, while also training Lai Feng and Wang Kai, instructing them not to initiate attacks on humans. Given their current strength, they could effortlessly hunt ordinary humans. Fortunately, their intelligence is quite high, and they exhibit absolute obedience to Liu Changfeng's commands. Otherwise, he might have considered their physical elimination. The system has now identified the world of Fengyan, a high martial realm that is quite familiar to Liu Changfeng. Instantly, figures like Xiongba, Niefeng, Qin Shuang, Wu Ming, the Sword Saint, and Di Shitian, along with various scenes, flooded his mind. This world possesses an exceptionally high level of martial power. If it were the television adaptation, it might be somewhat more manageable. but the manga and mythological versions are nearly identical. In this realm, Liu Changfeng's strength would likely place him on par with Xiongba, though he would be considerably weaker than Wu Ming and Di Shitian from the second part of the story. This world is replete with formidable martial techniques, such as Xiongba's 3 parts returning to origin, Wu Ming's enigmatic swordsmanship, 10,000 swords returning to origin, the Sword Saint's 23 swords, and Di Shitian's Holy Heart technique. Liu Changfeng pondered how to acquire these martial arts without excessively disrupting the storyline, as being discovered by the world's consciousness would be a grave miscalculation. Although the system's upgrade has reduced the likelihood of detection, it has not reached the point of complete concealment, compelling Liu Changfeng to adopt a low-profile approach, disguising his identity and concealing his strength to join the Tianxia Association would likely be futile. Given Xiongba's suspicious nature, no matter how many merits he accrued, it is improbable that Xiongba would impart the 3 parts returning to origin to him, as he has reservations even with his 3 disciples. Seeking to apprentice under Wu Ming is uncertain. Even if accepted, it would likely involve numerous obligations, which Liu Changfeng wishes to avoid. Approaching Di Shitian's Tianmen is even less feasible. Doing so would be akin to courting disaster, as any hint of his intentions could compel him to flee. After much contemplation, Liu Changfeng recalled a storyline in Fengyun, where Nie Feng discovered his ancestral treasure blade and the Aya Hand 6 techniques within the Lingyun cave. It is said that there is also a legacy of martial arts left by Wu Wudi, and the Fire Qilin serves as the guardian of the Yellow Emperor's tomb, which houses the Yellow Emperor's treasured sword, Xianyuan. The living Fire Qilin surely possesses greater value than a deceased one. Liu Changfeng resolved to venture into Lingyun Cave in search of opportunity. In a moment of daze, Liu Changfeng found himself transported to the world of Fengyun. This time, the system did not assign him an identity, but merely made slight alterations to his appearance, such as lengthening his hair to give him a more ancient visage, while he had already donned suitable attire prior to his journey. Upon arriving in the realm of Fengyun, Liu Changfeng immediately sensed a distinct difference. The primordial energy of this world was markedly more vibrant than that of both the renowned world's first and the heavenly dragon and the 12 palaces. Experts above the innate realm could restore their true energy with remarkable swiftness, which elucidated why the martial artist here could effortlessly condense 40 meters of sword energy for a single slice, akin to cleaving through water or splitting Mount Huasan. After a brief period of meditation and practice, Liu Changfeng felt a slight enhancement in his innate true essence. However, having already reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, his dantian and meridians brimmed with innate true essence, leaving no room for further advancement. He could only engage in gradual cultivation to expand the capacity of his dantian. Yet, such expansion could not be rushed, as excessive eagerness would only harm the dantian. Chapter 084. Lingyun Cave. Liu Changfeng surveyed his surroundings and inquired about his location in a nearby village, discovering that he was near the Min River. Following the villagers' directions, he arrived in a nearby town to exchange some currency. He then took a boat along the Min River to the confluence of the Min, Qingyi, and Dada rivers, which is the site of the Leshan giant Buddha and one of the entrances to Lingyun Cave. Locally, there's a saying that goes, "The floodwaters reach the Buddha's knees, and the fire scorches Lingyun Cave," implying a correlation between the emergence of the fire unicorn and the rising water levels. It was on such a day that Nie Feng's father, King Nierun, dueled with Xiongba and was subsequently carried away by the fire unicorn. As Liu Changfeng gazed upon the dark entrance at the foot of the Leshan Buddha, he felt a shiver run down his spine. He was uncertain whether he could overpower the fire unicorn. However, it seemed to possess limited intelligence, so retreating or activating a teleportation portal to escape was a viable option. He retrieved a flashlight from his spatial storage, a relic from the Terminator world, powered by a nuclear battery capable of lasting a century. Since acquiring this spatial storage, he had a penchant for hoarding various items: food, water, lighters, clothing, and more. The paths within Lingyun Cave were intricate and convoluted. At every fork, Liu Changfeng meticulously recorded his journey using a brush and rice paper he had purchased. Although he possessed a memory palace that allowed him to recall everything, Documenting his findings was far more convenient. After wandering for 2 to 3 hours, he finally spotted a plant deep within the cave that emitted a soft, ethereal glow. It was a vine-like plant adorned with numerous green and red fruits, the luminescence emanating from the red ones. This must be the blood bodhi, Lu Changfeng surmised, as the mere aroma of the fruits invigorated his essence. In Lingyun Cave, the blood bodhi was the only entity capable of such a remarkable effect. He carefully plucked 3 ripe blood bodhi fruits and stored them in his spatial storage, as he was uninjured and had yet to break through to a higher realm. Consuming the fruits at this stage would be a waste. Continuing his exploration of Lingyun Cave, Lu Changfeng discovered numerous murals within a cavern near the blood bodhi. These depictions not only illustrated various martial techniques, but also indicated the flow of true energy and methods for opening meridians. This was part of the profound martial art known as Xuanwu True Skill, left behind by the legendary Wu Wuti, which included the 10 supreme martial arts and inner strength techniques. What fortune to find such treasures with little effort! Lu Changfeng was elated. Wu Wuti was a pinnacle figure in the world of Fengyan, a martial genius who had distilled the family's legacy of the 10 supreme martial arts into the Xuanwu True Skill. He had once severely injured the millennium-strong deity, Di Shutian, and the 10 supreme martial arts would greatly enrich the weaponry section of Lu Changfeng's 4 symbols martial cannon. Utilizing the light from his flashlight, Lu Changfeng comprehended and committed each mural to memory, eventually deciding to temporarily reside within the cave to fully engage his mind at 100 capacity. Absorbing the essence of Wu Wuti's Xuanwu True Skill, he discerned that the Xuanwu True Skill bore little distinction from the other martial arts cultivated within the memory palace of Lu Changfeng prior to the innate realm, both focusing on the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary vessels. However, beyond the innate realm, the Xuanwu Heart method introduced the opening of an additional acupoint. Besides the lower dantian, there existed 8 more acupoints. Should all 9 acupoints be filled with true energy, the total energy would surpass that of a practitioner who had only cultivated the lower dantian by over 3-fold. Furthermore, the external techniques beyond the innate realm encompassed the cultivation of intent, such as sword intent, blade intent, and fist intent. The integration of intent into techniques not only exerted psychological pressure on opponents, but also harnessed the elemental energies of the world for enhanced offensive power. The distinction between a warrior who comprehends intent and one who does not is profound. The celestial sword intent that Wu Ming grasped could nearly suppress the majority of sword masters in the martial world, rendering it exceedingly formidable. What Lu Changfeng lacked were these methodologies. With such knowledge, he could refine and innovate upon their foundations, forging a unique path in martial arts that belonged solely to him. After a month of seclusion in the Lingyun Cave, Lu Changfeng finally comprehended and perfected the internal cultivation method of the Xuanwu True Skill. While the Xuanwu method could cultivate 9 acupoints, Lu Changfeng's optimized 4 symbols heart method could engage all 365 acupoints throughout the body. If he were to fill all these acupoints with innate true essence, his reservoir of true energy would be 100-fold deeper than that of any other warrior of equal realm. Even in a world where the elemental energies lay dormant, he would remain unconcerned about depleting his energy. With an exceptionally profound, innate true essence, Lu Changfeng merely needed a single night of cultivation to unlock the Shunkei and Qihai acupoints, constructing true essence whirlpools within these 2 loci to guide the flow of energy. Upon opening the acupoints, Lu Changfeng's power saw a significant increase. The ecstasy of this enhancement surpassed even the joy of union. He continued to consume blood bodhi for cultivation, benefiting from his 10-fold superior physical constitution and self-healing X gene, which allowed him to open acupoints without any concern for the capacity of his meridians. Even if they were to falter, he could retreat to the world of Wolverine, where his self-healing gene would prove even more effective. Other practitioners typically required years to open their acupoints. Those of ordinary talent, like Emperor Shutian, often took decades or even centuries. In contrast, under sufficient true essence, Lu Changfeng astonishingly achieved this in mere days. After consuming 3 blood bodhi, he had already unlocked 9 acupoints, with his true essence now over 3 times stronger than when he first entered. Without the aid of Blood Bodhi, Lu Chongfeng's cultivation speed returned to normal, with an estimate of a year required to fill the 10th acupoint. Should he continue with conventional methods, filling all 365 acupoints would demand several hundred years. Such a technique is not meant for ordinary individuals. It necessitates either a being of longevity or access to ample celestial and earthly treasures. This elucidates why the martial arts of this world typically only activate a limited number of acupoints. An excess would hinder the pace of cultivation, proving counterproductive. Upon concluding his retreat, Lu Chongfeng resumed his exploration of the Lingyun cave. After the better part of the day, he rediscovered the remains of his elder, Niefeng, as well as the snow-drinking Madblade and the Hand 6 techniques inscribed upon the walls, in addition to the fire-scale sword belonging to Duanlong's father. These were all collected by Lu Chongfeng. In the future, when he encounters Niefeng, he may consider imparting the 6 techniques of Hand to him. As for the snow-drinking Madblade, that will depend on his mood. The 6 techniques of Hand are the ultimate skills of the Nief family. Executed in conjunction with the divine weapon, the snow-drinking Madblade. Centered around the essence of icy true energy, they embody both rigidity and flexibility, displaying immense power. There are 6 forms, each possessing its unique artistic conception. The icy attributes of the snow-drinking Madblade, combined with the icy true energy of the 6 techniques of Hand, and further enhanced by the Ice Heart technique, can maximize the potency of the moves. Having acquired these martial arts skills, Lu Chongfeng chose not to continue his search for the Fire Qilin, but rather return to the original cave to resume his seclusion. The stronger his abilities became, the greater his chances of overcoming the Fire Qilin. Chapter 085. The Fire Qilin, the cultivation of artistic conception, differs fundamentally from conventional techniques. It demands that the practitioner discern their own path. For instance, Niefeng possesses an inherently kind nature, and his path is one of guardianship and benevolence. Bu Lingyun, To, is fundamentally good-hearted, yet is driven by a thirst for vengeance. The path of a nameless one is to uphold justice across the realms and to act in accordance with the heavens. Lu Chongfeng could not help but introspectively question what his own path might be. Is it protection? Is it destruction? Is it the path of kingship, tyranny, or the way of the sage? In this world, devoid of parents, his relationships with women and brothers are rooted solely in sincerity. Should they ever betray him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Originally, Lu Chongfeng intended to live a life of quiet simplicity. For an ordinary person, transcending social strata is an arduous endeavor, and he did not wish to impose excessive pressure upon himself. Yet, unexpectedly, a system emerged, granting him the extraordinary ability to traverse cinematic worlds, allowing him not only to witness the splendor of diverse realms, but also to acquire knowledge, cultivate martial arts, and enhance his own being, all while utilizing the resources of various worlds to sustain himself. Governance and the establishment of power are excessively complex. He prefers simplicity. In reality, he has not even considered forming a company, and his notion of power is distant. Even the medicinal processing plant intended for his hometown is merely an investment, with all management entrusted to others. There is a saying, when a scholar encounters a soldier, reason becomes futile. To persuade others, one must possess greater strength. Lu Chongfeng realized that only by attaining unparalleled might could he compel everyone to engage in reasoned discourse. It appears that I am suited for the path of tyranny. Lu Chongfeng, with clarity of mind, discovered his own path. I shall advance unrelentingly towards the pinnacle of martial arts, shattering all obstacles in my way with these iron fists. He proclaimed, through meditation, introspection, and the consolidation of his will and spirit, a surge of transcendent essence erupted skyward after half a month. Lu Chongfeng let out a long howl and began to practice the 4 symbols fist within the cave. The technique harmonized with his artistic conception, creating a formidable force, which, in concert with the primal energies of the universe, manifested the ethereal forms of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise behind him. Indeed, the comprehension of artistic conception and techniques devoid of it are entirely distinct concepts. Upon completing a set of the four symbols fist, Lu Changfeng reflected that the sections on footwork and weaponry within the fist manual required re-evaluation and optimization following this integration of artistic conception. The fusion of artistic conception with fist techniques yields the essence of the fist, while its amalgamation with swordplay produces the essence of the sword. Lu Changfeng had merely scratched the surface of artistic conception, with a long journey still ahead of him. He continued his seclusion, refining and optimizing the four symbols martial manual, incorporating methods for cultivating the acupoints into the internal art section and re-evaluating techniques by merging them with artistic conception. Pure technique holds little significance in the face of artistic conception. Regardless of how exquisite a technique may be, a 40-meter sword aura will inevitably bring death. However, this does not imply that techniques are without merit. Under the premise of comprehending artistic conception, they can indeed determine the outcome of a confrontation. Techniques that integrate with artistic conception can shed superfluous embellishments, achieving the profound simplicity of the Great Way. After another half-month, Lu Changfeng made initial optimizations to the four symbols fist manual. He resolved to further advance his strength before undertaking further refinements, deeming it unnecessary to squander time. It is now time to seek the fire qilin, he mused. Finding the fire qilin is not a daunting task. Following the intensity of its residual fiery aura, it took merely an hour to locate it. At that moment, it lay in slumber within a cave, its flames having receded. Lu Changfeng stealthily extracted filaments crafted from Edmund metal from his spatial realm, using telekinesis to entwine them around the hooves of the fire qilin, akin to a serpent wrapping around its prey. As he released a trace of his own aura, the fire qilin was instantly roused, flames erupting from its body. Upon attempting to rise, it discovered its hooves ensnared, rendering it unable to break free despite its efforts. Realizing that the mischief was orchestrated by the man before it, the fire qilin unleashed a torrent of flames from its maw, which Lu Changfeng deftly evaded. He then produced a submachine gun, unleashing a barrage upon it. While the scales of the fire qilin proved impervious to the assault, the impact resonated against its body akin to a mosquito's sting, still inflicting discomfort. The fire qilin's eyes conveyed a disdainful expression, prompting Lu Changfeng to retrieve a rocket launcher. Moving back 10 meters, he pulled the trigger, and a resounding explosion reverberated throughout the cave. As the smoke dissipated, the fire qilin remained unscathed, yet the shockwave from the explosion caused it considerable distress. And with its bindings unyielding, it roared in fury towards Lu Changfeng. He disregarded its ire. Had the living fire qilin not held value, he would have slain it outright, intending to study it within the realm of the biohazard world for potential breakthroughs. After experimenting with conventional firearms, Lu Changfeng retrieved a multifunctional nanogun, transforming it into a plasma weapon, and set it to the lowest power, firing a shot that reached temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees Celsius. The searing heat caused the fire qilin to howl in agony. Although it could withstand ordinary flames, such extreme temperatures surpassed its limits. Some of its scales charred from the plasma strike, igniting further rage within the creature. Yet, the more it raged, the more plasma it faced, compelling it to relent, its gaze becoming notably clearer. If you cooperate with me, I may spare your life. Should you refuse, you shall meet your demise at my hands, Lu Changfeng threatened. Indifferent to whether it comprehended his words, he first marked the fire qilin's position on his map, then exited the Lingyun cave through another passage, venturing into the mountains. There, he hunted a plethora of large wild animals, including wild boars, leopards, bears, deer, and antelopes, all dispatched using his vital energy without any visible wounds, and subsequently stored within his spatial realm. Upon returning to the Lingyun cave, Lu Changfeng released the fire qilin from its restraints.